Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The system receives a message about the start of jury voting on the election of divine punishment in the case of the light of the gods. A picture is presented depicting the deity and the people around him. It is said that whenever danger strikes, a person remembers God, be it Jesus, Buddha, or another being. Individuals who are ready to vote are depicted. It is a statement that people know who they worship. They pray for salvation. At the same time, during these discussions, the system notifies that votes are being counted. A dark-haired man sits on his knees, shackled in magical chains. The idea begins to sound about what happens if God himself needs help, but it does not end. New message from the system that the votes have been counted. She is in a hurry to announce the final results, but so far they remain unknown. The man lies with his eyes closed. He gradually regains consciousness. He is in the grass and looking at the sky, but he doesn't exactly understand his location. The hero gets up and begins to think. He is sure that he has died, since death is a word related to this system of the universe. Or rather, he has a more accurate opinion. It was destroyed. A system window appears in front of the man. She writes that there was a login error. His access is denied. The system claims that it is not working correctly. She politely asks the administrator to clarify the cause of the failure. The man had already stood up to his full height. He thinks that his divine status, position, and faith have been revoked. He realizes that his divine powers have been destroyed. However, it is unclear to him why his mind remained intact, especially the memories of certain words. The hero looked away. A boat with unknown people is heading towards him. One of them appears, a long-haired man with an unfriendly expression on his face. A scroll appears in the air. The stranger wonders if he is the light of the gods, Li Chan's son. The scroll unrolled and the long-haired man began to grin. He tells information about Li. His father is Lee Jo-myung, his mother is Seo Yu-ha. He knows both his place of birth, Korea, and the date, December 25, 2001. Lee stares back in disbelief. A picture is imagined of him standing on top with a cool expression on his face, raising his sword. The unknown man continues his story. It turns out that Lee, for unknown reasons, went to the planet Arcadia in 2027. Having reached the top, he brutally dealt with millions of other gods. He was then caught and sent to execution. Looking disdainfully at Lee, the man claims that he looks exactly like him. At that moment, Lee, approaching the stranger, swings at him. He looks at him angrily and reaches out to him with his hand. His hand passes close to the man's face. He reacts quickly and jumps to the side. The next moment he is already looking down at Lee. He, in turn, again reaches out to him with his hand. Close-up shows his gloomy expression. He swings again. Suddenly, a blinding light is seen after Lee's fist collides with the stranger's weapon. This caused the water to become very agitated. The man's stunned face is shown. Then Lee's gloomy face appears. New swing. At this, light shines from Lee's fist. The stranger looked at him from under his brows. A huge wave overtakes him. The man sheaths his sword with a grin. The next moment his face appears, on which one can read that something unexpected has happened. Gloomy Lee stands unshakably, clenching his fists. He wipes the water from his face. Finally, his gaze becomes visible and anger can be recognized in it. Magic cubes fly towards him. Lee is shown looking at the cubes with displeasure. Now he is already chained and understands that these cubes were the steel of divine suppression. It turns out that no matter how skilled God is, limitation can weaken him to the level of primitive creatures. Lee, gritting his teeth, looks at the man and thinks that he never saw these people again after the divine judgment, so he thought that they would not meet again. He asks who they are. The stranger grins again and apologizes for introducing himself late. It turned out that his name is Yal and he is a reaper of the underworld. The men stand looking at each other. Lee asks about the underground kingdom. He wonders if this is the afterlife. Yal answers in the affirmative and reports that the body of water before his eyes is the river Styx. Lee looks at Yul unkindly and says that he heard that for a god sent to divine judgment, destruction is inevitable. He had a question why he was then in the afterlife. Looking closely at Lee, Yul reveals that this was because he was in their jurisdiction to begin with. Watching from under his hat, he claims that he will tell everything along the way and that whoever brought the man here is waiting. Lee has a dissatisfied look and is at a loss for words to say. Now he is already in a boat with two men and floating along the river with them. He asks if this has anything to do with what Yal said earlier. Sounds like a positive answer. Standing on the boat, Yal begins to say that all people live the amount of time prepared for them, and their fate is written in the book of life and death. He shows himself in profile and continues to say that the book of life and death can only be valid where it was written. Lee looks at his companion silently. Yal speaks again and states that one entry from the book of life and death suddenly disappeared. His voice is heard stating that they were trying to find Lee, but he ended up in a rather peculiar place. The picture of Lee appears again, raising his sword. He wonders if Yal meant Arcadia. He turns out to be right. Moreover, it turned out that he had become God and created a serious mess. Y'all says that they had to lose a lot in order for the man to be here. Lee, in turn, sits in the boat, just silently listening. He remembers the moment when he, standing on the road, notices a brightly glowing sky. The light reflects in his eyes and he seems startled. Lee furrows his eyebrows and asks why they do this, since it would be more profitable for them to let him disappear on that planet. Y'all stands with his hands behind his back and replies that he is only following orders. Gloomy Lee wonders who gave such an order then. Smiling, Y'all states that the order came from Thanatos. A sitting creature is depicted with a book in his hands. Yule explains that Thanatos is the head of Tartarus and Erebus, and some call him the Lord of the Underworld. There is a temple. The boat is already approaching him, and Y'all reports that they are there. He turns to Lee and tells him to keep up now. The temple again, and Y'all had already taken off with Lee and sparkled like a star. People with a terrifying expression on their faces are trying to escape from the fire, and Yule says that they are now above the hell of the fiery pit. Now people are stuck in the ice, and it turns out to be glacial hell. Now some creatures become shackled with golden magic. Y'all and Lee continue to fly. Lee notices that the sufferers are different and wonders who they were. Y'all turns to him with a grin, saying that he heard that the hero was a fighting god before he began to overthrow the gods. Lee is not happy and notices that the man seems interested. Yule's voice is heard, saying that the creatures they recently saw are fallen gods. The painting of the chained fallen gods appears again, and Yule says that Thanatos not only judges the souls of the dead, but also seals away the evil gods. Lee looks back seriously and states that he hasn't heard of this before. Yule looks at Lee and asks if he would talk about this if it would affect Heaven's reputation. People are shown working hard, and the man explains that these are less sinful people who are sentenced to hard labor. The star with Yule and Lee flashed into the building. The heroes found themselves at a large door with columns with golden dragons, and Y'all reported that they were there. He bows and introduces himself as a first-class reaper of Yule and addresses the king, saying that by his order he brought the light of the gods. The door begins to open. It opened even more, and a man stood next to it. Lee looks forward with concentration, and the system says that the atmosphere is tense. Eyes appeared in the abyss, and a new message was received from the system that two eyes were watching Lee through the darkness. An overly pleased smile appears on the man's face. The next moment he is already smiling with his teeth and looking confidently into the darkness, saying that it seems like it will be fun. Lee stands with clenched fists in front of Thanatos. The man's gaze is closely depicted, expressing absolute seriousness. Thanatos sits on his throne, grinning, and turns to Lee, wondering if he is the very light of the gods. Now the deity's facial expression can be seen better. He holds his hand to his face and first asks the question of where Lee thinks he would end up after death if he continued to live on Earth. Lee closes his eyes and replies that he doesn't know because he hasn't even thought about it. But here he is already standing, surprised by Thanatos' words that he would go to hell. Lee looked at the man unkindly and asked why this would happen. Thanatos looks back confidently and remembers that June 21, 2024 was the heyday of Lee's gaming activities. A picture of an aggressive Lee and a young man in tears is presented, and the voice of Thanatos is heard. He states that Lee cursed at his ally for his mistake, and he took it to heart. Lee looks at the deity with displeasure when he, in turn, clarifies with Y'all what punishment is due for such an offense. Y'all calmly says that in this case the sinner will be sent to hell, where his tongue will be torn out for 15 days. Thanatos shrugs, saying that Lee heard everything himself. Lee now clearly has a tense expression on his face as Thanatos continued to talk about how on April 9, 2024, while immersed in the game, he ignored his friend who needed support. He reports that for this the sinner will be sent to the Mountain of Knives. Lee is already completely scared, and his bad deeds are still not ending. Thanatos recounts how Lee crushed an ant on his way to school in September 2017. Because he has killed a living being, he faces a 4-day stay in the hell of poisonous snakes. Back in April 2009, he wet his bed and blamed it on his dog. It turns out that this requires another 10 days without speaking. Confused by all of Thanatos' remarks, Lee is already trembling. The deity, meanwhile, comes to the end of the enumeration of Lee's deeds and reports that in all 26 years he has never once taken a girl by the hand. For this he is due 6 days in darkness hell. An angry Lee, shouting, asks who Thanatos is pretending to be. The deity sits contentedly on his throne, and Y'all looks at Lee doubtfully. Thanatos narrows his eyes and states that it was all a joke, and in fact Lee would have been an ordinary person on Earth, but he has changed a lot in Arcadia. At the command of the hand of Thanatos, a scroll unfolds in front of him. All of Lee's brutal moments are presented, and Thanatos' voice says that the man was merciless in battle. Lee looks at God from under his brows and asks what he wants to say. He wonders what the point was in saving him. Thanatos puts his hand under his head and asks Lee to do him one favor. Looking up, Lee doesn't quite know what he wants. Thanatos answers with a grin, explaining that there are gods who broke their oath and ended up in the human world. And so, the deity asks Lee to go to this human world and find those very gods. Lee looks at Thanatos, frowning, and asks if he will be reborn. God grins in response and says that, in theory, he will simply return the man to where he should be. He comes down from his throne. Space appears before Lee. His look expresses indignation. He watches the picture that appears in surprise. He stands in front of the big shining planet Earth. Thanatos smiles and tells Lee to make sure he doesn't lose his eyes and points out that he thought the man was emotionless, but he wasn't. Lee calmly looks back and justifies it by saying that his home is there. Thanatos gloats, assuring Lee that he will simply pass out from what he sees next. He, in turn, is again surprised and interested in what he means. Planet Earth is all sparkling. The scale increases to the continent, then until a large number of houses become visible. Now, so that the road with cars passing along it is already visible. A man appears with a bottle of alcohol in his hands, walking along a pedestrian crossing. The man suddenly turns around. Lee watches this whole picture in shock. He lowers his amazed gaze, claiming that this simply cannot be, while Thanatos looks down at him in satisfaction. The deity smiles slightly and says that he will send Lee to this exact place. He looks angrily at the man and says that he will look for the gods instead of him. It turned out that this was his sentence. Lee looks back with concentration and wonders why he is being given such a job. Removing his hand from his face, Thanatos explains that he is doing this because Lee is the one best suited for the job. The smile never leaves his face as he continues talking about how Lee can find Ahura, Diva, Chen, and the other gods of Arcadia. A man's voice is heard asking if these people did something. Thanatos appears in front of a painting of Lee observing the magically glowing sky and wonders why he believes the entrance to the underworld was ruptured. Lee asks, looking impassive, if this counts as breaking an oath. He wonders if they want to go to Earth. A throne and columns with golden dragons are visible. Thanatos answers in the affirmative and warns that they are already very close. Standing across from him, Lee asks why the underworld isn't doing anything about it. Thanatos folds his hands and states that it is because they know everything about the oath. Listening to him, Lee frowns, and he says that the underworld cannot go to another world, but a person can do this because the oath does not mention such a prohibition. Lee grins and expresses his guess that Thanatos wants him to become his hunting dog, and when the deed is done, they will simply get rid of him. Raising his index finger, the deity remarks that this is correctional work and, when the job is done, he will free Lee from his chains and give him a new life. Lee looks away interestedly, thinking. Thanatos looks at him meaningfully and offers to make a deal with him. He believes it is in the man's best interest. Covering his eyes, he clarifies that he will not send Lee to Earth just like that, but will give him something. Lee seriously asks what exactly he will give him. Thanatos looks at his interlocutor carefully when he says that he will grant him power. There is surprise on Lee's face. He frowns, doubtfully asking if Thanatos is sure that this is possible, because such a thing could certainly be against the rules of the afterlife. Smirking, the deity reminds that he is the ruler of the underworld. He states that this can be considered a gift from the ruler and asks Lee if he agrees to such a deal. He grins in response and claims that if he grants him power, he sees no reason to refuse it. Thanatos waves his hand and the paper scatters to the sides. He delightfully concludes that the deal is done. Opening his mouth wide, he announces the beginning of reincarnation. Lee's face shows complete confidence, and Thanatos orders him to prepare to open the gate of rebirth. A boat with people sails again on the river Styx. Yule's voice tells Lee to remember something. He turns to the man and reminds him that he is now a man, not a god, and he will start all over again, losing his powers. Staring back with determination, Lee said he would keep it in mind. A confused Lee listens to Yule's explanation that his soul is still limited by the divine steel of suppression. He tells Lee to keep in mind that if anything suspicious is found, it will come into effect again. Lee only thinks that his ears are bleeding from such explanations from Yal's lips. The long-haired man looks at his interlocutor with a slight smile and tells him to go now. Suddenly, golden doors with a yin-yang image appear, with a boat approaching. Lee jumps toward that door with absolute determination on his face as Yal watches from behind. Finally, the golden gates swing open to welcome the man. Lee finally turns around and addresses Yal, saying that they will see each other again if they are lucky. Yal puts his hand to his chest and, closing his eyes, says that he will wait for the next meeting with Lee. He tells him to always remember something. Lee, meanwhile, has already jumped into the door that opened for him and is soaring somewhere in the sky. Yal prepares to say who Lee is. Suddenly his expression changes. His dark side is revealed. His voice says that Lee is a reaper who was granted power by the ruler of the underworld. Lee confidently flies through the skies, sparkling like a star. His hair flutters and he smiles at the message from the system that he has successfully passed the gate of rebirth. The system notifies that a connection to a new server is in progress and data is being downloaded to correct errors. Lee closes his eyes as the system warns him that it is updating and asks him to wait. The man's eyelids are already closed, and the system notifies that his title is Administrator. The final message from her is a greeting after arriving on planet Earth. Lee, waking up, suddenly opens his eyes. Frightened passers-by crowded around Lee lying on the grass. Another message appears from the system, notifying you about the acquisition of the achievement. It turns out that Lee still has memories from his past life and all his characteristics are +5. The man carefully examines the system window and thinks that even the smallest details have been loaded. Meanwhile, people begin to panic and ask what is happening. Some girl is already crying. Someone shouts that a passage has appeared and this has never been seen before now. While people look fearfully at Lee's body, he lies there, thinking that there is a dark-haired, brown-eyed girl who speaks Korean. Placing his hands on his shoulders, he sighs in relief, thinking that he is back. Quite suddenly, his gaze becomes determined. Lee jumped up and stood up to his full height. He, along with the people around him, looked at something to the side. He turned his gaze upward. All around you can see a continuous forest, but in the center of it a blue magic circle has appeared. Lee furrows his brow as he listens to Thanatos say that he has something to explain to the man. The deity looks back at Lee and states that the place he will find himself in is both Earth and not Earth. Thanatos sits on his throne, with his hand under his head, and claims that this will happen because it is extremely difficult to get into another world without being noticed. Looking at him from below, Lee asked him where he would end up then. Folding his palms, Thanatos announces that Lee will hit something random. People are still in panic, some people's phones don't work, others are asking to let them out. It turns out that Lee fell into a rift. The people are confused as the system begins to broadcast, welcoming everyone to the Rosewood Forest. It reports the current number of participants. You can recognize the concentrated expression on Lee's face. The system says that some kind of error occurred and a missing participant was detected. She counted the total number of people and determined how many participants were actually present. Lee stands, carefully watching the alerts from the system, which announces that the mission is about to begin. She cautions that participants were graded according to individual abilities. Everyone present turned their attention to the top of the mountain, raising their heads. At this time, the system says that they will need to defeat the monsters hiding in the Rosewood Forest and climb to the top of the mountain. The mission is called Development. The system explains that the forest is divided into 5 sections and you need to keep in mind that each section contains different monsters, and you need to use different methods to fight them. A system message sounds, according to which all participants have access to inventory, their status and skills. People don't look very happy. Everyone except Lee, who stands there whistling. The system says that the rules are written below and asks everyone to familiarize themselves with them. A system notification pops up wishing the mission participants good luck. As soon as the message sounded that the first section was open, Lee immediately moved. While those around him were amazed at his action and said that it could be dangerous, he fled. Now he is running away into the very depths of the forest. People were left standing in shock, wondering who this man was. The girl no longer cried, but looked after Lee, and it seemed that she had an idea about his identity. She thought he was a tyrant. Running persistently through the forest, Lee notices that he had not managed to run very far, but he was already starting to feel out of breath. Sweat is visible on his face. He tries to catch his breath and decides to first look at his condition. He asks to open a system window. System messages appear stating that the window cannot be opened because it does not have access due to the fact that it has been deprived of certain rights. The system immediately notifies that it has been partially updated and the window has been opened by the administrator. The system window finally opens, but it reveals only Lai's human name and his divine name. He has already caught his breath and is watching the system window. He says that there is nothing, as he thought, but wonders where is what the ruler of the underworld promised him. Suddenly, the system reports an update of information. Now a lot is coming to light about Lee Chang-sung. He draws attention to the data on his power, soul-sucking, and the executioner's sword. The painting depicts a glowing cube surrounded by chains. The system begins to explain the essence of soul-sucking. She reports that the souls of killed enemies can be preserved, karma can be fulfilled by burning with the flames of purgatory. The level of this skill in Lee and its powerful effect becomes known. At the same moment, Lee is immersed in thoughts that thanks to the power he has over souls, the ruler of the underworld is highly respected. He thinks that among all the powers, sucking the soul gives him some power and even allows him to use the flames of purgatory. Lee stands in front of a pile of monsters with his arm outstretched and thinks that by defeating the monster, he can extract its soul and take away the experience. His thoughts sound that in battles he can avoid depleting stamina and accumulating injuries. He is confident that when he needs information, he can call upon souls and send them on a quest to find the answer. Next, a sword is depicted, chained. The story is about the executioner's sword. The system reports that he can administer divine punishment to criminals who violate the covenant, and the executioner receives the right to part of the power of these criminals. The level of the skill and its power effect become known again. Lee has new thoughts. He thinks that the amount of power is the power of God, and if he uses the executioner's sword against the gods, he will be able to take over their power. A picture appears of Lee running across the planet, holding an executioner's sword in his hands. He thinks that all this in theory means that he can gather all the power and become omniscient and omnipotent. As beads of sweat run down his face, Lee is glad that at least he wasn't deceived. A grin creeps onto his face, and he admits that it was by no means easy for the ruler of the underworld to become what he is now, and that the gods of other worlds seem to anger him. His expression becomes concentrated, and he thinks that using the executioner's sword is still too difficult. Lee stood up from the ground and put his hand to his chin, thinking that if the skills were used individually, then the executioner's sword was better than soul-sucking, but he seemed to have some doubts about this. Squinting, he notices that this is still a difficult weapon and his opponent must be a criminal who has completely violated the covenant. Satisfied, Lee waves his hand and thinks that even in this case, if he cannot fight back, he will be seriously injured. He decides to hold the executioner's sword for now. Lee strikes a pose and ponders what will happen next. Suddenly, a black creature appears right in front of the man. The system immediately reports that he was discovered by a black mamba. This monster opens its mouth wide, trying to eat whoever gets in its way. Lee swings the knife with a determined look on his face and thinks about how he will become stronger very quickly. Meanwhile, the system comments on what is happening. Lee used a rusty dagger for beginners. The attack has begun. Lee chops up a black mamba. He puts his hand with the dagger forward, while the remains of the creature are visible behind him. Lee looks to the side, and the system notifies that he killed the black mamba with one blow, and it was perfect. As it turned out, he received the skill of a rusty dagger technician. His level was increased, so was his strength and agility. The system reports that the deity hunting season appears to be interested in Lee. The man, in turn, began to smile contentedly, holding the bloody dagger in his hands. His voice is heard declaring that he will be the newcomer who will give everyone a huge shock. It sounds like a simple idea, a dungeon. And so, the next moment it appears together with the person in it. One hears the idea that people may be afraid of him, but this is one of the few opportunities to start a new life. A man is depicted standing in someone's large hands. The new thought says that for the gods and the stars everything is the same. It is reported that after completing the dungeon mission, they will be able to elect a cleric who will spread their teachings. There is a lot of red color in many peaks, on one of which a man stands. It is said that they choose apostles who carry their will into the world. A lot of people are wandering along the street. The idea sounds that crowds are entering the dungeon to receive the power bestowed by the gods and the stars. A large number of bodies fall somewhere into the abyss. People who enter the dungeon die by the thousands without receiving divine attention. Shining lights are depicted. Something becomes known about the arrogant gods and those who have reached the heights. It turns out that for them pitiful creatures doomed to death are of no interest. You can see space and many planets in it. Only a few seem to be honored if they meet the requirements. Lee's eye sparkles bright blue. Apparently, there is some other condition. He stands with a dagger looking at the black mamba. Those who can show that they have a special gift are also honored. Lee smiles when he sees the system's message and says that the hunting season deity's interest in him is quite similar to the jackpot. A long-haired warrior is depicted with a large sword in his hand. It turns out that the real name of the hunting season deity is Pabalsag, and she is the goddess of war, using different types of weapons to truly enjoy the hunt. Pabalsag stands on the dragon, extending his hand towards it. The jackpot Chan Sung was reportedly talking about is that her mother is the primordial evil dragon, Tiamat. Lee looks at his dagger with a grin and thinks about how he caught the jackpot. He hopes that the rusty dagger technique will impress Pabalsag. A message appears congratulating the system that it was indeed interested in the technique that he wants to show her. Lee quickly swings his dagger. He expresses determination with his gaze and states that he will show her what she wants. Suddenly the man smelled something. The scent can be seen spreading through the forest as Lee stands still. He thinks that the air in the first half of the forest is filled with poison, so many monsters are already poisoned. He puts his hand to his face in thought and decides that since this is the case, it's time to start plan B while he stands, thinking. New monsters creep up on him from behind. He swings his dagger and decides to use the snake hunter's jump, because it will work perfectly at the moment. Lee slashed the black mamba with a dagger and struck a pose. He grins, and the system reports that the rusty dagger technique skill was successfully used and he killed the black mamba. Lee also gains experience points. He cuts down the next creature of the same type and again gains experience points. Its level goes up and up. Lee has an absolutely determined look and continues to hold the bloody dagger in his hands. He once again pierces the black mamba with his weapon, and the system reports that he is killing these creatures that have infested the rosewood forest with amazing speed. Several black mambas are approaching Lee, while the system notifies him that his senses are becoming more accurate. He pulls his dagger forward, and it turns out that by reviving his enemies, he has improved his ability to concentrate. The man, looking intently, turns around. Black mambas appear and look at him in horror. The system explains that they remembered him as a blood enemy and he was successful in instilling fear in these creatures. Smiling contentedly, he takes this information into account. All the attacking monsters' heads flew off, and the system said that the title of Black Mamba Slayer had been obtained. She further explains that this title is given to those who got rid of 100 black mambas, and inspires fear in the snake-like monsters. With his mouth wide open, Lee thinks that he is killing more and more and only has time to wield his dagger. He admits to himself that such excitement can only be felt on the battlefield. His eye glows red, he grins and reflects that while this feeling filled him with fear in Arcadia, it also brought him satisfaction at the same time. A picture of Lee sitting on his lap, encased in the steel of divine suppression, appears, and he remembers that everything was taken away by the decision of the divine court. It turns out that they locked him up because he was destroying this world. You can see the man's not so happy expression and he wonders if that's the reason. He considers this just a cowardly excuse. Divine judgment is shown, and Lee's message is that these people were simply afraid that a mere mortal might rise up against them. He stares, claiming that at first he had no such intentions, but it seems that this has changed since those individuals were so afraid of it. Lee continues to cut up black mambas and thinks that he will do it after all. He stands looking at the destroyed creatures, and the system reports that the rusty dagger technique skill has reached the highest level and improvement is possible. Then a notification comes that the technique of an ordinary dagger has been received. The system states that the deity hunting season was amazed by his exceptional dagger technique. Sticking his hand forward, Lee declares that there is more to come, but the system warns that his stamina has depleted. She says that recovery is needed and politely asks the man to return to the safe zone and rest. Pink magical waves begin to reach him, and the system notifies that soul sucking has been activated. Magical powers swirl around his hand. Lee clenches his hand into a fist as the system announces that the flames of purgatory have been used and he has successfully captured the ashes of the black mamba. He also restored 5% of his stamina. The man grins and a message arrives that all his powers have been restored. The system states that the hunting season deity does not understand what type of his abilities are and is puzzled. Lee is already using 2 hands, continuing to fight monsters. He spread his arms out to the sides. A smile appears on his face, and he thinks that Pablesag does not even realize that the newcomer who just got into the dungeon has actually received the approval of the Lord of the Underworld. He thinks it's obvious she's thinking about the abilities or tools the participants receive at the start of the mission. When he smiles, he already shows off his teeth and notices that, even if she was very interested, she would not take a single step towards some strange guy because of the closeness of the principle of causality. Some parts of the black mambas fly in different directions, and Lee thinks that there would not be a single madman who decided to violate the principle of causality in order to look at the data of the newcomer. Holding a bloody dagger in his hand, he tries to catch his breath. Another black mamba is approaching Lee from behind, and he, in turn, thinks that even if such a person is found, he doesn't care. He confidently thrusts a dagger into the monster and justifies his attitude to the situation by the fact that he is under the protection of the underworld. He understands that if not for this, his data would already be completely exposed. The forest is visible, and the system notifies that Lee has successfully destroyed the last black mamba and a new achievement has been obtained. Now he is a snake hunter who has killed 444 black mambas. Stretching out his index finger, the man asks to open the system window. A large information window appears, according to the information in which Lee's level, status, and skills increase. It turns out that with his latest achievement he has gained magical power and can now use skills. A new message from the system is shown about one unique detail: Lee is interested in a certain god. The system advises him to earn favor with his achievements. He smiles broadly and concludes that Pablesag's interest in him has only increased. He's clearly pleased with this. The man hides his teeth and reflects that he has already dealt with the black mamba, which means, he assumes, the red and bloody mambas should be next. He looks down and notices that he has a resistance to poison, although not as strong. He assumes that he must deal quickly. A picture of a bloody mamba appears. She is reported to be the head of all mambas. She opened her mouth, and next to her stood a man who wanted to defeat her. It turns out that she is scary even for beginners of the 10th level, but Chan Sung wants to defeat her alone. Lee has a concentrated expression on his face and thinks that this will be a good opportunity to attract the attention of the gods, but there seems to be something more important. A certain bloody fang is depicted. It turns out that this is a poisonous fang of a bloody mamba. Lee says he needs to get it to gain full resistance to the poison. A picture appears with a suffering Lee and people in robes standing around him. It is reported that although numerical superiority is one of the reasons why the Light of the Gods was defeated, physical weakness from poison and potions also affected the outcome of events. Lee clutches the dagger in his hands, remembering Gaia's curse. He confidently states that he wants that bloody mamba fang. He looks dumbfounded at his dagger, which the system said was broken because the condition of the rusty newbie dagger had gotten worse. Lee just sighs and states that it's surprising that this weapon was even intact up to this point. Suddenly something sparkled in the sky. A large sword fell next to the surprised Lee, piercing the ground. The tip of the sword is shown. Smoke comes from it, and at this time the man notices that there are dragon scales on the sword and comes to the conclusion that it is a weapon made of Tiamat. Lee doesn't understand what people are thinking. Lee is somewhat embarrassed. He receives a message from the system that the deity hunting season wants to bet him on this gift. If he fails, she will take his life for wasting her time. Lee states that he knew it. The head of an angry monster could be seen between the trees. Seeing him, the group of people standing nearby were shocked. Beside himself with rage, the monster opened its mouth. Raising his hand, the guy screamed in horror. Suddenly, the monster's head fell to the ground with a crash. Behind him was the main character, in whose hands a sword was visible. A bead of sweat slowly ran down the man's face. Looking at the wary protagonist, he was amazed by his gaze. At that moment, Lee assumed that they were players. Taken aback, Pak said that this was so. Baring his teeth, the protagonist stated that he had already taken care of the boss, adding that he would like to ask them to take care of the small things. Lost in his thoughts, Puck noted that it looked like an order. Lowering his head, Puck said that if the main character wants to rest, then they can prepare it for him. Taking the carcass of the killed monster in his hands, Lee noted that this was not required, considering that they were uncomfortable with him, adding that in this case, he would look for a place for himself. With a worried expression on his face, the guy wondered if Lee really was a tyrant, asking if the man was sure that this was not just a resemblance. Proclaiming that he did not know, the man stated that Lee had acted completely differently, suggesting that he was a demon. Closing his eyes, Park noted that if this were true, Lee would already be dead. Baring his teeth, Chan froze in one position. Looking at the pensive protagonist, in his thoughts, Chan said that he did not know, suggesting that he could be a demon. Smiling, Lee said that it was not new for people to address him that way. Further, the system told about the rest time before opening the second section. Looking around, Lee noted that it was not bad here. At the moment when the main character finished drawing a special symbol, the system reported that the obstacle rune had been engraved. A magical barrier appeared around Lee when the system announced that the skill level was increasing. When the main character put his hand on his side, the system told about the skill, which was to create runes for beginners who had reached the maximum level, adding that a skill at a higher level was now available to him. Then, the system announced the creation of a rune skill for advanced users. The main character noted that first you need to sort out the awards. Against the backdrop of the forest, a system appeared again that announced 2 achievement rewards, talking about trophies and additional ratings, as well as 3 rewards for completing a mission and a hunter's certificate, which is in standby mode. Further, Lee announced the confirmation of awards for the achievement. The system stated that trophies would be given out by asking the main character to select the desired category. Smirking, Lee noted that there was no point in choosing trophies at a low level, saying that for now he would be satisfied with the Dragon Fang. Pointing his finger at the achievement points, the main character said that the choice was obvious. The system reported that Lai chose the 4th position, achievement points as a trophy, adding that he received 10,000 points towards karma. Afterwards, the system again notified Lai that he had chosen the 4th position, indicating that he would receive achievement points as a trophy, talking about 5,000 karma points, adding that the current amount of achievement points was 15,000. Smirking, the main character said that the only thing that unites the world of people and the kingdom of the gods is that wealth decides everything, saying that he needs to provide for himself before opening a game store. Touching the screen, Lee asked to open the system window, noting that he now needed to deal with the status. A panel appeared in front of the protagonist's face, which showed him his characteristics. With his hand to his chin, Lee rejoiced at the result, declaring that the fight with the bloody Mamba was worth it. Turning around, the main character heard some sounds. The system notified the main character that the first reward for the mission, a Dragon Fang, is now his, adding that the deity hunting season is showing greed. The system then notified Lee that several gods began to openly show interest in the protagonist after the battle ended, noting that several constellations began to chuckle. Lifting his hand to his face, Lee tried to contain his laughter. At that moment, the system announced that the deity hunting season was once again warning them that if they set their sights on what is rightfully theirs, then they will not escape the dragon's wrath. Afterwards, the system notified that the deity hunting season asked what the main character would like to receive as an additional reward, indicating that a second reward would be issued. Taken aback, the main character noted that there was a lot of stuff here, adding that it was a dragon's treasury. The system notified Lee that the dragon's treasury had been opened, revealing a list of rewards that included Anatizen's gold bar, a heavenly cup, and an almighty stone. Then, the system notified the hunting season deity, who asked Lee to voice his wish, noting his statement that all the treasures were quite rare, adding that some gods were surprised by the hunting season gifts. Smiling in his thoughts, the main character noted that this was not enough for him. At that moment, the system reported that some constellations were showing interest in the treasures of the hunting season. Continuing his thoughts, Lee stated that Pavelsag would simply lead him by the nose if he accepted the reward. Suddenly, turning red, the system notified the main character that he had not selected anything. With a worried expression on his face, Lee was lost in his own thoughts. The system stated that hunting season frowned and wondered what he was up to, revealing that several gods had cast doubt on his hidden intentions. Averting his gaze, the main character said that he knew that he would not be able to use his savings very skillfully, saying that the essence of his plan was precisely this. The system notified him that the reward would be exchanged for achievement points, saying that Lee would receive 1 million in karma. Afterwards, the system informed the main character that the deity hunting season was making a displeased face. Closing his eyes, Lee begged for forgiveness, stating that he would like to gain experience first, noting that he had no intentions of being one when the system informed him that the deity hunting season had offered him to become a priest candidate. The system told the protagonist that the reward would be exchanged for achievement points, reminding him that he had received 1 million in karma, indicating his current battle points. Turning around in his thoughts, the protagonist suggested that it was thanks to a deal with the gods, adding that he had indeed earned a lot. Smiling, Lee froze in one position as the system informed him that the deity hunting season was flaring up in anger because he was laughing at her, noting his words, which were that he would regret it. Bowing his head, the main character thought that he had no reason to be weak. The system notified Lee that several gods had brought popcorn in anticipation of the exciting spectacle, adding that some of them had noticed his reluctance to be a priest candidate. Further, the system noted that several gods, not believing in the main character, now express interest and joy in him. Lowering his hands, Lee turned his attention to how a huge variety of different notifications appeared in front of his face. In his thoughts, he stated that if they could convince him of their high value, then many entities would flock to their side. Smirking as he continued to think, Lee noted that if the conflict with Bel Marduk was not a rumor, then Tiamat would need more outstanding people. Laughing, the main character heard the system inform him that the deity hunting season turned his head after looking at him with burning eyes. With a confident expression on his face, the main character thought that everything was turning out exactly as he had planned, believing that in this situation he would be able to move on to the next step. Clutching his blade in his hand, Lee wondered if he could begin. Leaning on the killed monster, the main character said that he could borrow a lot of things, after which, the system notified him that he had received the blood, tendons, and eyes of the bloody mamba. Gradually, the daytime sky began to become covered with clouds. The system informed the main character that several gods were interested in what he would surprise them with next, noting that rumors about the deal and his refusal of the hunting season offer to become a priest had spread throughout the heavens. The system stated that the gods, interested in the main character, began to connect to the channel KR9721 one after another. A large group of players was located in the thick of the forest. Leaning on the ground, the guy raised his head. Baring his teeth, Jiang wondered if he could do it too. Taken aback, the guy tried to find out what he was talking about. Jiang said he was talking about becoming a player. Getting to his feet, the stunned guy tried to find out if Chan had lost his mind. At that moment, Jiang noted that the drunkard could do it, asking if he couldn't. With a distraught look, he stated that he definitely could, adding that he hadn't thought about it before, saying that here everyone could reveal their talents. Frowning, turning to God's message, Chan said that everyone would definitely see it. Further, the system stated that the deity Owl-Piercing Dim Light is interested in the player's abilities Young Chunye. Horrified, the guy tried to find out if he had ever experienced a test. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy appeared in the sky. The burst of energy was shrouded in a bright stream of aura. At that moment, the system announced the arrival of the administrator. An explosion occurred in a place where many players were located. Someone's silhouette was visible in a thick cloud of smoke. Leaning on a cane, the unknown person greeted everyone, saying that he was Harold, the administrator of the KR channel. There was a soft smile on his face. A magical artifact was visible in his hands. Taken aback, one of the players tried to find out where it came from. Closing his eyes, Harold assumed that he had accidentally disturbed their rest. Leaning down, he figured the players were wondering why he was there, saying that something had happened that he needed to report. Puck was shocked by what he heard. Putting his hand to his chest, Geralt stated that according to the policy of the Administrative Bureau, which is non-interference and giving a high degree of freedom to players, they try not to interfere. Starting to jump in different directions, the administrator noted that there had been a strong jump in the ratings, adding that because of this, senior management was angry. Grinning, Harold apologized, suggesting that he would have to adjust the difficulty. At that moment, the players' faces were shrouded in confusion. Raising his hand, the administrator snapped his fingers. A panel appeared above his head. Suddenly, the panel shattered. The system announced that the difficulty will be increased in accordance with the number of achievements obtained, adding that the safe zone will be destroyed and the aggressiveness of monsters will be increased, noting that the attack power and defense of monsters will also be increased. Horrified, players wondered how Harold could do this. Frowning, surrounded by frightened players, Puck froze in one position. Baring his teeth, in his thoughts, he noted that it was the same last time. His face was covered with a bandage, which contained the blood coming from the wound. His gaze fell on his wounded comrades. While in the depths of the cave, Puck was lost in his own thoughts. Wary, he thought that at that time the gods and constellations also turned to the administrator to increase the difficulty and see if there were any outstanding newcomers who could become priests. Horrified in his thoughts, he wondered if he should watch people become victims again. With a fearful expression on his face, he tried to find out if the gods believed in his potential. At that moment, his gaze fell on the excited protagonist. Clutching the wooden baton in his hands, one of the players wondered what it meant. The woman noted that she had never heard of such a thing. The system stated that due to the increase in difficulty, the remaining rest time was voided, indicating that the monsters were given more freedom. The system reported that they were hungry at the moment, adding that players should first fend off the hungry predators, noting that they will be able to start forming teams, each of which will receive equipment based on their contribution. Afterwards, the system notified that each team must collect 99 crystals in order to advance to the second stage, saying that the first wave would begin in 5 seconds. Once behind him, Harold wondered if the man was Park Hee-sun. Turning around, Puck tried to see if he knew him. Spreading his hands in different directions, Harold stated that this was the case, asking if Harold was the only one who left the dragon's lair alive, stating that he was of particular interest to the administrative bureau, adding that because of all this, he knew him. Smiling, the administrator said that he would pray for Puck, after which, right before the player's eyes, Harold disappeared. Turning around, the stunned Puck heard a notification from the system about the start of the second stage. An angry monster appeared from the depths of the forest and tried to catch up with the players. Trying to escape from the scene of the battle, the man wondered what it was. Surrounded by players, Chon rushed into battle. With a distraught look, he thought that this was his chance. Baring his teeth, Chon rushed towards the enraged monsters at the moment when the system notified him that the deity Owl-piercing dim light was showing mercy to him. Suddenly, there was noise on the notification screen. In Lee's hand, someone's extracted tooth could be seen. The system reported that he received a poisonous fang from a black mamba. Smiling, the main character noted his resistance to poison, saying that he would soon receive it. After the main character turned around, genuine shock covered his face. The system notified Lee of the start of the second stage, stating that the gods interested in him were thinking about what he would do in this stage and how he would cope this time. Wary, Lee wondered if the selection had already begun. Stowing the artifact in his jacket, the protagonist noted the idea that he would have more time, suggesting that it was because he had won the argument with Pavelsak. After calling the panel, Lee suggested that it had generated more interest in him than he had bargained for. The main character's gaze fell on the number of his stats. At that moment, Lee stated that he was sorry. Looking at the panel, he noted that the biggest problem was with stamina. Rushing into battle, the main character said that he wanted to rest in order to restore it, adding that everything was turning out differently. A huge monster appeared next to the running Lee, whose body was shrouded in flames. Hanging his head in thought, the protagonist wondered if it was a fire lizard, noting that the first stage was poison against living organisms. Continuing to run, Lee thought that this was now fire poison. Looking around, he figured that next would be ice poison, then metal poison, and finally corpse poison. Looking at the angry monster, the main character thought about what he needed to get to. With lightning speed, he rushed towards the monster. Bending down, Lee managed to dodge the flames. Lifting his sword behind his back, Lee tried to attack him from behind. Having bypassed the monster, he made a powerful blow to its tail. Next, the main character decided to retreat. Somersaulting, Lee hung in the air. Flames continued to emanate from the monster's mouth. Grasping the sword with both hands, the main character rushed into battle again. After Lee plunged his sword into the monster, blood began to flow from its body. With colossal power, the main character cut the monster into 2 parts. The stunned monster's head flew off his shoulders. Lee lowered his hands and landed on the ground. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist stated that the Black Mamba's stamina was no match for his stamina, noting that it would be difficult to hunt packs of such lizards. Next, his hand reached towards the cut body of the monster. Looking at Lee holding a magical artifact in his hands, the system informed him that he had discovered a fireball. Looking at the fireball, the main character opened his mouth. After being absorbed, Lee tried to swallow it. At that moment, the system notified him that he had gained weak resistance to fire, adding that he had received 20,000 units of fire energy. Suddenly, a stream of bright flames gushed out from Lee's mouth. Having set off, in his thoughts, the main character stated that he needed to swallow more balls, saying that this was the second condition for gaining resistance to poison. Smirking, Lee thought about 8 trigrams of heat energy. His gaze fell on the many fire lizards that were directly below him. Continuing to think, he noted that he could get coals for this here. Lee imagined a sign that said poison resistance. Lee immediately after this remembered the wheel of constellations in the center of which the constellation Scorpio was located. Resistance to poison was the unique ability of Lee's longtime enemy, Antares. Antares had 4 arms and was a huge being in himself. His ability allowed him to be immune to all poisons and gave him the ability to create poison to poison the blood. Therefore, even though Lee had every chance of winning, the poison knocked him down. The air around him was filled with poison, which made him fall to his knees and raise his head up in convulsions. Even the veins on his face swelled. Lee screamed, trying to relieve the pain. His veins protruding on his face took on a green color. His pupils shrank, all because he fell under the Gaia curse, which destroyed his divine status and ultimately led to his defeat. However, in the end he ended up in the underworld and stood in front of Thanatos, who was sitting on the throne. Thanks to Thanatos, Lee was able to learn more about the secret art of fallen stars. Thanatos stroked the back of his hand with his other hand. Looking at Lee, he said that he would learn as much as possible about fallen stars. Lee stood with a serious face listening to Thanatos, who said that this knowledge would be very useful when fighting almost all 12 constellations, and it would also be useful for him. Thanatos, sitting on his throne, waved his hand, after which the space next to the throne began to change. The fallen stars were judged and sent to the underworld, and the 12 constellations made many enemies, following their goal. Even among the fallen stars there were those who did not like them. Everyone was dressed in red cloaks that did not allow their faces to be seen. Only the old man with long gray hair and beard had his hood down. These were the so-called 10 elders who shared their knowledge with Lai. The old man in the red robe looked at Lai. There were clothes on his head, 2 armbands decorated with gold jewelry. Lee stood motionless looking at the old man. He was the first among the fallen gods. He told about the shortest way to gain resistance to poison. Lee stood in front of a group of fallen stars dressed in red cloaks, one of the fallen stars claiming to have lost a daughter to Antares. The fallen star, who took the form of an old man and stood first all the time with his cloak lowered, shared his knowledge, so Lee called him the first elder. Lee put 3 spheres containing the power of fire into his mouth. Sitting on the corpses of the red mambas and holding a sword in his hand, Lee raised his head and breathed fire from his mouth. Lee stopped breathing fire. Only fire escaped from the corner of his lips. He understood that with such a level of fiery energy he could not light the trigram. Lee rushed through the forest. He had to find the base and get the balls of stronger creatures. At this time, Sun was moving at great speed with a smile on his face. Chan stabbed the fire lizard with his sword. A flame flared up from the lizard's wound. But Chan, who had already walked forward, did not pay attention to this. The system notification sounded a moment later. The system notified about the defeated fire lizard and Chan's condition. Jiang couldn't stop smiling as his hair blew in the wind, rejoicing at the opportunity to surpass Lee. Chan called up the dungeon rating system window. Chan's eyes widened at what he saw. The system window hanging in front of him said that Lee already had 75 points, so he was in first place, and he was second with 564 points. Park managed to score 150 points and take third place. Chan stopped smiling and clenched his teeth. He didn't understand how Lee managed to do this. This indicated that Lee was taking the shortest path. Suddenly a system window appeared. It notified about the deity, which advised him to use the shortest path. When Chan saw this message, his lips stretched into a smile again, after which he asked what path the deity was talking about. He asked and begged the deity to give him more power. In the dense forest, the system notification appeared again. The deity said that it would help. At this time, a group of newcomers in the safe zone were tired and sat down, trying to catch their breath. Only Puck stood on his feet holding his machete. 2 men looked at Pac saying that this world is only for special people. One of them was even jealous, wanting to get Pac's power. Puck heard their conversation and glanced in their direction. He understood that everyone was tired after 3 days of fighting monsters, but still envy of the other players began to grow. Puck stood motionless, looking around at his surroundings. He understood why people were jealous. It was all due to the fact that ordinary people had gained incredible strength, and not just 1 person, but 2. Chan came out of the forest and came to the safe zone with a sword in his hands. He, smiling, informed the group about the new skill that he had received. Chan's eyes were narrowed. Drops of blood were visible on his face. He said with a slightly crazy smile that God had answered his prayers and now he knew how to survive. A goat whose neck was engulfed in flames ran into the cave. A mountain goat, engulfed in flames, burst into the cave with its mouth open, its eyes burning as it looked at its prey. Lee, looking at the monster, realized that at this rate everyone would die. The constricted pupil in the monster's red eyes looked at Lee. The monster's mouth was wide open. Lee jumped and found himself above the monster with a sword in his hand. A swing of Lai's sword split the monster's torso into two parts. Soon the monster's body dissipated, leaving behind only flashes of fire and a red sphere. Li grabbed the sphere with his hand. He then immediately swallowed it. Li turned around when he heard a loud scream from inside the cave. A huge bear, growling, followed a girl in a school uniform. The girl turned back and ran away from the monster. Tears appeared in the girl's purple eyes. Unexpectedly, when the monster was a few meters from the girl, its head was cut and separated from its body. Li, who came to the rescue, stopped and asked the girl if she was okay. But at that moment the girl closed her eyes and raised her hands and began to scream about the monster. Li felt awkward. Raising his hand awkwardly, he told the girl that it was him, Li. When the girl calmed down, Li, standing opposite her, asked why she was here alone and where the others were. The girl lowered her head and started crying. She said that all her friends were dead. Li became serious. His eyes narrowed when he heard the girl's story about how Chan abandoned them. The girl extended her hand showing an owl tattoo with various patterns around it and said that Jiang said that he could share his divine power. Li stroked his chin, thinking. He said that she was deceived and this was the mark of a demon. The girl with brown hair and violet eyes began to cry again while he was talking about the tattoo on her hand. It turned out to be a sign saying that you are selling your soul to a demon. The sign of a real owl piercing the dim light looked a little different. At this time, Chan raised his hands and absorbed the life energy that poured into him. It was all due to the fact that if a branded person dies, his life force and soul were taken away. The life force went away and was absorbed by Chan, and the soul by the demon. As the life force flowed into Jiang's body, his eyes began to glow brightly and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Li, folding his arms across his chest, looked at the brand on the girl's hand. This brand was quite serious. Li narrowed his eyes and frowned. An invisible pressure descended on his body. Li realized that if it was a demon, it was so majestic that it surpassed the Demon King in rank. Li moved away from the girl with a sharp movement, shocking her. The girl, with tears in her eyes, approached Li and grabbed his clothes, asking him to help her. Li clenched his teeth in irritation. He couldn't figure out what to do with this child. Li pushed the girl away from him with his finger, asking if it was not enough for her that he saved her from the fiery bear. The girl decided not to retreat and leaned over and shouted that she was ready for anything and could clean, wash, and cook. She asked to help her become stronger. Li turned around and looked at the girl. Looking at the crying girl, Li asked if she wanted to take revenge for her friends. The girl held out the chocolate bar, crying and trembling, and said that it was the last sweet she had left. Li felt a little awkward about this, after which he refused the chocolate bar. Li turned to the girl and asked what she could do. The girl answered with enthusiasm and a smile that she could do anything. Li tilted his head at the mark and suggested that they work on it first. At this time, Chan absorbed the life energy circling around him. A second later, a system notification sounded. It notified the death of the cursed player Shin, and according to the contract, Chan received his life force. After some time, another notification of the death and transfer of the life force of the cursed player sounded in Chan's ears. Chan's pupils glowed brightly. The smile did not leave his face. The system announced the joy of the deity. This deity was happy to see how his power was growing. A guy in a red sweatshirt and the same tousled hair approached Chan and tried to call out to him. Chan turned around and looked at the guy with anger on his face. His pupils were reduced to the size of a pea and glowed brightly. The guy turned around and decided to leave. He was terribly scared by Chan's gaze. The guy looked at Young from time to time with fear on his face, beads of sweat running down his face. Next, the guy looked at his hand with the mark of an owl. The guy and some other people in the camp looked at the brand on his hand, but the guy in the red sweatshirt noticed with irritation how the brand limited his actions. Suddenly, veins appeared on Chan's face, and he angrily asked if it was possible to do it faster. The guy in the red sweater watched as Chan raised his hand and scolded the guy. The guy clenched his teeth. He was disgusted that Chan turned them into his slaves. It was as if they were in prison. Chan, with a smile on his face, walked ahead of the entire group, ordering everyone to get up because they were starting to attack the boss. Veins appeared on the distraught Young's face. A wide, wild smile appeared on his face as he said that he would make Li suffer as he once suffered. A system alert sounded in Jiang's ears, telling her that the deity was staring at the fury of his charges. Somewhere in the forest, a man was moving at great speed. The girl whom Li saved ran at great speed while looking around in surprise. The girl ran past small tornadoes while system notifications sounded in her ears one after another. One of them said that an unknown number of beings were currently connected to the channel. It also said that an unknown number of deities had shown interest in the channel. The last notification said that many gods were watching the players who were developing quickly. Activating the storm escape skill, the girl ran past small tornadoes as many system notifications appeared above her head. Even the message about activating the storm escape skill sounded in her ears. Many zombies followed the fleeing girl. Hearts began to appear in the red glowing eyes of the zombies, and a moment later a system notification sounded in Li's ears, informing him of the successful use of the captivity rune. The heads of the zombies standing in the back rows flew into the air after Lee cut off their heads. Another system message sounded identical to the previous one. Lee ran through the ranks of zombies, cutting off their limbs and cutting off their heads with his sword. The girl looked at Lee's actions in surprise. She remembered how Lee stood in front of her with his arms folded and called her an escape artist. Lee, looking at her, explained to her that he would use the captivity rune on her, after which all the monsters would only follow her and she would just need to run around, distracting them. The girl stood listening to Lee in surprise, her mouth dropped open in shock when Lee suggested this plan to her. Even a bead of sweat ran down her cheek. Lee, with a swing of his blade, separated the zombie's head from its body. Lee looked around, looking at the heaps of zombie corpses lying around. He wanted to make sure that this was the last undead. The girl ran up to Lee and, like a child, began to report, saying that she had collected all the monsters within a radius of 300 meters. Lee looked at her and asked how her preparations were going. The girl looked at Lee with eyes shining with joy, saying that everything was ready and she checked everything. In addition, she asked if she could help with anything. Lee tilted his head and took his eyes off her, ordering her to run as far as she could because she could not resist the monsters that would appear here. The girl smiled widely and clenched her fists in agreement. While the girl was running away, Lee began to examine his surroundings. Suddenly, smoke made of poison appeared right in front of Lee. Lee, covering his mouth and nose with his hand, opened his eyes wide, realizing that this smoke was poison. Huge spider legs appeared along with a cloud of poison. Lee jumped, dodging the huge paws that tore the earth into pieces. The girl that Lee saved looked back, hearing a noise behind her. He was clearly scared. The girl saw behind her a huge spider with many glowing eyes on its head and body. Lee stood in front of a huge spider whose body was enveloped in smoke. Lee covered his eye with his hand and used his skill. When he removed his hand, his glowing eye became visible. The pupil of his eye elongated, and the eye itself took on a yellow color. Numerous faces of the dead with glowing red eyes and deformed skin appeared from the abyss, screaming heart-rendingly and making terrible grimaces. All these dead people were trying to crawl out of a crevice in the ground. They screamed and stretched their gray hands towards the main boss, a rotting plague spider with several pairs of glowing turquoise eyes. The eight-legged monster began to roar, showing its fanged mouth. Lee lunged forward with a scowl and swung at the spider, cutting through the air currents. The iris of the main character's eyes changed color to yellow-green, and the pupils turned from round to vertical. The system reported that the deity called the snake that inhabits the world has given a gift, so that the snake's eyes are now transformed into the eyes of a viper. Next, a blue sign pops up that this type of eye will help you skillfully assess the area in order to think through further actions, and will also capture the main moments and sharpen your senses. Lee thought gloomily that if God was giving him advantages for no reason, he wanted to see what the guy was capable of. Opening his eyes and activating the ability, Lee strained them with all his might so that a network of capillaries appeared on the whites. The magical yellow sight was aimed at the front leg of the burgundy spider. Lee opened his mouth wide, and fiery energy streams began to fly in, and at this time the system notified that the skill of weak resistance to poison had been activated. While the streams continued to penetrate the protagonist's mouth, his body was enveloped in a bright glow, and the system that appeared reported that the accumulated fiery energy had destroyed the poison in the body. However, the fiery energy did not stop blazing around Lee as he looked forward with a satisfied smile. A blue sign that popped up said that a new achievement had been obtained, collecting 666 fireballs, for which a reward was given in the form of an increase in the fire characteristic. The main character began to accelerate, picking up speed with a malicious grin. Flying up to a burgundy cluster of creepy dead with glowing eyes, Lee, with a mad look, began to raise back his small blade, sparkling from a ray of light. The guy swung sharply with glowing snake eyes, and the sparkling blade left a bright streak in the air. After this blow, the rotting plague spider opened its terrible mouth, from which drops of blood sprayed out. Rising higher and looking back at the dead below, Lee concluded that a flammable binder would be needed to ignite the flames of the 8 trigrams. Cutting off the spider's limbs in one fell swoop as it flew into the air, the guy decided that poison would be best suited. Lee focused his gaze on his opponent, and an electric discharge began to emanate from his irises. Using his snake vision, he looked at the plague spider and came to the conclusion that its poison glands were the best of all poisons. Lee's eyes aimed a yellow sight at the part of the belly of the many-eyed monster where they are located. The main character confidently flew towards the plague spider, determining that the poisonous glands were located near the heart. When the guy struck, a bright flash appeared at them. Lowering himself onto the spider's belly, Lee, with a puzzled look, hurried to pull out the blade. He, covered with drops of sweat, anxiously looked at the enemy under him, concluding that his bite was strong. Lee cautiously walked carefully along the belly of the arthropod, surrounded by zombies, from whose mouths a green substance bubbled out. Suddenly, all the zombies threw back their heads, and green streams began to beat upward from their wide-open mouths. Lee, frowning and intently watching the flying liquid, tried to pull back and dodge. Running further and further with the blade from the oncoming green acid, the guy came to the conclusion that the level he had reached over the past 3 days was insufficient. He looked around and began to wonder, puzzled, what his first step would be. When he noticed a plague spider rushing towards him, Lee, without thinking twice, rushed to quickly run away from it with huge eyes. The system reported that the main character was leaving the battlefield. The action moves to a forest area, through which the out-of-breath and sweating Chan quickly moved. At one point he stopped, shocked to discover a field of zombie corpses, and a group of dead men was approaching him from behind. Chan bared his teeth in anger, thinking that this was Lee's doing, but soon brushed these thoughts aside. The iris in the guy's eyes narrowed greatly, and his gaze became motionless and concentrated. Jiang looked at the system board that appeared in front of him, which showed a dungeon ranking with points, according to which Lee was in first place. Seeing the high numbers of his main opponent, the guy became very desperate, twisting his mouth, becoming very nervous and sweating profusely. Next, a blue glowing sign appeared with text that conveyed a message from an unknown deity threatening the guy if he tarnished his name. Being in severe emotional shock and looking down, Chan began to bite his thumbnail in a panic. The system warned the guy that the deity was giving him one last chance. Biting his finger hard until it bled, Chan thought that something was wrong with the score, because an ordinary person cannot grow up so quickly, deciding to gain the attention of God in any way. After these words, a system tablet appeared in front of the dissatisfied Chan, which contained information that Lee was fighting a plague spider. After reading the message, the long-haired guy, in a fit of rage, clenched his teeth and ran to kill his opponent, while a crowd of people behind him were perplexed. On the battlefield, meanwhile, Lee was flying into a crevice in the ground right under the giant spider. The young man in the yellow jacket calmly looked at the message from the system that appeared in flight, which said that the plague spider was in an agitated state. Lee suddenly remembered how the girl he had saved ran up to him from behind, saying that, at his request, she had collected all the monsters within a radius of 300 meters. After asking about the preparation, she reported with shining eyes and a pleased look that everything had been checked and done, asking if she could help with anything else. Currently, Lai was already running on the ground, resolutely approaching the monster. Stopping a few meters from the spider, the guy watched as it fell, raising dust with its heavy body. A moment later, the arthropod was completely lying on the ground, surrounded by dusty streams. Moving his hand to the side, Lee watched what was happening with a satisfied smile and knitted eyebrows. Red symbols were burning in the earth's fissure, from which bright lightning emanated. The system reported that the explosion rune had been activated. The plague spider flew straight into the abyss, the walls of which were strewn with sparkling runic symbols. Immediately after the arthropod landed, a powerful explosion with fire thundered, from which Lee covered himself with his hand with a blade. While the spider with the corpses was covered in flames, the system reported that the snake deity entwining the world was laughing loudly at the terrifying trap set by the protagonist. After being notified of the activation of the penetration rune, white spikes grew in the pit. They immediately pierced through the carcass of the plague spider, leaving many holes in it. The arthropod opened its mouth as a network of electrical discharges covered its body. A blue sign popped up indicating that the snake deity was laughing at the trapped spider. While Lee was intently making his way along the rope through the protruding thorns, the system announced that a new achievement had been received for capturing the spider. Reading with squinting eyes, the guy insidiously declared that this was just the beginning. The spider, surrounded by fire and smoke, roared heart-rendingly while drops of blood fell from it. Its terrible mouth was also badly damaged and bleeding. With one of its many turquoise eyes, the spider spotted something above. He carefully watched as his opponent loomed over him, holding onto a stretched rope. Glancing at the spider with his glowing blue eyes, Lee curled his mouth into a malicious smile and noted that he was indeed the final boss. Suddenly, red energy struck the tightrope, cutting it in two. Lee, holding tightly to a piece of rope, diligently directed the magical attack of runes towards the enemy with his other hand. The plague spider roared heart-rendingly as powerful streams of red energy pierced its entire body. Having already been attacked twice and wounded, the gigantic arthropod rushed away from the enemy, while a red glow came out of its body. When Lee saw that the plague spider decided to escape, he resolutely rushed after him. Moving quickly with the help of a tight rope, the guy smiled and was already overtaking the enemy. After that, Lee jumped straight at the plague spider, and sharp thorns flew from all sides. Another powerful attack again pierced the arthropod's body, and the entire space was filled with bright beams and lightning. Chan at this time was already approaching the battlefield, and a detachment of people followed him in a hurry. The guy froze when a red glow appeared in front of him, and looked ahead worriedly. His eyes widened in horror and tensed so much that a network of capillaries served on the whites. Chan stood on the edge of the road, which ended in a cliff, and in the distance below he saw a defeated plague spider with lightning coming from it. When Chan noticed Lee resolutely flying towards the spider and raising his blade to strike, he firmly decided not to interfere so as not to die. The shaggy guy frowned with dissatisfaction, biting his thumb, and concluded that he needed to find the moment while they were both exhausted and veins popped out on his forehead from tension. Watching the concentrated Lee, Chan had to wait a little until he and the spider weakened. The shaggy guy continued to watch gloomily, biting his thumb. After that, a brilliant idea struck him, and his eyes became crazy and his mouth broke into a wide smile. Looking back slightly, he decided to simply pit the crowd of people behind him against his main opponent, because this way his chances would increase noticeably. The crowd behind stood with their mouths open in shock as Jiang contemplated his evil plan, remembering that Lee wanted to minimize casualties among the common people. The shaggy guy looked around the gathered people maliciously, deciding to take someone hostage to reduce the risk. Below, among the red energy vortexes, Chan noticed a running girl who seemed familiar to him. While she was running and was saying that Ajus she fought damn well, the guy was wondering if she really didn't die but was saved by Lee. Grinning his teeth gloatingly, Chan looked at the girl predatorily and decided that luck was on his side. At this time, Lee put his sword in front of him and covered his mouth with his other palm, pouncing on the enemy. He concentrated and calmly dissected the spider's body, consisting of gray corpses with red eyes. As he flew on, the zombies reached out to him and twisted their mouths, wanting to kill him. Landing on his belly, Lee performed a vertical strike, causing a red, bright light to ooze from the wound. The guy continued to deliver critical blows for the spider as indicated by the system's pop-up notifications, and the space around was filled with blinding light. As the arthropod's flesh circled around Lee, the blue sign announced that, thanks to a series of blows, the rotting plague spider's health had been brought to critical levels. After the system notified that the plague spider had been killed, its poisonous glands appeared in the air. Lee grabbed the green lump, tearing it away from the mucus. With his head slightly lowered, he triumphantly held the poisonous glands in his raised hand. The next moment, Lee bit the obtained green lump with one jerk, straining greatly. He swallowed the plague spider's venom glands harshly, throwing his head back and closing his eyes to make it easier to push them down his throat. After the glands were swallowed, the eyes widened greatly and the irises shrank, after which the system notified the new level. Lee fell to his knees, and the system again notified that he had gained a new level. The guy was sitting on his knees with his head thrown back, and poisonous green energy was coming out of his mouth, and the notification reported that he had reached the 20th level. While Lee continued to sit in this position with the carcass of the dead spider in the background, the blue sign said that he had cleared the 5th and final stage required to complete the task in the recovery dungeon. Against the backdrop of the forest, slightly hidden by a red haze, notifications appeared about the final points, where Lee scored almost 9 times more than possible. After this, many small notices began to pop up for Lee about the awarding of additional points by the Administrative Bureau, the interest of the gods in his person and their desire to take possession of him. Afterwards, the space above Lee began to break into pieces, and the system reported that the dungeon would soon close, and the snake deity mocked the other gods and fallen stars because they did not have time to show interest in the young man first. Hiding behind stone walls with ordinary people, Chan concluded with a malicious smile that Lee was now on him. With gloating, covered with drops of sweat, he noted that his opponent couldn't even stand up from exhaustion. With a wide smile, he gave the command to the squad, and the guys headed towards Lee. While he was shouting, ordering the running people to attack the guy sitting on his knees, he himself decided to get lost in the crowd. In the background of Lee with his head thrown back, a crevice began to form as the space of the dungeon disappeared in pieces. Chan watched in horror what was happening with his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open. He noticed that a malicious grin appeared on Lee's motionless face. Chan pulled back in bewilderment, not understanding whether his opponent was really laughing now. Lee rose to his feet, put his hands in his jacket pockets and leaned forward slightly, and a blue sign floated above him notifying those around him that an unknown sacred entity had burst out laughing at the upcoming fun. His laughter was very loud against the background of the disappearing dungeon. The crowd of people and their leader were horrified when they saw in the notifications received from the system that they had been lured into a trap. Opening his eyes wide in shock, Chan shouted what all this meant. Then Lee, who was facing him with an insidious look, looked at him with his glowing blue eyes and mockingly clarified what, in his opinion, this could mean. Baring his teeth maliciously and squinting, the main character said that his opponent had lost this battle. After these words, a crowd of people ran towards Lee with furious screams, wanting to kill him. He stood calmly, looking at people with contempt and holding his blade at the ready. Lee scowled at the crowd, deciding to attack them. He quickly rushed among the people, simultaneously striking them with a blade with a calm look. The wounded guys left behind him opened their mouths in pain and shouted furiously to block Lee. The system sent a notification that a new quest to get out of the trap has appeared. All the people, along with Chan, armed themselves, looked in horror at the approaching strong enemy, while the sign said that the sacred entity was watching the quest with interest. Suddenly, the guys standing right in front of the frightened Chan had their throats cut in one motion. Seeing this, the shaggy guy himself, with a mad cry, put out a dagger and rushed at Lee, wanting to kill him. The main character looked at the enemy with a cool squint, pointing his sword at him. After this, the blades of the two guys clashed, illuminating the space with the light of sparkling steel. Chan watched in fear as he lost in this fight. At one point, Lee almost managed to plunge the sword into his body, while the guy screamed heart-rendingly and pulled his hands back, unable to use the dagger. Then Lee pressed the handle harder, grinning contentedly with a predatory look. However, the frightened Chan managed to dodge in time, and a powerful attack hit a stone wall nearby. When stone fragments flew out of the rock under the pressure of Lee's magical energy, Chan squatted down and screamed in fear, trying to get away. A shaggy guy shouting to kill Lee made his way through the crowd while the main character followed him with a sword at the ready. So that the people around would not interfere, Lee cut their bodies in one fell swoop, which frightened others. Mad with fear, Chan shouted that the enemy was very strong, and it flashed through his thoughts that he needed great strength. Puck watched the altercation below, standing on the edge of the road among the rocks. He gloomily concluded that his fears had been justified and the gods had chosen Chan, although their target had originally been Lee. Chan swung his blade, killing his like-minded people asking to save them, and Park came to the conclusion that he was just a pawn in Lee's training. Suddenly Puck remembered the terrible picture with corpses when this happened to him. When Chan killed the cursed player Wu Chan, he received his life force under the contract, but at the same time a mark with an owl appeared on his hand. The system reported a failure when dark streaks began to emanate from the guy's hand. The dream was horrified, covered in drops of cold sweat. A concentrated, cool-blooded Lee approached him at full speed with his sword outstretched. He cast a frown at his opponent as he overtook him. After this, Lee launched a powerful energy attack, which Chan tried to shield himself from with his hands. Then the long-haired guy screamed heart-rendingly in pain, because a sword pierced his body and blood gushed from the wound. He cast a glance at his defeated enemy, full of predatory pleasure. With one sharp jerk, Lee managed to cut off Chan's hand, and she flew in the air with strong bloody splashes while the guy screamed. After this, Jian, who had received such a serious injury, collapsed to the ground while scarlet liquid continued to flow from his limb and his body was covered in lightning. Chan grabbed the shoulder of the severed hand and screamed loudly in pain, closing his eyes. Then he noticed a guy from the crowd who had fallen in front of him, watching in bewilderment as dark stripes stretched upward from his body. Chan was taken aback when this energy did not go to him, but began to move in a different direction. While Lee was surrounded by the life energy of the murdered man, the system notified that for an unknown reason it was being transferred to another person. Chan asked in bewilderment how Lee managed to pull this off. After thoughtfully pronouncing the enemy's name several times, Lee concluded that he had already heard it somewhere. After this, the main character proudly raised his head, remembering. Curling his mouth in pain, Chan asked if the enemy had finally recognized him. With his hand on his chin, Lee replied that nothing came to mind. After these words, Chan began to get angry, asking again what the enemy said. He yelled angrily, not understanding how Lee could not remember him, since he was the reason he was kicked out of the esports club. Then Lee suddenly remembered, looking at Chan with incomprehension. He then assumed a calm expression, declaring that he now remembered. A picture appeared before his eyes where he and Chan, dressed in identical suits, were communicating. Then in the corridor, Chan was in a strong state, and tears flowed from his eyes in streams. Lee, realizing that the guy who was ugly crying because he was kicked out of the club was young, headed towards him. The main character, coolly squinting at the guy, said that he was still disgusting. Hearing this, Chan clenched his teeth and tears welled up in his eyes. He screamed loudly that he had changed, noting the deity behind him and raising his blade to attack. While Lee looked at him with contempt, the system reported that the sacred entity was looking at the pathetic creature without interest. The protagonist's face remained calm, showing complete indifference. Seeing the notification, Chan realized with despair that everything was repeating itself, and tears flowed from his eyes. He realized with bitterness that he had once again become Lee's extra. While Lee coolly swung his sword, the system reported that the quest to get out of the trap had failed. Young screamed in hysterics as tears continued to flow from his eyes. He opened his eyes wide. Horrible memories flashed before Chan of how the winner of the competition was announced, and he stood behind the wall and watched the guys holding the cup. This champion's prize was then raised by his opponent Lee, and Chan was terribly jealous. The guy thought that if, in a fit of this feeling, he had not gone after Lee with a bat, he might not have gotten stuck in the goal. While Chan was pondering everything that was happening, the blade of a sword slashed across his neck. The system informed that a punishment would be assigned. Chan collapsed to the ground with a frozen expression on his face while Lee, who had turned away from him, stood near the chasm between the worlds. The notice stated that the penalty would be death. Chan swore in his head at Lee, who had his back to him, and the system reported that the damned player had died. Streams of violet aura emanated from the mouth of the defeated Chan. At that moment, the system announced that in accordance with the seal contract, the remaining life energy would be transferred to the owner. Mysterious energy continued to emanate from the body of the deceased Chan. Horrified, someone from the crowd screamed that Chan's body was spewing out a huge amount of energy when the system notified that its energy reserves were full. Lowering his hands, the main character began to absorb the energy leaving Chan's body. The system notified him that the absorption would take some time. Frightened, someone from the crowd screamed that Lee had completely swallowed her up. A magical seal appeared on the main character's neck. Powerful energy continued to emanate from the depths of the seal. Sitting down on a block of stone, the girl tried to find out what Lee was doing. In turn, the main character stated that he was making a knife from the monster's bone, saying that he improved her seal and now she is the owner, just like Jian. Looking at the drawn seal, Lee noted that if this energy were directed towards her, she would not be able to absorb it, adding that she might die. Drawing attention to the drawing visible nearby, the main character said that it was for this reason that he applied the transition rune, saying that thanks to it all the power would flow to him. Observing the seal, which was attracting powerful energy to itself, the system reported that the constellation the serpent encircling the world advised Lee to absorb the incoming energy more slowly, since it was very different from his. Scarlet energy was introduced into the seal that was on the protagonist's neck. At that moment, the system notified that the constellation the serpent encircling the world said that excessive greed will not lead to anything good, telling about its statement, which is that it is better to give up some of the energy if necessary. The system further reported the constellation's surprise at the serpent that encircles the world that Lai was capable of using seals of that level, noting that it praised him for the idea of using a low-level rune to transfer energy from the owner to him. Baring his teeth, deep in his thoughts, the protagonist spoke of feeling as if he had taken an elixir that had been infused for hundreds of years, saying that the quality left much to be desired. With his hands down, Lee heard a message from the system about the constellation, who admitted that watching the training was a lot of fun, offering his congratulations. Continuing his thoughts, the protagonist noted that he knew they were testing him, wondering who it was. The system reported that the unknown constellation was considering what reward should be given to it for the wonderful show it presented. Having announced the decision, the system notified that the reward would be announced in 5 seconds. Suddenly, energy began to emanate from the bodies of the stunned players. Raising his head, alert, Lee froze in one position. Staring into space, the main character is mired in his own thoughts. People screaming in incredible pain began asking for help. Standing behind a large stone, Puck thought that they were back to their old ways again. Horrified, in his thoughts, he noted that if they were not satisfied with the result of the main character, they would simply finish off every single one of them. There was a small drop of dried blood on Lee's face. Looking at the empty eyes of the main character, Puck thought that he had decided to take all their lives. Frightened, he continued to think and decided that there was no point in Lee refusing the gift of the gods, declaring that there was nothing to even think about. Raising his finger, Lee pressed the panel that appeared. His finger was located on the button where the refusal was written. The system reported that the countdown was interrupted. The system notified the protagonist that the unknown constellation was very puzzled by his decision, telling him about his words that he needed a large amount of energy, which it wanted to give him. Further, the system stated the statement of an unknown constellation, which was that human lives equals very useful material for creating magical energy. With a serious expression on his face, Lee said that he does not trust those who sit at the top and are afraid to even reveal their names. Further, the system reported that the unknown constellation tilted its head in confusion, adding that it belatedly noticed that their true names were hidden and chuckled slightly. Further, a message appeared on the flickering panel, indicating that an unknown constellation was revealing its name to the main character. The system reported that the constellation demon stalking the abyss is looking at the main character with a wicked smile. Horrified, Lee thought about Mephistopheles. Frowning in his thoughts, the main character noted that he had made a mistake. Then, the system narrates the question of the constellation demon stalking the abyss, which wonders if Lee knows him. Stating that he did not know him, the main character noted that he was simply surprised that his sacred name contained the word demon. An image of the name of the constellation appeared in the main character's head. Lowering his head, Mephistopheles, whose eyes were shrouded in blue rays, froze in one position. The main character said that among the demons, Mephistopheles was one of the most terrifying creatures, adding that he surpassed even Tiamat in status. Lee heard that they do not want to reveal their identities to the outside world because they prefer loneliness. Frightened in his thoughts, Lee wondered how someone like him could be here. After which, the system reported that the constellation demon stalking the abyss doubted that this was the only reason for his surprise, but also added that he did not care. The system stated that the constellation demon stalking the abyss wants Lai to finally announce the reason for his decision. From what he heard, the main character was shocked. The system notified him that the constellation-blessed season of the hunt was expressing displeasure towards the demon stalking the abyss, demanding that he stop bothering his property. Smirking in his thoughts, Lee noted that since nothing had been heard from her, it seemed to him that she had already left, reporting that she was now butting heads with a demon that even her mother would be afraid of. Raising his head, the main character heard a message from the system, which was that the dungeon would soon close, asking him to beware of sudden shocks. Turning around, Lee heard someone screaming. His gaze fell on the girl, who was being chased by unknown entities. The system stated that the capture rune had successfully attracted the target's attention. With a worried expression on her face, the girl wondered how she would find Lee later. Raising his hand, the main character formed an object in his hand. Then he tossed it to the girl. Pointing his finger forward, Lee said that if she followed the address written on the handle of this knife, she would be able to completely remove the seal. With a serious expression on his face, he stated that this kind of thing was not in his power, noting that maybe they would meet again someday. Having lowered his hands, the main character asked the girl to be careful at the moment when she asked him to wait. Putting her hand to her face, she tried to hide from the powerful flash of light. The system reported the complete destruction of the dungeon. Further, she noted that all participants did a great job. Opening her eyes, the girl heard someone's voice trying to find out if there were survivors. Surprised, the girl heard that it was not a flash. Finding herself in the middle of a busy street, she heard someone wondering if they had really managed to clear the dungeon with only one player. Turning to the taken-aback girl, someone tried to find out if she was okay. Her gaze was focused on her parents, who were running towards her. With tears in their eyes, they began to hug the girl. In her thoughts, she noted that she was able to survive. Averting her gaze, she wondered where the main character was. Breaking free from her parents' embrace, she began searching for him. Her gaze fell on the man, tears flowing from his eyes, thinking that Lee was not here. Looking at the people standing nearby, the girl noticed that the main character was not there either. Clutching a knife in her hand, she addressed the main character by name. Sitting down on an iron pipe, Lee began to watch the moon, which was located in the vastness of the night sky. Raising his head, the main character heard the constellation the serpent caught in the world say that he prefers a more energetic lifestyle, adding that peacefully watching the night sky is also a good idea. Then, the system reported the constellation demon chasing the abyss, which is still waiting for the protagonist's response. Smiling in his thoughts, Lee noted that even if this outcome did not meet his expectations. Watching the city at night, Lee thought that he was able to return home. After taking a step, the protagonist heard a notification from the system, which was that the divine being, Hunting Time, was expressing extreme hostility towards the deities who were interested in him. Walking next to the highway, where there were many cars, the system told the main character that the divine being, the snake entwining the whole world, was laughing, licking his tongue. Putting his hands in his pockets, Lee froze in one position. The system notified him that the divine being, the great devil, who was chasing the abyss, ignored hostility and was waiting for his response. While walking around the city, Lee heard a message from the system where the divine being Hunting Time asks him to listen to it. The rising sun gradually enveloped the expanses of the city. The system reported that the divine being Great Devil who chases the abyss was waiting for his response. Smirking, Lee thought that he would succeed if he attracted the interest of 2 or 3 divine beings. Noting that due to the fact that he had completed his training quite well, many of them became interested, believing that this was the first time this had happened. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character thought about when all the gods and stars were attracted. Further, the system notified him of the appearance of a scenario quest, choosing the god of protection. Lee lowered his head and was lost in his own thoughts. The system informed him about choosing a defense star, telling him that players could choose the gods of defense that would grant them their blessings and powers, adding that he needed to choose carefully among their offerings and choose a god that would stay with him until the end. Afterwards, the system stated that Hunting Time states that it would be the best choice since the main character has excellent hunting skills and dagger skills, noting that the divine being promised him the role of first arrow. The reflections of the breaking sun could be seen under the iron bridge. The system revealed that the snake encircling the whole world suggests that it is better suited for him because of his character, as it is cunning and seeks power, saying that the divine being promised him the role of wise enlightened one. Looking into space, Lee continued on his way. The system reported that the great devil who is chasing the abyss was quietly waiting for his response, adding that a divine being had promised him the role of last observer. Wary, the main character thought that the most useful of all these would be Pablisag, Jormungand, and Mephistopheles. Walking leisurely through the city and continuing to think, Lee noted that the others were useless, saying that they were no match for these 3. The system stated that 4 minutes had passed. With a serious expression on his face, the main character thought that this was not so, singling out only one. Staring into space, Lee lowered his head as the system revealed that the divine being, the twilight-piercing owl, was deeply interested in him. Wary, Lee thought of Minerva, revealing that she was the true owner of the seal that Mephisto was said to have owned. An image of a girl appeared in his head, in whose hands a magic spear could be seen. The main character was amazed that God, who always fights for justice, was interested in him. With a serious expression on his face, in his thoughts, Lee considered that he had captured her attention when he overcame the temptation of the seal and saved the others, adding that thanks to this, the scales that had tipped towards evil found balance. Then, the righteousness statistics appeared on the panel. As the protagonist continued on his way, the system notified him that many divine beings were awaiting his response. Further, the system said that when Lai does not have a defense star, he does not receive any blessings or powers, which will automatically make him weaker compared to players of the same level, adding that it is better for him to make a choice as quickly as possible. Stopping, Lee heard the system announce that his time was up. Raising his head, the main character froze in one position. The system reported that he currently does not have a defense star. Lee's hands were located on the hood of his sweater when the system notified him of a new achievement, a charming man who refused all the offers of the gods. Turning his attention to the skyscraper, Lee thought that it was heavier than when he was in the dungeon. The system told him about an unknown number of gods who were interested in him, stating that they were angry and sick of his endless greed, saying that his fame had increased and his achievements were now valued at 100,000 karma points. The glare of the rising sun could be seen on the windows of the building. This story takes us to the WPCFF, the World Players' Council for Freedom. Further, we are shown fragments of events that occurred during the plot. Better known as the Association, an organization under the Unsecurity Management Bureau, made for efficient management of dungeons and gates that suddenly appeared decades ago, which radically changed the ecosystem of the Earth. An indignant voice was heard inside the skyscraper, wondering what was going on. They have enormous power such as transnational status as well as investigative powers. Of course, this applies to the authorities running the association. Turning around, the guy wondered what the woman thought it was. With a worried expression on his face, he stated that it was the work of the cursed princess setting them up. A message was visible on the screen that talked about the Jamsil breakthrough, which had been in the spotlight for the past 5 days, which ended with closure. Further, the system reported that association staff said it was an issue that arose while they were taking extreme precautions, adding that it was not a big problem. Further, the system questioned whether it was okay to leave the dungeon breaks as they were, noting that the excerpt stated that the association's excessive display of power had increased the anxiety of the situation. Slamming her fist on the table, the woman stated that she had suffered for 5 days as the person in charge. Indignant, she said she had evacuated residents and created a line of defense with the police and army, and finished preparing to support other countries in emergencies, grabbing leaders by the collars, wondering if this was what she was getting. With a serious expression on his face, the guy asked her to look at the very bottom part. The monitor showed a man in a veil L. Putting her hand to her head, Chea wondered how the guy thought, where it leaked from. At that moment, he stated that smoking was not allowed in the premises. Clenching her hand into a fist, Chea tried to find out if he wanted to punch him in the face. With her hands folded, she reported and told the guy to carefully block all contacts from the outside. In turn, the guy noted that it is not as simple as it sounds, adding that she does not know this. Leaning on his arm, the guy said that fortunately, the press only sees this as a headline, noting that they don't pay attention to the L because a newcomer just came, closed the 2-star dungeon and disappeared without a trace, asking who would believe it. With a cigarette in her mouth, Chea wondered if a civilian could be a demon. Wary, she stated that she needed to contact him before the clans, considering it unimportant that no matter how hard they searched, they could not find him. Looking at the stunned Chea, the guy screamed out what they found where. Spitting the cigarette out of her mouth, she tried to find out where he was. Seeing Chea surprised, the guy said that he was at home. Lowering her hands, Chea asked him to repeat. Afterwards, he said that he was at home. Taking off his shoes, the main character announced that he had returned. Food was slowly heating up on the kitchen stove. Turning around, the girl tried to find out if Lee had eaten. In turn, the main character said that this was not so, thinking about the wonderful smell. The girl was shocked by what she saw. Looking at Lee, who had a hood on his head, she wondered what kind of terrible look he had. Raising his head in thought, the protagonist noted that for the first time in 100 years he smelled Jiggy's kimchi, stating that his consciousness was fading due to this aroma. At his foot was a small dog who was barking happily. Taking the dog in his arms, Lee asked it to stop, saying that he was glad to see him too. Lowering her head, the girl announced that Jige was ready. Looking at the main character, whose face was being licked by a dog, she asked him to take a bath, saying that she would set the table at that time. Patting the dog on the head, continuing to think, Lee said that he was finally home. There are many different dishes on the table. Lee's father, sister, and brother sit silently at the table. They look unhappy. Lee has a dull look in his eyes and thinks about how she was the reason he avoided getting stuck. Brother Lee gets up from the table and, bowing, announces that he is about to leave. Sister Lee does the same. Lee looks away and thinks that since his dad's family owned some sort of conglomerate, his dad inherited a big hospital. It sounds like his mother's family, in turn, consists of famous scientists who work either in the legal industry or as diplomats. As brother and sister Lee turn their backs and prepare to leave, their mother watches them from behind and wonders if they will be home late again today. Brother Lee reveals that he will be having surgery tonight, so he might be a little late. Lee's thoughts are heard again. This time they are about how, following in the footsteps of their father, his older brother went to study to become a doctor, and his older sister studied music and won a large number of awards in music competitions. Brother and sister Lee are visible in the doorway, and the girl, with her head down, warns her mother that she is not sure if she can return early today because she has a concert in one village. Lee's thoughts appear again. He believes that compared to his brother and sister, he, who has strived for victories since childhood and was obsessed with games, has always been perceived as an outsider. Lee looks down and thinks that the youngest of them comes back a few days later and looks like a homeless person. He wonders why they aren't the least bit excited then. Lee stuffs his mouth with food while his dog happily wags his tail and assumes that his family only wants to make good memories, and that's why he doesn't feel anything in this house. He wonders if the stew his mother cooked always tasted so good. Father Lee's hand is seen suddenly placing his chopsticks on the table, hitting them as he does so. He asks, addressing his son in a rude manner, how long he is going to remain silent. Lee sits at the table with a dissatisfied expression on his face and does not fully understand what his father wants from him. Lee's mother seems extremely worried. She turns to her husband, to which he angrily tells her to be silent. Lee's father, raising the corners of his eyebrows, asks his son if he knew that his mother fainted when the Jamsil gate opened. It turns out that people were looking for Lee, saying that he might have been carried into the gate. Lee has an emotionless expression on his face as he listens to his father say that, worried that he was in the emergency room. His older brother called all the hospitals in Seoul, and his older sister helped his mother look everywhere for him and was unable to go to get him. Border. Lee's annoyed father has already closed his eyes and will continue to claim that, looking like a homeless person, Lee shows up a couple of days later and just eats in silence. His son shows no emotion, and his father wonders how he is still able to eat. Lee sits with his head down as his father holds out his index finger and exclaims that even animals don't act like that. He declares that if Lee is going to continue living like this, let him get out of the house. He rudely asks him to stop creating problems for his mother, brother, and sister. Lee's mother looks worried and asks her husband to stop saying such things. She suggests that their son is most likely acting this way because he is ashamed of what happened. She asks Chan Sung to say something, assuring him that his father is very worried about him. Lee's father's hand grabbed his briefcase. He walks away, saying he went to work. There are tears in his eyes, and the voice of Lee's mother is heard calling him. Lee looks at his departing father impassively. The front door slams shut. Lee sits with his eyes downcast. His mother, closing her eyes, says that his father says whatever comes into his head when he is angry, and hopes that her son understands this too. She asks him not to take his behavior to heart. Still looking down, Lee answers his mother in the affirmative. Now he is already looking away somewhere. His mother looks down, and he thinks that he didn't even notice all these wrinkles on her face. There's not even a hint of a smile on Lee's face, and he notices that he's been extremely careless. A picture appears of Lee sitting at his computer, surrounded by bottles of alcohol, and his family standing somewhere in the doorway of his room. He thinks that he was just waiting for his family to start worrying about him, but he didn't allow the thought of approaching them himself. The dishes on the kitchen table are seen again, and the voice of Lee's mother is heard, telling him to go rest in his room. In response to this, he only apologizes. His mother was embarrassed by this and clarified what he had just said. He sits with his head down and repeats his apologies, assuring his mother that he will be more careful in future. Lee gloomily opens the door to his room, filled with many alcohol bottles and various garbage. He goes to the trash can and starts clearing the room of trash, wondering how he lived in such a dirty room, like some kind of pig. He comes to the conclusion that this is really serious. The man looks away and looks at something. It turns out that all this time his dog was sitting, looking at him, wagging its tail contentedly. Lee looks lovingly at his dog while he is in special pleasure, and wonders how he can unravel this tangle. A multi-story building is shown, and Lee's voice is heard, announcing that they need to start with cleaning. A road is depicted along which many different cars are driving. A yellow fast car opens up and a voice is heard asking if this car is a new model, of which there are only 100 in their country. The voice asks how the man behind the wheel got it. The passenger is clearly in a state of shock and asks where Cha gets the money for such a car with their salary, to which the decisive Cha replies that she works a lot under a contract. A passenger can be heard wondering if this is illegal. Cha holds a cigarette with his lips and looks up in thought. She wants to see what Elle looks like as soon as possible. Lee lies on the double bed in his now clean room and is relieved that he can finally lie down and rest. He closes his eyes as notifications come from the system that the deity Time of the Hunt is interested in what he is going to do next, and reaches out to him, saying that she will be able to help him improve his hunter techniques. Then he reports that the deity of the snake entwining the world tells him that rest is also important. Lee just asks a question about what interests them in this. He remembers the moments when his brother and sister left, when his father's eyes glistened with tears, and when he finally noticed the wrinkles of his mother, who closed her eyes. He lies looking at the ceiling. Lee suddenly jumps up while his dog is in shock and firmly states that he needs to show his family that he has changed. He wants to prove to them that he no longer abuses alcohol, that he is not solely dependent on others, that he is an adult capable of doing what he should. His gaze expresses concentration, and he thinks that if he becomes a player, he is sure that his family will gradually open up to him. He lay down on his bed again, starting to pet his happy dog, and comes to the conclusion that this start is even better than he expected. He assumes that he will be able to start the second plan sooner than he thought. Lee squinted his eyes slyly and wondered if the same ruler of the abyss would be here. I remember the picture with Thanatos sitting on the throne and Lee, who asks him who he must deal with first. A smile blooms on Thanatos' face, and he says that this is obvious and he will need to deal with the ruler living in his world. Lee furrows his eyebrows, clarifying who it is. Thanatos looks at the man slyly and says that he and that ruler are quite familiar. The voice of the ruler of the underworld sounds, announcing the name of that very ruler, the tiger who fell into the trap of deprivation. Lee's blood rushed to his veins from an excess of feelings. He lies on the bed with a terrifying expression on his face, which even quite scared his dog. Once again, a picture of the divine court appears, and Lee's thought is heard that the named ruler is one of his sworn enemies who was at the divine court. A bearded man is seen smiling, clearly pleased with something. At this time, Lee thinks that he still clearly remembers how that ruler laughed heartily in front of him. The image of the tiger deity is imagined, standing in front of a huge crowd of people, and Lie's conclusions are heard, according to which it will not be easy to get to the ruler, because he is unusually cunning. It turns out that he is cruel, like a tiger, catches everything on the fly, and also has many subordinates. A phone screen with an image of a white tiger is shown, on which there is a message about recruitment to the White Tiger clan. It gets closer, and Lee mentally repeats the name of this clan. Once again, I remember the picture of the road, against which a shining sky can be seen. It is speculated that as the gates began to open, a large number of gods and stars began to appear on Earth, and as a result of this, groups appeared that received blessings and baptisms. It turns out that this is the meaning of the clan. The emblem of the White Tiger clan is depicted large, and information is heard that the ruler of the abyss is the patron of this very clan. The voice states that this ruler is bad with names, simply because he is a white tiger, he called his followers white tigers. Lee lies looking at his phone and reads that this is a huge clan that ranks number 1 in Korea. He concludes that they are truly huge. The clan recruitment message is shown again, and Lee reflects that now he does not have the strength to start a war. He looks resolutely at the ceiling while his dog dozes nearby, and decides that he will start by slowly cutting off a piece of the very bottom so that the ruler does not notice. He understands that he needs to finish all the preparations in a month at all costs. A multi-story building is shown. A voice sounds, wondering where Lee went. The man's response is heard saying that he is going to a park near the Han River. He says that he will be back soon and asks his mother not to worry. A forested landscape is visible, and Lee wonders if this is the place, noticing that it is quite far away. Lee stands with his hands in his pockets as the car he arrived in drives away. Lee's back is turned. His foot pushes off the ground. Lee looks as serious as possible and thinks he shouldn't be interrupted while he's doing his job, no matter what. He does not want to be distracted by either people or animals, because even the slightest miscalculation cannot be allowed. Already ready to run, Lee is near the toilet. He suddenly stops, looking down, and thinks that he has eaten too much stew after being hungry. He notices that his stomach doesn't feel good. A yellow magic ball appears from Lee's palm and he contemplates fixing everything like he did in the dungeon. He looks down and remains silent. Lee heads towards the toilet and decides to do it like normal people. He expects his body to be in shock since he hasn't used the toilet in so long. The toilet door slammed shut. Lee had already left there and noticed how refreshing it was. He decides that he can now continue. With a determined look, he begins to run again. The dense green forest is visible again. Lee stopped once again and decided that this was enough. A sword with dragon scales appears in his hand and he swings it. Magic signs appear on the trees after he swings his sword. Suddenly, a blue magic field formed, and the system reported that Lee had used the stealth rune. This field becomes dimmer. Having taken off his clothes, Lee squatted down and said that he needed to save the clothes because he would later return in them. He stands with his arms outstretched and asks to open his inventory. The system notifies you when the content is displayed. Lee thumbs through the inventory. He imagines a bone spear carved from the ribs of a Bengal mountain goat, a small shield from the skull of a fire salamander. The system continues to report the contents of the inventory, which also contains a poisonous fang of a bloody mamba, burnt claws of a Bengal tiger. Lee continues to scroll through the list of available items, surrounding himself with blue magic. He also has the icy poisonous beak of an ice kite, the sting of an underground scorpion. When the system reports that Lee has the venom glands of a plague spider, he begins to absorb them and his eyes turn completely white. He raises these poisonous glands, holding them in his hand as magic rages around him. Lee looks up, remembers the picture of him standing in front of several people in red robes, and thinks that there is nothing better than using poison as an arsonist to light a large fire. One can hear the thought of pure fiery energy accumulated in Lee's body. It turns out that fire is mostly known for repelling poison. A man with long white hair appears. Lee's voice is heard saying that fire also destroys evil, as it is a purifying fire that specializes in purification. A man in a red robe releases fire from his hands and says that once foreign substances trying to harm the body are found, they will inevitably be burned to ashes. It turns out that the stronger these substances, the stronger the fire will be. Lee stands against the cosmic background with a serious expression on his face, saying that only then will the fire become the fire of the 8 trigrams urn. The long-haired man reappears, his blue eyes sparkling. He says that when the fire of the 8 trigrams urn ignites, all foreign substances and accumulated waste will be burned and purified. He reports that there is no better way to cleanse the body than this. Lee's thought sounds, in which he decides to start with the heart, since he has enough fire. He arches as he is struck by the venom from the glands of the plague spider. Lee looks searchingly, and the system notifies that the poisonous fang of the bloody mamba has entered his heart. It turned out that the poison began to spread quickly. Lee screams in pain, and the system warns that low-level poison resistance has been activated, but the effects are not enough. Receive a notification that Lee urgently needs to get rid of the poisonous fang of the bloody mamba and begin detoxification. Again, a message from the system that Lee had completely absorbed the bloody mamba's poisonous fang and opened the hidden part. He holds on with all his might, clenching his jaw, while the system says that he has acquired the snake venom gene and can now produce a little bloody mamba venom. He also earned 50,000 karma points. A message from the system sounds that Lee is in critical condition. He opens his eyes wide in terrible pain when it turns out that the burnt claws of the Bengal tiger have penetrated his liver and intestines. The system states that the deity Time of the Hunt is worried and wants to know what he is doing. She asks if Lee has any items that will help him in this situation. The system notifies that the deity snake entwining the world exclaimed in surprise after the man opened the hidden part. It added that it definitely has some advantages and is watching with interest what happens next. And the deity Great Devil, chasing a star, turns out to be waiting for Lee's answer. Drops of sweat are dripping from the man, and the system continues to say that the deity Owl, piercing the dim light, is rooting for him. Lee is already turning completely green from the poison, and the sting of an underground scorpion penetrates his spleen. He is already on the very threshold of death. Lee squeezes the blood out of the plague spider's venom glands when the system reports that they have already entered his lungs and he has reopened the hidden part. He's turned more than half green, and the system says all 5 of his major internal organs have been filled with poison. There is a new report that 5 different poisons are in conflict with each other. Lee's face is completely affected by the poison, and his poison status begins to greatly increase. He stands with his mouth wide open and thinks that he needs to hold out a little longer. The system finally reports that low-level poison resistance has been activated, but it is ineffective. Something shines in Lee's throat, and he thinks that it is not time to turn back, and the system urgently warns that he urgently needs treatment, otherwise he will die. She assures him that immediate detoxification is necessary and that if the poisoning continues, his body will suffer irreversible damage. Lee's mouth is already on fire as his body becomes paralyzed. The system reports that the mana goes into the fire dormant inside him. The fire begins to spread. Lee stands, already breathing this fire. The crust covering the man's skin cracks, and it turns out that the fire has awakened. He himself was already covered in fire when the fire began to rage. The system notifies that he has opened the hidden part. The fire has filled the entire area, it is burning more and more. Lee's hand emerges from the flames, and the system congratulates him for successfully igniting the legendary ancient sacred fire that he had forgotten about, the 8 trigrams urn fire. She says that now a man can use the ability of the fire urn of the 8 trigrams. Lee is starting to recover. He begins to regenerate. All poisons have been purified. He got rid of foreign substances. All energy and blood are also cleansed. As Lee returns to his human form, the system reports that all of his meridian pathways have been cleared, including his veins. His organs of magical power begin to recover. It turns out that he acquired the magical power of the brazier and mastered the attribute of fire. He also mastered the poison attribute. Lee smiles broadly, and the system reports that the Phoenix Rising from the Ashes achievement has been completed. He is happy that he has finally gained immunity to 10 poisons. He clicks on the blue circle, saying to open the system window. The system shows his profile and acquired effects. Lee smiles decisively and decides that now he needs to get a weapon. Once again, a multi-story building is shown, and the question is asked whether Lee Chan's son lives here. Then another voice against the same background answers, asking to pass. Cha seems to be somewhat surprised and dissatisfied, and the remark is made to her that the association really lives up to its name because it is very slow. A man with a mustache was sitting at a small table. He said that after all, they arrived faster than he thought, and they had not seen each other for a long time. At this time, Cha, clenching her fists, scrolls through questions in her head. There is a man with a small tail standing. It turns out that this is Woo Young-jun, the head of the personnel department of the Sword of Wisdom clan, Aka Black Shamshire. Smiling, the mustachioed man says this is why iron rice bowls are not good. But he is the second leader of the raid group of the White Tiger, Saber-Toothed Tiger, Sojong-kwan clan. Cha frowns and remarks that she was too careless. A street with many people is depicted. This is the Sungsu area, Shoemaker's Lane. Cheese comes out of the food. Lee stands with a bag of these delicious sticks and comes to the conclusion that filling himself with magical power is in no way comparable to filling himself with food. He has a thoughtful look and thinks about what he heard that the god's light trade is the king of weapons. The picture appears again with Thanatos on the throne, who says that in this case, Lee will need a large selection of weapons when he returns, then he will need a blacksmith to satisfy his needs. Frowning, Lee wonders if such a person exists. Smiling slyly, Thanatos answers in the affirmative. Lee looks ahead and the man behind him tells him to come here and take a look if he needs anything. Liu Yezi's words flash through his mind. He stands in front of a broken sign and hears the phrase that this place has been closed for more than 5 years. Lee looked at the thick iron chains and lock. It had been over 5 years since they had been locked, causing scratches and rust to appear on some areas of the metal. Lee stood in front of the garage door, examining it carefully. Lee bent down and brought his head closer to the gate, trying to smell the smell. The chains and lock reflected the sunlight brightly, and Lee smelled the sacred flame in them, which meant that a good brazier was used. The system notified the deity during the hunt, who began to become interested, according to her, the smell of good steel emanating from inside. Lee looked again at the lock and chains lying on the ground. He realized that they were definitely using a brazier inside. Instantly the chains broke and flew into pieces. Lee lifted the garage door with one hand, opening his way into a garage filled with various weapons. While the system notified Lee about the deity during the hunt, which responded well to the fragrant smell of metal, Lee himself was examining the weapon in the garage. The system notified the deity the time of the hunt, which said that this was wonderful, and there was no place on earth more worthy of being called paradise than this. At that time, Lee walked past shutters with many weapons attached to them. The system notified the deity the time of the hunt, who looked at the good quality of the weapon and wrinkled her nose. Lee stopped and looked at one weapon in front of him, at which time the system again notified him of the deity the time of the hunt, which screamed in amazement. Lee looked at the rusted and beginning to decompose sword. The system notified the deity the time of the hunt, which criticized him for the fact that Lee was looking at this strange weapon instead of other good quality weapons. Lee picked up the rusty blade and began to examine it carefully. The system notified the deity the time of the hunt, which asked him to quickly throw away this strange sword and go look at another weapon. But Lee did not pay any attention to this and continued to examine the sword in his hand. A sudden call from behind him made Lee turn his head and look back. Behind Lee stood a man with long hair and a dog on a leash. Lee carefully examined the figures of the man behind him. A tan man with long dark hair stood behind Lee, wearing special glasses, which indicated that he was blind. At that time, So handed the guests a plate of sliced apples. So looked at the guests as she held out the fruits and offered them to the guests. Young's face turned red from Seo's grace. His false mustache was lopsided and almost fell out because of his stupid grin. Unlike him, Wu Ying standing behind him was calm. But Chea and her assistant also opened their eyes wide, and their faces turned red. They were amazed by the grace and beauty of Mother Lai. But Chea immediately became serious after hearing the irony of Young, who said that it seems that the recruits are now like gold. Young straightened his false mustache and asked with a smile on his face whether there was any point in having such important people, from squad leaders to department heads, come. Chea sat opposite Young, thinking about the strangeness of such important individuals coming to recruit a newcomer. But she still smiled and answered Young's question by saying that if it was about a super rookie, then even they would not be ashamed to come. Chea recalled how Young stood in the square in front of the members of the squad. All of them were dressed in a kimono with the symbol of the White Tiger clan. Young was the brightest and most famous person of the White Tiger clan, which was the strongest in Korea. Young was the leader of the Seo Young Kwon squad. He wore Invoice's mustache, because I thought that all strong warriors wear mustaches. Wu Yun, standing next to Young and holding a notebook in his hand, was dressed in dark robes, a black sweater over which was wearing a dark gray cloak. He was the head of Cotters of the Five-Star Sword Clan, which began as a branch of a large corporation, a five-star group that quickly grew into a huge clan. This time one of the survivors at the gate was Uncle Wooen. Chea frowned as she looked at the people opposite her. She couldn't understand why such important people had come for an ordinary super rookie. Could it be that Lai was not so simple? Chea bit her lower lip. Looking at Young and Wu Yon, she understood that Li was only one person. She was sure that the others would be convinced that others would not be able to recruit him if they themselves did not succeed. Chea, who was sitting opposite Young, folded her hands in her lap and asked him what brought such a busy man here. Young grinned and answered Chea by saying that if he didn't do this, then people would think that he was just a freeloader. Chea and Young stood up sharply, slamming their hands on the table. They approached each other with some tension, looking at each other. Lightning seemed to sparkle between their gazes until Young asked if Chea would stop him from recruiting a newcomer. But Chea was not afraid of Young and reminded him that it was they who first began to interfere with them by stealing their secrets. Chea and Young clenched their teeth, their faces incredibly close to each other. The spark of enmity between them turned into ball lightning. While Young asked if Chea was abusing her power, but Chea answered him by saying that it was Young who was interfering with the government. Sitting on the sidelines and observing their actions, she decided to ask if they both had come to recruit her son. Chea and Young turned around instantly, nervously agreeing to Sio's question. So sat with her hands folded in her lap and did not express the slightest emotion on her face while listening to the proposals from the three people. So closed her eyes, saying that she heard them. When So opened her eyes, she looked at the people in front of her and said that the issue of joining the clan would be decided by her youngest son himself. So she didn't think they should talk to her, but So wanted to ask something from the representatives of different groups. Young and Chea looked at So, puzzled. Looking at Young and Chai, she asked if she could find out in more detail what happened to her son in the Jamsil dungeon when he ended up there for 5 days. The sign above the garage was cracked and almost broken in the middle. It had already tilted for a long time and it only needed a small push to fall. Lee sat inside the garage in a chair to the side of a tan man who asked him if he wanted to make a weapon. Lee answered his question positively. The man grinned, his thick and long hair almost completely covering his forehead. He called Lee funny and asked if he really wanted to ask him to make a weapon, even when he saw the state he was in now, and where did such trust come from. The system notified the deity, the time of the hunt, who nodded furiously, saying that the words of the blind man were true. The system notification sounded again, notifying about the deity, the time of the hunt, which said that, most likely, all these excellent weapons were not made by this blind man. Lee did not pay attention to this and looked at his interlocutor with a calm face while another notification came, systems announcing the deity. A snake coiled around the world, who said that the deity, hunting time, was noisy as hell and asked her to just shut up and watch. The man got up and walked to the door leading his dog. He said that if Lee came here to laugh at him, then enough, because this forge has been closed for a long time. Lee smiled faintly as he watched the man leave, asking if the friar was running right now. Lee looked at the man's hand, clutching a red leash, and pointed out the calluses on his hands, calling them new. The blind man turned around abruptly and asked what kind of nonsense Lee was talking about. Lee leaned down to look at the emaciated and trembling dog before telling the man that he was having financial difficulties, so at the very least he shouldn't let his friend turned eyes go hungry. The blind man stopped without saying anything. Lee, seeing the man stop, said that he will give him 10 million won for each request when he finishes everything. He will receive another 50 million won on top regardless of the quality, but if the quality exceeds all expectations, Lee will give him a decent bonus. Lee saw the man bow his head and stand still, so he sat in the chair and asked the man his account number. Soon, the blind man's phone received a notification about a 10 million won recharge. The blind man picked up the phone and turned on the player to make sure. The blind man bowed his head a little, saying that he needed a little more. Lee, who was looking at the man, did not immediately understand his words. The man stood holding his dog's leash and said that he needed another 5 million won because he needed to pay the rent he owed. Lee grinned after hearing his words. He picked up his phone and transferred the money to him. Soon, a message about a 5 million won account recharge arrived on the blind man's phone. The man turned to Lee and asked him what he wanted from him. But Lai's word cut the man off. He turned to him, completely not understanding Lai's words. Lee at this time looked at the man, saying that he would make him a promise. Lee spread his arms and crossed his legs and told the man that he would only work for him when he took his money, so he should call him boss. The blind man sat in a chair opposite Lee and began to list the things that Lee asked him to do. These were tools such as a 5-meter whip, a long gathering spear, 5 large axes and 1 small hand, 4 swords of different types and a shield. When the man finished list and told him to make another bow and some arrows, also in the future he was going to ask him to make armor. Lee took out his phone and immediately transferred 100 million won to the man as soon as he heard that he said that he could not make so many weapons by transferring the money. Lee said that this money was for materials and if he needed more he could speak freely. Lee also asked not to say that he cannot do something, because according to the contract he will have to pay 3 times more than what he received if he violates it. The man became enraged, startled, and screamed, calling Lee crazy. Lee tilted his head a little to the side, saying that he often hears such words. The blind man, looking at Lee, asked why he trusted him to do this. This was the first time they met. Lee closed his eyes, saying that this was indeed the first time they had met. Moreover, he was a nobody and had the disadvantage of blindness. Lee opened his eyes and looked at the man, saying that the one who takes orders does not need to ask questions of the one who orders, so he must make these items, and whether to pay the money. This is what a good contract looked like. The blind man raised his head in agreement with Lee, but still decided to express his dissatisfaction with the small amount of time because he had not worked with iron for a long time, so he needed to get used to it again, and everything that Lee asked to do was quite difficult. It would take him time to figure out how to do all this. A bead of sweat ran down the man's face as he decided to report a problem. Lee looked at the man with some irritation on his face. The blind man imagined his old hammer enveloped in flames, saying that he needed a special hammer to work with his brazier, and it was precisely the hammer he did not have. Lee, without expressing any emotion on his face, asked the man if someone had stolen his hammer. The man clenched his teeth as he began to tell how his older brother, his father's former student, after his father died, his brother joined the big clan and stole the hammer his father used. Lee, who was sitting opposite the man, asked where his brother had joined. The blacksmith's hair seemed to flutter when he named the Hyof Guild. Lee frowned upon hearing his answer. He asked the blacksmith about this guild. The blacksmith opened his mouth wide in shock and began to explain that Hyof was one of the top 10 clans. Lee stood up from his chair, saying that he would get the hammer for him, and then asked about the location of the guild. The blacksmith was shocked. He shuddered and opened his mouth wide. He wanted to warn Lee, because this was an extremely dangerous place. Lee looked at the blacksmith, his pupils glowing for a brief moment as he said that the danger was not important, because he just needed to take care of everyone there so that not a single piece of evidence was left behind. The blacksmith became nervous, beads of sweat rolling down his face, his mouth wide open as he felt Lee's energy pulling him in. Lee straightened up. He stood looking straight at the blacksmith, who didn't know why, but he felt that Lee could do it. The blacksmith stood opposite Lee, saying that his hammer was in the tomb of Seoul, Jinryanggu, on Mount Manhwa. The events take place in Seoul, Jinryanggu, near Mount Manhwa. The lookouts at the top of the mountain were made of stone, and each room had one window. Lee landed on the roof of one of the observation rooms. Sitting on the roof, Lee looked at the entrance to the tomb, from which people were leaving and entering. Hyof could only recruit Kim for one reason. Lee understood this. Lee looked at the entrance to the tomb. Many people wanted to open the tomb and secretly clear out the dungeon, which is what the tomb actually was, which is why Kim was recruited. 4 clan members stood at the stairs leading to the tomb. They held machine guns in their hands. They were posted today as guards. Lee realized that Kim had noticed this place, and to open the last room in the tomb shaped like a castle, most likely there was a hidden part. That's why Kim was recruited. Lee frowned. He wanted to figure out what kind of place this was. If it was so hard to find, it could mean there were some good things inside the enclosed space. Lee sat down on the roof of the lookout and looked at the moon in the sky and determined the approximate time. Lee took out his phone and decided to text his mom that he would have dinner on the way home. Lee held the phone in his hands and looked at his sent message. Lee decided to find out some information about the Hyof clan. He looked for information through the search engine on his phone. Lee was looking at an article on his phone that discussed the involvement of the Hyof clan in the murder of a person. Even drugs, drunkenness, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassination orders, all of this was what the clan was accused of. Lee scrolled through the article on his phone with his hand, calling the clan scum, and even if he killed them all, there would be nothing wrong with it. Lee turned around sharply when a system notification came alerting him to the deity, an owl piercing the dim light, who was pleased with his sense of justice and nodded, after which another system message sounded. A special bonus, an unbending spirit, was received. A system window appeared in the air giving the characteristic of the skill. Unbending spirit was a type of blessing skill. The effect gave immunity of the mind and iron will. Lee clicked the system window with the word thank you and turned away from him. He realized that there was a misunderstanding, but if they were going to give him bonuses, it would be cool if it were the recognition eyes or the blade and dagger of the goddess. The system notified the deity the time of the hunt, which was happy because an interesting battle was brewing. After this, another notification from the system sounded, notifying him of a deity, a snake entwining the world, which was eagerly awaiting his battle with the Hyof clan. Lee, not paying attention to the system, began to take out a hidden mask from the inner pocket of his jacket. The system immediately identified the mask that Lee pulled out. It was a laughing Haho mask. Even its characteristic appeared under the mask. It had a type of protection item. The protection itself ranged from 50 to 70 units, and the effect was an obstacle to recognition. The mask itself was similar to a face-smiling old man with a mustache. When Lee put on the mask and picked up the ice kite feather daggers, the system immediately notified his actions. Lee threw 4 daggers at the guards. Only one of the 4 guards was able to notice the dagger flying at him, while the rest stood with their backs not noticing anything. But even the guard who noticed the dagger failed to react. The dagger entered his forehead, instantly killing him. Next, ice burst out from the ice dagger and wrapped around the guard's head. All 4 guards turned into ice blocks in which their bodies were imprisoned. Lee landed in the middle of 4 boulders. Lee swung and struck with his sword. Instantly, his swing cut through a block of ice. Shards of ice scattered in different directions. The blocks of the 2 guards shattered into smithereens. Lee seemed to be posing, standing with his arms outstretched to the sides while blood flowed from the pieces of ice in the air. Lee looked forward and realized that his method of killing was too simple. Lee cut his palm, blood gushing from the wound. Lee put his hand on the guard's head encased in ice. His blood immediately began to spread throughout his head. The system notified him that he had used the poison blood skill, and the next alert said that his body was now producing ice poison. When Lai's blood spread throughout the guard's head, Lai's system notified that the poison had reached the victim, and also that thanks to the poison blood, the ice poison from the ice kite feather daggers had intensified. Lee walked past the guards. The ice from the upper parts of their bodies melted, but Lee's poison made their faces turn red and experience wild pain. Lee did not think that he would so soon use his additional skill, which he received after gaining immunity to 10 poisons, poisonous blood. Lee's eyes glowed with a bright light as he realized that it was not just ice poison, but ice poison enhanced by poison blood. As Lee began to rise to the screams and cries of pleading from the guards whose hands were so red that they could be considered a piece of meat, Lee warned them by telling them not to bother detoxing and just die. At which time the system notified the deity, the time of the hunt, who was enjoying himself, what he did. The system also notified a deity, a snake entwining the world, who was delighted with his recklessness and watched with interest what was happening. The tomb gates began to slowly open. When Lee, holding the blade in his hand, was inside the tomb, the system notified him of his entrance into the tomb. Lee's eyes glowed brightly after the system notified him that he had invisibility thanks to the Haho laughing mask. Lee stood looking at the corridor of the tomb. Only now he understood why Yezi lent him the mask. Lee grinned under the mask. In his opinion, his brother had placed a brazier in front of the boss's room so that he could quickly check the keys, and if he could get the rewards in the boss's room, then that would be great. As Lee looked down the corridor, 3 system notifications sounded sharply. The first was about the start of a dungeon mission. It required looting the tomb. The next required defeating the guard guarding Bislaz's tomb, and the last notification required stealing all the treasures in the last room where the owner of the tomb rested. When Lee approached the wall, 2 more notifications from the system sounded in his ears. The first notified him that the tomb was divided into 3 sections, and the second notified him that in each section there were things located to protect the peace of the owner of the tomb from tomb robbers. While he was walking with his face hidden under a mask, the system notified him of the deity during the hunt, which awaited his further actions with interest. When Lee took another step, he stopped abruptly. Lee looked back, ordering the next creature to come out. At this time the system notified him of the deity, the time of the hunt, which asked in confusion what was wrong. Lee did not move from his place looking into the alley. The system notified him about the deity, the time of the hunt, which said that there was no one there and asked what he was doing. Lee narrowed his eyes under the mask, asking if his guest would come out. Lee took out his blade and grabbed it with his hand, saying that if he didn't come out, he would leave Lee no choice but to report to the administrator he would meet. As Lee passed by, a voice was heard from the alley. Harold's head poked out from behind the wall, saying that Lee was much more impatient than expected. Holding his cheeks with both hands, the rabbit revealed that he was Harold, the dungeon administrator, also noting that he was glad to meet Lee. Later, a system window appeared in the air, notifying that the deity time of the hunt was wondering what this bastard was doing here. Looking towards the system window with one eye, Harold wondered why he was reacting this way, noting that absolutely everyone knew he was here. To which the system reported that the deity time of the hunt had lost his composure and asked what he meant by this. The herald said with a sly look that this was true. The system, appearing in the air, reports that the deity time of the hunt is shocked and looking at the other gods. The snake deity who encircles the world asks how God can be so stupid and shakes his head with a look of pity. The great demon deity chasing the abyss looks at Administrator Harold. The owl deity, piercing the dim light, smiles bitterly and consoles hunting time, to which the hunting time deity gasps and shouts that this is impossible. The system reports that the deity time of the hunt praises the herald administrator's ability to hide, which can deceive even the power of a god. The herald, closing his eyes and walking towards Lee, said that he had never used anything like that, to which Lee, in turn, said that it was worth stopping the meaningless conversations. With a malicious look, Lee reveals that Harold is pursuing him in order to write a report. The herald, greatly surprised by what he heard, wondered how Lee knew about the report. Smiling, Lee said that the training had already ended. Harold, looking at Lee, said in his thoughts that the report contained details that the gods would like to know, noting that they were sort of like estimates that made up the administrative bureau down to the last detail, and wondering how the newcomer knew about it. The herald, sitting down at his laptop, said that it seemed that Lee knew more than the average beginner and even more than the rankers, and he also noted that this was worth writing about in the report. Sitting at his laptop, Harold cast a menacing glance towards Lee. Lee, folding his hands, also looked at Harold. Looking at the laptop, Harold noticed that Lee Chan-sun is the newcomer who is the most talked about in the divine realm, and many gods are also interested in his report. The herald also saw reports that Lee could not be followed, and he was very aware of the report. After reading all the messages, Harold noted in his thoughts that he had already written half of his report, but at the same time something was bothering him. Looking at the laptop with an excited look, Harold said in his thoughts that if the recording rights are transferred to another administrator. Crying, Harold wondered what he should do, noting that he didn't think his notes would be noticed. Delighted, Harold heard from Lee that he could grant him the rights to the recording. Glowing with joy, Harold reported that it was simply wonderful. Lee, looking at Harold with an angry look, said that he needed a favor in return. Closing his eyes and smiling, Harold wondered what service Lee was interested in, noting that he could provide it as long as she was within the safety concerns. Lee, looking at the smiling Harold, said that he would tell about the service later. Taken aback, Harold noted in his thoughts that he somehow felt uneasy. Lee, smiling, says that nothing will be difficult, noting that he will tell about the request when he leaves the dungeon. Leaning down and putting his hand to his cheek, Harold said that he had no choice, and he also noted that he could not perform the service if it was beyond his control. Lee, smiling sarcastically, said that he need not worry about this, noting that, as he understands, the agreement has already been concluded. Lee and Harold, looking at each other, heard a notification from the system that the player Lee Chang-sung and the administrator Harold had entered into a Mana contract. Harold, looking intensely at Lee, wondered in his thoughts how he knew about the Mana contract, and also stated that he was not a newbie and no one would be surprised if he said that he was a veteran. Lee turned around and began to walk away. Seeing Lee leave, Harold ran after him. Lee, pleased with the deal, walked forward while the system reported that the snake deity entwining the world was delighted that there was someone more cunning than himself. The plot moves deeper into the dungeon. Standing at the gate, the unknown person said that it seemed that the key didn't fit this time either. Hitting the wall, the man was annoyed by such a statement. Yi Seung, turning to his subordinates with indignation, said that how many more times would they have to screw up in order to do the job properly. Spreading his hands to the sides, Yi Seung noted that they would be punished again, and at this rate he would be sacrificed. Raising his left hand, Yi Seung ordered to bring Jin Di-Chuan right away. The two men drag H-Wang, who resists and begs for mercy. Yi Seung, looking at H-Wang with a menacing look, said that he had screwed up again. H-Wang, on his knees, begged the head for mercy. Placing his withered hands on the moldy floor, H-Wang said that if they could get him some more blood, he would be able to carry out his plan. Yi Seung, without listening to H-Wang to the end, kicked him in the head. Recovering from the blow, the horrified H-Wang looked towards the head. Throwing up his hands, Yi Seung wondered if he had not provided him with people, offers, and even holy fire, noting that he had failed anyway. Yi Seung, sitting next to H-Wang, who had his head down, wondered if there was any reason why he should spare his life, even though his life was also on the line. To which H-Wang in turn answered in a trembling voice that the sacred fire that had been provided to him was used in the new brazier he was talking about. Yi Seung, looking at H-Wang bowing, wondered if it was his fault. Looking down at the floor, H-Wang said that it was not Yi Seung's fault, and he only screwed up because he didn't have enough time and blood, noting that if he was given another chance, he would succeed. Yi Seung turned away and heard H-Wang's pleas, and then said with anger in his thoughts that H-Wang couldn't be trusted from the very beginning. Yi Seung, turning his gaze towards H-Wang, wondered if blood was all he needed. H-Wang, on his knees, said that out of the 3 stages of the lock, he had already successfully opened 2, but he was running out of blood too quickly, and that is why he failed, to which, in turn, Yi Seung, turning around, said that he was catching at his word. Yi Seung, with his back to H-Wang, stated that if he fails again, he will kill everyone who is dear to him, to which H-Wang responded with gratitude for the chance given. Shouting towards one of his subordinates, Yi Seung wondered why the materials had not arrived yet, to which he was told that they would check everything now. Looking at the system window that appeared, Yi Seung saw a notification that the rating system would be updated. Hanging in the air, the system showed the ranking of the dungeon, with Jun Yu-jin in first place, Go Seung-won in second, Lee Yi-seung in third, and Lee Chan-sung in 57th, marked as new. Looking at the rating, Yi soon wondered what it was with a dissatisfied face. Harold, stretching out his paws, began to quickly type on the keyboard. Tired of running around, Harold reported that player Lee Chansung was truly unique, noting that he was being followed by many gods and constellations, stating that this time he would see his unique fighting techniques. Noticing something, Harold was shocked. Getting up from his laptop, Harold ran after Lee, wondering why he was so fast. Harold, looking at the protagonist, who was being hit by a spiked ball, stated in his thoughts that he cleared 2 sections in less than 30 minutes, noting that he was capable of cutting a huge metal ball in half. The Herald watched as Lee, pleased with himself, cut through the spiked metal ball, after which he stated in his thoughts that Lee fought off the arrows without looking at them, as if he knew the location of all the traps. Dodging the traps, Harold said in his thoughts that, as he remembers, the KR 921 dungeon has not been cleared for 4 years, noting that Lee is succeeding. Harold, sitting injured at his laptop, said in his thoughts that he only knows all the information about the dungeon because he has been an administrator for a long time, noting that Lee has excellent instincts as well as abilities. Continuing to type, Harold said in his thoughts that he imagined what a massacre would be between the gods and constellations for Lai. Raising his hand slightly from the keyboard, Harold said in his thoughts that the player Lee Chansung has simply outstanding abilities. The Herald, turning and looking at Lai with horror, said in his thoughts that Lai was so good that he had interested 12 constellations and 28 temples. Harold watches as Lee breaks through the wall with his sword. In his thoughts, Harold reports that Lee reminds him of someone. Harold remembered the image of a man with a light spear in a black and gold outfit, who was burning a red cloak, standing on a stone pillar among 2 planets that were surrounded by golden cubes. The Herald, sticking out his tongue, stated in his thoughts that although it was possible, he would anger a couple of gods after reading it. The Herald continued to type with interest about his guess, remembering the same man in a black and gold outfit. Harold said in his thoughts that this was the light of the gods, which ridiculed the huge number of gods and constellations. Remembering the face of the man with crosses on his cloak, Harold said in his thoughts that he was fallen. A man in a black and gold cloak sat on a stone pillar, surrounded by golden cubes. Turning around, the man in the black and gold outfit saw someone. Looking at the unknown man with long fangs and silver hair, the man noted in his thoughts that this was the ruler of the abyss. The man, looking at the ruler of the abyss with fury in his eyes, said in his thoughts, "How dare he?" Continuing to look at the smiling ruler of the abyss, the man continued his thought about how dare he mock him. The plot shifts to the main character, who continues to go through the dungeon. Lee jumped and flew past 2 traps. Lee flew past the traps and landed on one knee. Lee was wary for some reason. After this, the system reported that the deity time of the hunt considered the local air to smell foul. Rising from his knees, Lee walked further, wondering in his thoughts whether the source of this smell was blood, and also noting that there was something here. After which the system reported that the deity owl, piercing the dim light, warns that evil emanates from every corner here. Entering the room, Lee saw many corpses, from which the smell of blood emanated. The system notified that the deity owl, piercing the dim light, was furious at what he saw, and the system also noted that the deity was calling on the protagonist to bring justice. Looking at the large number of stinking corpses, Lee noted in his thoughts that he heard how someone was going to make the key to the boss's room, and also wondered what kind of victims it was made of. Lee, looking at the passage somewhere, heard a voice that told someone to hurry up, and the voice also noted that they were very slow. 2 men were leading tied-up people, after which one of them said that he did not understand why the leader was always so angry, to which the other wondered that maybe it would be worth cutting off a couple of heads to make people work faster, to which, in turn, people begged for mercy. A man with a tattoo and a bat told the tied people to hurry up, since they were missing one person, noting that if they didn't hurry up, they would become that same person, to which, in turn, the man in a green jacket said that this very annoying. One of the guards saw a prisoner walking next to him turn into a huge block of ice. The warden also noticed the second prisoner being turned into ice. Watching as Lee turned people into ice, the warden froze in one place in shock. Lee, with a straight face, jumped onto the frozen statue of a man, after which it broke into many small pieces. The warden, drawing his sword and pointing it at Lee, wondered who he was. Lee swung his sword and hit the man in the green jacket. The man, having received the blow, screamed in unbearable pain. Lee raised his hand and prepared for the second blow. Lee pierced the man's shoulder with his sword. The warden, looking into Lee's eyes and bleeding, wondered who he was and how he dare attack Yoff. Having not heard an answer, something surprised the man. The man, looking into Lee's eyes, noted in his thoughts that these eyes did not look like human ones. The warden, in tears, begged Lee to spare him. Lee, looking at the crying warden, wonders if he wants to live. Lee, looking at the guard coughing blood, informs him that if he wants to live, then he will have to give up all the information he knows. The overseer, holding the severed hand, said that there were about 30 people in the camp. Lee, looking at the guard suffering from pain, in his thoughts says that there are about 30 people there preparing the ritual, and the only one he needs to fear is Lee Yi-seung. The man, bleeding, said that he had said everything he knew. Lee, looking at the warden praying for mercy, says that regarding this, he will think about it. The system reported that Lee took the dagger from the fang of a Bengal tiger, after which Lee, swinging the dagger, said that he only asked him if he wanted to live and did not guarantee its preservation. The man turned around, trying to run away from the main character. Lee, having dealt with the enemy, heard the system notify him of a level increase. The system reported that the deity, the serpent coiling the world, said that it was an incredible joke, noting that she liked it. While Lee was sucking out the man's soul, the system reported that the deity, the great demon chasing the abyss, nodded slightly at how he had cunningly finished off the warden. Lee, using soul sucking, gradually absorbed the man's body. People watched in horror as Lee sucked out the soul. Lee stood as the soul was sucked into him. Turning, Lee looked towards the people. Lee, looking towards the bound people, exuded a malicious aura. Lee, exuding a malicious purple-pink aura, moved on. Lee, walking with his back to the horrified people, grinned. The bound prisoners looked at the back of Lee as he walked away. With incredible horror on his face, one of the prisoners wondered if he was a ghost. While walking through the dungeon, one of the 3 mercenaries wondered that they had been asked to find a player named Lee Chan-seo, to which the mercenary with the sword replied that he seemed to have heard of this name. In turn, the 3rd mercenary in the suit said that it was famous pro player. Looking at the backs of his comrades, the mercenary in the green jacket said that he heard that Lee Chan-seo is not able to do anything right now, to which the guy in the suit stated that it must be someone with the same name. Lee quickly ran towards the 3 mercenaries. The mercenaries, noticing Lee, wondered who he was and what he was doing here. Lee, having struck, raised a lot of dust. Yi-seung heard strange sounds coming from somewhere above. Wary, Yi-seung wondered where these 3 could be. The system reported that the dungeon's rating had been updated, and Yi-seung was shocked when he heard this. The system displayed the ranking of the dungeon, with Jun Yu-jin in 1st place, Go Seung-won in 2nd, Lee Yi-seung in 3rd, and Lee Chan-sung in 11th place, who had risen sharply in the list. A horrified Yi-seung heard the system notify that Lee had moved up to 8th place, but within seconds he was already in 6th place. Very nervous, Yi-seung wondered where he could wear them, after which the system also reported that Lee had risen to 3rd place. The system reported that Lee had risen to 2nd place, to which Yi-seung in turn wondered if his subordinates were still alive. Turning his gaze, Yi-seung heard someone asking for help. Yi-seung, sweating profusely, looked at the man, whose name was Song. Song, walking towards the wary Yi-seung, asked him for help, to which, in turn, Yi-seung said that the assistant manager should come to his senses. Yi-seung, looking at Sun, did not understand anything. Dream, whose entire body was covered in runic letters, rolled his eyes and said that a ghost was coming here. The dream, screaming in pain, began to glow brightly. The dream exploded and threw Yi-seung back. After the explosion, the system reported that Yi-seung had severe burns, noting that he was also poisoned with cadaveric poison. Crawling out of the smoke, Yi-seung heard a system notification that he had also been poisoned by an acidic poison, after which the system warned that his stamina reserve was quickly depleted and he needed urgent detoxification. Having taken out the ampoule, Yi-seung was notified by the system that he was close to death. Yi-seung froze, looking at the approaching flames. With a burned face, Yi-seung noticed someone's silhouette in the flames. Yi-seung, watching Lee jump out of the flames, heard a system notification that death was approaching. The main character's face was located near Yi-seung's hand. Putting the blade to his face, Yi-seung froze in one position. At that moment, having made another attack in his thoughts, Lee was amazed that Yi-seung blocked his blow. Holding his sword behind his back, Yi-seung declared that he would kill him. Looking at his face, which was shrouded in genuine anger, continuing to think, the main character noted that, in theory, because of the poison he could see normally. Lowering his head, Lee was amazed that with the help of his senses alone he managed to keep up with him, believing that he knew how to fight. Baring his teeth, Yi-seung put his hand to his face. At that moment, the system warned the protagonist that his stamina was being depleted at a high rate, adding that immediate detoxification was required. Clutching his blade in his hand, in his thoughts, Lee was surprised that Yi-seung was so capable, even though he was level 30, assuming that he was using something to enhance himself. Holding his head, Yi-seung stated that he needed an antidote. Continuing to think, the main character noted the strangeness of the fact that in such a peaceful country there is still a place for sacrifices and something so dangerous. Wary, Lai thought that something was clearly wrong here, noting that he came here because of Wu Yezi, adding that he was becoming more interested in these secrets. Raising his head, Lee thought that reinforcements from headquarters should have already arrived. With a serious expression on his face, in his thoughts, he noted that now it was time for victims. Opening the door, the man shouted that everyone needed to come here. His gaze fell on a group of frightened people. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, he wondered if this was the place the masked guy was talking about earlier. His gaze was shrouded in anxiety and excitement. A memory surfaced in his head where streams of mysterious energy emanated from the main character. Turning around, Lee squeezed the blade that was in his hand. Looking at the group of people, the main character asked them to go in that direction, 2 doors to their left, adding that they would need to turn into an alley, saying that there would be an open door. Next, he asked them to hide there and lock the door. Wary, Lee declared that they could not get out of there no matter what. Having set off on their journey, the main character noticed that this was the only way they could survive. Someone's voice was heard from inside, wondering if it was the right door. Hanging his head in thought, the main character noted that he explained everything quite accurately, considering that they should have dealt with it. Suddenly, a stream of powerful energy enveloped his eye. The system notified him that he had used 30 additional stat points on strength, and also informed him that he had used 30 additional stat points on dexterity. Throwing the jar on the floor, Lee wondered if Yi-seung was looking for an antidote. Taking the jar in his hands, Yi-seung opened it. Looking at the contents in his thoughts, he noted that it was empty. Smirking, Lee tried to find out how anyone could believe this. Baring his teeth, Yi-seung called him a pathetic worm. After which, taking off from the ground, the main character rushed into battle. Exposing the blade, he froze in one position. The protagonist's weapon touched Yi-seung's body, causing him to let out a piercing scream. Due to the incredible force of the blow, he flew to the side. Suddenly, blood gushed out from Yi-seung's mouth. Beside himself with rage, he held his sword behind his back at the moment when the system declared that the deity Hunting Time was enjoying this exciting battle. Wary, the main character put his blade in front of his face. The system notified him that the deity, the serpent encircling the world, said that he was a cunning man and was watching his battle with pleasure. With lightning speed, the main character made another attack towards Yi-seung. The system notified Lai that skill, ordinary dagger technique had reached the maximum level, adding that a new skill was available, then stating that skill, supreme dagger technique had been obtained. Bringing the blade down, Lee prepared to strike. By pushing it forward, he blocked Yi-seung's attack. Suddenly, the stunned Yi-seung discovered that his blade was broken into small pieces, after which, he declared that this was impossible. Once behind him, the main character struck his side. With unimaginable speed, he slashed countless times with his blade at Yi-seung's body. Lifting his blade, Lee froze in one position. There were many drops of blood visible on his weapon. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind him. Bloody splashes could be seen at the site of the fierce fight. With a disfigured face and near death, Yi-seung wondered why it was him. Turning around, the main character said that it was strange. Smirking, Lee noted that if he was willing to take the lives of innocents, Tro should have been willing to be taken one day. Suddenly, Yi-seung's body was enveloped in a mysterious scarlet energy. The system reported that the soul drain technique had been activated. Then, turning around, the main character went out. The system notified him that the flames of purgatory had been activated, adding that he had successfully acquired the soul of the player Lee Yi-seung, noting that his stamina had been restored by 6%. Exhaling, the main character thought that speaking with righteousness was funny in his opinion. The system said that the deity, the owl piercing the dim light, admired his righteousness. The system reported that the deity, the owl piercing the dim light, bestows upon the protagonist the gift of inner peace. From what he heard, Lee's face was shrouded in genuine shock. Further, the system notified him that its owner was unshakable in the face of chaos and also proud of his wisdom and courage. Taken aback, in his thoughts, the main character noted that even taking into account the unbending spirit and also the inner peace, he is not an apostle. Smiling, the main character was lost in his own thoughts. A memory surfaced in his head where he was holding the body of an unknown person in his hand, from whose head a stream of bright energy emanated. His face was covered with contempt. Continuing to think, he noted that always vicious and tough, he was nicknamed the God of Evil. Hanging his head, Lee thought that although he was said to be a wise and intelligent god of war, despite the terrifying rumors about him, he was surprisingly sloppy. Squeezing the blade in his hand, the main character noted that he did not think that he had become such a slacker as someone else. The system reported that the deity, Hunting Time, was expressing concern over 2 gifts from Owl, Dim Light Piercing. Further, the system added that the deity, Hunting Season, is rummaging through her treasure chest to see what she can give to Lai. The system told about the rating of the dungeon, where the main character was in first place. The moment Lee stood in front of the huge stone doors, the system announced that he had walked towards the boss's room. Next, reaching behind his back, the main character took out his dagger when the system reported that the boss's room was tightly closed at the moment, asking him to find a key hidden somewhere and use it to open the door. Then, she informed him that he had taken a bone spear carved from the rib of a Bengal mountain goat. With lightning speed, the protagonist released it forward. That same spear pierced the body of the stunned man. Blood gushed from his mouth. Looking at the body that had fallen to the floor, Lee noted that he was running around like a rat. A hammer was visible in the protagonist's hand at the moment when the system reported that it was made of a meteorite, telling about its effects that were unknown. Wary, Lee said out loud the material from which the hammer was made. Presenting himself at the stone doors, the main character noted that now he should open the door that the hives could not open for years. Turning around, he declared that if Yezi were here, he would be able to somehow forge the key, adding that there was no point in using pointless labor when there was an easier way. With a serious expression on his face, Lee asked Harold to leave. Leaning on his wooden cane, Harold was shocked. Taken aback, he wondered why the main character called him at such a time. With an evil grin on his face, Lee stated that they had a contract, ordering him to reveal it immediately. Looking around the expanses of the dungeon, Harold assumed that the main character was a newcomer, which is why he did not know something. Smiling maliciously, Harold said that according to the rules, the administrator cannot interfere with the dungeon's mission. Looking at the dumbfounded administrator, the main character said that this was bullshit. Folding his hands, Lee noted that depending on the situation, he could twist these rules as he wanted. Finding himself behind the excited Harold, Lee said that if he didn't want to do this, then don't, saying that he definitely wouldn't bother him with the report. After which, Harold stated that he would do as the main character wants. Standing in front of the boss's room, Harold suggested that he would be punished for this, stating his hope that they would end it there. At that moment, the system notified Lee of the words of the deity hunting time, who, clutching her sides, said that it was a real pleasure to see the confused administrator. Afterwards, the system told him about the words of the deity the serpent encircling the world, who admires the ingenuity of the protagonist. A bright stream of light emerged from the open doors. The system reported that the closed stone door was opened by the authority of the administrator. From what he saw, Gerald was shocked. Suddenly, an exciting smile appeared on his face. Looking at Lee standing next to him, he screamed that he had opened it. With a worried expression on his face, Harold asked the protagonist to hurry up. Turning around, Lee froze in one position. Then, lowering his hands, he walked towards the boss's room. The moment the door slammed shut, Harold put a hand to his face to try to contain his laughter. Clutching his blade in his hand, Lee heard the system notify him that he had entered the boss's room. A scarlet beam of energy fell on his face. A creature appeared before his eyes, squirming next to a magical artifact. The creature's eyes were filled with streams of scarlet energy. Paying attention to the hostile gaze of the creature, the main character heard a message from the system, which was that he was under the influence of a curse. Looking towards Lee, the creature ordered him to obey. The system stated that the owner of the dungeon is trying to steal the body of the main character, saying that he needs to resist to the end and break the golden box on the altar. Gradually, Lee's eyes began to be shrouded in streams of crimson energy that belonged to the being who ordered him to bow and tremble before him. The system noted that if the protagonist fails to resist the curse, then his body may be stolen, asking him to be careful, stating that hypnosis and brainwashing have begun. Beside himself with rage, the creature wondered how Lee dared to disturb the king's sleep, calling him an inferior being, ordering him to give up his flesh. Loud noises could be heard outside the boss's room. Leaning forward, Harold continued to laugh evilly. Bursting with laughter, he stated that he didn't think it would be so easy, noting that the mission in this boss room was easy. With tears of laughter in his eyes, the administrator declared protection of the mind from the dead owner of the tomb, who has nothing but his own thoughts. A memory surfaced in his head where, having opened the doors of that very room, he froze in one position. The herald reported that from what he saw earlier, the owner of this tomb is the monstrous Bislai. An image of a creature circling over a magical artifact appeared in his head. With a distraught look on his face, he wondered if an ordinary beginner could handle something like this. Clenching his fist, the administrator wondered how Lee dared to play with him. Waving his hand, Harold said goodbye to the main character, calling him a rude brat. When suddenly, hearing something, the administrator stopped. The system reported that the indomitable spirit had been activated, adding that Lee's mind was well protected from external intrusions, noting that the intercom had been activated and the defenses of his mind had greatly strengthened. From what he heard, Gerald was shocked. Turning, he began to look around the doors of the locked room. The system stated that the dungeon mission had been completed, indicating that the dungeon's final rating was no. Next, she indicated the current rating of the main character. Horrified, Harold cried out that this was impossible. The system reported that rewards will be issued according to the results. A powerful glow appeared before the administrator's gaze at the moment when the system notified that the dungeon was closing. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Harold wondered if it was true. Looking at the powerful glow in the place where someone's silhouette was visible, the administrator noted that it was the keeper of the runes. In Lee's hand was a golden key. Looking at the protagonist who had lowered his hands, Harold declared that he had failed. Leaning on his cane, Harold heard a message from the system, which stated that the dungeon would soon be completely closed. The full moon was visible in the night sky. From the windows of multi-story buildings, light was visible that illuminated the rooms. The plot takes us to the Seongsudong Shoemaker's Alley. In the open spaces of the street, someone's voice was heard asking to take something. A hammer was visible in the stunned Jin's hand. Pointing his finger at him, Jin wondered if the protagonist had really found him. After placing the cookie in his mouth, Lee turned to him and said that he had brought him a hammer, suggesting that he could now begin, asking if that was the case. Taken aback, Jin said that this was so, noting that, as he had said, 1 month would not be enough. After which, Lee stated that he needed to feel that hammer again, because he had not worked with it for a long time, adding that he did not need to clean the brazier. Turning around, the main character said that Jin had a week. Horrified, Jin stated that the whip alone would take more than 2 weeks. Then, Lee said that he was giving him a month to get a feel for the hammer and make a whip with a spear. Putting the cookie in his mouth, the protagonist noted that he would pay 3 times as much for asking so much. Pointing to the weapon lying nearby, Lee said that he would take this as consent, noting that he would return in a month. Taking one of the old swords into his hands, the protagonist wondered if it was also for sale, adding that he would take it. Jin was shocked by what he heard. Spreading his arms in different directions, Jin cried out that this thing, according to his father, had been passed down from generation to generation, declaring that he would never sell it. Suddenly, Jin's screen displayed a notification about a replenishment of 100 million won, where the sender was Lee. Putting the sword on his shoulder, the main character suggested that he consider that there was still payment for restoring the hammer, asking if that would be enough, noting that he still used it as a poker, wondering what difference it made to him. Lowering his head, Jin wondered what was wrong with the main character. The dog standing next to him began to bark joyfully. Jin leaned down and began stroking her head. Then, approaching the door, he froze in one position. His gaze fell on the stove, from which streams of bright flames emanated. Throwing the jacket on the table, Jin noted that in any case, the past is already in the past. After straightening his hair, he stated that he did not know what was going on here, adding that he needed to try. With his hands in his pockets, in his thoughts, the main character noticed that Oyezi is now in Seoul, which is why he needs to try to find him. Continuing his thoughts, he noted that he heard that they lost contact with him immediately after he completed the Capricorn Divine Artifact. Lowering his hands, turning to Thanatos sitting on the throne, Lee wondered if he was a man and not a god. Grinning, Thanatos noted that he was already quite old. Wary, the main character tried to find out what the essence was. Putting his hand to the mantle, Thanatos revealed that Uyezi was originally the name of one man, saying that it was passed on to his successors, noting that the Capricorn, not knowing this, immediately after receiving the artifact killed him. Thanatos stated that he did not know that his successors were still alive. Hanging his head in thought, the protagonist noted that many of the secret skills of the Uyezi family had been lost because of him, adding that as a result, when the family continued to live in this state, it had become greatly weakened. At that moment, Jin continued to work on Lee's weapon. Continuing to think, the main character noticed that as the one who will take away Uyezi's legacy, the weapon he creates is incredible, saying that there are one of these in 1,000. Beads of sweat slowly ran down Jin's face. As Lee continued on his way, he thought that Thanatos had given him good advice, stating that in their days, Uyezi would blossom from the hands of Choi Bu-young. After correcting himself, Lee said that it was from him. In the protagonist's hand was Pedro's key. Holding it in front of his face, in his thoughts, Lee noted that if the dungeon was Besla's tomb. Lowering his head as he continued to think, he wondered why the great treasure inside was Peter's key. A taxi driving along the road had its headlights on, illuminating the road. At that moment, the main character thought that it was too late now, believing that his mother was worried, adding that he needed to hurry home. Slamming his hand on the table, the man wondered what they were doing, ordering them to find the unknown no matter what, dead or alive. His face was shrouded in anxiety and doubt. The plot introduces us to the head of the Heof Raid Department, Go Seung-won. Go stated that they needed to take the Peter's key from the main character, no matter the cost. Baring his teeth in thought, Go noted that if the real owners of the Manhwa Mountain Gate, the White Tiger clan, found out, then they would be finished. With a stunned look, as he continued to think, he revealed that they had to use human sacrifices to obtain Peter's key, which is why they had a secret agreement. Stretching his hand forward, Go ordered everyone to go to their cars, declaring that they were leaving for Mount Manhwa immediately. Clenching his hands into fists, he said that he couldn't believe it, noting that Lee not only closed the dungeon, but also stole the key. Turning around, Go thought that if the White Tiger found out, then his life alone would not solve everything. Horrified, he thought about Seo Jong-kwon, noting that if he found out, it would be to his entire family. Further, he stated that he could not just leave everything like that, adding that he must find him at any cost. Gradually, the night sky of the city was shrouded in clouds. Leaning over, Young listened to the man's report. He was shocked by what he heard. His body was covered in bursts of bright energy. Baring his teeth, Young wondered what the man said. Frightened, Chea called out to So Young-kwon. Looking at the powerful surge of energy, the girl froze in one position. Indignant, Woo-yeon tried to find out what Young was doing. A bead of sweat slowly ran down Young's face. Stretching out his hand, he enveloped the room in his bright energy. Wary, Woo-yeon wondered how Young was able to use the evil spirit of the tiger when there were civilians nearby. Taken aback, Young froze in one position. His gaze fell on the excited Chea. The girl's face showed obvious dissatisfaction. Turning around, Young stated that it was getting dark, believing that the main character was not going to return home, adding that in that case, he would go home. Tilting her head towards the girl, Chea tried to find out if she was okay. With her hands folded, the girl said that everything was fine. With a worried look, she told about the words that the awakened live in a completely different world compared to them. Looking at the puzzled Chea, she wondered if it was true when she spoke about Lee. Averting her gaze, the girl said that the main character behaves quite harshly, saying that inside he is very soft, adding that she would like no one to touch him anymore, considering that this is impossible. Looking at the puzzled members of the organization, she asked them to leave. Lowering her hand, Wooyeon stated that thanks to the leader, everything ended rather sadly. Putting his hand to his nose, he wondered if they couldn't just leave without even looking at Lee, asking what Chea and Jin were going to do now. An image of a girl appeared in Jin's head, begging him to bring the main character. Grinning, Wooyoung noted that if they were going to stay here, he could ask the secretary to bring them coffee. Delighted, Jin said that in this case, he wanted a caramel macchiato, after which Chea hit him in the face. With a serious expression on her face, she refused, saying that it was okay since they still had somewhere to go anyway. Chea then noted that unfortunately, they would have to meet the main character next time. Hitting Jin again, she thanked Wooyeon for her concern. Smirking, Wooyoung noted that in this case, they would see each other next time. Looking at the numbers indicating the floor where the elevator was located, Wooyoung asked the guys to be careful when they returned. Then, turning around, Chea set off. Jin's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Taken aback, he tried to find out what kind of serious expression Chai had on his face. Lowering his head, he heard a notification sound. Taking the phone in his hands, he tried to study the contents of the letter. The message was about Seoul, about the area of Cheongnaeng-gu, Mount Manhwa, where unknown people discovered people who were supposed to be sacrificed, and they are currently hiding them. The message also stated that they are now at the relevant police station and are preparing for collateral damage by urgently requesting assistance. From what he saw, genuine shock enveloped Jin's face. Placing her hand on her side, Chea noted that he would remain here if he didn't hurry up. Gradually, it became light outside. In the hands of the main character, an ancient blade was visible, which he bought from Jin. Squeezing it in his hand, in his thoughts, he noted that this thing, used as a poker in a mythical brazier, could not be so simple. At that moment, the system reported the words of the deity Time of Hunting, who grumbled and asked why he took this with him. Lifting it to his face as he continued to think, Lai marveled at this use of the legendary divine artifact, Yu Chang's sword, adding that if he properly used Evil Dragon Fang and Yu Chang's sword, then nothing else in the player world could get closer to him. In the image of the system, the image of Yu Chang's sword appeared, revealing that it was one of the 9 known blades forged by the first Uyezi, ranked among the divine artisans. Next, the system notified the main character about the stats of the divine sword. An image appeared in Lee's head of a place where everything was littered with rubble. The main character thought that the 9 famous blades that define Uyezi were absolutely priceless, saying that when one of the 9 famous blades, Janlu's sword, appeared in Arcadia, a bloodbath ensued for it. With a serious expression on his face, the main character said that after that war, as he remembers, 2 empires and 6 kingdoms fell into oblivion, amazed that one of these swords would be used as a poker. Behind the divine blade could be seen the image of people whose faces were shrouded in true fear. Lee said that the original owner of the sword, Yu Chang, was an assassin, talking about rumors that this sword shed the most blood of all the famous 9, noting that it is considered an evil sword, full of incredible resentment and tenacity towards its victims, adding, because of this, not much is known about his appearance. Raising the blade above his head, in his thoughts, the main character stated that it was also rumored that the first Uyezi was called a divine artisan because he could not tolerate blood. While inspecting the divine blade, Lai noted that he did not know whether it was the first Uyezi or the successor bearing his name, believing that all recognizable patterns had been removed to wipe it out, leaving it simply as a way to preserve the mythology. Turning around, the main character heard some sounds. Summoning the system in front of him, Lee heard the deity Hunting Time chuckle to himself and grumble because he was happy to hold something so strange in his hands. Then, the system notified him that the deity, owl piercing the dim light, was looking at him with satisfaction. Raising his hand, the protagonist noted that if given the chance, it would be cool to collect all 9 of Uyezi's famous swords. Taking a bone spear from the rib of a Bengal mountain goat, Lee wondered if he would ever meet it. Staring into space, the main character is mired in his own thoughts. His face was full of seriousness. Lee swung his spear forward. The necklace was pointed towards the thick of the forest, after which, it stuck into the tree trunk. Next to him was a wary Wooyoung. Tilting his head, he noted that although he was hiding his presence, Lee was going too far by asking how he could attack so suddenly. Putting the blade behind his back, the main character rushed into battle. His gaze was full of genuine hatred. Horrified, Wooyoung thought about Lee's eyes. Putting the blade forward, the main character tried to strike. A bright stream of energy emanated from his hand. Raising the weapon in front of his face, Wooen managed to block Lee's attack. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, he wondered if it was a newcomer. Raising his hand to the blade, the main character again rushed to attack. Running around Wooen, he created a magic circle around him. Baring his teeth, Wooen thought about Lee's fighting style, noting that it was rather rough and unconventional. Looking at the attacking protagonist, in his thoughts, he noted that he did not make unnecessary movements. While fending off countless attacks while still thinking, Wooen noted the feeling that Lee had trained in actual combat, as if his blade was only meant to kill, stating that this was no rookie. Looking at the angry Lee, Wooen thought that he was like a first-generation player who had endured everything possible. Trying to jump to the side, Wooen thought that he only wanted to test him. Baring his teeth, in his thoughts, he said that he could disgrace himself if he made even one mistake. Grinning, he noted that he didn't think his niece would pat him on the head for this. Making a powerful lunge, continuing to think, he stated that he now wanted to fight with all seriousness, considering that he had to do this, adding that this was the only way he could resist Lee. A stream of bright energy emerged from Wooen's blade as the system reported that 10,000 notes had been bent into arrows. Wary, the main character froze in one position. The guy's blades met in a fierce battle. Sticking his sword into the ground, Wooen declared that he was surrendering. Raising his hands, he glanced at the protagonist standing next to him. Furious, Lee wondered what he was doing. Cupping his palms, Wooen apologized for fighting him so thoughtlessly, noting that he only wanted to evaluate his skills. In his thoughts, Wooen wondered what he was thinking about, noticing that he almost lost himself. Lee's gaze was full of contempt. Leaning over, Wooen felt that he had forgotten himself because of the excitement, again asking for forgiveness for the misunderstanding this had caused. With a serious expression on his face, the main character tried to find out who he was. At that moment, the system reported that the deity, Hunting Time, was shouting to set an example for this person to so carelessly rush towards Lai, adding that he was looking forward to his battle. Indignant, Wooen thought about the informal speech the main character used. He held out his hands to Lee and said that they contained his business card. Taking it in his hand, Lee read that he was the head of the 5 Stars Human Resources Department, Wooyoung-jun. Smiling, Wooyoung revealed that the reason he was looking for Lee was because he would like to invite him into the clan. Raising his head in thought, the protagonist suggested that their deity was the nameless giant god, revealing that his real name was Apwon. Continuing to think, Lee said that he is the god of wealth who constantly guards household assets and warehouses. Lowering his hands, the main character noted that such suddenness was not very pleasant, asking how Wooyoung knew who he was. Smirking, Wooyoung suggested that the main character was still unaware of how popular he was, adding that they were not the only clan interested in him. Staring into space, Lee thought that they were acting much faster than he expected, noting that he shouldn't look down on them just because they were players. Closing his eyes, Wooyoung said that he would like to chat with him some more, saying that unfortunately, since he made an irreparable mistake today, he would contact Lee later when he calmed down. Having set off on his journey, Wooen stated that the main character could contact him at any time if he needed anything. The system reported that the deity, Hunting Time, grumbles that this impudent man who attacked Lai should not be released, noting that her future apostle has no right to lose by jumping back and forth. Taken aback, the main character froze in one position. The system stated that the deity, the snake coiling the world, reproaches her, saying that if she wants to fight so badly, then let her go somewhere else. Then, the system said that the deity, Hunting Time, was offended with the words that at this rate, the snake coiling the world would become the one with whom she would fight. After which, the system notified that the deity snake coiling the world said with a cold smile that she could always try. Next, the system noted the words of the deity, Hunting Time, who in a rage says that she will taste snake soup today. Squinting in his thoughts, the main character said that in any case, he had the feeling that he had already seen him somewhere. Surprised, Lee stated that if someone like him was walking around here. Starting to run, the main character suggested that they could also get to his house, being sure that his mother would be worried. Blood slowly flowed down Wooen's hand. Baring his teeth, he lowered his head. Once at home, Lee reported that he had just. At that moment, his mother asked if he had eaten yet, asking him to wash his hands and sit down at the table. Smiling, she wondered if the main character wanted to say something. Lowering his hands, Lee turned to his mother. The full moon was visible in the night sky. The main character said that he would like to tell her something. Gradually, it began to get light outside. Watching the sunrise, the man noted that even such a baby can already show his intention to kill. Turning around, the guy asked him to shut up if he didn't want to be beaten. After which, the man noticed his bad character. Indignant, the guy wondered what he was talking about, saying that if he was going to continue talking nonsense, then he needed to shut up. Smirking, the man noted that this would not work, saying that they would talk when the guy had withstood a couple of blows. There was a malicious smile on his face. His dog was sleeping next to Lee, who was lost in thought. Suddenly, his phone began to ring, and there was a message on it that talked about an interview for the White Tiger clan. Leaning on the bed, the main character froze in one position. With a thoughtful expression on his face, he said 1 month had passed since the White Tiger clan's job notification, noting that it was time for him to get down to business. In his thoughts, Lee wondered why he dreamed exactly like this. We are taken to a building with the inscription "Welcome to the White Tiger Clan" on a large banner located above the entrance. People have gathered in front of the building, and balloons with the same inscriptions fly in the sky above it, as well as flags with the image of a white tiger. The banner was painted golden. The inscription "Welcome to the White Tiger Clan" adorned the banner itself. The guy, straining, lifted a dumbbell weighing more than 20 kilograms over his head with one hand. The instructor was a bald man. He was wearing a t-shirt with the crest of the White Tiger clan on it, and dark glasses covered his eyes. Pointing with one hand at the mana meter, he asked the participant to place his hand on the device that measured magical power. Lee raised his hand to the device. All the people turned around sharply when the mana measuring device released a huge amount of smoke and steam. Whether he was wearing a hood that prevented people from recognizing him, a huge amount of smoke was now rising around Lee. Lee stood with his arm outstretched until the device measuring mana turned red and overheated. The voice assistant in the device repeated over and over again the inability to measure Lee's mana. The inspector became worried, seeing smoke coming out of the device. Lee raised his head to look at the sky. His lower body was completely covered by smoke. At this time, the inspector shouted, ordering him to bring a high-level measuring device here. The girl who was once saved by Lee turned around and looked puzzled along with the people standing next to her at Lee. A guy with blue hair and a spear attached to his back turned around, looking at Lee. The guy's face was wrapped in bandages. The guy's blue pupil looked straight at Lee. Around his eye there was a patch of skin not covered with bandages. His skin seemed to be infected with a strong poison. The instructor standing in front of Lee raised his notebook and asked Lee to take the test again, but with a new device. The guy and the girl stood next to each other with their hands on their hips. She discussed the name Lee, trying to remember where they heard it. Suddenly the girl's face turned a little red and she exclaimed, looking at Lee in surprise. Lee closed his eyes when he saw a fan whose eyes lit up. She opened her mouth wide and clenched her palms into fists, shouting Lee's nickname in the field of esports. Lee was lamenting at this time. He deliberately put on this hoodie to avoid unnecessary attention, but this was not enough. Jewel stood in the crowd and looked at Lee. The crowd in front of him was shocked, because of which they kept shouting about the rumors that had spread about Lee. The girl once saved by Lee looked at two strange and terrible looking guys who, smiling, said that Lee was the same man as them. The girl, hearing them, muttered, saying that if all men looked like them, there would not be a single heterosexual woman left in the world. While the girl looked at Lee with loving eyes, from which you could see hearts, two guys behind her looked at Lee blankly, not understanding why he came here, because he had long since retired. Suddenly, Lee's statistics appeared on the screen. His level was 25, and his magic power rank was SSS+++. The girl and the guys standing behind her opened their mouths in shock. They were amazed at Lee's high rank. Jayavol narrowed his eye. He tensed as he studied Lee. Lee stood near the mana measuring device with his arm outstretched. His statistics were visible on the screen of the robotic technology. Even along the road behind the White Tiger clan's admission headquarters, people's screams could be heard. Some employees shouted, ordering Lee's statistics to be handed over to the head of the entire clan. A sign with the inscription, Raid 2 Group, was attached to the wall. Inside the office, Young sat in a chair with his legs crossed, holding a tablet in his hands, reading the latest news. Young frowned as he read the news on the screen. Young looked at the screen in which there was the latest news, which showed the corpse of the head of the raid department, Hyof-1. Next to the photograph of the corpse, his own photograph was attached. The incident with Hyof, which had been hushed up all this time, finally began to become clear. With the support of the association, prosecutors managed to seize the headquarters Hyof. Chea at that moment spoke to reporters on the podium trying to answer their question. People asked the cause of death of 21 people sacrificed over the past 7 years. The screen was brought closer to Chai's face, after which the Steel Witch Chai from the association announced a serious punishment for Hyof. Afterwards, the emblems of the White Tiger and Hyof clan appeared on the screen. The news told how the White Tiger clan began an open war against the Hyof sect, and even the results of the White Tiger's investigation into Hyof's crimes were published. Young, looking at the screen, hoped that there would be no more problems with Hyof. Young also saw a human figure on the screen and a Haho mask highlighted on the screen. It turned out that there were those who wanted to express their gratitude to the masked hero, but so far there was not a single information about who could be hiding under it. Young's eyes widened with the realization that it was this hero who stole Peter's key. Looking at the Haho mask on the screen, Young decided to find the hero. Suddenly, the instructor burst into Young's office shouting about the arrival of a newbie. Young sat motionless in his chair. He asked why the instructor was shouting like that, but the instructor continued to shout despite Young's question. He talked about the executive director and director Kim who were called to the testing area as Young turned his head and raised one eyebrow and asked the reason for the visit of so many of people. The instructor, waving his arms, reminded Young, who was sitting motionless, about Lee, whom he had been waiting for in his apartment a month ago along with Black Shamshir and the Steel Witch. Young looked at the instructor and smiled broadly, remembering the guy from the Jamsil Gate. He even then wanted to recruit Lee. In Young's office, he heard his complaint about the idiots from Haof because of whom he could not recruit Lee. Young smiled widely when he heard the instructor say that Lee had come to take the test, and besides that, his magic power rank was SSS with 3 pluses. Young jumped up from his seat and walked towards the exit, telling the instructor to go now. Young couldn't let Lee get taken away when he was so close to them. Events are transferred to the examination site of Area C. One of the people was holding a smartphone in his hand while reading the news about Lai. The people next to him were asking others if they had read the news about the incredible resurrection of Tyrant Lai. Lee stood on the platform next to the instructor. Lee was the first in the last 15 years in Korea to reach the SSS rank. Lee stood on the platform with his hood off. He could hear the screams of the crowd who were discussing him. Many people sat in the stands waiting for Lai's speech. Some even envied him, because Lai was born into a rich family and did not need to worry about anything, and now his awakened rank surpassed many. Lee glanced at the people complaining about his arrival, because now they looked mediocre in comparison to him. While Lee was looking around the stands, the system notified him of the deity, the time of the hunt, which was very proud of the amount of attention he received, saying that he was the talent that she noticed first. Lee noticed 2 figures in the stands. They were wrapped in red cloaks and stood between the 210 and 211 blocks of the stands. Lee narrowed his eyes at the cloaked figures. Divine energy flowed upward like a golden stream. When Lai saw the tiger formed from the divine energy of 2 cloaked people, a system notification came alerting him to the deity, the tiger trapped in difficulties, who watched him in a daze. Lee's lips stretched into a smile. He was glad for the arrival of his enemy while he rejoiced. A system notification sounded in his ears, notifying him of the deity of a snake entwining the world, which suggested that the tiger had something planned for him. The instructor, looking at the tablet in his hand, notified Lee that the exam was about to begin. The instructor raised his head and looked at Lee, starting to explain the essence of the test. Lee needed to hunt monsters. From red orcs to 2-headed ogres, they could summon them all, which Lee only wanted. The instructor became worried and pushed the tablet aside when, having heard about their strongest monster, the Drake, Lee asked to summon it. All the people sitting in the stands were shocked by Lee's choice. A magic circle appeared in front of Lee, a huge stream of energy released from it. The Drake's enormous head was formed from energy. Soon the Drake's entire body was formed in a magic circle. It was a lizard-like monster of enormous size with horns on its head. Drake looked at Lee, drool dripping from his mouth. As the Drake's pupil constricted, looking at Lee in front of him, a system notification sounded, alerting Lee to a deity, a tiger trapped in difficulties who wanted to evaluate his capabilities. Some participants opened their mouths in shock. The tiger above the cloaked figures, formed from golden energy, increased in size. A shadow fell on the face of Lee, who was standing in front of the Drake. The system notified him of a deity, a tiger trapped in difficulties, who looked at him suspiciously as he did not move. Soon another notification came from the system, notifying him of a deity, a tiger trapped in difficulties, who decided that Lee would die. Lee's eyes were narrowed, looking at the Drake in front of him with some irritation. Lee remembered standing on top of a pillar, shackled, sitting on his knees while divine metal hovered around him blocking his powers. Then Lee turned around, hearing the laughter of one of the gods. Lee's gaze was full of rage and anger. Huju smiled, looking at him from under his hood, his pupil constricted, and his long hair covering half of his face. Capillaries appeared in Lai's eye, the aura around him filled with his killing intent. He was angry at Huju's mockery. He towered over him and laughed loudly as his cloak fluttered in the wind. Lai's pupil lit up, a wild smile appeared on his face. Lai decided to remove the grin from Huju's face. Drake, opening his huge mouth filled with sharp fangs, rushed straight at Lee. The speed of the Drake was so great that it blurred like a shadow approaching Lai. Lee picked up his quiver, which had previously been hanging behind his back. Lee raised his hand and threw the quiver of weapons into the air. Lee remembered how he looked at the quiver of weapons that the blacksmith had brought. Lee turned to Yeezy, noticing his tired appearance. Yeezy held a quiver of weapons in his hands. His face and body were emaciated. He pointed out with some reproach that it was Lai's fault that his appearance became like this. When Yeezy handed the quiver of weapons to Lee after he asked about his order, while Yeezy held out the quiver, his dog was happy. He was fattened, which is why he gained a lot of weight. Lee did not take the quiver in his hand, asking about the quality of the weapon. Yezi could not stand it and screamed. Because of his screams, his dog was scared when it looked at him. After the quiver was opened, 2 iron poles and bracers appeared. Lee took 2 iron poles in his hand and put an armlet on his other hand. At this time the system notified him about the deity, the time of the hunt, which opened its eyes wide, followed by another system notification, a system notification notifying him about the deity, a snake entwining the world, who said that he rarely gets to see such a magnificent weapon. Lee connected 2 iron poles, turning the weapon into a spear. A system window appeared in the air listing the characteristics of the spear. It was an unnamed dihedral spear from the category long spear, a treasured weapon, caused damage from 150 to 200 units. And there were 3 effects. The first effect was penetration of the spear blade, the second accumulating damage, and the third effect was an increase in blessing. A moment later another system window appeared in which it was said that this artifact was of the tethered type and when transferred to another owner, the effects lost their power. A new window appeared a second later asking give a name to the spear. One spear tip was of a standard type. The second spearhead had a single blade and was similar to a glaive. The system notified Lee that he had shown excellent skill with the spear and understood the principles of piercing, slashing, and grappling. Lee masterfully twirled the spear in his hand while system notifications sounded in his ears notifying him of the deity of the time of the hunt, who admired his brilliant handling of the spear, followed by another notification notifying him of the deity of the time of the hunt, who was surprised that a blind master could create an object like this level. Then another notification notified Lee that she had acquired the beginner spear handling skill. Blind Yezi stood motionless, listening as Lee did something. Lee swung his spear, causing the hair on Yezi's head to fly to the side. As Lee lunged forward, Yezi sensed it and then wondered if his boss was a spearman. At this time in the arena, the drake opened its mouth and approached Lee, while Lee himself threw a quiver of weapons into the air. The spectators in the stands opened their mouths in shock when they saw his actions. The drake's blow raised dust throughout the arena, and the head and some part of the neck of the drake itself were no longer visible. The spear pierced Drake's flesh, blood gushing from his wound. Drake, with a spear in his eye, threw back his head screaming in pain as blood flowed from his eye like a fountain. The spectators in the stands opened their mouths in shock, not understanding when Lee managed to pull this off. Even the cloaked figures above whom the tiger formed from energy exclaimed in surprise. The leader of the first squad of the White Tiger Clan Conquest team, Park, stood next to the employee. Park was a red-haired man with 3 tattoos on his face in the form of 3 tiger stripes. He said that Lee had amazing agility and for a level 25 this was almost impossible. Watching Lee move around the arena, Park said his accuracy was spot on and Lee would have done well even if he had used a bow. Lee moved around the arena at high speed, his movements blurring, making it look like he was skiing. Park smiled. Looking at Lee, he decided to get Lee into his team, no matter what the cost. A whip began to release from the bracers on Lee's arm, which Lee coated with his energy. After the whip swirled around the bracers, system notifications sounded. The first notification notified Lee about the origin of the whip called the Nameless Cat of 9 Tails. The whip was made by Guiya's successor to Order. The second system notification gave out the characteristics of the whip and reminded that when transferred the effects of the whip lost their power. In the third notification the system asked to choose a suitable name for the whip. Park, stroking his chin, was puzzled. He was pleasantly surprised that Lee used not only a spear. Energy poured into the spear that was stuck in the drake's eye, after which its handle was shrouded in mana. Lee pulled the spear out of the drake's eye, causing the wound to bleed even more. Drake opened his mouth wide and began to roar furiously. Lee grabbed the whip with both hands and pulled it, while pouring his mana into the whip. Lee pulled his whip, tearing his spear out of the drake's eye, and at the same time, thanks to the whip, also flying up to him. Lee grabbed the whip tighter, pouring his mana into it. Lee's spear had been taken out of the drake's wound and was now flying towards him, while the blood from the wound did not stop flowing and splashing. Lee, already above the drake's head, grabbed his 2 ends of the spear. Lee raised the spears above his head and combined them into one long spear. Lee swung in flight, flying towards the drake's head. The next moment, blood sprayed in all directions. Lee landed on the drake's head, piercing his spear with his spear, blood continuously splashing in all directions. Drake raised his head, knocking over Lee with his spear, but the blood from the wound on his head did not stop flowing. Spectators in the stands saw Lee land behind the drake as the drake swung its tail furiously, creating gusts of wind. Lee jumped to the side, dodging a blow from the drake's tail. Lee's foot slipped when he wanted to stop. The people in the stands opened their mouths in shock. Some clenched their jaws, not understanding how Lee could do this. They were also interested in the weapon in Lee's hand. Lee stood in front of the drake, who was trembling from the pain received in the fight with Lee, People in the stands were discussing how Lee, being level 25, managed to have such speed and effects that were all gold, that is, all his hits were critical. Lee stood there, staring at the Drake while people called him a monster. Blood flowed from the wound on Lai's hand, after which the system immediately notified Lai that the poison blood skill had been activated. Drake raised his head up and roared, the poison spreading throughout his body along with small lightning bolts. The system notified Lee that the paralyzing poison had spread and the Drake had been poisoned, as well as him being paralyzed. But the Drake, with the last of his strength, opened his mouth and rushed towards Lee. The system notified that the Drake was not stopping bleeding. There was a high probability of death from blood loss. A shadow fell over Lee's face, and the pupil in his eye glowed brightly. Lee lunged with his spear, knocking his spear into the Drake's head, and at the moment of the collision, a lot of energy dissipated through the air. Lee grabbed his spear with both hands as the Drake's head glowed brightly. The Drake's flesh flew in all directions. The Drake's head glowed brightly. His flesh and head organs scattered in different directions throughout the arena, after which the system notified Lee that Lee had defeated the Drake and increased his level. One eye was covered by his hair. Lee smiled faintly while the pieces scattered around him. The system again notified that his level had increased and his skill in handling a spear had increased. A beginner. Lee turned and looked at the cloaked figures on the podium. At this time, 2 system notifications sounded in his head notifying him of the deity, the time of the Hoda, who congratulated him, saying that every day his skills as a hunter were getting better. The system also notified him saying that thanks to the privileges, his strength increased by 5 points. Lee looked at the tiger formed from energy. After that, 2 more notifications from the system sounded in Lee's head notifying him of the deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, who was deeply impressed by the battle he saw, and the system notified Lee of the deity's desire to acquire the skill of a new fang. Park in the stand smiled broadly and ordered the employee standing next to him to bring Lee to him. Suddenly, a man rushed past Park at great speed, leaving only a trail of his energy behind him. Park clenched his jaw as he recognized the man who had rushed past him. Lee, standing motionless in the arena, felt movement behind him. Lee turned his head sharply, looking behind himself. The next second, a powerful explosion occurred in the arena. A column of energy rose due to the explosion. Lee and Young stood with their weapons crossed, their clash causing their energy to spread throughout the arena. Young smiled creepily, surprised by Lee's ability to block his blow, used along with the skills Tiger Danger and Tiger Aura. Lee held back his Young machete spear. His pupils glowed brightly, no emotion appeared on his face, but internally he was disgusted by the smell of Young, which smelled like the ruler of the abyss. Young smiled widely and began to shout, inviting Lee to join his squad. He promised to make him an unsurpassed warrior. Young pressed down on his machete with even more force, causing a huge amount of dust to rise into the air. Lee clenched his jaw, wondering if he should have responded to Young's attack, answering his attack most likely, so he could attract the attention of the ruler of the abyss, although he would still need it on the Crimson Mountain range. Suddenly, Lee and Young raised their heads when they heard Park's voice telling them to stop. 3 red blades of energy rushed towards Young and Lee. Park flew towards them and launched 4 blade-like energy strikes, causing Lee and Young to jump away in different directions. Young tensed the muscles all over his body. Veins stood out on his face as he asked Park with a furious cry if he wanted to die. A smile stretched across Park's face as he concentrated his energy into his outstretched palm while calling Young the stupid leader of the second squad who never understood the need to respect his elders. Park and Jung stood opposite each other, their energies clashing in the arena as they argued over Lee's affiliation with their group. Some spectators in the stands jumped up from their seats, shocked by the fight between the 2 leaders of the best squads who were fighting for Lee. Soon 2 more squad leaders appeared in the arena. The leader of the 3rd squad had 3 tattoos on his face in the form of a scar from the claws of a tiger. His hair was long and had a golden color. The man standing next to him in a burgundy suit was the leader of the 4th squad, Jin. They didn't want to join the battle, but they couldn't do anything because their desire to get Lee was colossal. Jin asked for forgiveness for joining the battle. Lee, standing to the side, watched as the 4 leaders of the squad stood opposite each other, preparing for battle. Lee's lips curled into a smile. He was glad for the fight that was about to begin. The leaders of the 3rd and 4th squads smiled widely, saying that they would be the ones who would take Lee into their squad. Young and Park got angry at their words. Park clenched his jaw while Young screamed, asking if they wanted to die. The smile disappeared from the face of Lee, who was standing aside. He had to destroy the leaders of the troops who had received the blessing of Huju as their patron god. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the entire arena, forcing the 4 squad leaders to stop fighting. The voice of the newcomer was heard throughout the arena. He asked the squad leaders what they were doing. The heads of the 3rd and 4th squads clenched their teeth and closed their eyes, trying to withstand the pressure that they began to experience. Young and Park bent over, experiencing terrible pressure, and tensed their bodies trying to stand. The leader of the 3rd squad looked to the side, blood flowing from his eyes and mouth, which he covered with his hand. The cloaked figure of a man approached the squad leaders. The man's body was surrounded by his terrifying energy. An old man with tattoos on his face was approaching them. He had long gray hair and an equally gray beard. This was the executive director of the White Tiger clan, H-Wang. Lee turned, directing his gaze to H-Wang. Lee, looking at his face covered with wrinkles, realized that he was the White Tiger's deputy. Blood flowed from the nose due to the pressure emitted by the old man. The system notified the deity, the time of the hunt, which opened its eyes wide, saying that it felt quite a lot of power. Lee frowned, his eye narrowed as he looked at the high-ranking old man. The old man approached the heads of the squads, scolding Park for his behavior, because he, being the eldest of all of them, did not stop the battle. While the old man was approaching, his energy was raging around him. Lee, looking at him, could not find his vulnerabilities. Young, standing next to Park, smiled widely. Although both of them were bleeding from their mouths and they felt pressure, Young, being a member of Executive Director H-Wang's faction, rejoiced, anticipating victory. Young looked towards Lee, happy that now he would be in his group. While Lee was wiping the blood that flowed from his nose, old man H-Wang approached him and, turning to the heads of the squads, said that if he sided with one of them, the relationship between them would only get worse, so he himself would take Lee into his squad. The four heads of the squad opened their mouths wide in shock, feeling the injustice. We are transported to the office of the executive director. H-Wang's voice was heard in the office, suggesting that Lee change his clothes. Lee began to change his clothes. When his upper body was exposed, the system notified him of the deity, the tiger, trapped in deprivation, who drooled while staring at his body. A second later, another system notification sounded, which notified Lee of the deity, the time of the hunt, which annoyed shouted to everyone to turn away. H-Wang, standing by the window, glanced at Lee, inwardly admiring his excellent body. While Lee was putting on a black sweater, H-Wang looked at his body, amazed at it, because it was a body that had gone through many battles and muscles designed for exercise. H-Wang turned around fully, looking at Lee. He had never seen a body like this before. It made him think about Lee's life. Lee, who had put on his clothes, glanced at H-Wang after he said that he had heard the news about him. H-Wang closed his eyes and smiled faintly, saying that their patron god was very interested in Lee, so he decided to ask him directly what he wanted: money. Lee, dressed in the new black robes of the White Tiger clan, stood listening to H-Wang's question. Lee's lips parted when he said that he didn't need money, because he had so much of it that he wouldn't spend it in 9 lifetimes. He didn't come here for such a pathetic reason. Lee stood behind the sofa looking at H-Wang standing across from him at the table, saying that he wanted to join the strategy department. Lee, looking at H-Wang, told how he heard that H-Wang directly controlled this department, after which Lee asked the question if H-Wang thought that it would not hurt him to establish contacts with the authorities. H-Wang smiled widely upon hearing Lee's words, his eyes widening in shock and anger. The next second, H-Wang began to laugh, emitting energy from his body. Energy of enormous power began to spread from the body of the laughing H-Wang. Lee stood on the sidelines watching everything. Lee looked at H-Wang thoughtfully, and just the old man's laughter made him shake. H-Wang stopped laughing, tilted his head and looked at Lee, praising his ambitions, which matched the White Tiger. Lee stood silently as he listened to the old man say that the strategy department was the core of the White Tiger. H-Wang narrowed his eyes and with a strange smile on his face told Lee that in order to get to this treasure-comparable department, he needed to prove himself. H-Wang asked how Lee was going to prove his worth. Lee, looking at H-Wang, suggested that he make a new record on the Black-Red Mountain Range. Lee stood looking at H-Wang as he turned around and then asked if a new record on the Black-Red Mountain Range would be enough, since he had heard that all the knights he passed as trainees. H-Wang turned his head to Lee. He was a little surprised that Lee didn't want to prove himself to be the best in training, but went straight to the dungeon rankings. Lee, looking at his interlocutor, again confirmed his words. H-Wang, standing sideways in front of Lee, closed his eyes and agreed with Lee, because in this case, no one could really deny Lee's strength. Lee narrowed his eyes, feeling the understatement. Looking at H-Wang, who had his hands behind his back, Lee realized that he was hesitating. Lee's pupil lit up and his lips curled into a smile. He realized that H-Wang wanted something else. H-Wang's eyes widened and he exclaimed when Lee suggested he clear the dungeon. H-Wang turned around and with a joyful expression on his face fully accepted Lee's offer, saying that this place was already very old and they had been looking for a new place to train for a long time. Lee looked at H-Wang with a smile on his face, mentally thinking about something that would help him put pressure on the executive director. But at the same time, Lee told the director something completely different. Lee said that he would clear this dungeon himself without attracting unnecessary attention. H-Wang looked at Lee, saying that now he would have something to talk to him about. Lee smiled even wider and turned to H-Wang with a request. Standing in front of the director, Lee asked his permission to use the White Tiger library. H-Wang smiled at Lee, saying that their library was the best in the world. H-Wang was pleasantly surprised that Lee understood the value of knowledge. The coat of arms of the White Tiger clan was painted on the huge skyscraper, indicating membership in it. The most common search query on the internet was resurrected tyrant. If anyone were to go to the top most popular searches in Korea, they could see how every place up to the top 10 was about Lee in one way or another. Some people wrote messages on social media admiring Lee's return. But there were also those who discussed the disappearance of all Lee's critics. One of them was a man with the nickname Ranker Bean. He made several solid arguments towards Lee's critics. There were also people who were afraid of Tyrant's fanbase, which had been quite quiet up to this point, but now they would start to go wild again. They didn't understand what they could do about it. Some people were discussing the sharp rise in White Tiger's shares, and people were rushing to buy up all their shares. There was also one person discussing the clearing of the Jamsil Gate by Lee. He asked people if they knew about this incident. News headlines stated that the mysterious L, causing many rumors with his appearance, was revealed to be lie, and brief interviews were also conducted with survivors of the Jamsil Gate. Miss Plum appeared on the screen, saying that it was Lee who saved her when she got into trouble. The next person to appear on the screen was a washed-out lieutenant, giving him a thumbs up and talking about Lee's coolness. In the executive director's office, Young's request was heard to give him Lee. Lee cried crying and asked the executive director to give him Lee, saying that if he became his mentor, then his strength and achievements would come to him much faster. H-Wang closed his eyes, trying to explain to Young that he was part of the clan and must maintain subordination, but if he did not do this, he could lose his place as the leader of the squad. Young tearfully asked why H-Wang kept turning him down. H-Wang opened his eyes, saying that Lee had already joined the strategy department and had already made it clear that he would leave if he didn't get what he wanted. So H-Wang didn't want to put such a person in the second squad. He told Young to just wait, because once when Lee's training ends, he will become H-Wang's warden. Of course, H-Wang will assign him to missions as he wants. H-Wang asked Young who he thinks Lee will be paired with most often. Young stopped crying and smiled widely. In the executive director's office, the voice of two people was heard. One told the other to get lost while the second confessed his love to him, after which he asked about Lee's whereabouts. H-Wang narrowed his eyes, telling Young that he knew this would happen, so he locked Lee together, which Young hated the most. Various headlines appeared online. The first headline was about the beginning of White Tiger's Hope training. The second headline said that the tyrant was once again preparing to write his name into history. The third headline asked people how far the SSS+++ rank would go. Lee stood at the top of the hill. Lee stood at the edge of the cliff looking at the mountain ahead. The system notified Lee of the entrance to a dungeon called the Black and Red Mountain Range. Lee was a little surprised because he needed to clear this entire huge mountain. Lee opened his mouth slightly. He was a little puzzled by what he saw. There was a burst of energy at the top of the mountain. Lee, standing on the edge of the cliff, looked up at the top of the mountain, realizing what had just happened. In the dense forest around the mountain, vegetation grew everywhere. A man's face suddenly appeared between the bushes. A huge amount of purple energy was suddenly released from the top of the mountain. A huge column of energy soared into the sky, painting the entire sky pink. Lee watched everything while standing on the edge of a cliff. Lee covered his eyes due to the gusts of wind and the leaves that flew in with the gusts of wind. Strong gusts of wind caused the trees and vegetation around to sway violently. As Lee's hair fluttered in the wind, Lee opened his eyes to the mountain in the distance. Lee saw the figures of a huge bird in the sky. Lee smiled when he saw his target. The system notified Lee that the Black Red Mountain Range had long ago lost its original appearance under the influence of the magical powers of an unknown entity. Next, the system notified Lee of the conditions for completing the dungeon. The condition was to find and eliminate the culprits, as well as return the ecosystem to its original form. Then another system notified Lee that the mountain range had been divided into 8 zones. Next, the system notified Lee that each of the 8 zones had its own heteromorphic organism, which could not be found underground, so he had to be careful. Following this, the system notified about the issuance of inventory, status window, and skill window. Lee, descending from the cliff, looked at the red mountain range, remembering how he was told that once the mountain was huge and black-red. Lee, with his hands in his pockets, continued to walk down the cliff while trying to remember a similar place in Arcadia. Lee felt something and looked away. Lee turned his head to see the shadow of a man hiding behind a tree behind him. The system notified Lee that a person was following him by using the light wind skill. A man in a brown suit and white shirt with tousled black hair stood behind a tree, his fingers digging into the tree's bark in irritation. Lee looked at the guy behind him, realizing that he had been watching him since the library. Lee took a closer look at the man following him, wondering what the executive director was trying to achieve. We are transported back a few days to the White Tiger Library. Lee stood inside the library looking at it. He remembered Thanato's words about the size of this library. Lee remembered standing with his head raised looking at Thanatos and wondering if Huju was an eternal nuisance that caused a lot of discord in paradise. Thanatos, sitting on the throne, asked Lai, who was standing below, what aspirations would be given to the followers of Huju who received the blessing. Li, looking at Thanatos, said that most likely, the followers of Huju will sow discord everywhere. Thanatos, sitting on the throne, grinned at Lai's words, saying that the followers of Huju would extort and exploit, and then arrange an exhibition of the corpses of their enemies. All this would be like a trophy for them, a great deed that would bring exaltation to their patron god. Thanatos put his hand to his face, telling Li to look into the White Tiger's library, and if he wanted, Thanatos could even give him a list of useful books. Standing in front of Thanatos, who was sitting on the throne, Li said that he himself would find everything he needed. Li closed his eyes when Thanatos again invited Li to list the books. Li did not refuse this time. Thanatos named the book with a smile on his face. It was the Sagittarius Zodiac Movement Technique. Li opened his eyes wide in shock upon hearing Thanatos' words, because it was the Sagittarius technique, his 6 martial techniques that allowed him to become light itself. Thanatos, putting his hand to his face, began to list all 6 Sagittarius techniques. Li, having calmed down a little, asked if Huju had one of the techniques he listed. Then Li reasoned that Sagittarius could not know about it, because their war with Huju had not yet happened. Li asked Thanatos where he got such information from. Thanatos' lips stretched into a smile and he asked Li to think for a moment. Li grinned, realizing that Thanatos received the information from the fallen star. Li, looking around the library, decided to quickly find the offensive steps technique. Imagining the formation with the zodiac signs, Li began to reason about the Sagittarius technique. The offensive steps were a sacred ability that allowed Sagittarius to become a zodiac before he became a star. He was an ancient distant old star named God Ex Machina. Li imagined the figure of Sagittarius holding a bow and riding a dragon. Having then imagined many energy flows in space, the divine ability of offensive steps, which Sagittarius learned, allowed him to instantly occupy a certain space and release his divine power, thereby giving him the opportunity to become an absolute being, for the reason that the rest of the zodiacs forbade him to approach their territories. Li looked at the library, realizing that if he could get the steps of Sagittarius, then after awakening his divinity, no one could stop him. However, there was one problem with all this. The system notified him that the tiger, trapped in deprivation, was closely watching his every move. Li sorted through the books on the shelves, looking for the one he needed. Li turned around when he heard the person behind him say that although the library was accessible 24 hours a day, he was only allowed to use it for a week, and he was also allowed to use all the bookshelves except the forbidden 1st and 2nd level. Li turned around, looking at the employee in the brown suit, who asked him to remember that books should not be taken out of here. A guy in a brown suit extended his hand to Li and held a notebook with the other, asking for an autograph for his girlfriend. But Li turned again to the shelves with books and picked up a book. The guy behind him clenched his teeth, annoyed at Li's ignoring. But at that moment he himself thought that he needed to be as careful as possible in order to avoid the executive director and Huju. Remembering Thanatos, who was sitting on the throne, and asked him, saying that after seeing the exhibition hall of Huju and the military library of the One-Horned Tribe, he tried to make the same. Li closed his eyes, after which the system notified him that the unshakable spirit skill had been activated. Li opened his eye, his pupil glowing brightly, and rune patterns could be seen inside it. The system notified Li that peace of mind had been activated. Li sat leaning against the bookshelves, reading a book in his hands. Outside the library, the skyscraper in which the White Tiger Library itself was no longer illuminated by the sun, and the lights in almost all the windows had gone out. Li wondered how many days had already passed. The guy stuck his head out from behind the closet and gritted his teeth when he saw how Li was actually reading books. Li stood up and began to take out another book. This infuriated the guy, because Li didn't even choose the books according to a special criterion. The books were different, either on wielding a spear or on wielding a sword. Stacks of books had already been read by Li. He also read books on divine laws and books about simple breathing techniques or myths about the gods. The guy remembered how the executive director, standing with his back to him, ordered him to watch Li and report anything suspicious. Now he did not understand what exactly he should report to the director. The guy looked at Li, who was reading another book, and thought the only thing he could tell the director was that the reason Li locked himself in the library was that he was playing to the public. The guy turned around, clenched his teeth, and began to cry in his thoughts, begging Li to leave quickly. The guy looked at the back of Li's head. This guy was oppressing him. At this time, Li's pupils glowed brightly, and the system notified him one by one about his condition. He was in a state of concentration. He was solely focused on reading, due to which he was able to understand and remember everything he read. The sound sounded again, a couple of system notifications notifying him that he was in a state of concentration, which is why his speed of absorbing knowledge increased. The system notified the person standing reading the book that his ability to read between the lines and understand terms where it was difficult had increased. Then the system notified him of his state of insanity. The next system notification warned him that there was too much information received, due to which he had a headache, followed by another warning from the system asking him to rest. While Lee's entire body was illuminated, system notifications came one after another. She notified him of receiving the achievement book Mad Maniac and its effects that gave Intelligence +10, Tenacity +5, and the title of Easy Reader. Next, the system notified about the deity, the time of the hunt, which began to get tired of his endless reading. Another notification sounded from the system, notifying about the deity, a snake entwining the world, which was interested in all the information that Lee received. While Lee held the book in his hand and read it, many system notifications sounded in his head, notifying him of mastering a piece of knowledge, and of the increase in his understanding of the tiger trapped in deprivation. A moment later, these notifications sounded again. Lee raised his hand as he turned the page. The system notified him of a deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, who looked at him with interest. Lee looked back, amazed at the stupidity of people. Lee looked at the book again, mentally grinning. Because getting offensive steps was not his only goal, he was interested in the entire skill tree of Huju himself. Lee extended his hand, placing the book on the shelf, realizing that the Ferocious Tiger Library was originally created by the White Tiger clan to show the greatness of Huju. But for the clan members it was also a shrine, connecting them with Huju techniques, and a significant part of the books left here were hidden pieces of information from Huju. Lee, holding a book in his hand from the center of which dark energy was released. He was going to find all the information about Huju by connecting the pieces together to understand what Huju really is, after which he could figure out for himself the weaknesses of the people behind him. While Lee, shrouded in dark energy, was reading the book in his hand, the system notified him that a new type of skill had been created with the help of the knowledge gained, and then the system notified him that a combination of skills had begun. Lee's eyes glowed brightly as dark energy like a mist rose from his body. At this time the skill combination process reached 39%. Lee scratched his head. He was about to leave because he had learned everything he needed about combat techniques of destruction in the 3rd level of the library. This meant that in order to make up for the rest, he needed to open the 1st and 2nd levels of the library and gain skills for achievements. Lee raised his hand to his face, thinking about the books that were not on the 3rd level. Lee walked past shelves of books with his hands in his hands, wondering whether the steps of the attack were on the 1st or 2nd level of the library. Lee looked up and wondered if he should check again, because he had 3 hours left, and if there were words or sentences that were difficult for him to understand, then there was a high probability that they were on the 7th level of the library. When Lee reached out to the shelf of books, the system notified him of an unshakable spirit that was at its limit, but then the system notified Lee that his calmness of spirit strengthened his shaky concentration, due to which his willpower increased. Then the system notified Lee of the deity, an owl piercing the dim light that supported his willpower. When Lee's fingertip touched the book, he felt something. A smile stretched across Lee's face. He was incredibly happy about the book he had found. Picking up a book with the title 100 Dishes That Can Be Prepared from Monster Meat, Lee was sure that there was definitely something valuable in it. Like a madman, Lee turned the book over and began to read it from the end in a special way. Lee's eye opened wide and the smile disappeared from his face as he realized that this book was not what he was looking for. Suddenly, Lee's pupil dilated after he heard a voice saying that this was the place. Lee was immersed in a book. The color pink surrounded the world, and the cherry blossom petals fluttered like butterflies. In this pink world, many chains were intertwined with each other. All of them were attached to iron poles, piercing and shackling a guy in white robes and with long white hair. Blood flowed from the guy's red eye. His face was covered in wounds, but he could still tell that in this place he left a deep grudge. Lee, being in the library of the Ferocious Tiger, held a book with recipes upside down, reading between the lines the resentment contained there from the betrayal of his half-brother named Munson. Having read this name, the main character was taken aback by surprise. His eyes went wide and sweat began to form on his face as realization dawned. The image of a curly, golden-haired warrior with honey eyes and an earring in his ear named Gum Chunho, holding a sword covered with scales, immediately appeared in Lee's head. This man founded the White Tiger clan with Director O, was recognized as one of the 9 greatest black tigers in the world, and was also the apostle of Suju. Next we see a picture of a metropolis with skyscrapers, along the streets of which a crowd of ordinary people with dissatisfied faces wanders. Lee, carefully studying the book, concluded with a frown that its author wrote as if he was close to such a creature, and began to wonder if he knew Chunho. The main character recalled the biography of Chunho, according to which he was one of the few famous mercenaries among the players, went through countless difficulties and created a martial art, and Suju took him as an apostle. However, according to this book, everything was completely different. The author of the book and Moonson's mentor, Hanyu, sat on the ground with his long white hair spread out to the sides, and the fabric of his spread melancholy with a floral pattern was laced with a rope-tied weapon, while delicate cherry blossom petals floated around. The man looked saddened. Blood was seeping from the wounds on his chest, stubble was visible on his chin, and while dark tears flowed from his tired, closed eyes, he corrected himself, calling himself Moonson's former mentor. The sad author of the book recalled how he spent a long time honing his sword art under the cherry blossoms in order to become the successor to the Ilman clan. But one day something happened. The noble blonde Hanyu wearing a golden floral adornment glanced to the side curiously, with a strand of hair hanging carelessly on his face. The man recalled that one day the teacher brought an apostle who was much younger than himself. He was a curly, golden-haired child with piercing brown eyes and a calm disposition. Since the master's health deteriorated with age, Hanyu accepted the child as if he were his own brother, taught him to hold a sword, and subsequently became his teacher. However, in this carelessness of events, the blonde warrior did not even know about the thoughts of the ordinary quiet apostle, casting a soft glance at him with golden eyes. The curly-haired boy concentratedly studied everything his mentor taught him. Hanyu also didn't think about what their protective tiger spirit, trapped in deprivation, thought about their clan. Based on the name, Huju, aka the aforementioned tiger, was a chaotic deity who thrived on beating, chaos, and fear. From the point of view of such a being, the clan's choice to follow the world and hide for the sake of training was undignified. Hanyu, taking out a sword sparkling with purple lightning from its sheath, thought that he, of course, could have found another apostle. The light from the blade shone high above Hanyu and his baffled disciple, destroying everything in its path, and the book's author noted that their clan handled the doctrine of Huju the best. The Hanyu disciple was shocked by the strength and skill of the Hanyu mentor, watching him with wide eyes and slack jaw. The man used a technique, twisted streams of purple magical energy into a spiral, and then directed them to the side. The attack was directed at an unknown warrior standing against the backdrop of a traditional building and the full moon, hidden by a hooded robe. While the author of the book was talking about how the deity could not simply choose another apostle, an unknown creature in a robe fought off the attack, putting its clawed paw in front of itself. Hanyu fought with the same tiger, trapped in deprivation, who, due to lack of choice, showed his sharp teeth. The blonde man looked intently at the enemy who had arrived under the cover of darkness with half-lidded golden eyes. Directly behind Hanyu stood his curly-haired student, whose eyes burned with contempt, and his fists were tightly clenched with overwhelming hatred. However, the young man's face was as calm as usual, expressing complete calm, only the corners of his mouth were slightly downturned. Li, with his hand to his chin, read the recipe book thoughtfully, noting that Suju's powers were deliberately sealed, as he had heard. The main character, with a gloomy look, thought about why a god who depends so much on war did not show up for almost a century, because he had to do something with the Ilman clan, to which Junho belonged. As a result, Li concluded that the stronger the faith in Suju, the more chaos and misfortune happens, suggesting that Hanyu was against bloodshed, but the question arose as to why the deity chose Chunho. The library caretaker, peeking out from behind the stack, looked angrily at Li, baring his teeth and thinking that he was just trying to seem smart. The author of the book continued his story, noting that Munson's betrayal had been planned for years, because on that day he could not even hold a sword in his hands due to the flow of blood. Hanyu sadly looked at the palm covered in scarlet liquid as thin streams of blood flowed from his eyes and mouth, realizing that the student had been poisoning him for a long time. Chained to the ground with a weapon that pierced the blues, the author of the book looked at Junho towering on mount, realizing that he was slowly poisoning him where he did not expect. Hanyu assumed that the curly-haired brown-robed disciple who had looked down on him that day, perhaps to pay tribute, had decided not to take his life. The author of the book recalled that the young man cut the veins in his lungs, blocked the brazier of magical power, and lured him into an underground cave in the Ilman domain. That day, devotee Hanyu pitifully called disciple Munson with all his might. The Holy Spirit also no longer protected the blonde man. From that moment on, Junho became the new priest, and Hanyu could do nothing but watch his clan prosper in the place where Ilman once was. After the author of the book disobeyed his teacher and went out into the outside world, unable to do anything, he only watched the chaos generated by the new priest for the next 10 years. Everything was strewn with delicate sakura petals, and the author recalled one incident. There was emptiness in Hanyu's gaze, and bloody tears flowed from his eye sockets while sakura surrounded him. Suddenly he squinted to the side. The man heard a voice coming from a high mountain on which a sakura tree grew, and now a bright light was breaking through from there. Li, continuing to read the book, was shocked by the last sentence. When the recording stopped, the protagonist, overwhelmed with interest, began to flip through the pages in bewilderment in search of a continuation. Curling his mouth with dissatisfaction, he looked around the library shelves and concluded that there must be more Jigel. Suddenly, a blue system window appeared in front of the perplexed Li. The message said that the young man had found the hidden part. Suddenly, Li felt with shock the dark streams of energy around him, and the system reported that an unknown creature had planted its will in him, and as a reward, the progress of the skill combination increased greatly. The main character was greatly shocked, deciding that the progress of the Huju combination would take a long time, but before his eyes it increased by 12% due to finding the hidden part and analyzing it. Next, Lee received a message from the system, which said that there were still hidden parts here, giving the task to find them and combine them. Staring at the book in bewilderment, the guy concluded that an ordinary mortal would never do something like that. Looking closely at the work, Lee came to the conclusion that there was most likely divine intervention at some point, which was the voice mentioned by Hanyu. Turning around, the guy in a panic thought that he had 2 hours left, during which he needed to find the remaining parts. Lee quickly rushed around the library hall, trying to guess where the books might be hidden. Turning sharply among the shelves of the sections of the 7th level, the young man concluded that the author would have made it so that whoever found one part could find others. The caretaker, standing with a booklet in his hands with his back to the accelerating protagonist, shed tears and, closing his eyes, did not understand why he was doing such nonsense. Lee frowned as he read the notification from the system, informing him that the tiger deity believed that the young man would become his faithful priest, so he did not ask questions. While the guy was hastily sorting books onto the shelves, a notification came that the snake deity was looking at him with a knowing look. The story from the book continued, and Hanyu told that the man from the mountain said that, just like himself, he was once betrayed by the priest and exiled to this place with heavy chains. Many years ago, he was devoured by his own child, and he endlessly wandered through the underworld, resembling a demon. Raising his head, Hanyu cast a sad glance at the mountain, after which he concluded that he and that man had the same enemy. Excitedly reading the continuation of the story, Lee wondered whether Huju himself was the child. He looked at the book with a blue cover with a malicious grin, realizing that he had unearthed a great secret and weakness. The guy continued to read with concentration, wrinkling his nose. Hanyu was led to believe that the one whom teacher and man respected for so long turned out to be a tiger deity, and in order to become a god, he had to become a monster and devour his entire family. The man told Hanyu that he dreamed of seeing this demon's neck break. A blond man sitting in captivity pointed his sparkling petals upward, concluding that it was necessary to see this so that the unknown could rest in peace. Raising his hands, Hanyu caught the tender cherry petals, reporting that this man showed him how to kill a tiger trapped in deprivation. Using this knowledge, the blond man was able to regain his strength and energy, but having recovered, he began to avoid everyone and everything. Hanyu trained hard to accumulate as much power as possible, and thanks to the man's teachings, he was able to fully concentrate on his skills. And on the day when the priest who had wandered around the world returned, Hanyu made a choice. Remembering how the priest betrayed him, the blonde warrior prepared his weapon. There was only composure in his golden eyes as he was about to rise up and kill the priest. And so Hanyu, in full combat readiness with a gloomy look, stood against the backdrop of cherry blossoms, taking a sword in his hands to overthrow the tiger. However, having returned to the world and moving across the roofs of glass skyscrapers, the first thing the man thought about was whether he could do it. Moving around the city at night, he asked himself questions. Stopping at the edge of the building, he bored himself with the question of whether he could strike Moonsun, whom he raised and taught like his own child. So Hanyu decided to leave his will in the form of an obituary in the hopes that his own grievance and that person's grievance would be conveyed. Flying to the high-rise building on which the logo of the Tiger Clan hung, the author of the book, surrounded by dark energy, decided to pass on the grievance to a new descendant. Suddenly, in front of the main character, the entire space was filled with a blue glow consisting of stripes. When Lee closed the finished book with a frown, the system reported that he had found all the hidden parts. The guy cast an indifferent glance forward as he read the notification about receiving the achievement. Next, a huge explanation of the skill Black Mountain Ruler's Claw appeared, with a detailed description of the type, power, and effects. After this, an explanation was given for the effect of profuse bleeding, and at this time, according to the story, Hanyu, using this ability, attacked the members of the Tiger Clan. When the system reported the chain attack skill without delay, the blonde man looked up in anger and circled in the attack. All his dark energy was directed towards his betrayed student Chunho, whom he considered a brother. Further, as the system reports, Hanyu took advantage of the combination of skills, directing his energy directly at the curly-haired young man. Seeing the student, Hanyu screamed heart-rendingly with blood coming from his mouth and eyes, calling the young man first a black heavenly tiger, and then Munson. There was not an iota of worry on Junho's face, he just indifferently watched the magical attacks flying at him. Lai concluded that the Black Mountain Ruler's Claw is one of the few skills of the White Tiger and resembles a counter. While Hanyu diligently attacked Junho using all his skill, he, surrounded by golden energy, drew his blade to retaliate. The maroon and gold energy belonging to the opponents clashed in battle as the men flew at each other. Carefully reading the system message with his index finger out, Lai concluded that the current generation is very weak because now no one remembers the skill of the ancient god. After such a radical opinion, the guy decided that this skill uses too much magical power, so it would take all the skill to get just one claw. As Lee walked out of the library, he thought that he would need a lot of elixirs, which he was going to take from the training institute. Leaving huge stacks of books he had read, the main character decided as he moved away that he would have to return for the steps of the offensive next time. The brightest suns fell on a carelessly left yellow book with recipes for dishes made from monster meat. The action takes place in a dungeon called the Black Red Mountain Range, which was given because of the towering mountain. Walking through the forest with red leaves, Lee, with a thoughtful look, scrolled through the information in his head and came to the conclusion that the difficulty was simply hellish and the director wanted him to clear this place. Taking a close look at the surroundings, the main character concluded that he needed to find out what kind of secret was hidden here. While the library caretaker was secretly following Lee, hiding behind tree trunks, the system reported that the weak wind skill was following him. Looking ahead gloomily, but noticing the surveillance, the young man in a black and yellow jacket wanted to get rid of the stalker. Lee recalled that he allowed himself to be watched in the library, but now it was too much, and the man from behind the tree impudently asked him to imagine that he was not here and continue training. The guy, with an irritated look, decided that he couldn't catch June now, so he would take care of him whenever possible. Lee continued his way through the forest of the dungeon, passing the strip that outlined the safe zone. A group of fighters gathered in the dungeon cast puzzled glances at the approaching hero. The guys were in amazement when they recognized Lee himself and the phlegmatic traveler and looked after him with bulging eyes. The brunette asked his partner behind his back, wondering what the main character would do this time, and he fearfully concluded that he did not want to be compared to him. Lee turned around, casting a look of indifference at the crowd, and counted only 3 useful guys. The girl from the squad looked at Lee with tears in her eyes, happy that Appa paid attention to her, and 2 guys nearby watched her strong reaction in bewilderment. While the girl was squealing with happiness, one of the guys reported a fan, and Lee hastened to turn away, embarrassed by such an abundance of attention. He cast a questioning glance somewhere in front of him. He noticed a masked warrior with blue eyes and an unusual staff towering over the crowd. The man's face appeared to be bandaged. On his neck hung a card with the name Baek Jayavul, who, according to it, was a white tiger trainee. Lee looked at this warrior with curiosity, remembering with bewilderment that he was receiving the blessing of another god. Meanwhile, a bald man appeared on the top of the rock and loudly asked everyone to shut up and gather in one place, organizing the crowd below. Then Lee turned his gaze, full of indifference, from the blue-haired warrior to the speaker. The loud cry of a bald man was heard throughout the forest, announcing that the 26th training of white tiger trainees was about to begin. The brochure featured the logo of the fearsome tiger from Hanyu's memories, and the advertisement featured a training camp for those preparing to create a new legend. Holding the flyer in his hands, Lee carefully read the contents of the advertisement. After that, he clenched his teeth, clicking in displeasure and concluding that it was becoming more and more problematic. The action moves to the office of the head of the HR department, Woo Young-jun, who sat with a gloomy look at the table while the niece displeasedly asked whether her uncle was listening to her. He, talking through headphones, asked, puzzled, whether the girl wanted YTS photo cards that were not on sale. Young-jun got scared when he heard his niece's offended cry from the headphones and hurried to stop Hyabin. When the girl passed out in anger, the brunette remained sitting with a worried look, his mouth open. He touched his head and exhaled tiredly, closing his eyes and thinking with displeasure about the gated Jamsil. Young-jun concluded that he was just a fool who listened to everything his niece said, remembering how touching it was to watch the girl grow up. The man was very scared to learn that Hyabin was right at the epicenter of the Jamsil gate, watching her parents grieve. Young-jun recalled that instead of sending a rescue team, he endlessly prayed to the patron giant in the church, kneeling in front of the altar. On one of these days, a subordinate came to the holy place and informed the head of the department that Hyabin had returned safe and sound. Then Young-in, having heard this, turned to the man in tears and snot and repeated what he had heard. Afterwards, he visited his niece in the hospital, declaring with a smile that he wanted to express his gratitude to the person who saved her, asking the girl to tell her who it was. Hyabin looked piercingly at her uncle with her violet eyes, declaring that this hero was Lee, who left somewhere after clearing the dungeon. Young-jun, with a soft smile, promised the girl that he would recruit the young man and specifically assign him to the clan run by their company so that they could thank him. After these words, Hyabin, who was sitting on the chair, became very happy and showed 2 thumbs up to her uncle, who laughed with happiness. Now this promise resulted in a problem, and Young-jun clutched his head because he could not even talk to Lee. This was due to the fact that at the first meeting, the men clashed with blades, sparkling with bright flashes when they struck. Then Young-jun was very focused on the fight and clenched his teeth, showing his displeasure to the enemy. He shouted as he attacked Lee with his bright energy and brought his sharp weapon forward. Now the man looked at the phone with hope, waiting for Lee to call him, because he had given him his business card to recruit him into the Sword of Almost Stars. Holding his head and gritting his teeth, Yongjun blamed himself for making a mistake. He was thinking that no one could have expected that Lai, who had never called 5 stars, would immediately go to the White Tiger clan. Besides, the guy had an SSS+++ rank, which made him a genius. Looking at his palm in despair, Yongjun came to the conclusion that he should have noticed this even then. After these thoughts, the man rested his hand on the table and, remembering how his niece calls every day and talks about hatred, he concluded that he had not pursued Lee enough. Yongjun leaned his hands on the table in complete despair, justifying himself for not doing anything. The man was now scowling in front of him, concluding that he couldn't focus on Lee because of what happened with Hyaf. He sat at the table with his hands folded and wondered how he could now recruit Lee, who had already become a beast. The action moves to the dungeon of the Black-Red Ridge, where training has already begun in the Red Forest. The girl with the bob looked at her appa with a fanatical gaze, while the guy behind her noted that she was drooling. The fan continued to look around mindlessly, obsessed with Lee, and her neighbor asked if Appa would like the way she looked now. After that, the girl began to fix her makeup in the mirror, and the guy next to her glanced to the side, concluding that nothing would stop the fan. Noticing something, the guy took on a questioning look. He looked at the gloomy or puzzled Hyen, not understanding what was wrong with him. Coming out of his strange state, the guy reacted to the voice and looked at his interlocutor with shock. The guy's gaze softened, and he assured that everything was fine. Then he turned around, saying that they would now explain the rules of the training camp and offering to stand closer, and the shaggy young man was puzzled. A bald man with glasses pressed the blue screen, asking him to listen carefully to the rules of the training camp. The screen got bigger and the coach started ranting to the huge crowd. There were a lot of rules on the system screen, including the duration of training, basic skills, the disappearance of the safe zone, the absence of survival rules, points for achievements, disqualification, and the top 5 best players. Having listed everything, the bald man from the mountain shouted that any autonomous actions and judgments are allowed. The trainer now addressed the crowd, declaring that he would teach 3 basic skills to the crowd. The box contained 3 scrolls with Tiger Aura, Tiger Stride, and Tiger Calamity intended for training. The fingered guy, holding a tray of scrolls in his hands, beamed with happiness, concluding that he could now become a member of the White Tiger. The Tiger Aura skill is basic and can be used as an attack, as one of the packages reported. According to the second, the step of the tiger represents the transfer of energy from the village with movement. The third scroll talks about the tiger's calamity, when the attack force increases as the tiger tears into pieces. The bald man shouted loudly with his mouth wide open, ordering the crowd to tear the scrolls to gain skills. The shaggy guy, smiling joyfully, tore the long paper, and a bright light appeared from it. The system reported the acquisition of 3 basic skills at once. Everyone was surrounded by radiant energy, excited to learn new skills. Now the bald jock put his hands at his sides, declaring that, being an instructor, he would show him how to use his new powers. He suddenly looked ahead, puzzled, not understanding what he saw. Lee stood among the crowd, raising his hand up, and the coach allowed him to speak. Then the guy said that he already had all the skills. This greatly studied the bald instructor. All those gathered were also surprised, turning to the gifted guy and opening their mouths. With an indifferent expression, he said that he had heard that even during the training period you can leave the safe zone if you have good skills. Everyone was puzzled, whispering whether the phlegmatic Lai had received the scrolls before everyone else. Jijabel cast a sidelong glance at Lee while everyone else continued to discuss the current situation with bewilderment. While he carefully watched the guy, it was clear that the face under the bandages was covered with scars. Meanwhile, Lee's biggest fan cheered as her mouth continued to drool. One of the guys grinned, deciding that there was no reason to be angry because strangers would fail the test, and his long-haired friend, noticing this, looked at him in puzzlement. The arrogant guy thought that his father was an executive member of the White Tiger clan, and he said that Lai had not received any skills. When the bald trainer asked to demonstrate his abilities, the guy watched Lee with contempt, considering him naive. After that, the young man looked at the girl with a nasty smile, which worried her brother, who was standing nearby. Lee took a deep breath and closed his eyes, concentrating. The wind began to ruffle his hair. The guy, who had recently looked at him with contempt, was now shocked. Lai, surrounded by dark and golden energy, easily activated the Tiger Step skill and then the Tiger Aura. A bright glow with dark waves formed around the guy as he raised his head up with glowing eyes and held the blade tightly. Stripe patterns appeared on Lai's face, and everyone around him exclaimed in amazement, not believing that the youth had also released energy in the form of a tiger. The arrogant guy now wondered how such a brat could do this. He opened his eyes wide after the next transformation. Now Lee activated the last Tiger Distress skill, thrusting his blade forward, his eyes glowing. His serious face had tiger stripes, and there was dark and orange energy all around. Lee stands holding his sword as his fiery tiger aura flutters around him. A man with long white hair is extremely amazed by what is happening. The girl's friend looks stunned. He definitely didn't expect Lee to do something like this. Lee, whose eyes have turned white, raises his sword. The curator of the White Tiger clan is in a state of shock, which is very noticeable. He screams as fire rushes past him. The flames are now high enough and Lee swings his sword again. The curator watches this whole picture with his mouth open. Some creatures begin to make strange sounds while everything is burning. The curator is already completely confused. He seems to have a lot of questions for Lee. He, in turn, somewhat surprised, wonders how he did it all when he just tried. The curator doesn't have a word to say. Everyone present is in complete shock. Lee stands emotionless while people behind him express aggression and someone insults him. He looked away. The man in the beige suit seems furious and asks Lee if this is the reason he didn't do anything in the library. The speaker clenched his jaw angrily. He can't believe that Lee is a genius, capable of learning skills that took 10 years of his life just by absorbing them. Now he understood why Director O assigned him to Lee. Closing his eyes, the man says that it turns out that Lee didn't slack off just because he was a genius, but worked hard in places where no one would see him to improve his skills. Frowning his brows, he admits that he thought Lee was only pretending to work in the library and apologizes sincerely. He bows to the surprised Lee and states that he is amazing and he respects him. Lee, looking at this, responds with silence. Those around him are amazed that Lee is not only a genius, but also a conscientious worker. They wonder if in this case they will one day be able to catch up with the tyrant. The girl looks at Lee with loving eyes, while her friends standing behind do not understand this, and claims that she likes the man even if he's just handsome. The girl's friends come to the conclusion that she can no longer be saved. Lee looks away, and the system notifies that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, is looking at him with satisfaction from his deep understanding of the doctrine. This deity also promises Lee to grant him a higher rank if he continues to impress him. Lee comes to the conclusion that he is beginning to like what is happening. He rolls his eyes when he sees a message from the system that the deity Time of the Hunt is glaring at him with displeasure. Lee thinks that Huju always wants to give him something to cheer him up, but Pablesag is full of indignation. Lee stands in front of the White Tiger clan's handler and says that he seems to have proven that he is ready to fight alone. The curator replies that this is indeed enough and Lee can move forward. Lee looks calmly ahead. Lee walks out of the safe zone as the others watch after him. The three men have extremely disapproving looks. As their faces got closer, it only became clearer that they were unhappy. Mountains and dense forest are visible. Lee's foot steps onto the stone surface. There are trees and spiders all around, and Lee is standing in the middle of it all. Lee frowns, and at this time the system reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, is looking forward to his achievements in the dungeon and he cannot wait to find out whether his statement about clearing the dungeon was true. It turns out that this deity was watching Lee while he was talking to the director. A man stands in the middle of the forest, and the thought sounds that they said that the ecosystem here has changed due to the influence of an unknown magical force. The voice wonders if they were talking about air. Lee sighs, and one can hear the thought that it would be difficult for ordinary players to withstand this. The system reports that Lai is trying to purify the air using the flames of the 8 trigrams. He is as calm and focused as possible, and stillness is activated. The system says that inner calm was applied. Lee holds a spear in his hands. He connected its 2 parts, and the system reported that the deity of the snake entwining the world was looking at him with interest, waiting to see what techniques he would use. Lee looks to the side, holding a spear. He frowns and claims that what he needs is there. He swings his spear, his eyes turn white, and the system says Tiger Walk is activated. It is reported that the earthquake has been activated and a path record has been added. Lee resolutely raises his spear. He puts it forward and magic emanates from it. He strikes a pose and everything shines. A creature appears, opening its mouth and sticking out its tongue. Lee frowns and thinks that, as expected, this is the same habitat. Lots of monsters running like wild ones. It turns out that one-legged ghosts live here. Lee stands surrounded by evil creatures and thinks that this is exactly what he was looking for. Magic circles around him, and he is sure that it is definitely here. Lee's eyes light up. They're getting even closer. He looks up and decides he needs to try something first. Lee grins, and the system reports that the skill First Claw of the ruler of the Black Mountain is activated. He wants to try it. Lee's eyes sparkle. He swings his spear and leaves a magical trail. The monsters start screaming and attacking. Lee strikes a pose, retracting his spear. He stands confidently, as if he is ready to fight against the whole world. The system reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, is delighted with the power of the claws he has released. Lee stands with his back down, spear lowered, and thinks about something that Huju doesn't seem to understand yet, but as expected, the consumption of magical energy is too high. Lee sighs as a bead of sweat runs down his face and realizes that he must increase his magical power at any cost. Lee stands with a dark face and thinks that he is sure that what he is looking for was in the habitat of the one-legged ghosts. Lee stands as the monster jumps on him. The fire sparkles. He raises his hand. His eye turns red and the system reports that the Viper's eye has been activated. Lee controls his magic, and the system says that the deity Time of the Hunt sincerely admires his fighting abilities, and the deity Snake that wraps the world recognizes his path of seeking knowledge, which makes him use his gift so well. Lee looks extremely focused, and the system notifies that he has successfully enrolled the settlement of one-legged ghosts, and as a reward he will receive the knee joint of the one-legged ghost, and also the baton of the one-legged ghost. Lee's hands are wrapped around magical threads, and the soul drain is activated. He looks away. One of the flowers has bulging eyes and seems scared. However, he quickly hides his eyes and pretends to be normal. Lee stares at this flower and realizes that he has found what he was looking for. This flower trembled and sweated from fear that it would be discovered. However, Lee's hand had already grabbed him, without any mercy on him, and squeezed. The flower seemed to be in a state of shock because of this whole situation. Lee, whose face expressed a purely readiness to go towards his goal, no matter what, mercilessly tore the terrified flower out of the ground where it had been growing all this time. The roots of the small flower were huge, like those of an old tree. The system tells Lee the good news that he finally got what he wanted to find, namely the screeching flower. A man clutches a newly found flower in his hand as its leaves hit his hands in despair. The system condescendingly presents information about this screeching flower. It turns out that this is a flower that is said to grow in Xiaochun between life and death and often spontaneously begins to squeal, and also has a potent deadly poison, so careless consumption of it can lead to illness. The system reports that its effect is yin poisoning. Lee, with a gloomy face, watches the flower he has been hunting for all this time and looks somewhat thoughtful. The flower, in turn, does not know at all what to expect from the man, and only bulges its eyes. A picture appears of Lee standing on the shining planet Earth, and standing opposite him many people in red mysterious robes that hide their faces thanks to hoods. One of these people asks the man whether he wants to transform the fire of the 8 trigrams. The speaker concludes that Lee is simply crazy and questions why he would even ask him to do such a thing. Lee replies that he does this because he heard that he knows how to do it. He assures the questioning man that he does not intend to use the fire of the 8 trigrams just for the sake of restoration. A bearded man with blonde hair, a tail and a gold tooth looks pleased because he smiles widely, showing all his teeth. It turns out his name is Iro. He suddenly starts laughing wildly. It even seems like he's mocking. He turns to Lee, stating that he, of course, heard that they were talking about him as crazy, but he did not think that everything was so serious. He asks if Lee wants the flame of the 8 trigrams of the Heavenly Lord of Tao and its power, which represents birth and creation. He suddenly wondered if this was all about remaking them for chaos and destruction. He also resents the fact that Lee also wants the blood-red lightning aura. The man states that he never thought that he would chase the shadow of one person. Against the backdrop of the planet Earth and many bright stars stand Lee, who crossed his arms over his chest, probably out of distrust of Iro, who stands smiling right in his face and raises his hand in gesticulation to saturate his speech. Lee bluntly asks Iro if he will teach him. Iro, in turn, expresses his opinion that, in fact, he would not help Lee. However, since everything turns out this way, he will still help. He states that there is absolutely nothing stopping him from telling Lee all the details. Lee asks first to tell him about the method itself. Iro's silver eye sparkles, and he states that everything is quite simple, because first he only needs to grow his flame power, only this time he will need to add not fuel, but fire itself. Iro stands opposite Lee and is all ablaze with purple fire. He reports that, of course, if you add a weak flame, it will simply be consumed without a trace, which is why they need a vicious and cruel flame. Lee clarifies something by asking Iro about the flame. A bearded man with a sloppy mustache can't stop smiling with all his teeth and looks at his interlocutor with the same smile. He tells him to find a monster called Ijuk or Jigwe. It turns out that it is then that Lee will be able to get the desired flame of the end of the world. Lee looks ahead intently, contemplating something, and still makes the squealing flower extremely nervous while he persistently holds it in his hands. He remembers the very name of the monster that Iro told him about, namely Jigwe. Lee stands resolutely on one rock peak, clenching his fists as he looks up at another peak where a creature is shining. Suddenly it flies away. Lee grins, startling the squealing flower, and his eyes light up when he realizes it was Jigwe. He thinks that instead of just leaving it to smolder in the fire of the 8 trigrams, he needs to turn it into a raging fire. Lee opens his mouth wide, intending to eat the squealing flower, and thinks that this flower growing in the settlement of one-legged ghosts will help him in this, the squealing flower as his food. It mercilessly consumes the flower, which is what the system reports. Next comes a notification about the spread of death poison. As a result, the effect of immunity to 10 poisons is activated and Lee's resistance increases. While he is holding onto the remaining root of the flower, the system reports that the fire of the 8 trigrams is burning brighter and will soon purify him, and his magical power has increased by 0.3. Li holds the root of the flower in his teeth and says that it can both light fire and increase his magical power. He thinks it's excellent. A mountain and trees with red foliage are depicted. Against a backdrop of many trees, messages from the system are displayed that Li has successfully cleared out the settlement of the one-legged ghost. That as a reward he receives the skull and heart of the one-legged ghost, and that he has absorbed the laughing flower. Li is shown walking among the red trees, and again there are alerts from the system, according to which he has successfully cleared the settlement of red-bearded ghosts, discovered a family of flowers open to battle, and cleared out a group of dark ghosts. It turns out that he also became a killer of mountains and forests. Li is seen crossing the river and the system notifies that the deity time of the hunt asks, yawning, how much longer he is going to just wander. Holding the stem of a flower in his mouth, Li watches another message from the system that the deity owl, piercing the dim light, looks completely immersed in his adventure. Li stands looking at a high mountain. Now he is already at the top. He looks into a large empty nest and realizes that what he needed was here. Li has a determined look in his eyes and realizes that this is Jigwee's nest. The picture appears again with Li and Iro standing opposite each other. Li asks him what type of monster is the Jigwee the man was talking about earlier. Iro responds that without a given body it would be inappropriate to call it a beast, and since it has a body, it is not a spirit, so it is a rather strange monster. Li looks up and asks if Iro means it's lifeless. He, in turn, raises his hand to his chin in thought and reports that this is almost true, but it is more likely a large pack of spirits. Jigwee is depicted with something collapsing around him, and Iro is heard saying that it represents fire and death. Li puts his hand forward, clarifying what about the core. Iro asks where he can get the spirits, although he notices that there is something similar. The shining Jigwee is seen, and it is heard that his right eye, the life of tens of thousands of ghosts, is collected in it, and under the influence of high temperature, it greatly shrank and turned into a precious eye. Li stands calmly, remembering Iro's phrase that if he uses this eye, he can greatly change the fire of the 8 trigrams. Li jumps off the cliff and decides that since the monster has left its nest, he can place a trap here. A list of those who have passed is presented, in which the name Li can be seen. The curators of the White Tiger clan note that there are 26 participants and this is the best result of all time. They are surprised that 40% passed in 10 days, even if they were motivated by Li. People can be seen wandering through the red forest, asking if this is the place. Their faces are darkened, and one of them says that only a tyrant could leave behind such a thing. The man's eyes sparkle and he grins, telling them to stop making small talk because they need to decide how they will torture Li. Glimpses of light were visible in the depths of the dungeon. Moving across its expanses with lightning speed, Xing stated that he believed that Li was nothing of himself, but was simply trying to appear cool. Smirking, Jipio wondered if Xing thought that the main character was so good at pretending, noticing his idea that the White Tigers had given him something worthwhile, which made him now superior to all of them. Next, he tried to find out how else he could master the skill perfectly in less than a day. After listening to him, Xing noted that he was right. Taken aback, Ajong wondered what if the White Tiger's keepers found out about this. Smiling maliciously, Xing said that although the White Tigers claim to be super fair and comply with all sorts of business standards, this is all nonsense, noting that in reality they are just like them, Hiaf, killers. An image of grinning people appeared in his head, their faces shrouded in flames. The plot tells us about the murderers. In addition to its direct meaning, this word has another meaning, a person who is capable of anything for the sake of money and entertainment. Encouraged, Xing stated that the White Tigers had definitely given the main character something incredible, saying that they would proceed from there. Then, he said that if they didn't, then he was sure that Li made good money during his career as a pro gamer, asking if this was so, adding that this worm was also from a rich family. Xing said that if they take everything from the main character, they will definitely not be left empty-handed. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ajong tried to find out if they would definitely do nothing if they touched the guy who, in fact, did nothing. Turning around, the guys bared their teeth. Stopping, Ajong's face was filled with genuine shock. Raising his hands, he wondered if the guys understood what he was talking about, stating that if they started smoking for no reason, and their plans went to one place, then they would, as it were, be in the red. Putting his hand forward, he talked about participating in the training of White Tigers and stealing the Sphere of Illusions. An image of a sphere appeared in his head, which was shrouded in streams of violet energy. With an excited expression on his face, Ajong noted that Hiaf and the White Tiger were cornered. She will help them change the whole situation, adding that they need to get her at all costs. Angry, Xing wondered if Wuzhong was worried that they wouldn't be able to handle some newcomer. Jipio noted that Li, whom he called a worm, dares to look down on them. Approaching the frightened Wuzhong, Xing tried to find out if he wanted to die by asking if they would still do it. After which, Ajong agreed. Smirking, Xing stated that if Wuzhong blurted out anything, he would look for his little head in the stomach of the one-legged ghost, ordering him to try his best. Hejeong's gaze was riveted on the streams of energy that made their way through the thick of the trees. With a worried expression on his face, he was lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, his eyes became covered with crimson energy. With lightning speed, he left the dungeon. A crescent moon rose above the mountainous terrain. Suddenly, a strong roar rose in the mountainous area. A splash of lava thundered near one of the rocks. The protagonist's gaze was directed at a thick cloud of smoke, in the depths of which someone's silhouette could be seen. The system reported that the unmasked evil spirit had fallen into the trap it had set, indicating that the explosion rune had been activated. Then, the system notified that the penetration rune had been activated and a paralysis effect had been applied. Next, the system notified Lee that the spirit had been poisoned by an acidic poison and that he had become an unmasked evil spirit. An explosion thundered near the pensive protagonist. The system reported that a two-headed python and a fire dog had fallen into a trap set by Lee. Wary in his thoughts, the main character noted that there was still no fire ghost, adding that only fire-type monsters came across there. At that moment, the system announced that the main character's level had been raised, indicating that a massacre had begun. The system reported the words of the deity Hunting Time, who stated that the explosions are very beautiful, adding that she laughs because she loves them very much. Lowering his head and continuing to think, Lee noted that 10 days had already passed and he still had not reached the nest, pointing out that from the 29th level he had risen to the 32nd. Turning around, the main character thought that the fiery ghost had already left. Taking off from the ground, he noticed a problem, wondering if he would have to walk along the river again. Falling into the depths of the dungeon, he declared that he needed to settle something important first. After the main character landed on the ground, a powerful explosion occurred. With a serious expression on his face, Lee froze in one position. Gobble's flowing hair covered his face. Pulling his weapon forward, seeing the main character, he noted the unexpected meeting. Lowering his blade, the protagonist, turning to Gobble, wondered what he forgot here, asking if he was following him. With an angry expression on his face, Lee stated that it was not that important since Gobble saw what he was doing here. Wary, the main character said that he would have to kill him. Suddenly, his blade appeared in Gobble's face. Having put his weapon in front of his face, Gobble managed to block the main character's attack. After which, a fierce battle began between them. Frowning in thought, Lee noted that there could be no mistake, revealing that Gobble was capable of using a spear more than 3 meters in length, adding that he had good skills, suggesting that his level was 36. Having made another attack, the main character again tried to pierce his body. Having parried Lee's attack, Gobble thought that he was very fast and accurate, amazed that he was aiming at his neck with such accuracy. Squeezing the blade in his hand, the main character rushed into battle. Horrified, Jebel thought that this was dangerous. Raising his hand, he enveloped it in streams of dark energy. Lee was shocked by what he saw. Gobble's hand was directed towards him. With lightning speed, the main character repelled his attack. Looking at how the main character jumped to the side in his thoughts, Gobble was amazed that he was able to dodge. In Lee's hand was a divine blade with which he planned to strike. Having brought it behind his back, the main character froze in one position. The blade of the divine blade appeared in Gobble's face. A cloud of bright energy formed in the air. Closing his eyes, Gobble froze in one position. Baring his teeth and turning his attention to the blade that was at his neck, Gobble was amazed that Lee stopped, wondering why he did this. Lowering his head, the main character called out to her. Indignant, Lee tried to find out why Jewel was able to use the secret art of shadow. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Gobble wondered how the main character knew this name. Frowning, the main character was lost in his own thoughts. A memory surfaced in his head where he appeared in front of a horde of monsters. While in his thoughts, the main character said that in those times when his whole life consisted of hostility and war, he could only rely on them. Averting his gaze, Lee grinned. His gaze fell on a group of unknown people whose bodies were shrouded in shadow. Continuing to think, the main character noted that they left him because of his madness, taking away his dear memories and relationships. Lee's attention was drawn to the goddess of massacre and destruction standing nearby. Next to her was a dragon, baring its teeth, who had slept for 1,000 years. Lowering his head, the iron-blooded lion froze in one position. Streams of dark energy emanated from the body of the unknown at the moment when the main character thought about the wandering shadow, Xerxes. Smirking, Xerxes raised his hand, declaring that his power was quite unique, adding that everyone else had multiple powers and divine powers. After which, turning to Lee, he noted that he only had one. The main character spoke about the secret art of the shadow, saying that this is what Xerxes generally called all his skills and powers that make up it. Raising the divine sword, Lee thought of a god with one power, declaring that Xerxes was such alone. With his hands down in thought, the protagonist spoke about the secret art of the shadow, saying that it was a special term that only his comrades knew about, wondering if Gobble was somehow connected to Xerxes. Averting his gaze as he continued to think, Lee noted that there was a big difference between Xerxes' secret shadow art and the secret shadow art developed by an ordinary person, which is why he wanted to hear what Gobble had to say. At that moment, the system reported that the deity, tiger caught in the traps of deprivation, was wondering about the skill that the player Gobble had mastered. Lowering his head, Gobble tried to find out how Lee knew about him. The main character, in turn, noted that he was the first to ask the question. With an angry expression on his face, Gobble shouted that in this case, he would have to force Lee's mouth to speak. Turning towards the main character, he let out a piercing scream. Moving his weapon forward, he fired numerous fire projectiles at Lee. With unimaginable speed, the main character parried all of Gobble's attacks. Then, the system reported the deity's words, tiger trapped in deprivation, noting that he was very pleased with the fierce battle between his two future minions. Beside himself with rage, Gobble ordered Lee to answer his question immediately. Squeezing the weapon in his hands, the main character thought that it was important for him not to kill Gobble until he found out about the secret art of shadow. The system notified him of the words of the deity Time of Hunting, who was more for him with the words that he would not forgive him for defeating some weirdo like Gobble. The guys' blades collided in a fierce battle. The moment they touched, everything was covered in a bright flash of energy. Horrified, Gobble thought about the spear. Taking off from the ground, holding a magical spear in his hands, the main character rushed into the attack. Raising the weapon above his head, Gobble managed to block Lee's attack. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, in his thoughts, he wondered what kind of power it was. After the main character was hit, a powerful explosion occurred at the scene of the fight. Watching Lee concentrate a cloud of powerful energy around himself, Gobble stepped back. At the moment when the protagonist thrust his spear forward, the system reported that the skill Disaster and Tiger Step was being used, indicating that a fusion of skills was taking place. Behind Lee, the silhouette of a lion appeared, from whose mouth came a menacing roar. The eyes of the main character became covered with bright streams of energy. Further, the system reiterated that skills were merging. Beside himself with rage, the silhouette of a tiger rushed towards the dumbfounded Gobble. The system stated that due to the simultaneous activation of Tiger Form and Tiger Aura, Tiger Supremacy had reached its ideal state. With a serious expression on his face, the main character froze in one position. Raising his weapon in front of him, Gobble tried to block Lee's attack. Due to the colossal power of the blow, Gobble screamed. His body flew into a nearby rock. From a strong collision, a roar was heard at the scene of the fight. A thick cloud of dust appeared in the air. Lowering his head, Gobble tried to clear his throat. The protagonist's blade was pointed at his head. Frightened, Gobble closed his eyes. At that moment, the system reported that the deity, Hunting Time, could not sit still, exclaiming that this was a spectacular fight. Looking at the main character standing next to him, Gobble wondered what he was. Then, the system stated that the deity, Tiger Trapped in Deprivation, had once again imprinted Lee in his memory. Wary, the main character noted that Gobble is a half-ghost, which is why he has a special ability. The plot tells us about the half-ghost, saying that the name mainly applies to a person born from the connection of a human and a ghost. Due to their special origin, they have a disgusting appearance and special abilities. They are also said to be cursed for life. Frightened, Gobble tried to find out where the main character knew about this. Lowering his head, Lee wondered if it was that important. With a serious expression on his face, in thought, the main character noted that all these burn scars did not appear from fire, but simply because he was a half-ghost, adding that he had not learned the secret art of shadow, saying that it was his innate ability. Looking at the pensive Gobble, Lee continued to think that the traces of divinity he felt were from Xerxes. Gobble's hair was blown by a powerful gust of wind. Noting that Xerxes' life force had weakened greatly, the protagonist wondered what had happened, not understanding why he abandoned his son in the mortal realm. Looking at the drooping Gobble, the main character thought that nothing could be done about it, noting that he would have to take him with him, adding that to all this he had no guarantee that he knew anything about his father. Clutching the spear in his hand, the protagonist theorized that Gobble had decided to try to heal his curse with the help of Jigby's eye, declaring that it would not work, asking him to abandon the idea. Gobble, in turn, wondered what Lee might know about this. Frowning, the main character noted that he knew much more than Gobble. From what he heard, Gobble's face was shrouded in genuine bewilderment. Lowering his hands, Lee wondered if it wasn't obvious after he learned everything from the exchange of a couple of blows. With a serious expression on his face, the main character believed that Gobble thought that he received all these burns because of his ghost parents from the fire category, saying that Jigby's eye would never heal them. Looking at the stunned Gowl, Lee said that firstly, his parents were not of the fire type, noting that although his scars resembled burns, which is why he most likely thought so, adding that in that case he would not be able to use Attribute of Darkness' secret art of shadow. While surrounded by raging sand, Lee touched on the second part of his story, revealing that Jigwe is closer to death than fire, saying that his eerie aura is slightly stronger than that of ordinary ghosts. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if Gobble had decided to eat him. At that moment, the system declared that the deity, the serpent coiling the world, bowed its head to the new knowledge that Lie had just revealed. Paying attention to the surprised Gobble, the main character believed that he wanted to become a ghost or an evil spirit. Gobble's face was covered with many severe burns. Wary, Lee thought about what Gobble had assumed and thought that this was so, being sure that this was how he wanted to get rid of the scars as quickly as possible. Hanging his head and starting to cry, Gobble wondered what he should do in such a situation. He was shocked by what he heard. Raising his head, the main character invited him to make a deal. Taken aback, Gobble tried to find out what he was talking about. Narrowing his eyes, Lee wondered if Gobble had studied Jigwe's nature, asking him to share that knowledge, adding that he would need his help in addition to all of this. Staring into emptiness, in his thoughts, the main character was sure that Gobble was exactly examining them like a madman, adding that he simply must know something that he does not know. Tilting his head, Gobble wondered why he should believe Lee. The main character, in turn, stated that he could show him that he really could cure him right now. Hearing this, the stunned Gobble froze in one position. Wary, Lee asked Gobble to extend his hand. With an excited expression on his face, Gobble slowly raised his hand. Smiling, the main character noted that whether he believes him or not, everything will remain the same for him. From strong excitement, Gobble's hand began to shake. Next, the main character grabbed his hand. Sitting down next to him, he said that it would be a little hot, asking him to be patient. Suddenly, Gobble's hand became covered in bright flames. He was shocked by what he saw. Flames continued to emanate from the main character's mouth. Looking at Jewel sitting next to him, Lee asked him not to open his mouth, saying that if he inhaled it, he would disrupt the circulation of magical power. Due to severe pain, Gobble cried out. Raging streams of energy enveloped the site of the ritual. The system stated that the semi-ghost state was changing. Baring his teeth, Gobble struggled to bear the pain. At that moment, the system notified that the curse was disappearing. Surprised in his thoughts, Gobble noted that his ghostly features were disappearing. There were many bursts of fire around his heart. Continuing to think, Gobble noted that if this fire reaches the center of his ghostly features of his heart, then, gradually, the flame began to recede from his heart. Slowly, the clots of bright flame began to fade. The remnants of fiery energy came out of Gobble's mouth. Frowning, Lee wondered why he sat down. Paying attention to the surprised Gobble, he invited him to look at his face. Jayaval looked at his healed hand in the light of the crescent moon. Jayaval could not take his eyes off the changes in his body. While Jayaval could not stop admiring the changes that had taken place, the system reported that the deity time of the hunt was surprised by such changes. The system also notified that the deity of the serpent encircling the world considers it necessary to study in more detail the effect of the flame of the 8 trigrams. The system reported that the deity tiger, caught in the trap of deprivation, laughs heartily at the positive changes of his subordinates. Lee, surrounded by dust, looked at Jewel before stating that with his current abilities, this was the limit, noting that he would require constant treatment, but even then, full recovery was not guaranteed. Jayaval, standing in a cloud of rising dust, wondered what he should do then, to which Lee in turn replied that if he helped him defeat Jigwe, then they would have a large amount of firepower that would help him recover completely. Lee, looking at Jayaval, said that if he does not trust him, then they can enter into a mana agreement. Holding his collar, Jewel said with a smile on his face that this was enough and he was ready to trust Lee. Lee, turning sideways to Jewel, said in his thoughts that this guy was much more naive than he thought. Standing at attention, Jewel wondered what he could do to help Lee, after which Lee noted in his thoughts that he was interested in what Jewel would do. Lee, standing in front of a thick cloud of dust, said that first Jewel would have to fulfill a couple of conditions. Lee, looking at Jayaval, told him to speak to him more politely, after which he noted in his thoughts that he simply could not come to terms with the idea that his friend's son would address him on a personal level. Shocked by such words, Jayaval noted that he would do so, after which the system window, appearing in the air, notified that the deity snake encircling the world clicked his tongue and said that Lee was still a boomer. Jayaval, looking at the rocky terrain, said that if they want to cope with Jigwe, then they first need to understand his habits, to which, in turn, Lee wondered what habits he was talking about. Touching the plexus of roots, Jayaval said that Jigwe basically resembles a crow. Jayaval and Lee looked into the gap between the roots, after which Jayaval said that if they searched the nest carefully, they would find what they needed. Having risen to his feet, Jayaval and Lee prepared to go down to the nest. Having gone down to the nest, the guys noticed a mountain of precious things. Looking at such vast wealth, Lee reported that Jigwe, apparently, likes to keep the trophies of his victims, after which the system window, appearing in the air, notified that the deity time of the hunt, with sparkling eyes, said that there were many interesting gizmos. Jayavol, looking at various precious things, said that Jigby loves not just shiny things, but truly precious ones, and that she is able to somehow immediately identify cheap ones, also noting that she does not need all this, and will soon she forgets about these things. Jewel, touching something with spikes, said that usually this bird flies around the area in a certain order, so if they look closely at the collected things, they can figure out where it will fly next time. Lee, looking at something sticking out of the jewelry, wondered if it was a bow. Raising the white bow, Lee said in his thoughts that this bow has two abilities: target piercing, with which it pierces through absolutely everything, and 5-shot arrow, with which the bow can shoot 5 arrows in succession. After which the system reported that this item was called the White Dove Bow, noting that this bow was created by an unknown hunter from the bones and feathers of a large and strong beast. Looking at the new gun, Lee said in his thoughts that he would pick up a couple of things and sell the rest. Looking back, Lee noticed something. Lee turned around and saw a ball from which violet-black energy emanated. Lee, looking at the strange ball, noted in his thoughts that it was some kind of familiar smell of death. Taking the sphere, Lee heard a report from the system that it was a pearl of illusions, which was made from a certain portion of flowers of death, flowers of destruction, and something else. The system also noted that the sphere felt the resentment of those who died from smallpox. Lifting the sphere to his face, Lee said in his thoughts that smallpox was a disease that people of the past feared as much as tigers. Lee also noted that he seemed to have found something related to a white tiger. Jayavol, watching as Lee put the sphere away in his inner pocket, stated that he seemed to know where Jigby was, to which Lee in turn wondered how he had identified its location so quickly. Jayavol, smiling a little and looking at Lee, reported that it was easier than he thought, noting that Jigby was too focused on food and had already used too much of her power. Lee, standing on a mountain of gold, said that in this case, Jigby climbed deep into the mountains, where mystical creatures and monsters with strong souls live. Lee, turning his head to Jayavol, said that then they should not waste time and immediately go there, after which Lee noted in his thoughts that Jayavol was not only naive, but also very useful. Having got out of the cave, the guys quickly ran up the mountain. Lee and Jewel had been running up the mountain for 4 days. Rising upward, the guys passed under the ribs of some creature. Looking at the huge ribs of the unknown creature, Lee thought about something. Lee remembered how one dwarf told him that Jigby has enormous hunger and greed, and it is much greater than he thinks. Running up the mountain, Lee and Jayavol rushed past the huge remains of monsters. Stopping, Lee and Jewel felt something. Approaching the cliff, the guys noticed a pink glow. While watching the giant creature take its meal, the boys heard the system announce that it was a Class 4 disaster named Jigby, which was causing a drought. After which the system also noted that the deity Time of the Hunt is impressed by the size of this bird, and the deity also licks his lips as he thinks that hunting such a huge beast will be very fun. Taking the bow in his hands, Lee strained his eyes, after which the system notified that the Viper's Eye had been activated. Jigby raised her head and swallowed her food. Lee, having loaded 2 arrows, aimed towards Jigby. Lai, drawing the string, heard from the system a notification that the deity tiger caught in the trap of deprivation was proud of the 2 members of his family who were spreading his name, which is why he was giving them a gift. Lee, looking at Jigby, wondered in his thoughts how his vision range had improved so easily. Lee, with his eyes wide open, said in his thoughts that in addition to his vision, all his senses had improved. Looking with his far-sighted eyes, Lee saw Jigby swallowing her prey. Standing up steadily and aiming his bow at the sky, Lee wondered in his thoughts if the ruler of the abyss would grant anything to enhance the senses. The system reported that the deity Time of the Hunt was surprised by the gift of the ruler of the abyss. The system also notified that the deity felt uncomfortable with the fact that other gods were giving gifts to Lai. The system later noted that the hunting deity was desperately trying to find a worthy reward for Lai. The system reports that the deity Time of the Hunt is tearing up and throwing around since she has nothing worthwhile. The system also notified that the deity came up with something after the panic. The deity, spreading her arms upward, sank into the bright light, after which the system reported that the Time of the Hunt had endowed Lai with its power as a reward. Lee, raising his hand and standing under the bright light that appeared, heard the system announce that he had been granted power. Surprised, Lee, having received the reward from the deity, heard the system notify that the gift and power of the deity Time of the Hunt had been presented. The system also noted that this grants Lee an ability that will prevent him from missing the target he has marked. Lee, pulling the string, added the effect of electricity to the arrows. Lee fired 2 electrified arrows towards Jigby. Lai's arrows reached the target with lightning speed, after which the system notified that Lai had the skill of explosive lightning and lightning network. The system also reported that he could temporarily use the lightning storm skill. Having arrived, the arrows hit the monster in the neck, after which the system notified that Lee had caused enormous damage to Jigby. Looking at what was happening, the surprised Jayavol gasped. Lee, standing with his back to Jewel, who was shining with joy, said in his thoughts that the gift presented by the ruler of the abyss was very opportune. The system notified that the deity time of the hunt proudly insists that another person would never have received such strong power in his life. With a smirk on his face, Lee said in his thoughts that he now had the fighting feelings he had been missing. Later, the system notified that the deity time of the hunt was mocking the tiger caught in the deprivation trap, saying that he was completely useless. The system also reported that the gift of bestial senses makes Lee like a beast during battle. Because of this, he appears clear eyes, sharp ears, a sensitive nose, dexterous hands, and a more sensitive tongue. The system also noted that all of Lee's 5 senses were enhanced, as well as his 6th sense, which allows him to sense danger. Lee, looking at the enraged Jigwe, heard the system notify that the animal senses skill was focusing all of his senses on Jigwe. Lee, watching a completely distraught Jigwe rush towards him, heard a notification from the system that he had become much better at predicting Jigwe's movements. Lee, with his bow at the ready, turned around and ran as fast as he could away from Jigwe, after which the system reported that the deity tiger, caught in the trap of deprivation, was pleased with the way Lee was using the skill. Jewel, trying to catch up with the fleeing Lee, stated in his thoughts that this was crazy, noting that they seemed to actually be able to defeat Jigwe. Jewel looked at the back of the running Lee with a grin on his face, after which he declared in his thoughts that they would definitely be able to defeat her. Turning around, Lee noticed something. The system notified that violators have appeared who do not have the right to join the raid. Lee, looking into the sky, saw 2 rays flying across the sky. Lee, watching the beams land on the ground, saw 2 men in them. Frowning, Lee and Jewel looked at those who had landed. 2 men with glasses looked at the guys, after which one of them said that this was a security zone. He then noted that only appropriate personnel were allowed here, noting that trainees had no place here and should retreat. Jigwe, standing still, received several powerful attacks. Jigwe continued to take damage from explosions while the system reported that the critical strike had triggered, and also noted that the lightning burst and lightning net skills had increased in levels. Receiving damage, Jigwe let out a piercing roar. In turn, the system notified that the lightning burst and lightning network skills had increased their level again. Standing on the ledge, Lee and the boys heard Jigwe growl fiercely. Standing in a cloud of yellow smoke, the man slung his sword over his shoulder and announced that the area was protected, noting that Lee and Jewel should leave immediately. Jayaval, standing in front of Lee, stated that they had been pursuing this monster for 4 days, and he also said that they would like to end the hunt. A man with glasses and a scar on his face said that he warned them that no one has the right to be here except authorized persons. The man also politely asked Lee and Jewel to leave. Holding a sword on his shoulders, the man with glasses said that if the guys did not leave in an amicable way, they would have to use force, noting that they were not responsible for everything that happened after their warning. Lee and Jayaval were unhappy with this turn of events. Interrupting the argument, the surprised guys saw Jigwe raise his wings. Jayaval, watching as Jigwe opened her wings, declared that she was trying to escape. Jayaval, shouting towards the 2 men, said that if Jigwe flies away now, it will be impossible to catch her later, and Jayaval also said that the guys should not block their path. Pointing the swords towards Lee and Jayaval, the unknown man said that if they did not want to get hurt, then they should stay where they were. Jayaval watched as Jigwe, fluttering her wings, began to soar into the sky. A frustrated Jewel stood in front of Lee and watched as Jigwe rose higher and higher. Turning behind him, Lee felt someone's presence. The guy, looking from behind a stone at the wary Lee, said in his thoughts that the director had promised him that there would be no need to interfere at all. The guy also wondered why no one warned him. Lee, looking at the stone, noticed that the guy who was standing behind it had disappeared, leaving only a white and blue haze. Continuing to look at the place where the guy disappeared, Lee said in his thoughts that a white tiger was hiding here in the past, noting that it seemed that the executive director was trying to hide some traces with the help of the guys. Lee, recalling the purple sphere, said that perhaps these traces were somehow connected with the pearl of illusions that was in Jigwe's nest. Lee, presenting the dead man with the orb, stated that it was possible that Jigwe had killed someone connected to the mystery. Lee, standing with a menacing look, said in his thoughts that apparently the Sixes were trying to get or destroy the Pearl of Illusions, noting that this meant that Jigwe could be hunted by other people involved in this matter. Looking forward and frowning, Lee said in his thoughts that if he dug into this a little more, he might find something valuable. Looking at the 2 men with swords, Lee wondered if they could do whatever they wanted outside of this area, to which one of the men responded that they had every right to do so. Looking at the men, Lee grinned and said that in this case he needn't worry. Rising above the guys, Jigwe shone like the sun, preparing to attack. Turning around, the 2 men were shocked by what they saw. Jigwe landed on the ground, throwing the 2 men away. Jigwe let out a loud roar and was chained to his neck by something unknown. Lee extended his hand and released black and purple energy. The main character, releasing black and purple energy, bound Jigwe with it. Opening his mouth, Lee began to rapidly absorb Jigwe's flames. Lee continued to be consumed by the fiery whirlpool. Li, levitating slightly above the ground, absorbed more and more fiery energy. Lai, consuming the flames with his mouth wide open, heard the system notify that the 8 trigrams flame skill had found a new source of fire and was rapidly consuming it. The story moves forward 4 days ago. Li, approaching the corpse of the monster, said that it seemed that Jigwe could have left the chick, to which Jaevil wondered with surprise what kind of chick he was talking about. Taking the monster's carcass with one hand, Li stated that this was the reason why Jigwe left the nest, noting that consuming her fire had serious consequences, and if it was not about food for the child, then he did not see any point in her actions. Placing his palm on the corpse of the monster, Li said that if they use this knowledge well, then the benefits from it will be incredible, noting that Jigwe is also a mystical creature that is difficult for even rankers to hunt, so they need serious training, for which they Jaevil's turn wondered if Li had any ideas about this. Li, looking at Jewel, asked him a counter question if he had any ideas, to which Jewel replied that he had prepared a little in advance, noting that even if everything went as expected, there was no certainty that it will work. Lowering his head a little, Li, glancing at Jewel, said in his thoughts that once the chick hatched, it would need a source of food, which means its movements would be easier to predict, noting that it was necessary to be the first to get to the right place and set a trap. The narrative shifts back to the present. Li, standing still, continued to absorb Jigwe's flames. Li, looking at the swirl of flames surrounding him, stated in his thoughts that she was absorbing the souls of her victims, also noting that this was an incredible sight. The system notified that the power of soul-sucking eats the spirit that makes up Jigwe. Li, reaching out to the flames that surrounded Jigwe, heard the system report that the fires of purgatory were on the spirit. The fire spreads to other spirits associated with it. The system also notified that fire had covered Jigwe's entire body, noting that the fire was consuming Jigwe. Jigwe screamed at the top of his lungs in unbearable pain. Jaevil, shielding himself from the fire with his hands, heard the system report that the particle's lights had become stronger. Jaevil, covering his face with his hand, said that this scoundrel eats everything he sees. The story moves back 4 days. Li, placing his hand on the corpse of the monster, said that it was not that Jigwe was keen on hunting, but that for some reason he was simply experiencing excessive hunger, which left him no choice, noting that the corpse would do as a welcome dinner. Li, turning to Jaevil, smeared his hand with the blood of the monster, after which he announced that he would smear the corpse with an icy and paralyzing poison. The plot returns to the present day. Jaevil, looking at Li, said that Jigwe could not do anything against these poisons. Li, shrouded in flames, reported in his thoughts that everything was going as planned. Li, looking at the burning Jigwe, said in his thoughts that she also absorbs the souls of her victims and uses them as fuel to fuel her flames of death. Li, remembering the monster he killed, said in his thoughts that he did not tell Baek Jaevil that after killing the monster, he did not extract its spirit. Li, remembering Jigwe's meal, said in his thoughts that this spirit would enter Jigwe's body and become part of her flesh, and when she tried to hit, he would be able to use the spirit. Spreading his arms and releasing dark energy, Li said in his thoughts that once the spirit was in Jigwe's stomach, he would begin to use soul suck to pull it back. Li, covered in fire marks, stated in his thoughts that he knew Jigwe's natural enemy, with whom she was incompatible, noting that he would most likely consume her. After a while, the system reported that the flames of the 8 trigrams were continuously consuming fire, and destructive properties were slowly being added to its regenerative capabilities. The system continued to notify Li that strength had been increased by 1, agility by 2, magic power by 4, and subsequently by 5, noting that the mana vessel's capacity was rapidly increasing. Li, surrounded by flames, raised his head and screamed in pain, after which the system warned that uncontrolled growth could become tantamount to poison, and the system also asked Li to stop using power. The system issued another warning that the rate of fire absorption was steadily increasing. The system also notified that the characteristics of the flames of the 8 trigrams were changing and could not be controlled. Li, spreading his arms to the sides, crushed the ground beneath him from the continuous receipt of power, after which the system reported that his magic chain was growing, and later stated that the magic chains had exceeded the permissible threshold. Li, unleashing power of incredible proportions, caused the earth to collapse. The system warned that expansion and force had reached its limit, noting that in such a case a shunt would be installed. The system, giving an error, reported that the shunt had also reached its limit. Li, completely enveloped in flames, heard the system notify that no more elements could be added, noting that his magic circuits could not use all of his magical power and in their current state, a new change would be attempted. Li, being in the flames, raised his head and grinned, after which the system notified that a new achievement had been unlocked, the one who absorbed the sun, and the system also noted that for Li's achievement, a reward was given with an increase in intelligence by 20, will by 20 in magic strength to an indefinite value, and the main character also received an integrated magic circuit. Li, watching as Jigwe growled fiercely, heard a notification from the system that the soul power skill had been increased and now the soul would be extracted faster. Jigwe, shrouded in magical chains, growls, after which the system reports that Jigwe is trying to resist. The two men turned to the angry Jigwe and wondered what they should do in such a situation. Lee, taking out a rusty sword, grinned, and then stated in his thoughts that Jigwe would draw it now. Lee, after adding flame to the rusty sword, heard the system notify that destructive properties had been added to the 8 trigrams flame, also noting that these properties would change. After the sword was completely engulfed in flames, the system reported that the eternal flame was slowly peeking out, noting that the eternal flame was now burning within the sword. The system also notified that the fire had awakened, noting that blood had been formed. The system informed Lai that he had successfully completed the hidden requirements of the divine artifact. Lee, with a malicious smile on his face, noted in his thoughts that this was what he had been waiting for. The sword, completely consumed by the flames, was transformed into a divine artifact. Lee concluded that there was only one way to track Jigwe. The young man watched the creature with a mad grin, thinking that the Great One needed to remove the seal from the fishgut sword. At this time, marks were visible on his face and flames were burning around him. Lee guessed that to solve this problem, a huge amount of all-consuming flame would be needed, twisting in the air into bizarre spirals. Lee watched as the fishgut sword consumed the streams of fire with greed. Suddenly, the main character realized something else and, frowning, brought the front side of his hand to the blade, which was tightly grasped with his other hand. After a sharp jerk, a sparkling trace of the blade remained in the air, and blood began to gush from the palm, rising upward. When crimson streams began to form stripes around the fishgut sword, Lee concluded that this component and the absorbed fire would completely release the power of the artifact that had been dormant for a millennium. According to history, this sword was passed down from generation to generation, and since the blade was near the brazier, the fire filled it, but the weapon had previously been in the hands of many killers, which is why it absorbed blood. The fishgut sword shone high above the protagonist's head, and the formidable Jigwe hovered around, and the system reported that Lee had successfully fulfilled the requirements of the divine artifact. The guy looked up at the sword with a malicious grin, concluding that after absorbing his blood and fire, the weapon began to belong to him. The fishgut sword began to crack, throwing off the brown layer and revealing the light, with blood and flames still present around it. Lee, completely maddened, shouted for the creature to tremble with his power. When the system announced that information about the new owner would be engraved on the blade, the shell that hid the true appearance of the weapon finally cracked, releasing a blue glow. The fishgut sword threw off its shell at once, and the fragments flew to the sides at great speed, and Lai watched as he waited. Now a blade of incredible beauty, surrounded by a dark haze, spoke, addressing directly the main character. As the sword emitted dark, smoky skulls with martyred expressions from the hilt, he concluded that Lai had freed him. The guy with a gloomy look cast a cold-blooded gaze from his blue eyes at the blade. Now there were many restless souls hovering around the main character, begging to take them, which the guy watched with indifference. Jijabal opened his mouth in shock, watching what was happening from the side. 2 bald guards with glasses were also puzzled at the sight of such a terrible sight. The blue-haired guy stood on the edge of a cliff while a glowing whirlwind approached him, lifting his hair. Lee did not lose his composure as smoky skulls and crowns surrounded him on all sides, begging him to take them. When one of the bony hands lay on the guy's cheek, he demanded to shut up with a contemptuous look. A bright flash shone around Lee, causing all the skeletons to be thrown to the sides. The young man continued to spread the light more and more widely, which moved the smoky skulls further and further from him. The glow came from the fishgut sword. When Lee grabbed the hilt of the blade, the system notified that the guy became the owner of this artifact. After that, he pointed the weapon to the side with a concentrated gaze, while streaks of flame burned around the blade. Lee spun around himself, drawing a semblance of a circle from the fire magic. After the fiery whirlwind began to spin, the young man, who was at its epicenter, proudly raised his sword into the air. Lee, armed with a divine artifact, rushed upward towards the head of the snarling Jigwe, and the system reported that the creature had received a powerful critical hit. The guy managed to cut a large space between the neck and wing of the pink creature, screaming in pain, with one blow. But Lee was not going to stop there, smiling maliciously and raising his sword for another blow, while a flash of energy appeared behind him. When the young man sharply swung his blade, powerful tiger flames spread around, which was notified by several blue signs that popped up. After this, the same powerful blow arrived at Jigwe, but the attack came from the other side, so the creature received symmetrical wounds. When the burgundy dragon began to wrap itself around Lee, he raised his sword again, deciding to protect himself. He followed the movements of the magical creature with burning violet eyes, grinning predatorily and wrinkling his nose. When the dragon tried to get close to Lee, he swung his divine artifact again. Now the head of the burgundy Jigwe was cut across into 2 parts, and the eye flashed menacingly for the last time. Violet flames emerged from a bright flash. It began to overtake the young man, surrounding his outstretched hand of the protagonist. Lee held out his palm with a serious face as the streams of energy swirled. A crystal was visible in their center, and the system reported receiving Jigwee's right crystal eye. While the gem was hovering over the protagonist's hand, a blue tablet appeared describing an artifact containing the terrible energy of the Jigwee beast, as well as its fiery energy. Then smaller tablets appeared that talked about the type of crystal, revealing the secret of the fishgut sword and understanding it. Also, after the sword was enveloped in purple energy, an increase in the weapon's proficiency was reported. Afterwards, a series of messages from the system notified about the creation of several weapon skills, their improvement, as well as the achievement of the maximum level of proficiency in one of the skills. While Lee's hand was surrounded by purple energy, he clenched it into a fist, during which a notification was received that all weapon techniques were being combined. The system congratulated the young man for creating swordsmanship. What followed were several reactions from the deity during the hunt, a snake entwining the world, a great demon, an owl piercing the dim light, and ultimately the shock of all the gods to wield the sword. A large window popped up, telling the most about the fishgut sword, now covered with engraving, its type and effect. Lai stood stony-faced, bathed in the light emanating from his new weapon, and was given a hidden mission to release the remaining 8 of the 9 legendary swords. After this, the flow of light from the sword intensified, and the conditions of the task were described. Lee looked in amazement at the blade circling in the air and leaving a bright streak of light as it moved. A beam of light with an inscription entered directly into the protagonist's exposed palm. Watching this, Lai gritted his teeth, and when the light completely penetrated his hand, the inscription was transferred to it. After this, the guy clenched his shining fist with a satisfied look, concluding that his right hand had become much heavier. Lai's regular sword was stuck into the ground nearby, and he cast a sidelong glance to the side. Looking piercingly, the young man came to the conclusion with bewilderment that until recently no one had reacted at all. Now, after everything that had happened, Lee, with a shadow on his face, felt that a great river was flowing through him, and the system reported an increase in magical power. While the guy was filled with magical energy, hidden in the clouds of dust, Jijabal and 2 bald guards were closely watching him. The man in glasses with a scar was shocked that Jigwee was taken away from them so easily, while the second man twisted his mouth with dissatisfaction, asking what to do now. Then the bald guard with the scar wondered if they could pretend nothing had happened. 2 guards wearing dark glasses began to discuss the current situation, while one was considering the actions in detail. After this, the man with the scar concluded with displeasure that they needed to beat Lee. When the men looked at the strong guy, the second one replied that it would be too difficult, because he had absorbed all the flames of Jigwee. Then the first man said that now is the time. While the second guard was perplexed, looking at the young man surrounded by magical energy and dust, the first explained that he was probably exhausted from the battle. When the guard agreed with the conclusions, his partner with a menacing look made a plan according to which they must defeat Lee and find out information about the illusory pearl. One of the guards grinned, remembering that the executive director considered the young man capable. Hearing the chuckle and sarcastic remarks, the bald men hurried to turn around and cast puzzled glances at the source of the sound. Lee and Jijabal also reacted to the speech, fixing their gaze on the person who spoke it. Several guys with a cocky look listed everyone who had gathered with malicious smiles, mockingly asking if today was someone's birthday. Turning to the insolent men, surrounded by a cloud of dust, the White Tiger fighters asked how the guys got here. The dark-haired one of their group chuckled, declaring that they entered through the front door. Both bald fighters bared their teeth at the group of guys and began to wonder if there was a flaw in their checks. The bald men recognized the dark-haired, short-haired guy with an impudent look and a scar on his mouth as Zing, nicknamed Demon. In the second, with a beard and mantles, they recognized Pila Gipio. The third of the company, more plump, with 2 springs under the eye and a light brown bob, was Crimson Target Ujian. The guard with the scar twisted his mouth, perplexed that having the opportunity to enter any White Tiger dungeon, this company chose this particular place. After that, the man frowned and wrinkled his nose, expressing all his displeasure with his eyes. Looking at the impudent man with short hair, who created a red mask over his eyes and wrapped a flail chain around his arm. The guard concluded that the company had already learned about research centers in this area, and the guy said that they had a lot to talk about. The next moment, he swung the spiked ball. With a mischievous smile, he furiously swung the brush over his head with one hand, leaving a red trail in the air as dust rose around him. One of the White Tiger fighters began to sweat, worrying about the consequences of a collision with the unpleasant and powerful trio. As a result, according to the plan, one of the guards ran for reinforcements, and the other in the opposite direction to gain time, both with swords in their hands. While the guard with a scar on his face rushed forward, his path was abruptly blocked by a guy who appeared, which greatly puzzled him. Suddenly the men, clenching their teeth, clashed with swords, and the blades sparkled in the light of the sun's rays. The bald White Tiger fighter vigorously fought off the attacks aimed at him by the guy with the beard. The insolent man looked at the enemy with a crazy look, smiling maliciously, and asked not to be surprised by the attack, but to have a little fun. The spiked metal ball on a long chain continued to circle in the air. He quickly overtook the second bald man in the opposite direction, while his owner asked where he was going. The fighter clenched his teeth and bulged his eyes, watching in horror as the weapon flew at him. He barely had time to put his sword in front of him, which served as a shield, to repel such a sudden attack. After this maneuver, the blade of the blade could not stand it and shattered into fragments while the bald man, with his eyes closed, clenched his teeth. The impudent man with a scar across his mouth did not stop there. With a malicious smile, he again launched his brush on a long chain and offered the enemy to block this blow as well. The bald man, gritting his teeth from tension, screamed as the spiked ball overtook him. Zing was very pleased with his attack, happily watching the damage his opponent suffered. The same one opened his mouth and his eyes swollen in horror, expecting the worst when the fist approached. In one motion, the spiked ball tore off the bald guard's head, and a stream of blood gushed from his neck. Watching the result of the attack, Zing laughed madly and called the killed enemy weak, while Jipio watched in horror at such an unhealthy reaction, asking to kill a valuable lead. Then the short-haired guy with blood spattered on his face, smiling broadly, turned to his partner and brazenly asked what he was so worried about. Then Jipio angrily yelled that Zing was only doing what was making his life difficult, and at that time a second bald man with a sword at the ready was furiously rushing towards him. The third of the company of insolent men named Ujeong was now aimed at the calm Lee and Jaival in combat readiness with a staff, making his way towards them through a curtain of dust with a sword on his shoulder. Jaival looked at the guy angrily, twisting his mouth and asking what he wanted from them. Jipio said with a slight grin that he wouldn't particularly like this, but he would have to deal with the guys. Hearing this, Lee gave him an arrogant look and calmly stated that he had no intention of dying at all. While Lee was serene, Jaival was worried and looked at his friend with bewilderment. Having created a red mask over his eyes, like Zing's, Ujeong raised his sword, bared his teeth, and replied that he somehow didn't care. Then Lee, casting a gloomy and heavy glance at his opponent, raised his hand high with his index finger. He then smirked, stating that he would think about it if Ujeong could dodge his attack. Zing, meanwhile, looked shocked, the corners of his lips drooping. Jipio, covered in cold sweat, glanced at Ujeong, who was clearly in danger, and even the bald fighter behind him opened his mouth in shock. Ujeong, illuminated by the golden light, looked ahead worriedly. In the sky above the main character, who raised his hand, the monster boss Jigui was floating among the sunset clouds. Lee noted with malice how fortunate it was that this monster was laying eggs, wondering with curiosity how the female would react to the death of her partner. The enraged pink dragon in the sky angrily opened its mouth, emitting a terrible roar. Suddenly, Jigui began to glow very brightly, and while everyone watched in shock, the system reported that fire lightning was pouring from the monster. When the discharges reached the ground, it was immediately covered in flames, and a notification appeared that a storm was raging. Jigui quickly flies over people, illuminated by a bright flash. The company of impudent people immediately rushed to run, jumping away from the fire. While escaping, Jipio screamed furiously, ordering Zing to drive the monster to the other side and tear the scroll. At this moment, the angry dragon, thirsty for revenge, was already overtaking the trio, as well as the taken-aback bald fighter, who did not move. Suddenly the flames intensified, covering more and more territory. Lee, above whom a fiery cloud rose, listened with pleasure to the cries of the offenders trying to escape. While the main character sarcastically concluded that the female protects the chicks and the male gets food, Jaival looked at him with shock. The blue-haired guy was taken aback, not understanding who was now in front of him. When Lee asked where he was going, the guy narrowed his eyes and, grinning, declared that he would get more crystal eyes. Then Jaival, with incomprehension, tried to pay attention to the guy's condition. The main character assured with a smile that he was much better and his stamina had been restored. When the blue-haired guy with a staff behind his back said that it was dangerous, Lee, lowering his head, asked not to worry. He looked at the crystal in his hand. After that, Lee picked him up and said that he has his own methods. Next, the main character raised his hand to his mouth and swallowed Jingwee's eye with a smile. As the energy filled him, he wondered if there was any point in this after absorbing the lights of Jingwee. At this time, a memory surfaced in his head where a pointy-eared, shaggy man told him that in order to transform the core, he needed to absorb the crystal. After that, the bearded man with a yellow tooth smiled widely, adding important information. He recalled the words that he himself could become Jingwee, undergoing transformation and becoming covered in black paint, and the system reported that the attributes of the destruction of a ghost had been added. Afterwards, the sign notified that the properties of the fire would change. While Lai was enveloped and penetrated by the monster's energy, the system reported the creation of the death attribute, as well as the receipt of the all-consuming flame of the 8 trigrams, While the bright pink energy was floating around Lai, there was a notification that he had become Jingui. His strength increased by 2, and agility by 4. After that, the system reported that the guy received the Jingui feature. While the pink magic was furiously coursing through Lai and creating a monster out of him, notifications came about the development of several methods and the comprehension of new powers. The system reported that the main character is now able to use the first form of all-consuming flame. Jai-Owl now watched in shock as Li soared into the air in the form of Jingui with great power, lifting huge rocks into the air. An explosion occurred at the site of a fierce battle. Magic wings formed behind Li's back, with the help of which he hung in the air. His face was filled with furious rage. Next to him was a monster that let out a piercing roar. The guys were shocked by what they saw. The system reported that the skill Black Mountain Monarch Fang has been activated. Suddenly, a bright flash of energy appeared in the air. A cloud of smoke rose from that place. Someone's silhouette appeared from a thick cloud of smoke. Falling to the ground, with an exhausted expression on his face, Ujung asked to simply kill him. Putting his hand forward, the main character enveloped it in streams of powerful energy, after which, Xing's body was torn into small pieces. Wary, Li froze in one position. Powerful energy continued to emanate from his hand. His gaze was directed towards the bright crystal, the light of which reflected against the background of his aura. The system notified the main character that he had absorbed Jigby's right crystal eye. The crystal eye was in Lai's palm. Violet energy continued to swirl above the main character's body, particles of which enveloped his body. Next, the system notified Lai of the increase in magical power, saying that the 8 trigrams all-consuming flame had increased by 1 level and that the spirits and all-consuming flame were strengthened. The system stated that the first form of the all-consuming flame is strengthened along with the new level, noting that if the protagonist uses it with distrust, he will be able to subdue it much better. Looking at his hand in thought, Li said that this time he had gained 60 points of magical power, suggesting that it was because of the second time that he was beginning to see limits. Behind the back of the main character, bursts of energy were visible that resembled wings. The system informed Li about Jigwy's vessel, saying that by becoming Jigwy, a bundle of fire and spirit, he would be able to use Jigwy's attributes as he wanted, adding that he would be able to plunge the earth into the flames of death and take over the heavens. Further, the system noted that after absorbing the 2 crystal eyes, Li would become a disaster, causing forest fires and droughts wherever he went with the powerful lights he possessed. Then, the system notified the protagonist that he had applied the title vessel of Jigwy, adding that the attributes would be enhanced. Lowering his head, continuing to think, Li assumed that there was still chaos below, noting that not 1, but 2 Jigwys, creatures summoned by the rulers of the Black-Red Mountain Range, were killed one after another. Turning around, the main character wondered if Wujong said he wanted to die. Closing his eyes, Wujong said that it was so, again asking him to do it. Hearing this, Li spoke about the rumors that causalgia is the most terrible pain in the world. From what he heard, Ujong's face was shrouded in genuine horror. Smirking, the main character noted that if Wujong wants to die, then he needs to tell him everything he knows about. Lowering his hands, Gaol appeared in front of Lai's silhouette. Surprised, he announced a fireball. Looking at the protagonist standing next to him, in his thoughts, Gobble noted the feeling as if he had moved the core of the sun towards himself. With a serious expression on his face, Li wondered if Wujong was saying that the White Tiger hired them from Haifa to discover the Black and Red Mountain Range. With a face full of horror, Ujong said that it was so. Frowning, the main character thought that the White Tiger began to grow sharply, suggesting that this happened about 14 years ago. The book, in the middle of which a mysterious crystal was visible, was shrouded in streams of violet energy. The plot tells us about the 7 mysterious writings of H. San, consisting of 7 scrolls. White Tiger unearthed these divine artifacts 20 years ago in an unnamed dungeon. White Tiger was only able to find 3 scriptures, but even they were endowed with unimaginable power and significant results could be extracted from them. The head of the White Tiger clan, Heavenly Swordsman Moon Sun, is one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, but those who follow him are not that extraordinary. However, after a sudden explosive growth, they gained enormous fame, they even became a clan known throughout the world, and this all happened not so long ago. Watching the rest of Wujong's body, the protagonist wondered what about this. He, in turn, said that the truth does not know this. Then, Li asked him to tell him what he could. Smirking, the main character noted that it was up to him to decide whether to listen to Ujong's pleas or not. With tears in his eyes, Wujong agreed. Averting his gaze, he reported that each of the scrolls relating to the 7 mysterious writings of H. San had different contents, adding that each of them taught how to call upon the power of different ancient constellations forgotten in their days. Baring his teeth, the main character thought about the forgotten stars. An image of space appeared in his head, in which a powerful surge of energy appeared. When light was created at the beginning of the cosmos, there weren't many constellations in the sky. Many meteorites flew towards the Earth. Back then, they were as weak as the cosmos, but they possessed colossal holy power. Although over time, each of them found its place in accordance with the laws of this world. Many asteroids fell against the background of the night sky. Traces of their existence litter the cosmos and the world. Looking down in thought, the protagonist said that they were called forgotten stars, wondering if it was possible to borrow their power. Wary, he again wondered if the ruler of the abyss had kept this a secret. Gritting his teeth, Ajung stated that of the 3 scrolls found, White Tiger was only able to open 2, revealing rumors that the most important one was still unsolved. Lee stared into space and thought about Peter's key. An image of a key appeared in his head, in the center of which was a bright red stone. The main character thought that this description was being revealed to him. Looking at Wu Zhong lying next to him, Lee tried to find out why they came here, noting that he did not think that their goal was revenge or terrorism. Lifting his head off the ground, Ajong said that they had come to find an illusory pearl. Having imagined the image of an illusory man in his head, and continuing to think, the main character noted that he really thought that there was something suspicious in the deep hostility towards smallpox that he felt. Writhing in pain, Ajung stated that from the first scroll they had obtained a way to create an unrivaled warrior. Next to a group of monsters, a book hung in the air, the leaves of which were hanging down. Of the 7 mysterious scriptures, the first was written about a man who lost his soul after being possessed by starlight. People who have lost their soul also lose their ego, but since this emptiness is filled with starlight, they become amazingly powerful warriors. They are reborn into holy knights who faithfully carry out the orders of the stars. A cloud of mysterious violet energy was visible in the air. To create such powerful warriors, you need wild flowers from the flowerbed in Xiachen, as well as crying and laughing flowers. With their help you can create an illusory pearl. Staring into space in his thoughts, Lee noticed that he understood the reason why they made this place a training camp. Lowering his hands as he continued to think, the protagonist said that the Black and Red Mountain range is geographically similar to Sachin's flower beds, adding that it is perfect for testing new members and selecting the capable to obtain powerful warriors. With a serious expression on his face, Lee thought that it was possible to simply say that the people who disappeared here did not listen to the instructions of the instructors, and went beyond the safe zones and fell victims to monsters. With a face full of anger in his thoughts, the protagonist noted that the person overseeing this and leading all these projects must be the second commander of the White Tiger, Executive Director O. Smirking. Lai noted that after Bisla's tomb disappeared overnight and Peter's key simply flew away, the situation for them changed for the worse. Lowering his gaze, Lee wondered if they were going to reveal the White Tiger's true face thanks to the illusory pearl, guessing that they had more evidence beyond that. Closing his eyes, Ajung reported that it was so. Squeezing the blade in his hand, Lee thought about the fact that now most of the secrets had come true, believing that there were still many that Wuzhong did not know. Suddenly, a bloody splash appeared in the air. Leaning on a stone, the man tried to clear his throat. Smiling maliciously in his thoughts, Lee wondered why he didn't rummage around a little more. Pointing the blade towards the man, the main character declared confidence, which lies in the fact that he knows what will be discussed. Continuing to think, Lee told about the location of the research center where they created an illusory pearl and cultivated powerful warriors en masse. Touching the frightened man's forehead, the protagonist wondered if this was so. Horrified, the man tried to find out if the main character was afraid of the wrath of their patron god. Indignant, Lee asked if the man was sure that God was his patron on his side. Suddenly, the man's body began to become covered with sand. The system reported that the deity tiger trapped in deprivation had lost interest in a believer who had achieved nothing. Raising his head, turning to the man, he noted that his patron god needed a stronger and more persistent believer. Smirking, Lee noted that God needs an undying worm like a man. After which, the system declared that the deity, the tiger trapped in deprivation, was laughing disgustingly while watching him. Many scraps of clothing were visible in the air. With a confused expression on his face, Gobble wondered what Lee was doing. Looking at the surprised Gowl, the main character asked him to sit in the lotus position. Leaning down, Gowl tried to find out if Lee was going to do this right now. Having reported that this was so, the main character noted that he would treat him. Staring ahead in his thoughts, Gobble was delighted at the news. With his hands folded, Lee stated that studying the residual energy of a ghost born would take some time, adding that it was very easy to lose track of the process. With a serious expression on his face, the main character said that even if in the real world it would take a couple of hours, for Gobble it felt like weeks or even months would pass. Looking at the taken aback Jebel, Lee noticed that pacifying such hysterical energy would exhaust him. Wary, the protagonist noted that this would definitely end, asking Gobble not to give up. Further, Lee said that if Gowl even thinks about retreating for a second, he will be demonized, which naturally means. Frowning, interrupting Lee, Gowl stated that he would turn into a monster or a ghost. While surrounded by a sandstorm, the protagonist reported that this was so. Tilting his head, he noted that if he noticed even a hint of this, he would get rid of Gobble without even thinking. An image of a colossal explosion arose in the main character's head, which destroyed many high-rise buildings. While in his thoughts, Lee said that as soon as the broken Xerxes was allowed to walk around freely, a catastrophe would begin. Smiling, Gowel asked Lee not to worry. From what he heard, the protagonist's face was shrouded in surprise. Closing his eyes as he continued to think, he noted that if he thought about it, even though Xerxes acts as if he lacks a sense of self, his will is very strong. After which, Lee announced that they were starting. Putting his hand forward, the main character enveloped it in a powerful stream of purple energy. The system reported that fire from the first form of Doomsday Flame was engulfing Lie's body. Due to the unimaginable power, Gobel's head was suddenly jerked back. At that moment, the system notified the main character that the Ghostborn was covered in flames. Due to the unbearable pain, Gobel began to scream. Looking at his body, which was covered with powerful energy, in his thoughts, the main character asked him not to lose himself and not to give up. While in the lotus position, Gobel froze in one position. There were many purple clouds in the air. Having lowered his hands, Gobel found himself in the vastness of snowy terrain. Staring ahead in thought, he wondered where he was. Gobel's hair fluttered due to strong wind currents. As he tried to move forward, it began to snow heavily. Leaning over and continuing to think, Gobel noted that if he had to be here again, he would prefer it. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, some unknown person ran up to him. With their hands down, someone watched as the unknown person carried away Gobel's body. Squinting his eyes, Gobel thought that it was his memory, reporting that he was in the world of his subconscious. With a look full of melancholy, he said that he did not want to remember those times. With a frightened expression on his face, young Gobel heard shouts behind him that said that he needed to be thrown out of the orphanage. Someone wondered where the unknown person picked up this monster. Approaching the trash can, the hungry Gobel tried to find food. Seeing how little Gobel took cover with snow-soaked boxes, someone screamed that he was there. Beside themselves with rage, a group of people began to kick Gobel, calling him a worm, ordering him to leave from here. Clenching his hands into fists, Gobel cried out in pain. In his thoughts, he noted that if he had not been saved, he would have died. Lowering his hands as he continued to think, he stated that if he did, he wouldn't have to keep such terrible memories, wondering if that was true. The night sky was dotted with many snowflakes falling down. Averting his gaze, Gobel was lost in his own thoughts. Once behind him, the stranger said that he was looking for him. Extending his hand, he reported that the winds here were cold, asking Gobel to come with him, noting that they needed to leave here before the winter became even harsher. Stretching his hand forward, Gobel thought that he no longer wanted to be alone. Many small snowflakes fell on the stranger's hand. Extending his hand, Gobel froze in one position. Looking at Gobel standing next to him, the stranger noted that this was correct, again asking him to take his hand. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Gobel heard in his head someone asking him not to lose himself. As he stepped back, he heard someone ask him not to give up. Taken aback, the stranger tried to find out what was wrong, after which, Gobel began to run away to the side. Gradually, it became dark outside. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that he didn't need to be here. The silhouette of the main character appeared in front of Gobel sitting in the lotus position. At that moment, the system reported that the deity owl piercing the dim light faintly smiled at his righteous heart. Trying to catch his breath in his thoughts, Lee stated that they had passed a key point. Turning his attention to Gobel, continuing to think, the protagonist noted that this offspring of a ghost is very persistent, calling it delightful. Next, in his head, Lee wondered if Gowel had begun to become demonized, noting that even if he had access to Jigwe's entire vessel, he would be unlikely to win. Turning around, the main character thought that if Xerxes was his father, then this was obvious, noting that while he was trying to catch his breath. Then, the system notified him about the activation of the stealth rune. Raising his hand, Lee activated a protective magical barrier around himself. The system reported that beginner rune engraving had reached its maximum, adding that a high-level skill would be created. Then, the system indicated that the rune engraving for advanced skill had been created, adding that everything within a given area would disappear without a trace for outside observers. Horrified, in his thoughts, the main character noted that it was time for him to look at the Pearl of Illusion of the research center, specifying that first. At that moment, Lee sent a powerful beam of energy at the running guy. The system notified him that the slightly of the beast's skill was activated. Looking at the frightened guy, he noted that first he needed to get rid of the useless witnesses. There were many fallen leaves in the air. A powerful gust of wind blew the leaves in different directions. Hanging in the air, the guy thought that he had to tell everything to COO, no matter what the cost. Drops of sweat slowly ran down his face. In his thoughts, the guy noted that while the main character is focused on treating Gobel, he must run away. Suddenly, Lee was behind him. The guy was shocked by what he saw. The protagonist's face was filled with rage. A powerful explosion occurred at the scene of the chase. Clutching his heart, the guy screamed in pain. The system reported that invisibility had been revealed. Baring his teeth, he stared forward. With a malicious grin on his face, Lee froze in one position. Getting into a fighting pose, the guy tried to take his sword out of its sheath. Suddenly, the main character pierced his chest. Holding the blade with both hands, Lee nailed the guy to the tree. Due to the colossal power, the tree trunk was broken through. Smiling, the main character noted that they had met again. The guy tried to find out what Lee wanted to do with him. Smiling maliciously, the protagonist stated that at first he planned to quickly finish him off, noting that he had now changed his mind. Lee said he didn't want CEO to suspect him. From what he heard, the guy's face was shrouded in genuine horror. Clutching a bundle of energy in his hand, the main character said that he has an excellent way to improve relationships, adding that there is no need to choose the difficult path. After which, Lee thrust a clot of energy into the guy's face. The system reported that the player Song Yujin swallowed the Pearl of Illusion. Holding Sun's body, Lee froze in one position. The system reported that Sun's thoughts were paralyzed and his ego was withdrawn, adding that he fell into a hypnotic trance. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character stared at Sun, who had fallen to the ground. With a look of disgust, Lee ordered him to stand up. Lowering his head, Sun rose from the ground. Wary, the main character suggested that it was sad. They were talking about the loss of the soul. Smirking, Lee ordered him to sit down and start rolling. At that moment, under the influence of the pearl, Sun continued to carry out the orders of the protagonist. Looking around the expanses of the Scarlet Forest, Lee ordered Sun to kill himself. After which, Sun's hand touched his neck. Lowering his head, the protagonist declared that this was enough. Hearing this, Sun removed his hand from his neck. Approaching him, Lee reported that they had indeed done something incredible, noting that they were able to pull something similar from low-level sculptures, wondering how strong the others were. Smirking, the main character ordered Sun to inform CEO that no abnormalities were found regarding him, adding that he should act as usual, as if nothing had happened. Folding his hands, Lee wondered if Song understood this. He, in turn, stated that this was so. The system said that the deity snake encircling the world chuckled maliciously at Lie's cunning plan. The system notified the protagonist about the words of the deity tiger trapped in deprivation, who was watching him and became interested in his aspirations. Clapping his hands, Lee ordered Sun to go. With a serious expression on his face, Song thanked the main character. Gradually, his body began to be covered with a stream of bright energy. Frowning, Lee ordered him to stop. Taken aback, Sun tried to find out if the main character had any other assignments. With his hand to his chin, Lee asked if he could learn the technique Song used. In his thoughts, the protagonist reported that she seemed more useful than he previously thought, adding that she could be a great fit for Gobble. Raising his finger, Song stated that it was a lagging storm of a flying tiger, revealing that he could use the wind for King Gong, invisibility, or camouflage, noting that since it was Tiger Stride, he would be able to use it. With his hand on his side, the main character asked Sun to teach him this. Sun reported that he did not have a skill book, which is why it would take quite a long time. Frowning, Lee declared that he would figure out how to master it himself. After which, Sun began the process of forming the technique. With his hands down, the main character watched all this. From what he saw, Sun was shocked. Watching as Lee began to form streams of powerful energy around himself, he wondered how he was doing. Lowering his head, the main character asked Sun to repeat. Looking around the expanses of the Scarlet Forest, Lee again asked Sun to repeat it. Clumps of bright energy were visible in the air. The system told the main character that he had learned something new, using the tiger walk as a basis. After which, the system notified Lie about the flying tiger lagging storm technique, stating the effects and level. Covering his body with Sun's technique, the protagonist smirked. At that moment, Song wondered how Lee had done it, noting that he had been mastering it for several years, adding that all he had to do was see it a couple of times. Leaning over, Song noted that the main character was truly a delightful person. After asking him to stop, Lee said that it was time for Sun to leave. With lightning speed, Sun left the main character's training place. Clenching his hands into a fist, the main character froze in one position. The system notified him that he had mastered King Gong, stating that his skill level had increased. Lifting his head, Lee was lost in his own thoughts. The system notified him that he had mastered invisibility and camouflage. Taking off from the ground, the main character hit the road. At that moment, the system reported the words of the deity, the tiger, trapped in deprivation, laughs, in absolute shock. With his hands behind his back, Lee prepared to land. The system reported the words of the deity Hunting Time, who said that his movements are perfect for hunting skills, which is why she will think about which one to give him. Lee, being on a black and red mountain ridge, used the flying tiger lagging storm skill. Because of this, a trail of energy remained behind Lee, and the system also notified Lee about the use of this skill. Lee stood in the forest. His cloak seemed to consist of energy, which is why it swayed, and some parts were completely separated from the cloak. Lee's hair swayed from the wind. Lee, leaning his hand on a tree, looked around the area. He knew that a pair of jigui lays an egg once every 100 years. A system notification came notifying Lee that he had found a jigui nest. Lee approached a huge nest, in the center of which the eggs glowed from the energy they emitted. When Lee took a closer look at the egg, from which energy was not ceasing to be released, 2 system notifications came. The first notified Lee that the jigui egg, which was laid once every 100 years by a pair of jiguis, took longer to hatch. The second system notification listed the characteristics of the egg. Lee entered the nest. Approaching the egg, Lee reasoned about the 3 forms of jigui which, in truth, were actually clumps of spirits. They were spiritual beings that did not have physical bodies. Looking at the egg in the center of which one could see a black spiritual being with an eye, Lee remembered that since the ancestors of the jigui chose the form of a bird, the descendants also adhered to it, but could change it based on the environment. Lee's lips stretched into a smile, and his pupils lit up. He wanted to redirect the jigui's nature in a good direction and increase their intelligence. Because the balance of the egg's power, the fact that it is not developed, its health is all perfect. For Lee, it will be best if the jigui becomes spiritual bird. Lee raised his head and opened his mouth, beginning to gather all the energy around the jigui egg near his mouth. Lee stood with his head raised, his hair turned black, and the energy around him shot up along with the egg, which floated directly above Lee. The system notified Lee of the deity's interest, a tiger caught in a desire trap as he was about to hatch the egg. Lee began to absorb all the energy through his mouth. Veins appeared on Lee's face and neck. His eyes glowed brightly. At this time, the system notified Lee of a deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, who advised him, instead of the crude form of a winged animal, to choose the form of a rare monster, perhaps a tiger. Soon Lee stopped absorbing energy. He stood motionless while the remaining energy began to dissolve into thin air. While Lee was descending from the mountain, 3 system windows appeared notifying him about the deity. It was time for a hunt, which offered a falcon or a dog as a companion. At the same time, she complained about the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation. Lee, seeing 3 system windows appearing in the air, closed his eyes, thanking everyone for their advice. Many system notifications appeared one after another. This was the result of an argument between 2 deities. Lee closed his eyes, noting that it was hunting time and the tiger, trapped in deprivation, like a cat and a dog, were quarreling over trifles. The system notified Lee of a significant deterioration in the relationship between the 2 deities. Lee, with a faint smile on his face, touched his stomach, pouring some energy into it, which then spread throughout his body. Mentally, he told the jigui he had just absorbed that he could use his inner flame and grow. Lee smiled and decided to head to the research center. Instantly, a plume of energy appeared next to the nest, directed upward. Events moved to a research center on Red Mountain. Inside the research center, in one of the rooms, many capsules were working at the moment. Inside the room, there was a cry from an employee who asked the opinion of the executive director. His interlocutor answered him by saying that the director said to just wait, and that everything would be decided soon. A fat man in a scientist's suit and with glasses on his eyes hit the table with his hands. His teeth clenched and his forehead frowned. He cursed everything in the world. A drop of sweat ran down the fat man's cheek as he clenched his teeth and listed his achievements, and there were many of them. He used the illusory pearl to create a divine warrior, and with the basic ability of the 3rd level, he developed star coordinates, various divine ornaments, and artifacts. The man in the white robe stood motionless, angry at the White Tiger clan, who, despite everything he had achieved with them, sent an inspection department to him. The fat man raised his head. He was disgusted that White Tiger sent the department just because he had pocketed some of the budget, and also when he approached the executive director, he only told him to prepare everything. A vein appeared on the fat man's forehead and beads of sweat ran down his cheeks as he recalled how many times he had contacted the CEO, only to be told by him to just wait. The fat man looked at the employees in front of him. They were all physically fit men. They shuddered and screamed, asking how much he had done for them. The fat man waved his hand, pointing to the side, and then ordered the destruction of all documents that could put them under suspicion. His haste was justified by the imminent arrival of the inspection. It should have arrived today, especially since 3rd rank management will arrive on an official visit to them. The fat man put his hands on his hips and raised his head up, thinking about Jita's project, the customer and chief engineer of which was executive director H. Wang himself. This project would be of interest to anyone. The fat man bit his lower lip, realizing that for someone like him the association was very dangerous. He thought that he would soon receive the rank of White Tiger, but he could not understand whether a 5-star blade would be suitable for this. The fat man grabbed his head and exhaled. He calmed down a little. The fat man smiled and covered his mouth with his hand, imagining how he would become rich after the arrival of such influential people. The fat man put his hands in the pockets of his robe and looked at the laboratory with the capsules. He wanted to make sure that he would have a couple of secrets on his hands that he could use wisely. The fat man remembered the figures of 2 people. They were Jayavol and Lee, thinking. The fat man made a decision, even if his decision would be a shame for Jayavol, but Lee was also interested in him. The fat man entered the laboratory with capsules containing people. He complained that he could not examine and take Jewel and Lee to him. Approaching one of the capsules, the fat man stopped in front of it. He smiled faintly, saying that this guy was also not bad. Suddenly the fat man turned his head, looking puzzledly to the side. In the laboratory with the capsules, the fat man's screams were heard. He shouted, asking why the people he sent to return the illusory pill had not returned yet. He ordered to hurry up and find out the reason for this. Events moved to a dense red forest near the mountain. Many leaves rose into the air due to the gust of wind created by the streams of white energy. Lee ran at great speed. Tree leaves surrounded him all the way. At this time, system notifications appeared one after another. The hunting time deities and the tiger trapped in deprivation began to quarrel again. Soon, the fleeing Lin heard a notification from the system, which said that both deities had drawn their blades. This made Lai wonder how long this would last. Soon Lee stopped when he reached a clearing full of strange flowers. As his cloak writhed due to his partial energy form, Lee looked around and wondered if this was the right place. It turns out Lee stopped right in front of the entrance to the research center. The system notified Lee that the stealth skill had been activated. When his energy began to wriggle around Lee, a system notification came, notifying him that all sounds were dissipating into the air. Lee looked at the gate smiling as his hair fluttered in the wind. Wise figure dissolved into energy and rushed towards the gates of the research center. The guards standing at the gate with weapons did not notice how a cloud of energy rushed past them. One of the guards looked back, sensing something. His partner, seeing this, asked if everything was okay. The guards turned to each other. One of them tried to explain how he had just felt something rush past them. After the second guard expressed his misunderstanding, the first decided that he was just imagining it. As the guards turned around and began talking to each other about their experiences, they failed to notice the plume of energy behind them. Lee, in the form of energy, moved in an arc-shaped motion along the corridors of the laboratory. The windows of the system appeared as he moved, notifying him of the activation of traps, the recognition of the trap thanks to the animal sense skill, and the latter notified Lee that the trap did not detect him. While Lee, in the form of a stream of energy, rushed through the corridors, system windows appeared one after another, notifying him of the use of various skills to recognize traps and movement. Soon a system notification sounded, notifying Lee that the skill level had increased, and a moment later, a system notification sounded about the activation of Trap 27. When Lee began to take on his true form, the system notified him that he had successfully passed all the traps without being noticed, and the system also notified Lee of a deity, a snake entwining the world, who could not hide her delight at his ability to use skills. Lee turned his head when he noticed something that made him wonder what was happening. Lee again turned into a stream of energy as he rushed past the employees hurrying somewhere. This made Lee think about the reason for their haste. Lee closed his eyes and put 2 fingers to his ear and activated the skill. The system immediately notified Lee that his hearing had been enhanced with the help of the Beast Sense skill. A new system notification notified Lee that he was now picking up all the sounds in the area. After listening, Lee heard how in one of the corridors the employees were cursing and complaining about the arrival of someone. One of the workers was rushing the second one, telling him to put everything in order. In another corridor, Lee heard one of the people complainingly asking how they could change from testers to test subjects. In the third corridor, an order was heard to remove something. Lee suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the employees asking about the condition of the team that went to get the Jigui egg, because they should have already brought the illusory pearl. Suddenly there was an alarming cry from one of the workers. He shouted about finding the corpse of the Jigui. Lee's lips curled into a smile, the energy around him flaring up again as he listened to the staff bicker over the incident with the Jigui. Lee's cloak started to writhe like a flame. Lee smiled after he heard one of the people say that everything had to be cleaned up here before the inspection department came. Lee turned into a stream of energy and rushed towards the speaker. Soon, Lee, in the form of a stream of energy, rushed past the 4 employees and entered the office. The iron doors closed immediately after Lee entered them. Soon, Lee began to take on his true form again. The system notified Lee of the strong smell of poisonous herbs, as well as that the poison of the weeping flower was entering this room. Lee, under the skill of stealth, walked past the workers. While the energy was leaving him uncontrollably, the system notified Lee that the laughing flower was causing seizures, and also about the observation of the head of the tiger disaster. Lee's energy swayed like a flame covering his face. Lee walked past the head of the staff when the system notified him that the effective immunity to 10 poisons had successfully neutralized all poisons. Lee stood in front of the locked door. All of Lee's clothes were like flames wriggling all the time. The system notified Lee that the door was securely locked and that identity confirmation was required. As Lee approached the wall with the panel, a system window appeared above him asking him to enter a pattern or code word needed to open it. Lee, stroking his chin, thought about the code word. Instantly, all the energy around Lee dissipated as he thought about Peter's key. Lee began to unbutton his collar, thinking about the reason for such a code. Lee put his hand to his chest, deciding not to take out Peter's key because the ruler of the abyss was watching him. Lee lowered his gaze in thought. Lee placed his hand on the panel. A moment later, the door in front of Lee began to open, the system notifying Lee that the identity of the master had been confirmed and that the locking mechanism had been disabled and the door was opening. Lee smiled as he looked at his hand. He couldn't believe the ability of the key hidden under his clothes. It even made Lee think and wonder what kind of ability the key had that could deal with such doors instantly. System notifications appeared one after another, notifying Lee of the deity's embarrassment. The tiger trapped in deprivation, he was confused by how quickly the mechanism opened, after which another notification appeared from this deity. He had several questions about weather talent for opening locks. Suddenly another system notification sounded informing Lee about the deity, a snake entwining the world, which clicked its tongue towards the deity, a tiger caught in the trap of deprivation. Wondering how he still did not understand the deity, the snake entwining the world said that this was possible because Lai was a fusion of 10 red striped snakes. While Lee entered the opened room, 3 more system notifications sounded, notifying Lee of the deity tiger trapped in deprivation, who nodded as a sign that he had caught the essence, after which the deity burst out in admiration for Lee's courage and great talents. This deity also had great plans for Lee. Lee, after passing the doors, mentally, as soon as he named the ruler of the abyss, Lee thought that he did not understand that he used Peter's key. Lee thought about what kind of snakes with red stripes the 2 deities were talking about. Soon Lee stopped in the middle of the laboratory. Lee squinted at the laboratory in front of him. Lee saw people in capsules. The physiques of the people in the capsules were almost identical, differing only in the length of their hair. Now Lee was looking at the person in the capsule who had shoulder-length hair. Soon the system notified of His Majesty the Tiger Calamity, who fell into a rage. At this time Lee stood at the entrance to the laboratory looking at the capsules displayed on both sides of him. The system notified of the deity of the tiger trapped in deprivation, who burst into laughter, seeing his fangs and claws lined up in a row. Lee's body was enveloped in white energy. Looking at the capsules, he called everything that was happening here an abomination. Shortly after this, the system notified the deity of an owl piercing the dim light, which expressed great dislike for what appeared before its eyes. The next system notification notified that the deity, an owl piercing the dim light, looked at the deity of a tiger caught in a trap deprivation. As Lee walked through the laboratory, a system alert sounded in his head, notifying him of the deity tiger trapped in deprivation, who was grinning, asking the owl piercing the dim light what he was up to. After some time, a system notification came, notifying Lai that the owl deity piercing the dim light burst into anger and prayed for justice. 2 system notifications appeared in front of Lee. The first notification notified him about the sudden quest owl's prayer, and the second notification was the quest itself, all due to the fact that the owl piercing the dim light was extremely disappointed by the villainous and dark influence that the tiger had fallen into a trap of deprivation that had spread throughout the human world. She also felt great regret for those who had lost their lives while being locked in the machinery, so the owl piercing the twilight begged Lee to give them peace and tranquility. The system informed Lee of the reward, which was a blessing from an owl piercing the dim light. Lee opened his eyes wide, and his lips involuntarily stretched into a smile. Lee frowned looking forward, but the smile still did not leave his face. But he understood that no matter how angry the owl was with the ruler of the abyss, Lee did not think that she would have been funny enough to give him such a quest. Imagining an owl piercing the dim light in the form of a girl dressed in armor with a sword held high and a shield in her other hand. Lee imagined himself flying in the clouds. He realized that if the blessing truly matched his results, it meant that he could receive powers from her. Lee tensed. He stopped emitting energy from himself, thinking, because the system notified him about the deity of a tiger trapped in deprivation, who was curiously waiting for his answer. Lee understood that if he accepted the task, then the ruler of the abyss would turn away from him. But if he refused, then Minerva will finally renounce him. When the system notified that the owl deity, piercing the dim light with tension, was looking at Lai, then Lai raised his hand and looked to the side in his thoughts, cursing this situation. Lee extended his finger to the refuse button on the system panel. But then Lee remembered something. His gaze rushed forward. Lee's lips stretched into a predatory smile. Lee turned his head to make a request to the patron god of the tiger, who was trapped in deprivation. The energy around raged like a flame. The system notified Lee about the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, who cordially agreed to listen to him, after which Lee assumed that the deity himself already knew the reason why he was here. Immediately after his words, the system notified him that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, nods his head in agreement, making it clear that Lee could get straight to the point. Lee smiled. In his thoughts he decided to give the deities a vague tip. After thinking a little, he said that he wanted to take everything that was here. Lee's eye glowed brightly. His hair flew up along with Lee's released energy, while Lee himself said that he did not intend to allow others to have what he did not have. Having said this, Lee asked Tuju what he thought about this. As the cloak squirmed along with his energy, Lee grinned, looking to the side. He realized that the ruler of the abyss was already very interested in him, and he was a very sought-after candidate for priesthood, so their refusal was almost impossible. 3 system notifications sounded in unison, all of them announcing the deity of a tiger trapped in deprivation, who smirked at his obvious plot. He said that he still liked him. Even despite this, he also notes that the family member that Lee a fool can pull off is acting, so the deity will not suppress Lee's wild ambitions. After some time, the system notified Lee about the creation of a sudden quest called Tiger Robbery. The next notification from the system described the task itself, saying that the tiger, trapped in deprivation, was eager to see what the new priest candidate was capable of, but if Lee failed to meet his expectations, he will be severely punished. Next, 2 more system notifications sounded. The first described the conditions for fulfilling the conditions. There were only 2. They demanded that Lee take for himself everything he sees and consume everything he takes. The second notification warned of punishment, but also listed rewards for completing the task. Lee smiled as he looked at the 2 windows of the system in front of him. Lee glanced towards Minerva's quest window, mentally asking how she felt about this turn of events. Lee grinned and exhaled as the system alerted him to Minerva, who was delighted, saying that she knew he would make such a decision. Lee extended his hand, finger extended, about to press agree. After this, 3 system windows appeared in front of Lee, notifying him of the approval of the Owl's Prayer quest, a significant increase in the range of movements due to a combination of sudden quests. The third system notification asked him to get rid of all the God-sent warriors and destroy the corresponding objects. Lee, from whose body mana was being released, looked to the side in his thoughts, saying that he had been delaying the destruction of this place for a long time. The system notified Lee that the disguise skill had been activated. Suddenly, the guards entered the laboratory, causing Lee to look at them with irritation. A moment later, purple flames appeared around Lee and rushed towards the guards. The system also notified the raging flames of the end of the world of the 8 Trigramzer. Streams of flame began to be released from Lee's back, surrounding the entire space around him. At that moment, the system notified him that the Jigui vessel was equipped. Behind Lee, 2 demonic wings of flame began to form. The 2 bald guards opened their mouths wide in shock, not understanding where the Jigui flames came from here. Lee, shrouded in flames, looked at the guards with a creepy smile on his face. Lee's eye glowed brightly, after which he rushed at all his speed towards the guards. The system notified that Lee had called a hurricane of flame. The 2 guards couldn't even scream as they were consumed by the flames. A moment later, the 2 guards turned to ashes and began to dissipate directly into the fire. A huge explosion occurred on the territory of the research center. Inside one of the corridors of the research department, voices and screams of workers were heard warning about a fire that had occurred in the central research building. Another explosion occurred inside one of the rooms where employees were. The shockwave and flame burned alive people caught in the explosion. The scream of one caught in the explosion was heard throughout the entire research center. 2 other workers who were not caught in the explosion opened their mouths in shock at the flames. Someone behind them shouted that they could not put out the explosion. Several people raised their hands to use ice magic to protect themselves from the flames after receiving the order to do so. But a moment later, all the ice shattered into pieces. The power of the flame was not comparable to the ice created in seconds. Every worker screamed as there was a flash of light, which was actually a huge and powerful explosion. The fat man standing on the platform outside the investigation center exclaimed as he saw flashes of light and flames released from the entrance to the research center. The roof of the laboratory was damaged, allowing smoke to escape. The fat man began to sweat profusely, simultaneously screaming in shock and misunderstanding of the situation. The fat man turned back and asked with a nervous cry what the security service was doing and how they allowed this to happen. Suddenly, a shock wave from another explosion, which tore the entrance to the laboratory and part of the mountain into pieces, threw the fat man back. The head of the research center began to stand up, holding his head and gritting his teeth in pain. The security guard standing nearby became worried, asking about his condition. The head of the center turned sharply, shouting at the guard and demanding from him the exact number of deaths. All that was left of the research center were ruins. Various pieces of technology and equipment were scattered everywhere. Not a single person could survive the explosion, and only smoke rose up. Some guards turned out to be alive after the explosion. Their figures became visible in the thick of the smoke while the guards themselves warned, cursing and cursing each other at the same time. Suddenly, all the guards froze in place after receiving a system alert that they had received a burn infection. Several guards became worried when they heard about the infection. Poison had already begun to appear on their faces and heads. The capillaries were very prominent, the veins were swollen, and the skin began to be covered with burns. The system notified them about the burn infection that was rampant in this area. The system recommended leaving this area as soon as possible. The body of one of the guards began to bend. His whole body was covered in purple flames. He screamed with all his might, asking for help. But no one helped. Instead, the flames rushed towards other people. Having hit other people, the clots of flame immediately enveloped the entire body of the guards and began to incinerate them. Screams, pleas for help, even their own strength did not help escape the flames. The head of the research center, gritting his teeth, flew up to Lee, who was in the form of energy. A bright flash, created by an equally powerful explosion, illuminated the night. Lee, having partially assumed his true appearance, blocked with his sword the attack of the fat man who attacked from behind. The fat man, clenching his teeth, looked at Lee while simultaneously holding his huge sword. He asked who he was, who sent him, and how he controlled the flame of the end and the light of Jigwe. Lee stood motionless while everyone in the area exclaimed at his energetic appearance. Soon Lee regained his true appearance, and when he looked at the fat man, he shouted Lee's name. The fat man looked at Lee in shock. I don't understand why someone who should have been in a completely different place is standing in front of him. The fat man began to smile madly as he looked at Lee. He wanted to develop someone like him. The veins around the fat man's eyes bulged. His crazy smile did not disappear from his face while he imagined how in 5 years he would become rich if he could use Lee's body as a basis for cloning. Lee's eye glowed brightly as he stood in front of the fat man as the energy swirled around him. The fat man angrily swung his huge sword. He felt how Lee was about to leave, which is why he angrily asked where he was going to go. Lee looked back, noticing a sickle of golden energy flying straight at him. Lee dodged the sickle of golden energy at the last moment. The system immediately notified Lee about the forced deactivation of the Flying Tiger's lagging storm skill, and the system also notified him about the disclosure of stealth. A sickle of golden energy passed by Lee and exploded behind him, at which time the fat man made a dash and began to approach Lee. The fat man jumped on Lee, striking downwards with his sword. Lee was able to block the enemy's sword with his own. Lee clenched his teeth as he looked at his opponent. The fat man's face was distorted, one eye had turned black veins had spread from the eye, his jaw was unnaturally clenched. Lee, looking at the fat man's face, realized that he was a warrior sent by God. Lee and the warrior of God crossed their swords dozens of times in a couple of moments. Sparks scattered from their collision. At this time, Lee thought about the fact that not only ordinary soldiers, but also leaders became warriors sent by the gods. If this was really the case, then it happened. Is this also true for the rest of the White Tiger leaders? Sparks from the clash of swords flared up next to Lee's face, but he only grinned. For him, this was a great chance to test the capabilities of God-sent warriors. Lee, holding the sword in one hand, and with the other hand opening his palm, pushed it forward, thereby increasing the force of the blow, because due to the fact that he was holding the sword with a reverse grip, the force might not have been enough. Purple flames swirled around him. The system notified Lee that the built-in magic circuits began to malfunction, after which another system alert informed Lee of the frantically blazing flames of the end of the world Jigwe, after which the system notified the distribution of an additional 30 stat points that Lee applied to the force, after which the strength attribute reached 141 points. A moment later, a new system window appeared, notifying Lee of the status of the power points. Looking at Fat Man Lee's face twisted with anger, they distributed 30 stat points into agility. The system immediately notified him of his actions. The fat man began to retreat, blocking and parrying Lee's attacks, at which time the system notified Lee's agility stats after the change. After the lunge, Lee waved his hand, controlling the flames around him. He forced the flames to take the form of claws, attacking the fat man, but he retreated in time. Stepping back, the fat man bared his teeth, looking at Lee with his pitch-black eyes. He couldn't believe that Lee was a newcomer. Lee grabbed his wrist with his other hand and assumed a lunge stance, his eyes glowing brightly as energy continued to be released from his body. The fat man brought his sword back, beginning to concentrate his energy in it. The fat man himself smiled madly, shouting that the heavens themselves had come to his aid. At this time, the system notified Lee of the ghostly energy that the fat man poured into his sword, which caused the tiger's death to become denser. Lee's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the fat man, while the flames burned on his body. A system warning soon sounded. The fat man swung his sword, sending dozens of slashes at Lee. Each slash was incredibly powerful. The impact of the slash with the ground created a strong explosion. This annoying ghostly energy reminded Lee of a tiger chasing a person. Lee himself ran away at full speed, dodging slashes and explosions. Lee looked back and noticed 3 warriors chasing him. The guards' eyes turned black and they screamed and rushed at Lee, saying that they would help the director. Lee clenched his teeth and looked at the people behind him with some shock, because these guys also turned out to be God-sent warriors. Lee turned around sharply and began to concentrate his energy into the sword exposed in front of him. He wanted to mix blood poison with flames and create a fire barrier for the end of the world. Lee swung his sword, sending flames around him towards the guards opposite. Lee clenched his teeth even more when he saw how the warriors' swords passed through the fire barrier. A moment later, thanks to numerous attacks from the warriors, the wall of fire almost dissipated. Lee opened his eyes wide, looking at the warriors. He understood that if everything continued like this, he really could die soon. Lee turned around and converted his lower body into energy. Deciding to retreat, he wanted to use a divide and conquer strategy. When Lee turned into a stream of energy rushing into the distance, 3 system notifications came. The first said that he was in the middle of a battle. The second notified Lee that the skill Unbending Spirit had been activated and because of which his mental strength was strengthened. The third notification told Lee that inner peace had taken hold effect. He could now observe the situation from an objective point of view. After some time, Lee transformed back into human form and stopped in an alley. Warriors, sent by God in the form of guards, stood opposite Lee. One of them shouted that they had caught him. The lower part of Lee's face was hidden by the cloak. Lee's eyes were fixed on the warriors. The fat man standing to the side felt something. A vein on his forehead immediately bulged. A sharp realization made the fat man flinch and clenched his jaw. He realized that it was not they who drove Lee into a corner, but it was he who deliberately brought them here so as not to fight with several at once. The director shouted sharply, ordering the regular warriors to duck. A moment later, the body of one of the warriors was cut into many pieces. The fat man clenched his teeth when he saw the blood splashing in all directions. Lee's eye glowed brightly as he swung his hand, sending multiple metal lines towards the enemy. Lines filled with Lie's energy began to surround the warriors sent by God, at which time the system notified that the power had reached 100%, which is why the target had an effect. As the line began to kill the God-sent warriors and blood flowed, the system alerted Lee to the deity's time of hunt, which allowed his effective use of its power to turn his head. Lee, who was standing with his arm outstretched, flinched when he noticed a hand approaching him. The fat man's hand grabbed Lee by the throat and lifted him into the air, causing Lee to wheeze in pain. The fat man finally stood up, slamming Lee's head against the wall and shouting that he had finally caught him. The veins all over the fat man's face were bulging, and the wide and crazy smile did not disappear from his face. He told Lee that he was far superior to him in all levels and stats, so it was better for him to just give up. Lee, who was hanging in the air, grinned and asked if the fat man thought that once he caught him, he could do whatever he wanted. The fat man stopped smiling and looked at Lee with irritation. Lee wrapped his hand in energy, causing the clothes on his hand to tear, revealing the runes drawn on his hand. Then the system notified the appearance of the fish-gut sword. A blade with runes painted on the blade began to emerge from Lee's open palm. His sword, gifted from the deity during the hunt, glowed brightly due to the energy enveloping it. Lee's pupil shrank and glowed brightly, arcs of purple lightning beating close to Lee's face as he uttered the word scream. A bright light illuminated the entire area. All the energy from Lie's body was released at once. Lie extended his second hand from the palm of which a blade began to emerge. At this time the system notified that the twin sword sounded and the awakening of the evil dragon's tooth. Before us appeared the image of a powerful blacksmith who was diligently forging a sword. The whole room was saturated with tongues of flame. In his thoughts, the main character noted that if the divine blacksmith Uyazi earned eternal glory after creating several masterpieces and taking a short pause. Before us appeared the image of another blacksmith with red wavy hair, who was forging something with great zeal and strength. Lai Changso continued to note that, in turn, the demonic blacksmith Taude created countless ingenious things so that the blacksmith himself would be associated only with these products. The main character continued to note in his thoughts that even among the gods and stars, these two are opposing forces known to the whole world. A beautiful Milky Way opened before us, shining brightly along with a bunch of stars. Lai Changso noted in his thoughts that it is impossible to decide which of these two masters is the better artisan precisely because they are both valued for different things and achievements. The eras and places in which they both worked are also different. All this is different, but thanks to this they never compete with each other face to face. However, the main character continued to think that now, at this very moment, it was time to decide which of them was actually better. Before us appeared two swords that were forged with soul by these two master blacksmiths, one glowing with a bright blue flame and the other with a pink flame. The main character noted that the sword that emits a bright blue aura is a fish-gut sword that has fired all the bloodlust, sparkling, and the second one, in turn, which emits the light of a bright red flame, has a name, the crooked tooth of the evil dragon. He almost immediately began to demonstrate his true value. The director of the Tiger Group looked in horror at the protagonist's swords. His eyes were narrowed. He shouted loudly. The system notified the main character that he had already fulfilled part of the qualification requirements. The system also noted that the crooked tooth of the evil dragon, which the main character is holding in his hand, sparkles, and added that the heroine should be removed. A powerful aura emanated from the main character, which looked like huge multicolored lightning. Due to the strong aura, the director of the Tiger Company jumped back. The system notified that the evil dragon's crooked tooth was beginning to demonstrate its true value. The man's eyes were saturated with horror and fear. His eye gradually began to crack. In his thoughts, he said with horror that this blade seemed familiar to him. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the sword of the main character Lai began to increase in size. That man noted with horror that the sword was getting bigger right before his eyes. With a calm face, the main character looked at the increase in the sword, which also increased in weight. The aura of this blade became larger and larger. A sword appeared before us, the crooked tooth of an evil dragon. In the background there was an image of that same red evil dragon, and everything was blazing with flame. The system began to tell more details about this crooked evil dragon tooth. The system noted that the blade type was a longsword, a divine artifact. The attack power of this sword is immeasurable. The effects are continuous bleeding, evil gluttony. The remaining effects cannot be determined because the main character has only fulfilled part of the qualification requirements. Everyone was told that he could use the hidden functionality since he had not completed all the requirements, a comma in which case he would need to complete them in order to gain access to other functions. Chanso seemed to have already triumphantly spread his arms in different directions, while the two swords in his hands emitted a very huge aura. In just a second, the main character crossed his two swords. His eyes were closed. She answered everyone that the sound of paired swords had now occurred and that the sword mastery skill had been activated. The main character took a deep breath into his lungs, and exhaled with relief. His gaze was very serious, and he looked at his target, or more precisely, at the director of the Tiger Group. The main character swung one of his swords behind his back and pointed the other directly at the director of the company. He pierced him with his gaze. She informed everyone that sword mastery is a skill that can only be used by a master swordsman who has achieved the unity of swords. It allows the main character to use any sword that exists in this world. The system noted that those who follow the path of the sword will be forced to confront the forest that stretches at the end of the path. The system also added that the sword mastery level is first, the category type is passive, and the effects are determined by the right to own and use 10,000 swords. Suddenly, the system notified that a new achievement had been received, completely different legendary swords, and noted that the reward was intelligence plus 5, as well as an increase in the level of the skill sword mastery. While the entire room was saturated with an aura, the system continued to note that the deity, the time of the hunt, stared in surprise at the protagonist under the name Lai, since he was able to unlock his divine artifact. In turn, the snake deity entwining the world stared at the protagonist with wide eyes as he used a method that even she was unaware of. The owl deity piercing the dim light suggests that the protagonist used the weapon of the demonic blacksmith Taojia for a just cause. Changso began to change his stance in an instant, his gaze as serious as before. The system noted that the great demon deity at the next abyss became interested in his ability to use two famous swords, and the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, praises the protagonist for receiving a new set of fangs. The director of the Tiger Group was even more frightened, trembling passed through his body, and sweat flowed down his face. Suddenly a realization came to him, from which he trembled even more, and his eyes narrowed twice. In his thoughts, he noted that the bestial sense he received from his boss patron told him to avoid the main character at all costs, and added that if he did not do this, then he took a short pause. The director's gaze was directed directly at the main character, who looked like a predator that was about to eat its prey, and the aura of this sword seemed to cut through space and time. Here the man continued to talk, including the fact that he would most likely die. Lai Changso, quickly pushing the floor, ran straight towards the director. The aura of the sword absorbed the entire space, until the man, in turn, did not even have time to move. In a split second, the director somehow managed to get his sword. He blocked himself with a loud sigh. The director clenched his teeth in horror and looked at the further actions of the protagonist. The director's not-so-famous sword was able to slightly cut the protagonist's aura, and as a result it went on both sides of the man. The director jumped back with a loud groan of pain. His clothes, which were on his sides, were torn, and the man somehow stood on his feet. Suddenly, one of the protagonist's swords began to tremble in his hand. Li looked straight at the sword in surprise. In his thoughts, he noted that is this sword really crying, and added that it looked like he was complaining that he didn't want to end things like this. Suddenly, at the same moment, the other sword in the main character's hand began to tremble, and why was he very surprised? In an instant, the main character's eyes narrowed very much, and a strange smile appeared on his face. In his thoughts, he noted that now the other sword, that is, the crooked tooth of the evil dragon, tells him to look at what he is capable of. The main character, without slowing down, swung his sword, and a strong stream of aura headed straight towards the director of this group. Aura, as if in a zigzag, began to seize the territory and headed straight towards the director of the Tiger Group, while he, in turn, defended himself as best he could. The aura became stronger and stronger, so much so that the man's sword could no longer hold back its strong flow. The director shouted loudly. In a split second, his sword was shattered into pieces. The director silently looked at the remains of his own sword. The man's eyes were very narrowed, and heavy sweat was flowing down his face. In his thoughts, he noted that if he wanted to survive, then he needed to escape from here right now as quickly as possible. She notified everyone that the sword Fishgut was showing its shiny blade, and the crooked tooth of the evil dragon, in turn, was revealing its fierce fangs. The main character stood silently and looked at his swords. In his thoughts, he noted that both of these swords were very proud, and the two of them were eager for victory. The director of the tiger group began to run away from the main character in one breath with horror. Chanso no longer liked this gesture from the man and looked straight at him sternly. The main character crossed his swords with a sharp movement of his hands, and they, in turn, began to emit a stronger flow of aura. The main character ran straight at the director, spreading his swords behind his back. The system noted that the skill paw of the Black Mountain Monarch was activated. The man almost reached the exit, but the aura of the main character also kept up with him and had almost already reached him. Turning around quickly, the director wanted to see how far he could run, but the aura emanating from the main character had already found him and began to absorb him. A strong explosion of enormous proportions that emitted a violet color. The explosion left everything covered in ruins, and some parts of this building were still floating in the wind. Suddenly, from under the rubble, the director somehow put his hand on the ground. He was completely covered in his own blood. The man began to note in a hoarse voice that he had not and stopped expressing his thought. The system noted that desperation was spreading. The director of the tiger group began to crawl straight towards the main character. The man noted that he did not want to die this way. The system notified that the frustration was felt more strongly, and added that bad thoughts were filling the entire area. The director, with his last strength, crawled straight to the exit. In Kazan, his main character stood calmly. His eyes were blazing. Changso looked straight at the director with a calm gaze. In his thoughts, the main character noted that all this was really his regret, and sarcastically asked himself where that man was trying to crawl away in such a state. With slow steps, the main character began to approach the director, who, in fear, tried to crawl further and further away from him. In his thoughts, the main character continued to note that he now thinks of him completely differently than as a born ghost, and added that there is no one in this world for whom he would have to do all these actions. He also continued to note that for now he would follow him with slow steps, but for a while he would bring his murder later. In turn, the director of the tiger group heart-rendingly pronounced his last words with heaviness. He noted that no matter how, he must survive. In an instant, all the man's strength ran out and he fell. The system noted that player Yasengwon died. The main character stood opposite the corpse, and under the director's body there were huge pools of blood, but just a little more and he would have been able to reach the exit. The main character swiped his hand through the air as he looked at the player's corpse. The system noted that the fishgut sword had been recalled and the evil dragon's crooked tooth had been sealed again. Lee Changso noted that the director only had to raise his hand and the door would easily open, and added with a grin that, having failed to cope with this easy action, he, in turn, fell dead right in front of the door. The main character reached straight to the door, and some kind of diagram card opened in front of him. The system replied that the door was currently locked, and added kindly, asked the main character to enter the scheme and password that are necessary to open the door. In his thoughts, Lai Changso noted that I wonder if the door will open again. He pulled himself straight to the password card with his hand. His jacket was dismantled. He looked carefully at the diagram and tried to figure something out. In an instant, the doors opened in front of him, and the main character, in turn, looked straight at the territory that was hidden behind this door. The system noted that the gentleman's ID was confirmed. The main character looked with a grin at the door that opened right in front of him. In his thoughts, Lee noted that it now seemed to him that this key was suitable for opening not only doors, but also other mechanisms. The system noted that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, stared at the protagonist. He was amazed at how he was able to get here. The main character had a view of a girl who was lying on a huge mechanism, and a bunch of wires were connected to them. She was completely punctured by some wires. The main character took a closer look and noticed that there was practically no place where these mysterious wires were not. With a sharp movement, he jumped off the floor and jumped straight to this girl. Lee landed next to the prone girl, a blue aura emanating from his feet. He looked at the face of the experimental girl with amazement and questioning, who was calmly lying unconscious. He didn't take his eyes off her face and tried to remember something. In his thoughts, he asked himself what this girl's name was. His memories opened before him, how before he and the team were somewhere, this girl was looking somewhere in amazement. Having more clearly examined the face of the girl who was lying right in front of him, he noted that it seemed that her name was Shin Yunseo, and added that she had been turned into a warrior who was not capable of God. Now he began to wonder this question while looking at her. The main character took the girl by the hand. The system notified the main character that the object he held in his hands was being analyzed. A second later, the system noted that an anomaly had been detected. The system also notified that His Majesty the Tiger Disaster was on alert. The main character calmly looked straight at the girl. Point in his thoughts, he noted that she cannot be a warrior because he senses something stronger, more fundamental here. Lee narrowed his eyes and looked straight at the girl. The girl seemed to be shrouded in the auras of several mythical beasts, which seemed not to be happy to cooperate with each other. The main character noted that he felt the presence of demonic beasts, monsters, goblins, and also jingwees in her. The main character grinned, looking at the girl. In his mind, he noted that this is how it works, and this is what the executive director was actually trying to hide from him all this time. The main character stood directly opposite the girl and looked into her face. The coma in turn would have been a conscious sensation for me, since she seemed to have fallen into a coma. The main character and I continued to shift that it seemed to him that the warriors, not sent by God, were just a step on the path to this perfection, a comma, and added, as if asking Gil, he's saying it right, isn't he? From an instant, the protagonist's face changed into a non-serious one. In his thoughts, he noted the fact that that was the name of the goblin leader. The system noted that the main character is right now observing the state of the object of will attentively thanks to the sense of the beast's skill. The main character's eyes narrowed greatly and began to glow with a golden light. He began to carefully examine the girl. The point system noted that His Majesty the Tiger disaster is in progress. At the moment it is 41% complete. The main character wondered if the scanning of the girl's body had already been completed so quickly by as much as 41%, and added that this was already almost a whole half. Now the main character began to examine the girl's body more carefully. He even saw her muscles, and also the muscles that were hidden under her clothes. The main character noted in his thoughts that this was too little to consider her a warrior or a guildal, and added that, however, her physical body had become so strong that it was simply ridiculous to compare her with an ordinary person. Period. The main character continued to note that even her muscle fibers are strong, and added that in her current state, she would be able to eat alive most players with such and such a body. A more detailed analysis of the main character ended, and he silently continued to look at the girl lying in front of him. In his thoughts, he noted that he was lucky that I did not have time to carry out hypnosis and brainwashing. The main character breathed out with relief. Period. The system noted that the tiger, trapped in deprivation, is watching him, and is also interested in what the main character will do next. The system also posted that most of the owls wanted to help the poor girl. The main character, with one wave of his hand, unhooked the girl from all the wires that were attached to her body. In the background, strong smoke began from the cordon of these wires. The system replied that the main character had assembled a glass pipe right now, and added that guildalification had been forcibly stopped. The system posted that His Majesty the Tiger disaster had begun to rage as its supply was cut off. The system also added that, in turn, the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, was very surprised by his choice. Chanso opened his mouth to the maximum. His face began to be covered with purple spots. He screamed, absorbing the purple aura. The system noted that the owl deity, piercing the dim light, nods its head and says to trust the main character, and she also orders him to hurry up and move the girl to a safe place, and then let him provide first aid to the poor girl. The 8 tigers earned light system went wild. The main character absorbed more and more of the purple aura, while in turn the system continued to place more and more notifications. The system noted that the destruction had begun, and added that the main character had also removed toxic elements from the given territory. After a few fractions of a second, the system notified that the main character had removed foreign substances. The protagonist's system is that His Majesty the Tiger Calamity resolutely resists the flames of the end of the world, and in turn he tries to resist it, but his attempts were all in vain. The system has hung the protagonist that His Majesty is trying to challenge the protagonist. She informed everyone that His Majesty's protection had been destroyed, and added that treatment and restoration were provided, and early His Majesty quickly healed, all external influences were stopped, and suddenly some kind of blue aura began to absorb the purple aura from itself. The system notified the protagonist that the first form of the end of the world flame and His Majesty the Tiger disaster collided in fierce resistance. The main character silently watched the clash of 2 strong auras. Period. In his thoughts he noted that it is necessary to remove His Majesty the Tiger from the heart and destroy all the negative aspects of guildification, and added that only the positive aspects in the sense of the girl should be left. The girl lay calmly and did not even move. No sound could disturb her sleep. The main character continued to note in his thoughts that, however, as with Beak Jewel, Shin Yunseo must show her perseverance, and added that Lai, in turn, can only wait. The main character looked displeased at the remains of mana that hovered near him. The dot alerted everyone to the fact that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, was asking him where his ambitious desire was to take everything for himself and leave. In turn, the system noted that the tiger deity, caught in the trap of deprivation, began to mock the main character for choosing to cure this girl instead of using her in some way. The main character chuckled with a smile, but the words spoken to him were from that deity. Chanso noted that he did not say the fact that he would not use it. The main character spread his arms in different directions and raised them, absorbing dark energy. His face was very serious. The system hung the point that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, bowed his head. He did not understand what the protagonist's words meant. The system notified the main character that the soul's compulsion power had been activated, and all the ashes of life that he had collected over the past 24 hours would be absorbed. The director's body began to gradually turn into black dust, and its particles flew straight towards the main character. The same thing happened to the subordinates of the director of the Tiger Association, who tried to save their boss. They also flew straight to the main character. All these particles of ashes of dead people began to mix with each other and fly straight to their target. With a terrifying look, the main character absorbed all these particles of dust directly into himself. His eyes glowed, everything was shrouded in his violet aura. The system posted about whether the ashes had been absorbed, and added that his strength had been increased by a 10% and his agility had also been increased by as much as 2/10%. Notified the protagonist that by being mixed in the dust, His Majesty of Tiger Ambition evaded the protagonist's attempt to absorb him, and added that this attempt was noticed and replaced by the protagonist's power. Hence the force fusion began. The system hung up on the protagonist that the protagonist had succeeded in this, and added that Changso had purified His Majesty the Tiger Calamity and was able to take it as material for the end of the world flame. All of us notified the main character that his magical power had been increased by 0.2%. The main character, with a serious look, continued to absorb all the aura that he could absorb. He was very focused in his actions. The system notified the main character that the amount of magical power, which was 325 points, increased by as much as 60 points of magical power. The system noted that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, laughs uncontrollably at the current situation. The main character looked up. He was very unhappy with this reaction. In his thoughts, he noted addressing the ruler of the abyss. He told himself that he was an imperfect ruler and also a scumbag. The main character asked himself in his thoughts that is he really laughing at what just happened, like someone obsessed with such things. After a short pause, he noted, thinking that he had really lost his temper. After thinking a little, the main character noted in his thoughts that now, having thought about all this, he remembered the conversation about how the White Tiger Inspection Department was going to come right here. The main character recalled that when he stood contentedly and fought, completely enveloped in a blue aura, they shouted after him with no understanding of who killed the Jigwe, and they asked if this was even possible. Others, in turn, responded to these cries that they themselves did not know whether this was possible. And someone else shouted in an obscene word that it seemed to him that there was somewhere a report of some unconscious people who were discovered from the heights of the training grounds, while others shouted what was really going on here. At that moment, the main character was grinning and listening to all these screams. Also, one of the subordinates noted then that it would be necessary to remove all this here before one of the inspectors came. The main character was looking somewhere with an angry expression. His eyes were narrowed and glowing with a bright light while everything was shrouded in his purple aura. The chain of reproduction of thoughts of that day ended for the main character. Now he began to note in his thoughts that if they were really being watched, then one inspection was under the control of the enemy of the executive director Okwan Hyohei. Chanso noted in his thoughts that this director is a very suspicious person. His mind decided to come here, then in this case it is unlikely that the director will sit still. The ashes of the dead continued to float around the main character. In his thoughts, he noted that his idea to close the dungeon was supported only by a superficial mana reading, and added that if the director was planning to remove his political opponent here, and considering the fact that this unpleasant person is the ruler of the abyss, who laughed like crazy, it was over this situation that he thought more and more deeply, and suddenly an insight came to him. And suddenly his eyes narrowed sharply, and he realized that the reason for all this was a curse. He noted in his mind that now was not the time to hesitate. She notified everyone that the Jigwe vessel was equipped. He abruptly took the girl into his arms. The main character was covered with a very huge stream of aura that enveloped the entire territory of this place for the experimental subject. He was very serious in his actions. The system notified the main character that the Flying Tiger's remaining storm skill had been activated, and all his strength was spent in order to leave this place. With a sudden movement, the protagonist jumped up while everything else under his feet began to crumble. A strong explosion occurred in this place, while the people guarding it looked at it all in horror. One of the subordinates noted, asking why no one was going outside since there was such a huge explosion. Another of the subordinates noted that didn't they tell them that one inspector had already entered the dungeon. He also added with horror that the leader should hurry up and get out of there. Suddenly, under the feet of these men, the ground began to shake very violently. The men's sweat flowed heavily down their faces. They did not understand what was happening. One of them noted what it was. Suddenly the ground beneath their feet collapsed, and streams of lava began to approach them. All three men screamed heart-rendingly in horror. One of them looked at the flames. His eyes were very narrowed. He screamed and asked the others what was really happening. The most powerful explosion occurred on the territory, which destroyed everything in its path, while, in turn, the main character, on the wings of his aura, holding the girl, flew away from there. There was a strong explosion, thick smoke poured out in all directions as the man below watched intently. Huni, surrounded by fire and smoke, frowned and slightly raised his upper lip, covered with a dark mustache, and then noted the chaos around him. While he continued to carefully examine the epicenter of the explosion, from which clouds of smoke continued to emerge, a landing occurred on the ground behind him, leaving luminous streaks in the air. The third commander of the old Tiger Fangs turned around, asking with a frown whether those behind him knew what had happened. Then a brunette from a squad of subordinates in black suits told the man with tiger marks that a lot of explosives were stored underground. Huni turned his dissatisfied gaze to the explosion and began to listen to the guy with glasses behind him, who reported that with the help of Agni's yawn skill, he discovered traces called the area of effect of the flame, the forest of fire demons, and the lightning bullet. The third commander had a cloak fluttering against the background of the explosion, and the brunette, with his hands folded behind his back, continued to reporting that the fire was created by the flame of the end of the world, which Jingli was very surprised to hear. Huni still looked gloomy with the earring in his ear, not taking his eyes off the explosion and mentally concluding that everything was planned. Now the third commander stood with an impassive face, his hands in his pockets, and calmly thought about the fact that his opponents were waiting for him to enter the research library so they could blow him up along with the others, while flames surrounded his legs. Huni cast a heavy glance forward, slightly biting his lip, wondering what factor the attackers had not taken into account. The third commander, quickly moving away from the place, ordered his subordinates to continue to inspect the area, and they, in unison, accepted his order and remained standing. After that, the yellow-haired man stopped and looked at the men in suits with closed eyes, hinting that a couple of rats had managed to escape. Upon hearing this information, the shocked subordinates opened their mouths and broke out in a cold sweat. As Huni continued to walk away again with his cape flowing, the men in black suits bowed after him and loudly declared that they would fix this immediately. Now the third commander stood between the transverse bright lines, and a blue screen popped up asking if he wanted to log out of the system. When Huni turned around, slyly looking at the notice that the tiger deity was enjoying chrome in the dungeon, he dreamily said that it would be great if they gave him a hint. The man now stood, turned around, on the wide and bright cross stripes, and energy hovered around him, and he concluded that nothing could be done. Huni grinned maliciously and furrowed his brows, deciding that he would have to deal with Executive Director H. Wang himself, which is most likely what God wants. Ji-Javel lay with his eyes covered by thick bangs and his mouth slightly open. Suddenly, he opened his blue eyes and began to ask where he was, but stopped at the first word. In front of him, in the light of the sun's rays, stood the dark figure of Lee with a girl in his arms, and he noted that the guy with blue hair had finally woken up. Lee smiled slightly as he looked at Ji-Javel as his hair fluttered in the wind and Yunseo lay unconscious with her eyes closed. Ji-Javel rose from the ground and cast a questioning glance at the girl. After examining Yunseo's peaceful face, the guy clarified whether this was Lee's wife. The next moment, a mirror flew into Ji-Javel, hitting him directly on the forehead, causing the guy to slightly tilt his head back. Lee, with the girl in his arms, looking at the guy with an indifferent gaze, calmly concluded that he was fined for talking such nonsense, and then asked him to look at himself in the mirror. Ji-Javel sighed and began to lift the openwork mirror, which he held tightly in his hand. He looked in the mirror with bewilderment, looking at himself and touching the skin of his face, which no longer had scars. Ji-Javel stood bare-chested against the backdrop of the sunset sky, examining the details of his face and not believing his reflection. Giving the long-haired boy a soft look, Lee declared that he had done a good job. Putting the mirror away, Ji-Javel smiled slightly and looked down as a tear ran down his cheek. Suddenly, Lee and Ji-Javel looked in surprise at the girl in the former's arms, who began to make sounds. A sleepy Yunseo opened her eyes slightly and Lee asked if she was awake. Hearing the familiar voice, the girl turned her calm gaze to the side, but said nothing. Suddenly, Yunseo jumped out of her arms, realizing that she was being held by Lee, while both guys watched her in confusion. The partners looked even more perplexed when, after this maneuver, Yunseo simply lay down next to them on the ground and began to move her arms. Closing her eyes, the girl against the background of the orange sky wished not to wake up, considering it a dream that the tyrant Lai himself was holding her in his arms. Puzzled, Lee and Ji-Javel, listening to the girl's speech, looked at each other awkwardly. The sky was painted with bright warm colors when Yunseo suddenly screamed if this was the main character who saved her from captivity. Lee squatted down to level with the shocked Yunseo sitting on her knees and answered in the affirmative, glad that she didn't remember anything. Lee, with a bored look, assured that Yunseo had done nothing of the kind while she approached him and continued to ask annoying questions, and the guy concluded that she needed psychological help. Bowing her head and closing her eyes, Yunseo exhaled in relief. Having risen to his feet, Lee continued to look at his interlocutor, concluding that she was feeling better and noting that it was unsafe here, and she only turned away out of embarrassment. Yunseo was still squatting when she curiously asked the guy a question regarding his blood type. Lee, looking at the fan in bewilderment, replied that he had a third blood type. Then Yunseo squatted with a suspicious look and began asking questions about his birthday and favorite food, to which the guy answered with irritation. After the interview, Lee frowned and asked with bewilderment why the girl was doing this at all. Then Yunseo became embarrassed and curled her mouth in disappointment, comparing the facts from their last meeting 2 years ago. After some deductions, the girl pointed to Lee, who was in confusion, and loudly declared that he would not deceive her. Yunseo, furrowing her brows, sternly concluded that the embodiment of rudeness could not have been so kind to her, concluding that this was not the real Lee. The main character turned around and, with a tired look, thought he could leave Yunseo here while she stood with her mouth open behind him. Suddenly the girl laughed loudly and, closing her eyes, happily noted that this was still her idol. While Jaeol and Yunseo were discussing behind Lee's back why the girl changed her mind, he stood in front and listened with a bewildered look. The guy looked forward irritably, head tilted to the side and mouth twisted, while the girl and his partner continued to discuss his rude behavior. Suddenly Yunseo strode forward, waving her arms and happily asking where they were going now, while the two boys stood motionless in the distance. A soft smile appeared on Lee's face as he watched the girl's carefree behavior. Jaeol walked to the left of Yunseo, holding her hand, and Lee walked to the right. The three of them walked towards the bright sunset sky as many blue windows popped up and turned with information about the two quests. In the forest, bright rays of the sun were breaking through the rare areas of absence of dense foliage, and sounds were coming from the side. A shaggy student with blonde hair and a white and yellow jacket quickly rushed through the forest, asking where his sister had gone. The guy looked up worriedly, opening his mouth when 4 armed men flew at him in the air, threateningly calling him to stop. Having descended to the ground, the armed group said that this was their territory, so if the guy took even a step, they would attack. The long-haired student begged to be let through, as he had important and urgent business. Then Johan, Mr. Lim's boss, putting the katana behind his back, calmly asked the young man for forgiveness for his subordinates and noted that it was really impossible to continue. A smile appeared on the man's serious face, and he gently said that it was dangerous there, so the group itself would search for his sister, but mentally he was dissatisfied. Johan thought about Lee with malice, comparing the guy's second rank in the dungeon with his 121st. Turning away from the shaggy guy, the boss in the brown jacket closed his eyes and concluded that he had to close the gap with Lee as soon as possible, and he kept begging to let him through. Johan raised his eyebrows in displeasure, thinking that such guys are an obstacle, because they do not understand the peculiarities of the player's world. While the man was walking decorously, the student quickly overtook him, rushing forward to continue the search for his sister on his own. Watching this, Johan was horrified, and veins appeared on his cheeks from tension. He cast an angry glance at the intruder who had blithely entered other people's lands. The system reported the spread of a tiger aura. Johan gritted his teeth in irritation, concluding that it was against the rules. Then he, armed with a katana, with an evil grin and bulging eyes, rushed after him, trying to stop the intruder by shouting. The guy turned in fear at the angry man, also gritting his teeth and trying to object. Furiously shouting that the student was an obstacle to the path of his group, Johan swung his sword, surrounded by bright magic, deciding to attack the guy. While the man, in a fit of anger, was preparing to attack, raising his blade, the loud voice of a girl was heard behind him, quickly rushing towards him, leaving her brother and then a bunch of insults. The shaggy guy looked in shock at his sister, who suddenly jumped out and blocked him from the angry man with a katana. When the student sank, crushing the ground beneath her, Johan recoiled back in shock, and the girl's brother could not utter a word. Yunseo looked at the man with dissatisfaction, asking how he dared to raise his hand against her brother, and when he saw his sister, he was incredibly happy. Johan, with 2 subordinates behind him, gloomily clarified what the girl had just said. Yunseo, throwing a piercing look at the man, calmly repeated the demand to leave her brother behind. Johan, grinning displeasedly, said that he wanted to hear what happened after these words. Then the girl was slightly taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at the man. She immediately repeated all her insults, which hit Johan's ego like arrows. Gritting his teeth irritably, curling his mouth and sweating, the boss cast a contemptuous glance at the girl and said that their team had been offended. Tying her bob into a ponytail, Yunseo looked at Johan with displeasure, declaring that the group was the first to attack her brother. After that, Johan, in a fit of hatred, swung his blade, which his subordinates did as well, deciding to tear out the girl's tongue for such impudent sayings. Yunseo, watching this, frowned and with contempt called the group cowards, attacking one person altogether. When the girl stood in a fighting pose, her body was enveloped in energy, and the system reported that the tiger's aura had been activated. Jaeol and Lee stood nearby behind Yunseo, and the long-haired guy noted that he needed help in the fight. The main character, enthusiastically watching what was happening, asked to wait, to which Ji-Javel asked with concern whether this was really the case. Then Lee, with a frown, demanded that his friend not interfere and stay behind, thinking that Yunseo's tiger aura was now filled with a furious tiger disaster. Examining the streams of energy enveloping the girl, Lee concluded that this was all completely unfamiliar, but she skillfully manipulated everything. The main character cunningly concluded that if he continued to observe Yunseo, he would be able to learn more about Jita and see negative effects in him. The girl was covered by a green carved face when all three angry men attacked her with blades, and they shattered into fragments when they collided with a barrier. Johan's subordinates looked at their broken weapons with great shock and could not understand why this happened. They carefully looked towards the enemy and discovered a shield tower with a fang face, which became an obstacle to the attack, and behind it only streams of powerful fiery energy could be seen. Yunseo, protected by a thick barrier, put out her hand and let out a loud scream. The girl's bright energy came out from under the shield, and the system reported that her strength was increasing, progressing at a tiger's pace. The shield tower still towered over Yunseo, completely protecting her, while more and more dazzling energy accumulated and oozed below. Johan's subordinates watched in horror what was happening, standing directly in front of the shield with a menacing face carved into it. Suddenly, a powerful shield blast burst out as the system notified, and the two opponents were attacked by a strong technique. From such an attack, men with weapons in their hands were carried far back by the flow, turning over in the air, while Yunoseo stood behind the shield in a lunge and concentratedly extended her hand. Suddenly, a third subordinate, Johan, wearing a red sweatshirt with white stripes, appeared behind the attacking girl and swore angrily at her, raising his sword to attack. Yunseo, enveloped in the fiery energy of a tiger, turned sharply to him and with a menacing look clarified what he had just said. After that, the tiger's distress burst out, and the girl, using powerful energy, threw the third opponent with bulging eyes away from her. While Jiao looked shocked as he watched Yunseo fight, Lee watched nearby with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, next to the beaten guys and their boss Johan, a long metal rod surrounded by fire was stuck into the ground, and they looked at it in horror. In front of them was a double-axe halberd with a floral pattern on the blade. Yunoseo moved her reliable shield to the side, which raised dust, and, picking up a weapon, menacingly clarified what the man was going to do with her tongue. Covered in drops of cold sweat, the frightened Johan, who was addressed by a strong opponent, froze in horror, unable to utter a word. Grinning and raising her eyebrows in dissatisfaction, Yunseo aggressively announced that she had a bad memory, asking her to repeat what she had said, and at that time the system reported that the player demanding justice was supported by the owl deity. The girl, preparing for the attack, cast a menacing glance at the offender, and a bright flash emanated from her. When the streams of energy reached Johan and struck him in the face, the man opened his mouth and wondered if he had been beaten. After a powerful attack that was visible from afar, Ji-Javel, who was watching from the side, agreed with Lee's opinion that he did not need to interfere. The main character continued to look at Yunseo with pleasure, admiring her talent for determination and ability to remain calm. While fighting, the formidable girl also showed superhuman strength and feelings that eclipsed the flames of Jid. As Lee watched Yunseo, a sudden realization dawned on him. The guy with a frown began to talk about whether Executive Director H. Wang was not the only owner of such a blade, noting his ambitions. After that, a malicious grin stretched across the protagonist's face, and he decided that he would need to start confirming what he had picked up from the altar. At that moment, a stream of energy flew right into the forehead of the frightened Johan, and the man clenched his teeth, raising his eyes to him and flying back. The next moment, the chief was already lying prostrate on the ground, and opposite stood the winner in this battle, Yunseo, holding a shield with a carved face in one hand and a labrys in the other. After that, the long-haired guy approached his sister and asked with concern what had happened to her, to which she replied with a mysterious smile that something had happened. The silhouettes of Jiavel and the gloomy Lee appeared from behind the trees, to which the shocked student turned his attention. He recognized the short-haired, stone-faced guy as Lee himself, pronouncing his name loudly. Yunseo closed her eyes and smiled widely, telling her brother that this young man saved her, and in response he almost called the savior a bastard. Examining the serene Ji-Javel, the shaggy guy mentally asked what kind of person this was, dismissing the instructor's option and settling on the fact that this was another student. The blue-haired guy asked Lee what he was planning to do, and above the red forest, among the clouds, the outlines of the solar disk could be seen. Jiao looked at Lee with indifference as he pondered the answer to this question. Yunseo again took on the appearance of a crazy obsessed fan, and the long-haired student peeked over his shoulder. Lee folded his arms across his chest, looking serious, and said that his further actions were obvious, because the guys were in the dungeon. Then an expression of genuine shock appeared on the faces of the trio, because they realized that the young man was going to clear the dungeon. For Yunseo, this emotion was mixed with absolute admiration. A little nervous, the shaggy guy tried to express his opinion on this matter. He stated that there are various levels at the top of the Black and Red Mountain Range. The White Tiger organization uses these lands for training, and the disciples were only given 100 days. While Lee continued to stand with an imperturbable expression, crossing his arms over his chest. The system announced that the tiger deity doubted the success of the cleanup, while the deity Time of the Hunt supported the young man and believed in his strength. The main character bowed his head slightly, and a new notification arrived, informing him that the snake deity was indignant at the gods who doubted the guy's powers. Ji Javel, turning to Lee, clarified how long he was planning the cleanup, and the guy looked at him in bewilderment. Then the long-haired guy was taken aback, suggesting that he needed to prepare because clearing the dungeon takes a lot of time. To this, Lee, enveloped in the violet energy of Jingwei, calmly and confidently stated that they would manage by the end of the day. As Lee began to transform into a monster, the trio watched in amazement from a safe distance. When it was already night and a month was visible in the sky, the entire red forest around the ridge was illuminated by bright flashes. Then morning came, and the sun rose over the mountains, blinding with its bright rays. The beaten Johann, with swollen cheeks, began to awaken, having lain passed out on the ground all night before. Suddenly, a picture of a fight with the formidable Yuncio appeared in his memory, who struck the man with strong blows of energy to the face, and his eyes suddenly flew open. Johann screamed in fear and began to cover himself with his hands, squinting his eyes. Opening his eyes a little, the man standing alone in the middle of the red forest realized that he was not in danger. Opening his good eye, Johann bared his teeth and put his palms forward, angrily asking how Yuncio dared to fight him. The man twisted his mouth with dissatisfaction on his swollen face, trying to understand how the young girl came out with such a powerful attack. Raising his head proudly and grinning, Johann stated that he needed a little time to understand the essence of his strong opponent. He confidently said that he would make sure that Yuncio would never be able to walk in the open in daylight again. The man listened, distinguishing voices coming from the red forest, calling him. Looking sideways, Johann thought for a moment. He looked questioningly at the three beaten subordinates lying nearby, not understanding how he would explain this. Johann, with a swollen face, gloomily concluded that his position in the dungeon should not be affected under any circumstances, going through possible options for getting out of the current situation. The man put his hand to his forehead, closing his eyes and smiling, savoring the future news of how the student defeated the half-demon in the dungeon. Suddenly, Johann opened his eyes and grinned sarcastically, deciding that Lee was also a half-demon because he could not have become so strong otherwise. After that, still holding his head, the man laughed madly as he decided to expose both Yuncio and Lee. When a sign appeared in front of Johann, announcing the end of the mission in the dungeon, he, without reading it, waved his hand and said that he was here. Having read it, he was taken aback because the system notified about the calculation of the final rating. Johann began to sweat from nerves, looking in shock at the dungeon rankings, in which Lee took first place by a huge margin. The three bald observers in the control room loudly asked in bewilderment what had just happened, and one demanded to know the fate of the man who had been watching Lee. The balding, bespectacled instructors, completely taken aback, watched as the dungeon closed. Against the background of the open gates on the three peaks of the ridge, dark figures of people could be distinguished, from one of which a large amount of energy emanated. The system began counting down, and the young man with dark energy continued to sit imposingly on the rock. When he showed his face, it became clear that it was Lai, and the tiger deity reveled in the chaotic situation that the system reported. All the students stood there, watching in shock as the sky of the dungeon disappeared piece by piece. As the chasm between the worlds grew and glowed brightly, a stream of blue energy swirled in the air. The blonde man, surrounded by lotuses and falling petals, held his hands behind his back as he watched the dungeon close. After the end of the system's countdown, only a bright flash remained in the sky, illuminating the space around. After this, there was complete darkness, in which only messages from the system were visible about closing the dungeon and calling for good work. The slightly open honey eyes with light eyelashes continued to gaze intently forward. This was observed, surrounded by sakura petals, by the aged Chunho with a mustache on his face, who is the sword of the heavenly tiger. In the blue light, many clippings from the internet surfaced, discussing the closure of the Black-Red Ridge, as well as the participation of Lee, who was called a tyrant. Many people who adore Lee left comments on the news, admiring Hyunam even more, and a huge amount of similar content has appeared in recent days. Lee, wearily closing his eyes and looking through all this, asked if that was enough. He looked exhausted, and behind him stood a trio, in which Yuncio's fan with loving eyes stood out. Hearing the guy's words, the bald fighters became angry, grinning. Three bald jocks stood at the table opposite with dissatisfied faces, and one of them, hitting the table with his hands, was the most angry of all, and Lee, on the contrary, had to listen to all this. Suddenly, right before the eyes of the main character, a fist flew into the face of the fighter who was recovering the most, causing him to stagger to the side. When the bald jock slammed into the wall with all his might, Lee turned with a satisfied smile towards the man who struck. Young, with yellow tousled hair and a black mustache, grinned angrily, sticking out his fists and swearing at the fighter for shouting, and the system reported that the man's tiger aura was roaring furiously. A beaten bald man with a broken nose recognized with shock the commander of the second squad and the attacker, opening his mouth and rounding his eyes. Young, with an evil grin, approached the fighter as close as possible and angrily noted the disrespectful treatment, offering to hit him in the face again, and the beaten man was taken aback, trying to formulate a coherent speech. Young, towering over the bald fighter sitting on his knees, said that he had come for Lee, and he pleaded with him to let him finish the interrogation. Then the mustachioed boss threateningly clenched his hand into a fist, covering himself with a tiger aura, which the system notified. After this, the bald, beaten man fearfully lowered his eyes to the floor without uttering another word. Leaving the fighter to sit shyly against the wall, Young walked forward with a confident step and ordered everyone else to disperse. Lee cast a frown at the man, and the trio behind him experienced different emotions, from indifference to admiration. Yunseo winked, contentedly asking her tired brother if her idol wasn't cool. Looking up, the shaggy guy admitted that he considered Lee's words about clearing the dungeon in just a day to be a bluff, but he saw everything with his own eyes. He watched as the protagonist effortlessly cleared the dungeon while in Jingwee's form and emitting purple energy. When the brother said in bewilderment that he could not even imagine that Lee could cope in half a day, a pleased Yunseo closed her eyes and smiled widely. Turning to the guys, Young ordered the trio to follow his subordinates and Lee to follow him. Now the head of the second squad was walking along the corridor along with the main character. At one point, with a satisfied smile, he turned to the young man and asked whether the guys were members of his team, and after straightening his mustache, Lee replied with irritation that everything was something like that. Smirking, Young looked at Lee and stated that in a team, people get along with each other, and the smartest one is in the center. Lee, casting an indifferent glance at the head, noticed that they were not going in the direction of Executive Director H. Wang's office, so he decided to clarify this. Then Young stopped abruptly and, smiling broadly, said that they were heading to the meeting room, because the head of the clan had expressed a desire to listen to the young man personally. Then Lee was taken aback, realizing that he was waiting for a meeting with Junho himself. Suddenly, in front of the head of the second squad and the main character, a short figure of the executive director appeared on the carpet in the corridor, who noted that the young man looked better since their last meeting. While the gray-haired old man H. Wang, partially hidden in the shadows, looked at Lee, the system reported that the eyes of a furious tiger were peering into him. Lee glanced awkwardly at the executive director, suggesting that he was worried about closing the dungeon and blowing up the research center. Bowing his head at the sight of the short old man, the main character stated that it was all thanks to the executive director, and he objected with a curious look, noting the guy's abilities and the fuss he created. Lee closed his eyes slightly and asked if this was so. Smirking, H1 explained that this is not just a fuss, because now the heads of the teams are fighting for the opportunity to talk to the guy. The gray-haired old man closed his eyes and laughed sincerely, adding that confusion occurs even with the reward for clearing. After this, Executive Director H. Wang looked at Lee intently, seriously asking if he had changed his mind. The system reported that the deity time of the hunt snorted, saying that the old man did not know where his place was. Lee closed his eyes and a slight smile appeared on his face, after which the guy stated that he wanted to ask the old man this question. The young man looked down at his interlocutor with a carefree look, saying that if he didn't get into the unit he was asked to join, he could simply throw in a letter of resignation. Then the executive director smiled awkwardly and extended his hands to Lee, admitting that the company had no plans to allow the young man to leave and remembering that the head of the clan was eager to meet. A short, gray-haired old man pointed to the side, friendly, inviting him to go greet the head of the clan. After these words, the two men were already standing in the elevator car, silently rising to the desired floor. When they arrived, the doors swung open and there was a blue glow outside. The dark silhouettes of Lee and CEO H. Wang emerged into a space filled with all sorts of colors. Lee concluded with a frown that it was the first time since his return that he had met someone dangerous, and meanwhile the system reported that the snake's eye began to sparkle sharply, and the animal's instincts warned him about this. While Lee stood above the path leading to the dwelling at the base of a huge tree, a message came from the system, which said that the young man had entered the Azura flower garden. The executive director walked across the bridge first, saying that the clan head's meeting room was connected through another dungeon, and Lee walked behind him. Passing numerous flowers, the guy with a thoughtful look concluded that this was actually his territory. At this time the tiger deity became interested in visiting, and the time of hunting deity frowned in discomfort. As Lee approached the wooden gazebo among the flower fields, Executive Director H. Wang addressed the man on the roof, declaring that he had brought a young man. After these words, the main character looked up, one of which was hidden by his bangs, and frowned. A curly blonde man with a mustache looked at him from the roof of the gazebo, who concluded that in front of him was the same guy who was nicknamed the Tyrant. Lee looked at the head of the clan in shock. A man with amber eyes, looking intently at the guest, also noted that lately God had been interested in the guy. After these words, Lee became very tense and darkened, realizing that this was a warning, and the owl deity advised him to be careful. Junho cast a menacing look from above at the guest below, while the tiger aura that appeared around him began to sway his head of curly hair, and the system reported that it was exposing the main character to great danger. Lee watched the head of the clan with a gloomy look, and the beast's sense skill considered the situation dangerous, which is why the guy came to the conclusion that the head of the clan immediately decided to attract the attention of many gods and stars. The main character expressed contempt with all his appearance, reflecting on the fact that he expected to face envy and danger. Afterwards, Lee bowed to the head of the Junho clan and, closing his eyes, introduced himself. The overgrown, curly-haired man looked very puzzled, because his guest did not seem to be a bad person. Lai further frowned, noting that it was funny to welcome a 9th-generation swordmaster. From the roof, Junho asked the young man specifically about his emotions, and he repeated his earlier words, admitting that a couple of months ago he didn't even think about being here. Lee strained greatly, trying to convince himself that the head of the clan was not aware of his transformations in the dungeon, but due to his incredible popularity, the man's pride was hurt. Looking at Junho, who was looking intently at Lee, he was thinking about what the head of the clan would do, leave everything as it is or take up arms. After this, the main character, deciding that the gods and stars interested in him will support him, but if they do nothing, the young man will come up with an escape plan. The guy cast a frown at the head of the Junho clan, worryingly thinking about what the curly, long-haired man might do. Now Junho, with flying hair, quickly flew past the imperturbable Lee. Suddenly, an important realization struck Lee, causing him to frown deeply and strain his eyes. Junho looked at the guest with a grin, saying that the patron asked him to give him a gift. Having said this, the curly-haired man headed towards the exit, which, according to the system, was open. Lee was puzzled by this information, asking what was going on. He watched Junho as he walked away with suspicion, concluding that he had ignored him and did not believe that the King of the Void had abandoned him. Continuing to cast a dissatisfied glance at the head of the clan, Lee asked if these were the 7 mysterious writings of H-San. The guy looked at the back of Junho's head, thinking about how, thanks to the expansion of the community, the head of the clan was able to obtain the antidote of the sanctuary. Lai's snake eyes were sharply activated and lit up with a yellow light, and the snake deity read his thoughts and decided to strengthen the guy's skills. The system outputs information about Junho, according to which the King Tiger Scourge is swarming around him. Junho turned around slightly and looked piercingly at Lee, enveloped in magical energy. With sparkling yellow eyes, the clan leader said that he would prefer the guy to stop staring so intently. After these words, Lai became very worried, and cold sweat broke out on his face and his eyes widened. Junho continued to slowly walk towards the exit, holding his hands behind his back and Sakura petals hovering around him. When the head of the clan, having entered the openwork golden arch, began to disappear into it and the energy covered his silhouette, Lee, who was watching this, bowed and asked to forgive him. Then the portal disappeared, and a bright flash in the shape of a cross formed in the sky, along which pink petals were flying. After that, a strong whirlwind arose, and Lee made an effort to stay in place, clenching his fists from the tension. The main character frowned deeply and firmly concluded that Junho was much taller than Jid, and even so, he only creates those god-sent warriors who are inferior to him. Lee visibly became gloomy when he came to the terrible conclusion that the head of the clan intended to monopolize this enormous power. Peering into the glowing portal in front of him, the guy with his head down decided that the ruler of the abyss only wanted to see his reaction, and Junho played along. Rushing his head towards the exit from the negotiating room of the head of the clan, Lee gloomily concluded that the ruler of the abyss had found his weapon in the curly-haired man. A bright flash flashed in a dungeon with a huge flowering tree and flower fields, and the main character was wondering what purpose Junho was pursuing. Now the returned Lee and Young walked along the carpeted corridor behind Executive Director H. Wang. Closing his eyes and smiling, the gray-haired old man admitted that the head of the clan was a difficult person in many respects. With a thoughtful look, reflecting on the fact that Jida is nothing more than an unnecessary thing for Junho, at the same time he spoke, declaring that the man seemed to live in a different reality. Walking ahead, H. Wang agreed that Junho really gives off such an impression, adding that he himself does not always understand this man. The head of the second detachment, wrapping his arms around himself, anxiously asked not to call him into the meeting room anymore, admitting that a chill runs down his spine every time. Lee, with a gloomy look, clarified what gift was given to him, and the deity of the time of hunting through the system exclaimed that it could not compare with the benefits bestowed on her. There was also a notification that the owl deity was listening attentively, then also turned to Lee with a smile and, showing 2 fingers, declared that the head of the clan had given a choice between 2, the arsenal and the library, for which a second rank was needed. Hearing this, Young loudly asked to share the arsenal with him, while his pigtails fluttered. Lowering his head and looking at the guest from under his brows, Wang noted with a smile that the certainty of his choice was already clear from his look. Looking down at the short old man, Lee admitted that he was in shock, and the head of the clan, peering into his face, declared that the guy was completely calm. The main character with a cool face said that he was surprised that the tiger deity gave him something amazing after the raid in the dungeon. Then old man Wang smiled again and, closing his eyes, clarified what Lee ultimately chooses. The guy with a serious look said that he was choosing the library, arguing that he wanted to study more abilities, and Young began to rejoice behind his back, but in fact the guy was going to look for offensive steps there. Holding a set of sparkling keys in his hands, CEO Wang said he saw this coming. When the old man stated that he had heard that Lee had not yet chosen their patron, Young recoiled from the guy with a face full of shock. While Lee's face showed indifference, the head of the second squad began to loudly object to these rumors, declaring that it was impossible to go that far without God. CEO runs after Lee, holding out his hand, and tells Hyungnam to come to his senses because it's impossible that he still doesn't have a patron. He asks how he would have become so strong then. Lee just frowns while So asks him to say something and claims that Jeong is talking nonsense. He only silently looks back at such statements while So asks why he is silent. All sweaty, So concludes that such a thing is impossible. Suddenly he opens his mouth wide in shock and wonders if this is possible and if it is true. Confusion is visible on his face, and he decides that this is some kind of nonsense. Lee stands with an indifferent expression on his face while a stunned So reflects on the fact that he can show such results without even having a patron. He is afraid to imagine how much more serious everything would be. Clenching his jaw, So thinks that even geniuses have limits, but this man is somewhat different and is even ready to curse. Lee stands opposite Jeong and comes to the conclusion that the tiger deity seems to need him, trapped in deprivation. The gray-haired man replies that this is, of course, so, but not only he needs him, because neither he nor the gods would give him up. Lee closes his eyes slightly and shares that many have asked him to be their apostle. He wonders if Jeong wants to offer what he has already refused. The middle-aged man frowns in response and asks if Lee understands how unreasonable his refusal is. Lee looks ahead impassively and declares that if his reward is simply becoming an apostle, he will sign his resignation today. He believes that he already receives enough privileges. Jeong turns away and concludes that there really is no one like Lee. Raising her eyebrows, Lee closes her eyes while notifications come from the system that the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, winces but swears allegiance to him. The deity Time of the Hunt angrily asks the tiger why he pesters her beloved hero. The deity Owl pierces the dim light, feels discomfort, and glares at the tiger, trapped in deprivation. And the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, retreats, curling his lips. Closing his eyes, Jeong states that they say that excess greed and ambition are characteristics of youth. His opened eyes begin to sparkle, and he says that Lee's ambitions will one day turn against him. Lee's face darkened. Jeong smiles sarcastically. He stands with his back to Lee and says that he asked Yojin to wait for them on the first floor and he will escort him. Bowing, Lee thanks him. Turning his head, Jeong warns that their god is not as patient as he seems at first glance, and if he does not get Lee, he will make sure that no one can. All three stand with their backs to each other. Seo approaches Lee and pats him on the shoulder, saying that he must have a lot on his mind right now, but advises him to try to think positively. He claims that if Lee stays with them, he will be able to do many interesting things. Suddenly, Seo takes off and runs towards Jeong. Lee watches this picture indifferently and thinks that these people are simply pathetic. Two men are heading somewhere, and one of them, in a beige suit, reports that for the sake of security, starting from the second floor, they divide all the cells into categories and you can only enter and exit them with the key assigned to him. Lee holds the key in his hand and specifies which category Cameron can enter with its help. He thinks that it will be pleasant if he is not allowed into all the cells. Frowning, the man claims that he himself does not know this. Lee goes ahead and the man behind warns him that he has 6 hours to use the rooms and says they will see each other later. Lee stands against the backdrop of some magical cubes. Many different doors appear in front of him, and the system reports that the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, claims that this place is a real treasure and tries to tempt him, saying that if Lai becomes his apostle, all this will go to him. Lee stands indifferently in front of one of the doors and thinks about the ferocious tiger. He raises his head and says in his head about the white tiger, the half-blind tiger, the bell tiger, the mountain tiger, the holy tiger, the divided tiger, and the black tiger. Lee turns his head to the side and also remembers the nightmare-eating beast. He thinks that they all come from the main tiger. A message arrives from the system, according to which Lee was given a reward for the tiger robbery task. Lee looks around the doors, listening to the system, which tells him that there are now 9 different paths in front of him and each of them has its own special image of a proud tiger. She asks him to choose a path and says that depending on the choice, the nature of his key will change. However, according to the offer made by Tiger, who is trapped in deprivation, Lee will have access to everyone if he decides to become his apostle. Lee thinks this is nonsense. Furrowing his brows, he thinks that this is annoying him. He states that he doesn't care about the title of apostle and one day he will take everything from here. He inserts the key into the keyhole and it seems he has made his choice. Lee has a determined look on his face and communicates that he has chosen this path. Against the background of magic cubes, notifications from the system appear, according to which the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, cannot understand his choice and only shakes his head. The deity snake entwining the world ridicules the tiger, saying that with his empty head he will not be able to understand. The deity tiger, caught in the trap of deprivation, grins with irritation, says that it is not too late to change his mind, and wonders if Lee wants to open another cell. Lee stands in front of the door, and the system reports that he chose the half-blind tiger. A half-blind tiger is depicted with its mouth open, and explanations begin that, in other words, a half-blind tiger is a one-eyed tiger and its observation abilities are worse than those of a two-eyed tiger, but its will to live is stronger than that of others. He is believed to be a cruel and brutal beast, a killer who does not need a shield. Lee thinks that the reaction of the Lord of the Abyss is expected, because he is only looking for a life away from himself, so he would choose the last of the 9 brothers. The door in front of Lee opens, emitting a blue light, and the system reports that the stone gate of the chamber has been opened. Lee looks focused and thinks that everything will go well with Jigwe and the flames of the end of the world, and with the claw of the Black Mountain King too. Lee stands in front of the glowing door and reflects on the fact that he really wants to open the other doors with Peter's key. But no matter how simple the ruler of the abyss seems, he will not allow this. Lee looks away and thinks about how he will cleanse him in a way he can't even imagine. The door closes as light pours in, and the system reports that Lee has entered the half-blind tiger's room. The girl with the tail finds no place for herself, wondering what is happening, what is holding the man back and whether something happened. A young man with brown hair tells her to at least wait a little. They start asking. The young man asks if she thinks that the tyrant will die so easily, and claims that he will return without her worries, so he advises her to sit down and declares that she is getting on his nerves. The girl, in turn, declares that he is not a tyrant. She has a loving face, and she tells the young man not to call Lee a tyrant, although she herself is confused about his name. She admiringly calls him dangerous while the young man vomits. The long-haired man stands with his hands in his pockets, while the young man thinks that he and the girl are making so much noise, and he is too quiet. He wonders if this is actually the same Gaval. The man looks ahead impassively, and the young man, meanwhile, thinks that his face looked like melted ice cream and now has turned into the face of Mr. Handsome. The young man raises one eyebrow, wondering in his mind what happened, who Lee is and what happened between him and Seo. His face turns gloomy and he thinks that there is something he doesn't understand, and whether it's good or bad, he has to find out what it is. While the girl is all in love and dreams of Lee returning to her, the young man, embarrassed by this situation, thinks that he needs to protect her. He turns his head to the side when he sees a message from the system. He shudders when he sees that the deity of the snake entwining the world tells him that he is thinking too loudly and is disturbing the gods. The young man is dumbfounded, and the deity snake entwining the world says that even if he racks his brains over this for the rest of his life, he still won't be able to get the information he needs. The young man wonders if the deity is talking about Lee, to which he receives the answer that otherwise it would not have shown interest in him. The confused young man wonders how the deity knows what he is thinking about, and he replies that there is nothing difficult in reading thoughts when they are all displayed on the face. Notifications come from the system that the deity snake, entwining the world, joyfully wagging its tail, says that the young man's habit of doubting everything makes them similar. It turns out that he has a proposal for the young man. He asks what he thinks about it and offers to take him as his priest when the situation presents itself. The young man is extremely surprised. A voice is heard calling Mr. Jumjio and Ms. Seo. Another young man enters the room. He opens his mouth wide, saying how glad he is that he made it. The young man who spoke with the deity is in a negative mood and mentally insults the newcomer, remembering the moment when he asked for help finding Seo. He looks displeased at the joyful guy, thinking that he is so happy after refusing to help. The girl calls out to the man with tears in her eyes while the boy stands behind him in shock. The guy who came in, smiling widely, called her back. Suddenly she runs past him. Watching this picture, the young man with brown hair laughs. Lee stands imperturbable while his name is called. The surprised girl turns around when her hand is grabbed. She frowns and asks what the guy is doing. He is furious and declares that she has never been like this with him. Lee stands there, not quite understanding what's going on. The guy grins horribly, saying that she recently started playing harder to be with him, and now she has disappeared because she now has a new boyfriend. The girl looks angrily at the guy, insulting him in her thoughts and asking what he even allows himself to do. She glances at Lee out of the corner of her eye. She suddenly turns to him and starts crying, calling for him. Lee watches everything that happens with indifference. The angry guy asks why the man is looking at him like that. A blue magical wave rushes past the girl. Lee grabs the guy by the throat. He raised it above the ground with a gloomy look. The guy is sweating and is already asking to let him go, asking if Lee knows who he is. Suddenly he was surprised. He noticed Lee's eyes, which were glowing yellow. A huge half-blind tiger appears next to Lee. He looks the guy straight in the eye, scaring him greatly. Drops of sweat, caused by fear, are dripping from the guy's face, and meanwhile the system tells him that he was caught by the eye of a half-blind tiger, and explains that this is a tiger with a desire to kill, which, at the request of the owner, instills fear in everyone who is within sight of him. Eyes. Tears are already flowing from the guy's eyes, and the system notifies him 3 times that he has been infected with fear, and also warns that he is in a state of severe shock and there is a possibility that his mental state will be irrevocably damaged, and strongly advises him to leave the area. Human waste products flow down the guy's legs. The girl is embarrassed by the resulting smell, and she covers her nose with her hand, and the young man standing next to him asks what led to him. The man calmly throws the guy to the floor. He turns to the others and tells them to move on. The girl, looking in love, agrees. The guy, in turn, continues to lie on the floor, half dead. 4 people leave the room, and the remaining 2 are confused, because they don't quite understand what to do now. A happy CEO offers Lee something to eat since his training is over. The man has an indifferent expression on his face, and he refuses her, saying that he will eat next time, to which the annoyed girl asks why. A picture appears with many journalists with their sparkling cameras. They tell Lee that they want to know how he feels after clearing an unexplored dungeon in record time. Lee stands under camera flashes as reporters report that the White Tiger clan has announced they have plans for him. They wonder if Lee has already spoken to management about this. Lee explains his recent refusal to the girl by saying that there are too many prying eyes here now. CEO looks delighted and thinks about how Lee has always been this kind of person. Journalists surround the company as it exits, not allowing anyone to pass. They ask if it is true that many foreign clans have proposed to Lee, if there is any special reason why he chose the White Tiger clan, and how he feels after this. Lee walks indifferently past the flashing cameras while reporters ask him to say at least a few words. The young man turns his head to the side and looks there in fascination while a crowd of girls chants Lee's name. They confess their unconditional love for him, and CEO seems pretty angry at them and wonders what they're doing here. Lee looks to the side, telling someone to sit down. Seeing the limousine, the long-haired man is confused and embarrassed while Lee reveals that it is now his car, because CEO gave it to him along with the driver. The limousine rushes along the road, sparkling with its bright headlights. Lee raises his hand, wondering what the person present wanted to tell him. The young man does not fully understand what Lee means. The man calmly explains that as they left the lobby, he thought he wanted to tell him something. He clarifies whether he is mistaken. The young man sitting opposite Lee realizes that he did notice it, to which he replies that it was difficult not to notice, because he looked very restless. The young man just sighs at this. He awkwardly asks if Lee knows the deity of the snake that encircles the world, who immediately became afraid when he heard his name called. Lee watches with interest, leaning on his hand, while the system reports that the deity snake entwining the world is knocking its tail in protest against this chatterbox. The man replies that this is one of the deities that interests him. The young man awkwardly informs him that it spoke to him and told him to watch Lee's every action and report to him everything interesting. Meanwhile, the system notifies that the snake entwining the world laments that all plans are over. Lee looks ahead carefully, asking if this is true. CEO is already furious, and the young man says that he was specifically asked to report in every detail about what might be secret. The girl and the boy begin to argue. She asks why he is only talking about this now, and he claims that not much time has passed since then. The limousine is seen again, and CEO's screams are heard that the young man should have told everything at once, to which he says that she will now tear off his ear. Lee, closing his eyes, declares that they are simpletons. They are surprised and ask if he is angry, but Lee doesn't understand why he should be angry. The embarrassed young man says he had conflicting feelings. Lee calmly asks if he managed to find out anything. Blushing, the young man declares that this is not at all true. Lee lowers his head, pleased with his answer. Lee, with a calm expression on his face, says that the young man did nothing wrong, so there is no reason to feel guilty. The young man looks at him in shock. He seems to have drawn some conclusion about him. It turned out that he sees him as a man with a capital letter. Lee rolls his eyes and expresses the idea that what the deity offered in return is much more important. And the snake entwining the world meanwhile says that this is not funny and buries its muzzle in the ring of the body. She glances at the young man. He, in turn, frowned, expressing his confidence, and declared that the deity had offered to teach him black magic. Lee seemed surprised. He asked the young man about this. He put his hands forward, suggesting that this suits him best, to which Lee tells him to watch him. The young man asks again in amazement. Lee smiles slyly, saying that the deity asked to watch him and report on everything interesting, so let the young man do so. The young man is extremely surprised. The deity of the snake entwining the world also blinks his eyes in confusion. The silhouette of a snake is drawn, and Lee reports that the black magic that the snake entwining the world owns is one of the best disciplines, which is called the Ouroboros formula. The man tells the young man to learn the basics because it is extremely difficult to fully master it. He reveals that the fact that the deity offered to teach him magic means that it thinks highly of him. The young man looks surprised. Putting his hands together, Lee notices that the deity definitely sees something in the young man, to which it opens its mouth in shock, surprised by his words. The young man looks down, and the snake entwining the world grumbles, telling him not to be too happy. He ponders whether he has talent, and Snake states that the number of people willing to master his techniques is more than enough to circle the earth several times if they stood in a row. Lee looks at the young man with determination, telling him to act and fulfill the deity's request. The limousine finally stops. The young man, impressed by the conversation, tells Seo that from that day on he is a fan of Lee. Satisfied, Seo is glad that he finally recognized the greatness of the man. She says that if he wants to know something about him, he can always ask her, to which he replies that he will not behave like a madman, that is, like her, but does not have time to finish. A cityscape can be seen and a young man can be heard screaming for his leg. Lee sits with his fist under his head when the snake encircling the world asks him how exactly he came into possession of such information, to which he receives the answer that the man, like her, has his own secret. The system reports that the deity angrily taps its tail on the ground, grumbling that it cannot understand what Lee is thinking. He just smiles, thinking that he wanted to learn the Ouroboros formula, but rune magic was so difficult that he gave up. However, if Shin teaches him the formula, it will be very useful to him. Lee suddenly turns to the long-haired guy, asking where he lives. He looks at him carefully. Averting his indifferent gaze, he declares that the guy is lying. Taken aback, the guy assures him that he is telling the truth and he lives in a small room, even if it is cramped. Lee clenches his fist and tells him to tell him the truth when he asks politely. Otherwise he will follow him, and if he discovers that he lied, he will decapitate him. The guy was somewhat embarrassed. A limousine drives by in front of houses, and Lee finds out that the guy doesn't have a home and he needed a gun, so he took the deposit. He frowns and thinks that Xerxes is stupid, because he does not know what kind of life his son leads. He decides that he must help him fully understand the Ghostborn. Lee closes his eyes, saying that this is very convenient. The guy, embarrassed, asks again. Lee indifferently states that he will stay at his house for now. The guy was already completely blushing. The limousine continues on its way, and Lee says that first he needs to buy him some clothes. In front of us was a huge multi-story building. There were bright lights at some of the windows of this building, but it was pitch dark outside. The main character was the first to enter the house. It was clear from him that he looked very tired and wanted to sort everything out as quickly as possible. Chanso shouted, wanting to attract attention to himself, that he had come home. The main character's mother turned around at her son's words. She was very surprised by his unexpected arrival home. A bright smile was visible on her face. Soyaka noted with a smile that her son had already returned, and added, asking that didn't the main character tell her that he would be gone for more than 3 months. Lift stood directly in front of his mother and looked into her eyes while she, in turn, looked directly at him. The main character noted that the training ended a little earlier than he expected. Juha noted that if she knew that the main character would come right now and today, she would gladly prepare much more food than they currently have. The main character noted that there is nothing wrong with this, that there is not much food now, and added that he will order something right now. Changso's mother asked him in surprise about what had been said and added that it had been so long since they had been at home, so she would not tolerate any orders, and noted that let him eat right with them now. The main character calmly looked at his mother while she excitedly looked straight into his eyes. Lee noted with awkwardness that he had a request that he wanted to voice to his mother. Juha asked in surprise what kind of request was being discussed right now. The main character looked back, straight at the front door, and his mother looked straight at the same place. Chanseo motioned for his new friend to come into the house and asked him what he was doing hiding behind the doorway. With surprise, the main character's mother asked him who it was, who her son brought straight into the house. The main character noted that this guy's name is Jewel, and he is Lee's friend. The guy who came out of the doorway looked awkwardly at the main character and his mother. He was very embarrassed in this situation. The guy noted, stuttering, that he was asking to be forgiven for his sudden visit to their house. Chanso's mom Yua happily clasped her hands and looked at the guy while he, in turn, awkwardly looked straight at her. Yua noted that is this guy really a friend of Chansung, and added that Jaeol should not be embarrassed by her and would rather come to their house. The woman was very happy that her son had made a friend. The guy, in turn, thanked the main character's mother. Juha smiled affectionately at the guy, her eyes were closed and she was slightly embarrassed. Juha told Gobble to relax and feel at home, and also that he should no longer worry about anything while visiting them. The guy went straight to the main character and his mother. He began to look around their house with interest, while Juha said something, rejoicing at her son. Gobble noted that their house was very spacious. He did not believe his eyes and asked himself that such houses really exist. The guy looked carefully out the window, and from there he could see a wonderful view of the shining city at night, as well as a huge bridge. The guy noted in his thoughts that the Han River was even visible right from their apartment. Gobble, looking around the house in surprise, looked straight at the main character, who was calmly, carefully looking at his mother. The guy noted in his thoughts that does the main character, Mr. Chanso, really live in such a place, and added that, in principle, this should have been expected from him. Suddenly, the main character and Jewel turned their attention directly to the TV. On TV, Chanso and a couple of guys were visible who had finished clearing the dungeon. The guy who stood with the main character asked himself in surprise what it was. On the TV channel, the presenter noted that the tyrant, Lee Changso, and his team, which is walking next to him, today cleared the dungeon, which until then was considered an impregnable territory for 20 years, and added that even foreign channels everywhere broadcast footage of this incredible event. Gobble, being in this apartment with his whole family, felt very awkward. He opened his eyes. The guy noted in his thoughts that we also look very awkwardly at the report, which is about them. Suddenly the guy cast his gaze somewhere. His cheeks turned red, his pupils shrank, he looked questioningly straight at the sofa. A girl was lying on the sofa, eating dried squid and watching a TV program with interest, while the girl was stroking her stomach. This girl was the sister of the main character. She looked with interest in the direction where the gaze came from, straight at her. Suddenly she noticed her younger brother and some unfamiliar guy. She was very scared. After screaming, the protagonist's sister asked Gobble, who is he and what is he doing at their house? Suddenly the main character said with his finger somewhere to the side. His face was completely calm. The girl looked straight at the screen, where her brother Lee Changso was shown on a large scale. I became very awkward and my cheeks turned red. With a quick press of the remote control, the girl turned off the TV while the boys and her mother looked at her with interest. The main character's sister shouted, trying to justify herself, that she was flipping from channel to channel and accidentally stopped. But this is a TV show. The main character calmly replied that he really didn't care about it. His sister became very angry and, with embarrassment on her face along with her frowning eyebrows, she turned around and headed to her room while the main character looked at her. The girl noted that he really pissed her off. The main character Jua's mother looked displeasedly towards her daughter's room, and she, in turn, slammed the door behind her. Jua noted why her daughter rushed off to her room right now, and added that right now they were going to have dinner with her. The girl from the room shouted that she was not hungry. The main character's mother looked displeasedly straight at the door, while Chanso himself watched this whole situation. Jua noted that her daughter is also such a mischief, and added that she has a very complex character. Afterwards the woman asked with interest, "Interesting, who is her character like?" Suddenly, with a joyful face, she turned straight to her son and guest, and after the words were spoken to her, a girl looked out of the room and shouted something displeased. The main character's mother noted that you couldn't tell by her daughter's behavior how much she was worried about the main character, and added that the girl watched a video on YouTube every day from his entrance exam. And the girl, having opened the doors, briefly shouted for her mother to stop saying some nonsense about her right now, and added that it was not every day that she did not keep an eye on her younger brother. There was a quarrel between the daughter and mother, while the main character, along with his friend, began to wander off to the side. Gobble was very embarrassed by the current situation, while the main character didn't really care. The main character's mother shouted that it was really so difficult for her daughter to say something good to her younger brother, and added that she herself knew how long her brother had been gone. The girl, in turn, shouted that she absolutely didn't care about it, and added that she would not go to dinner. Yuka cried out in displeasure, what does her daughter want to achieve? It doesn't need a hunger strike. And the girl shouted that she didn't care about her brother or the food at all, and she definitely wouldn't go to dinner today. The main character noted that the guy should follow him with him and added that for now they would stay in his room. A wonderful view of the main character's room opened before us. It was very modern and completely tidy. Gowl noted with surprise that the main character's room is simply amazing, and added that this room really is Mr. Changso's room. The main character interrupted the guy and said the word brother. Gobble looked at the main character in shock, sweat running down his face, while in turn the main character looked straight into the eyes of his new friend. Lee told him to calmly call him brother. The guy asked him again, and added, a little embarrassed, that this room was really the room of the main character, and addressed him with the word brother, stuttering. Looking around the room, sparks came out of the guy's eyes. He was amazed by the beauty, grace, while the main character didn't care at all. Gobble noted that this is simply incredible and this room is much larger than Gobble's house itself. The main character indifferently noted that this is exactly the case and added that this really is his room. Lee Chansung noted in his thoughts, grinning, that it would be interesting to see the reaction of the photocopier if he saw it with his own eyes. The guy turned his gaze directly to the cup and the first place prizes in the form of an award that were given to the main character, and was very impressed. Gobble's gaze was suddenly redirected to the protagonist's desk. With a long wow, he completely illuminated the room he was in, right with Lee. Suddenly, he noticed a PlayStation and a bunch of different game consoles that were lying right on the chest of drawers, and Gobble's admiration simply knew no bounds. The guy took one of the game discs and began to examine it, while the main character, standing with his back to him, indifferently looked straight somewhere to the side. The main character noted, asking that this is the first time the guy has seen something like this. The guy, in turn, noted that this is exactly so, and added that he could not afford to buy such a thing. And also noticed the fact that the main character even has a ranker who has lived 3 lives, and noted with admiration that this is a limited edition. In turn, he grinned at these words. He carefully looked straight at his friend, the other game discs. Chansung noted that this game he recently picked up is very cool and added that he can play it anytime if he wants. The guy who stood next to the main character asked him in alarm whether he would really be able to play this game. A few minutes later, shower sounds were heard from the bathroom. Gobble had just finished taking a shower. The entire bathroom was enveloped in warm steam. Small droplets of water were still running down the guy's body, which he still hadn't wiped off with a towel, and an awkward smile was visible on his face. In his thoughts, the guy noted that the main character's bathroom was also huge, and added that he even had hot water here. Suddenly, Gobble looked out the window with some sadness. His eyelids were lowered. In his thoughts, he noted that he and Lee lived in different worlds, who was simply overwhelmed with the delicious food that the main character's mother prepared. Juha noted that there are not many goodies here, but let them eat everything. Gobble shouted with delight, stuttering that there was so much food on the table now. The main character's mother looked at the guy with a grin, leaning on her palm while he began to taste the food that was on the table. Juha noted that she was not sure whether the guy would like these dishes, and added what he would say about their taste. Gobble noted with a smile on his face that it was simply amazing. The main character's mother laughed awkwardly and even blushed a little. She noted the joke. Turning as if to God, the woman thanked her son's friend for his kind words and added that she tried very hard. The guy liked the food so much that tears of joy flowed from behind his eyes. He noted that he had never eaten anything more delicious in his life. I added that Juha should open his own restaurant. Juha looked at her son with a completely excited look while he calmly ate. She noted that she would like someone to also learn to say nice words, thereby hinting at her own son. The main character tried the dish and noted that it was normal. Miha turned her gaze to Changso's friend while Gaol was a little awkward. The mother of the main character told him if he heard the words of the main character, and added that after such a reaction he didn't want to try, and noticed, asking the guy, his name is Gobble. The guy, in turn, answered her question positively. The eyes of the main character's mother shone. She answered with fascination, at the same time asking Gobble if he wanted her to adopt him, and added that she was sure that he would make a better younger son than her current one. The guy, in turn, even choked on such words. Yuha smiled kindly while the guy looked at her awkwardly. The main character's mother noted that she was joking and asked the guy that, by any chance, he would like more soup. Gobble replied that he would gladly eat more soup. Taking the guy into the empty plate, Yuha went to the kitchen with a smile on her face while the protagonist's friend looked straight at her. Gobble smiled faintly. He looked after the main character's leaving mother. In his thoughts, he noted that he only remembered the faint sound of laughter in his memories and added that we always wondered who it belonged to. Suddenly, a picture appeared before him of his mother holding his little one in her arms. The woman noted that Gobble is her beautiful child. The guy smiled faintly. In his thoughts, he noted that we would go. It was his mother's laughter. The main character looked questioningly straight at his friend while he was silent. The two guys were lying on soft pillows. They were getting ready for bed, smiling widely. My friend, unexpectedly the main character asked the guy a question. Chanso noted, asking that the second guy really can't sleep. Gobble blushed from the surprise of the question, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. The guy noted, stuttering, that this was exactly the case. The main character closed his eyes as the guy lying on the floor answered him awkwardly. Lee said that if suddenly he was not comfortable, well, then let him say so directly. With awkwardness, the guy noted that this is not at all true and added that in fact everything is fine since the main character is a warm floor and the blanket and pillow are soft. The main character opened his eyes. It was pitch black outside the window and clouds were carelessly flying across the sky. The main character asked his friend a question. Why doesn't he fall asleep then? The guy noted that he himself was interested. Chanso, in turn, suggested that it seemed to him that his friend was full of thoughts in his head. Gobble asked with interest that it was really so obvious. One of the guys turned his gaze to the main character's gaming accessories. Lee noted that he was not a stupid boy who would not be able to notice this and asked his friend what was bothering him. Gobble noted that nothing was bothering him, and in fact everything was fine, adding that he was just, and began his story. With sadness on his face, he told the main character everything, his gaze directed into nowhere. The guy's last phrase was the words, "That's it." The main character looked at the guy with interest and asked him back with the same words that he said to the main character. Lee, or on his bed, looked carefully at the guy who was lying with his back to him. Gobble noted that this is exactly the case, and added that right now he is wondering if he has the right to feel comfortable. The main character asked him with a calm expression, "Who decides this?" Gobble stood up from his bed, which he had built on the floor in the form of a mattress, blanket, and pillow, while the main character calmly looked at the ceiling. The guy didn't know what to answer and said along well. The main character noted that no one has such authority to decide whether someone is worthy of comfort or not, and added that this is exactly what can only be decided by a guy for himself. Gobble looked warily and questioningly directly at the main character. He asked him again, for himself. The main character chuckled with a calm look. He noted that he himself would have to indicate his value. I added that if he considers himself pathetic, then other people will also do the same, and added that if, on the contrary, he values himself more, then people will also begin to appreciate him more. The guy, who didn't understand, but seemed to be approved by his gaze, looked at the main character. He was silent. Chanso's eyes were slowly starting to stick together, but he continued to think. He also continued to note that, following this simple truth, Gobble himself is free to decide what he can do and what not. The guy looked calmly at his bed. He smiled softly, while the main character was looking directly at him. Gobble noted that so be it then. In his thoughts, Lee Changso noted that the guy resembled him in the past. His eyes gradually began to droop, but he remembered himself, who was always ready to rush into battle directly at his enemies. In their thoughts, the main characters noted that he was a ghost who was obsessed with fighting, and added that these fights never demonstrated his true worth. And finally, he realized the truth only when he was shackled in magical chains, and his strength was gradually drained from him. The main character noted that it was only when he lost everything and hit rock bottom that he realized his huge mistake. Jewel sat silently opposite Changso's bed and looked straight at the floor. With a smile on his face, he thanked the main character for his words. The guys had a moment of silence, and each of them looked where their eyes were looking. In his thoughts, the main character noted that such instructive conversations should not be conducted by the father, and asked himself where he was taking Xerxes. The system notified the protagonist that the hunting time deity was shocked, and the owl deity piercing the dim light looked at the protagonist affectionately. It was already a bright morning outside, and the clouds had not left the sky. The main character's mother washed the mushrooms right in the plate. In turn, the main character's sister asked her mother what kind of horror this was. Jua, in turn, noted with displeasure what her daughter was talking about. The girl sat dissatisfied with curlers on her bangs at the table and thought while her mother listened to her attentively. The main character's sister noted that she was not referring to her mother's food, but to the loser they had at home. The main character's mother noted with displeasure, asking her daughter why she always calls her brother that. The girl angrily asked her mother to stop interrupting her and added that she should give her the opportunity to finish. Next, the girl asked her mother if the main character hadn't been acting strange in recent days. Yuha looked at the girl in surprise. She asked her daughter what she meant. The girl looked to the side with displeasure and began pointing her finger. She noted that after Lee passed through the Jamshul gate, the main character became a completely different person and added that he stopped drinking, began to control his emotions, and also began to ignore her when she tried to piss him off. The main character's mother wanted her head, dissatisfied, while her daughter looked at her with frowning eyebrows. Juha noted that it really turns out that all this time she was only checking her brother's condition. They were simply humiliating him. The girl noted with displeasure that the main character is very strange, because he suddenly grew up, as if, and added that he began to talk less and think more, and noted that, most likely, with the same opportunity he tore apart as many talents as possible, although remained a rather rude person. Suddenly, the main character's sister looked to the side while their mother looked at her daughter in surprise. The girl noted that the strangest thing about this was that she not only paused, Yua tensed, but her eyes narrowed and a drop of sweat ran down her face. And the girl continued to note that her mother really didn't notice that earlier the main character, that she had taken a short pause. With her next words, the girl greatly surprised her mother. What if the girl was unhappy and said that her younger brother had never had friends and it was very strange that he was able to make them? In an instant, the mother's hand reached back and was ready to hit her own daughter, but the girl looked to the side and her eyes sparkled. The main character's sister noted that suddenly, out of the blue, her brother brings home his own friend, and added that he, by the way, is very cute. Juha hit his daughter on the head. She was very unhappy until her daughter screamed in pain. The main character's mother noted questioningly and with anger that it was really possible to talk about one's own younger brother like that. The girl screamed and answered her mother that maybe she would stop hitting her on the head. An increasing number of blows fell on the poor sister of the protagonist. The girl asked her mother to stop and stop. She called her mother, and after the drawn-out word mom, she noted that there was something else that she would like to tell her. And she repeated these words again, that she wanted to tell her mother something very important. And, she stopped hitting her daughter. She put her hands on her sides and looked menacingly at the girl, awkwardly answering her question. The main character's mother asked the girl and added that what kind of nonsense she would be ready to say now. The main character's sister noted that this is not the least bit stupid and she is very serious now. Suddenly the girl's face lit up with a bright light and she blushed slightly. The main character's sister noted that his friend's appearance was completely to her taste. The girl asked her mother if she could ask the guy, that is, Gavel, if he had a girlfriend at the moment, and added that if he could stand her little beloved brother, then the guy must have an excellent character. Juha hit his daughter on the head again. She was very angry at her words, until, in turn, she screamed in pain. The main character's mother began to say something displeased to her daughter. Suddenly, they both drew attention to the main character and his friend, who were heading somewhere. Yuga turned to her son. At the same time, her daughter began to straighten her hair and blushed. The main character's mother asked him where they were going. The main character looked at their mother with a calm face. He noted that they were going to training and added that they would not go to any restaurant to eat, so they would not be able to mind their own business. Suddenly, the main character looked at his sister with a very strange look. The main character's mother looked at the two guys with a smile, and his sister began to flirt with his friend. Juha noted that they should not overwork themselves, and the girl, wanting to make a great impression on Gobble, replied that her beloved brother should not persist too much and grinned. The main character looked at them with confusion and sighed while the guy behind him covered himself with paint. Without wasting a minute, Chanso was already heading towards the exit while his friend was finishing up the conversation with his mom and sister. The main character noted that they should not worry too much about them, and Gavel, in turn, said that they would return soon. Two guys left the house. They walked along a clean street. The main character stopped for a second and walked on while the guy followed him. Gavel noted, asking where they were going, and the main character said that they need to change their weapons. The girl looked at the main character with a very wary look, who was calm. The guy asked the main character what they were going to change. He paused for a short pause. Weapons. The main character replied that he was really going to continue using that shabby old thing. Gavel noted that he has absolutely no money. The main character looked disapprovingly at his friend with a sideways glance. He noted that he had already forgotten what Dee had told him last night. Chanso added that only a guy can determine his own worth. Gavel looked at the main character in shock. He couldn't believe his ears. And Lee, in turn, continued to note that they need weapons in order to protect themselves and kill monsters, and added that if I am comfortable sacrificing a weapon in my hands, then he can only half realize its power. The main character slowly walked straight while his friend followed him, and listened to him. Lee noted that the same goes for armor, amulet, and various stones. The main character calmly looked straight and walked forward. He kept talking about the guy walking right behind him not to say anything. He noted that Gobble should follow on his heels, and added that he himself would take care of his equipment, and after a moment he noticed that he would test his own abilities later, so let him gather his courage right now. Lee Changxiu and Jewel walked straight down a very long staircase, and the guy Jewel, who was walking behind, felt very awkward. The main character noted in his thoughts that the first repeated moment was the case when he cured the ghost born, and added that it was he who connected him with the second turning point. Gavel noted that he agrees with the words of the main character. The main character, in turn, suggested in his thoughts that it was this guy who was involved in both cases. What if someone started shouting about what the main character had just said, and added that he really wanted him to make him a new weapon. It was clear from the scream that the man was very indignant, and he continued to comment that it looked like he had a magic wand or something like that. The man shouted that the main character really thinks that weapons can be created so easily. The main character, together with his friend, stood in one of the city squares and talked to someone. Suddenly there was a message on the man's phone that 100 million won was sent to his account in V-Bank from Chansung. The man shouted displeasedly that it was not about the money at all, and began to add that the work itself was quite difficult. The man's phone notified him again that another 100 million won had been transferred to his V-Bank account from Chansung. Together with the two guys, Yezi stood with his dog, which was already extending its paw to the main character. The main character completely calmly transferred money to this man's account, while Gavel, in turn, stood silently with a feeling of great awkwardness. In his thoughts, the guy noted how scared I was now. The guy's eyes narrowed greatly, he was embarrassed, and heavy sweat was flowing down his face. Gavel wondered in his mind whether 100 million won had just been transferred, and then the exact same amount was transferred again to the man's account. Easy shouted that the main character is the son of his devil. Lai Changso, in turn, looked very displeasedly straight at the man who stood right in front of him, while the guy who was showing the class sign with his hand had tears of sadness and joy flowing at the same time. The main character noted with displeasure that he asked to be called boss. Gavel already noted that the main character is very cool. Yezi was very unhappy with the current situation. All his jewelry that he was wearing sparkled with gold. The man sarcastically replied that the main character is a stupid boss, and added, asking what he really wants him to do for that amount of money. The main character calmly raised his finger, and began to point at the man, who was looking at him carefully. The main character noted that he wants him to make a spear. Yezi, in turn, noted that if the main character wants exactly the same as he already had, he will break his skull before the metal has time to melt. Lee noted that he did not want such an advanced spear, but he needed a mid-level and very long one, and added that this would do just fine. The Yezi man asked the main character what weight and length was required of him for the spear. The main character began to depict the necessary parameters of the spear with his hands, while the man, in turn, was in severe shock. Chanso noted that the length should be about 3 meters, and the weight, he took a short pause, something like this, and pointed it with his hands. Yezi displeasedly asked the main character how he was supposed to understand what he was showing him there, and added that he needed a normal reference. The main character calmly looked at his friend with a grin. Addressing him by the name of Gavel, he asked him to give him his spear for a minute. The man calmly took the guy's spear, otherwise he could mentally measure his weight. Yezi couldn't quite figure out the weight category, and he asked about it directly, asking how much weight this spear had. A sudden movement, the man walked right up to the guy and began to touch his hand, pressing lightly, while Gavel was in complete confusion. Yezi noted, ordering the guy to give him his hand. The man began to carefully examine the guy's palm. He noted that Gavel uses his left hand much more often than his right. The man began to touch the guy's forearm. He carefully examined the place while he awkwardly continued to look at him. Yezi noted that Gavel does not wield a spear but uses it to stab the enemy. The man paused for a short time. Suddenly, after thinking a lot, he replied that no, that his words were wrong, because the guy uses a spear to rotate and strike. The man added that centrifugal force and rotation are used to increase his own strength, and noted that he himself would not call it stupidity, because he understands that speed is important to him. Yezi asked Gavel that the guy really needed speed even when using heavy weapons. The man began to carefully examine the guy's legs, and Gavel, in turn, noted that the previous blacksmiths he met were all very proud of their work, but this one, he paused for a short time. The man began to ask himself that this guy could really even use his legs. Gavel looked at the man with a grin. In his thoughts, he noted that Yezi was definitely a master of his craft, and added that it was no wonder that the protagonist's weapon was so amazing. The man finished examining the guy and turned directly to the main character. Yezi asked Chanso what rank he wanted for the spear. The main character noted that something must be screwed up. Compare with ferrous or cold metal that has been cleaned at least 100 times. The man screamed in shock. He opened his mouth very much, and a drop of sweat flowed down his face. With incomprehension, he asked the main character that they were really preparing for war or something like it. The main character looked at his blacksmith master. Lee noted that he wanted to do something exactly like this. The man looked directly at the main character while he was calm. Yezi sternly noted that he would need 15 days. The main character, having started trading, answered, and that he would like it for 10 days. The man in turn screamed while the main character was also unperturbed. Yezi noted that the main character has really gone crazy, and added that after ordering materials and casting, this is the minimum amount of time he can spend, and added that if he forges a spear without rest, his hands will fall off. The main character noted with indifference that his lessons would not fail. The man began to sweat profusely. He tried to protect his number of days, but went for a discount, and the main character was still imperturbable. Yezi noted displeasedly that 12 days would be his limit, and the main character calmly agreed with just a few days. The man was very angry. He looked displeasedly straight into Lee Chansung's impudent face. He, stuttering, began to address the main character. Seconds later, he shouted to the entire area and noted that the main character really couldn't agree right away. Gavel, in turn, smiled brightly and looked at all this. The guy noted in his thoughts that he would really have his own weapon. The main character looked at the guy with a horn. He asked him what was his friend thinking too. In his thoughts, the main character noted that now there is absolutely no time to be distracted by extraneous things. The main character and his friend stood on the training ground. They looked at each other, and Chansung, in turn, held a spear in his hand. Gavel, stand at attention, replied that he had not thought about anything, and added that he was just a little nervous. The main character noted after him that he should not be nervous, and added that if he was nervous, he would not be able to train properly. The guy agreed with the words of the main character. Suddenly, alert notifications from the protagonist's system began to appear, while he, in turn, smiled slyly. The system noted that the deity, the time of the hunt, watches the sparring of the protagonist and his friend with interest, and the owl deity, in turn, which pierces the dim light, systematizes information about the rewards. The system also added that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, says that non-death combat is very boring and temporarily stops paying attention to the main character. The main character noted in his thoughts that he was really bored, and added that in just a moment this majority would bring popcorn and would be salivating at the sight of this battle. The main character asked his friend with a calm expression. While asking, Chansung noted how much spiritual energy Jaeol expends. The guy, in turn, awkwardly thought about this as the main character seriously looked her straight in the eyes. Gavel awkwardly began to mumble something under his breath. I don't know what to answer. The main character asked him if he really wasn't doing well. The guy, in turn, answered positively. The main character looked straight at his sparring partner with displeasure. Lee noted in a moment that the reason was clear to him. Completely unexpectedly, in such a response, the guy looked puzzled directly at the main character. Jewel asked Lee Changsung what the reason was. The system notified the main character that the world-killing snake deity was interested in what that insidious old man was doing and bowed his head. The main character looked straight at the guy with a grin and a calm face. He noted that his magical powers must be used in a completely different way than ordinary ones. The main character looked straight at his sparring partner with a stern look. Lee noted that a ghost born is supposedly a child born between a shaman and a ghost, and asked, isn't that so? After a split second, the main characters added that such a person is also called half human and half ghost. Chanso noted that all this means that the guy has the character of demonic and evil energy, but the main problem is that he is now an unborn ghost. Gavel looked straight at the main character with a puzzled expression, beads of sweat running down his face. The main character continued to say that it would be even stranger, that if the energies moved according to his desire, is it a ? He asked his friend. At this point in the memories of the main character of the meeting with his father, the guy noted with puzzlement that in this case it turns out to be a , and took a short pause. A bright light came on in one of the slabs of the training hall. Under the bright lights of the lights, the protagonist's light began to speak directly to his sparring partner. Lee Changso pointed out that the guy just needed to use different ways of circulating energy, not just the one he used before. I added that, of course, this meant that he would have to change everything from his breathing to the smallest habits. The main character looked sternly at Gavel, prepared to attack, and said the word so, and took a short pause. In his thoughts, the main character noted that now his friend has shadow energy, and added that he will have to make sure that this becomes his talent or special skill. Lee pointed out that if he did this, there would be nothing more abnormal than turning Gavel into his own father. Under the spotlight of light, the main character stood opposite a guy who, in turn, was unarmed. Lee Chansung noted that the guy would have to become his shadow. The main character of his channel met the guy's father. At that moment they both also stood opposite each other in the ruins. The main character, not understanding, looked straight at Xerx, who was emitting a strong stream of blue energy into himself. The main character, who did not understand, asked the wandering shadow about his request, adding interrogatively what he really wanted to say by this, meaning. Xerx noted that the protagonist is well aware of this, namely that his form does not retain a certain appearance. The main character looked straight at the wandering shadow with indifference. He responded positively to Xerx's words, without adding that in case of a wandering shadow you would not be here. The wandering shadow stood militantly right in front of the main character. Xerx was wearing a huge blue crown, and his whole body was covered with dark blue and light blue energy. The wandering shadow noted that even he would not be able to exist as a ghost, since his existence was closer to the non-existent god, and added that no great god and no constellation could sense him even at the closest distances. Xerxes noted that in this regard, the main character is very different from all of them and is completely different. The main character with great indifference looked directly at the wandering shadow, Xerx, and asked him what this meant, thirsting for the continuation of the words of the wandering shadow. Xerx's eyes glowed with a bright blue flame. He resolutely looked straight at the main character. The wandering shadow noted that in order to preserve the body, he pulled the shadow out of the main character's body, and added that by doing so he created an artificial shell which was completely saturated, and thus he got a body. Xerx noted that he sustained a short pause for the shadow of the main character, and to be more precise, not his shadow, but his second energy did not leave the body of the main character. The wandering shadow of the protagonist continued to note that if this had not happened, he would not have been able to appear in the material world. The main character walked right up to the wandering shadow, Xerox, and looked attentively into his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest. Gloomily looking at the wandering shadow, the main character dissatisfiedly noted one thing that had just dawned on him. The main character said that, in fact, the wandering shadow is a parasite that haunts the main character and, of course, at the same time parasitizes him. Xerox looked attentively and slyly directly at the main character, but he was dissatisfied with his statement in his direction. The wandering shadow noted that he did not like this word, which the main character had just referred directly to him, and added that his statement was very close to the truth. At this point, the protagonist's memories of the meeting with Gobble's father, or rather, with the wandering shadow, Xerox, ended. Jewel cautiously looked directly at the main character, namely Lee Changso. Sweat was flowing down the guy's face. He was ready for the training fight ahead of him in the sparring territory. The guy asked the main character what he would need to do at the moment. The system notified the main character that the snake deity, killing the world, says that he does not understand what the main character, together with the son of the wandering shadow, are trying to do here and does not understand what the main character is trying to teach the handsome young man here. The main character, with a stern and indifferent expression on his face, gradually began to step directly on the son of the wandering shadow, namely Gobble, and the shadow of the main character emanated an ominous aura which was similar to the claws of a flowering plant. The system notified the main character with a notification that the world-killing snake deity was intrigued and wanted to see what new knowledge the main character would show to all of them. The main character, namely Lee Changso, noted that Jaeol, firstly, will have to learn right now to control the shadow energy that he will have to possess right now and show all his power to the main character. Lee looked despondently at Jewel, saying that shadow energy needed to be handled differently than others. He needed to open a passage through which shadow energy could naturally circulate, so to begin with, he had to do it only in one direction. Jewel looked at Lee asking what he meant by passage. Jewel was calmly stunned when he heard Lee's advice. He asked him to try to place his feelings in Lee's shadow and think about attracting his shadow to himself. Lee's shadow approached Jaeol. The entire surface of Lee's shadow began to change, eventually transforming. It did not look like the shadow of a person, but more like the shadow of a humanoid creature with abundant fur. Jaeol narrowed his eyes at Lee's shadow. Lee, holding a spear in his hand, began to approach Jaeol, advising him not to try to pull his shadow by force, but to imagine that he was unraveling the tangle and gently pulling it towards himself. At this time, Lee's shadow began to grow, taking on an eerie shape. A bead of sweat ran down Jewel's face as he stared at Lee's shadow, trying to take control of it. Suddenly, small shadow tentacles began to separate from Lee's shadow. Soon, those small shadow tentacles turned into many elongated whips. Jaeol flinched, his mouth and eyes wide with the fear he was beginning to feel. Lee, looking sternly at Jaeol, shouted at him, telling him to concentrate and not lose control. Jaeol was able to calm down and then frowned and looked at Lee's shadow again. While Lee was slowly approaching Jaeol, his shadow had already turned into many terrible tentacles that surrounded the motionless Jaeol. Instantly, the tentacles and whips from the shadow rose into the air, wanting to devour Jaeol standing in front of them. Lee, seeing this, screamed so hard that his hair fluttered. Lee told Jaeol not to let his shadow absorb himself and suppress the shadow by all available means. Jaeol clenched his teeth as Lee's shadow began to slowly absorb him. The shadow tentacles even reached Jaeol's face and began to envelop it. At that moment, the system notified Jaeol that the shadows had begun to become entangled, followed by another system notification notifying that the shadow energy is influenced. Shadow energy began to rage right in the room. Jaeol's screams were heard from inside the shadow energy. At this time, the system notified that the shadow energies were becoming entangled and existence was in complete disarray. Jaeol, whose lower part of his face was almost completely swallowed up by shadows, opened his eyes wide when he heard the voice of his shadow saying that it was difficult. Shadow tentacles moved closer to Jaeol's widened eye as his shadow said that he didn't like it. A man resembling Jaeol himself stood surrounded by thick fog. His long ashen hair fluttered in the wind. His arms and lower torso were shrouded in shadows, while the upper part in the area of his right shoulder and face was burned. This creature said in shock that, and I couldn't think that the first shadow he captured should have been this. A moment later, the creature's face became visible. Its mouth full of sharp teeth and an unusually round eye were covered with shadow. Large sections of its neck were also covered with shadow. It said that it could not do anything, but it had to now. Soon all the shadow energy from Jaeol's face flew away, rushing in the other direction. The shadows began to concentrate at one point in space, forming a whirlpool of energy. Only a small part of the energy remained on Jaeol's body. Suddenly, the system notified that the shadows had united together and then congratulated Jaeol on her successful victory over the shadow. Looking at the swirl of shadow energy, Jaeol heard the voice of his shadow saying that he should do better since he chose not to follow him. Some streams of energy separated from the whirlpool and headed towards Jayaval. His shadow at this time said that Jayaval must take responsibility for the difficulties of humiliation that will be in his life. Amazed by what he saw, Jayaval extended his hand, with shadows writhing at the tips of his fingers. Jayaval extended his hand, almost touching the whirlpool of shadow energy. Soon Jayaval's hand found itself in the center of the whirlpool, beginning to turn black. The shadow transformed, forming a face similar to a human's, but its mouth was several times larger than a human's, more like the mouth of a wild beast. Its eyes glowed brightly as it approached Jayaval's face. Jayaval looked at his shadow with a calm gaze. Fear and shock disappeared. His eyes did not waver for a second while he, looking at his shadow, told her not to worry. The glowing eye of the shadow looked at Jayaval. The shadow itself did not utter a word. Suddenly, all the shadow energy began to connect with Jayaval, causing him to throw his head back. Even Jayaval himself was surprised by this, opening his eyes wide. Lee looked at the transformation of shadow energy standing aside. The system notified Jayaval about the creation of the shadow puppet skill, as well as the beginning of the analysis of the shadow that he stole, using the main shadow as a basis. Soon Jayaval heard 3 notifications from the system. The system notified him that he had received temporary skills, abilities, and talent. Lee looked at Jayaval with an indifferent gaze. The system notified Jayaval that only 71.5% of the information was loaded due to the large amount of secret data. The analysis could not be completed. Jayaval's entire body was enveloped in a shadow. Like armor, it formed its own layer on it. The system notified him about the creation of a shadow puppet and summing up the results. Jayaval, dressed in shadow armor, stood motionless. In addition to the shadow in his armor, there was also a blue flame sharpened on his chest and belt. The system notified Jayaval about his status, but other than his nickname, it was impossible to understand anything more. His name was the vessel Jigby. Soon another notification came from the system, notifying Jayaval about the absence of a patron. His class was a rune keeper and his level was 28. Jayaval raised his head in surprise, looking at the status window. While Jewel was amazed, the system notified him that the unique part imitated player Lee rather poorly, so he needed to find out as much information about player Lee as he could so that he could imitate him better. Lee, approaching Jayaval, said that his shadow energy sought to be imitated, so it was necessary to create an object for imitation. Jayaval, dressed in spruce armor, smiled, only now understanding why Lee told him to take his shadow. Lee's lips curled into a smile as he approached Jayaval. Lee stood in front of Jayaval, dressed in shadow armor, saying that the more he understood the object of imitation, the more accurately and powerfully he could control the shadow energy, so from now on he should try to imitate what he saw. Jayaval nodded, agreeing with Lee's words. Lee began to spin the spear in his hand while looking at Jayaval. Lee stopped abruptly, his hair flying up due to the gusts of wind he created, and several invisible swings of the spear created golden slashes of low power. Jewel gritted his teeth after feeling the power of the slashes and seeing the difficulty of executing Lee's skills. Lee began to swing his spear, lunge and wield in every possible way, showing Jewel. The system notified the deity of the time of the hunt, who would like to look at his new form of martial arts. Lee, closing his eyes, rushed past Jewel, showing various techniques with swings of his spear, due to which golden plumes of energy remained in the air. The system notified him of the deity of an owl, piercing the dim light which praised the affection of his comrade. Another notification of the system notified Lee of the deity of a tiger, trapped in deprivation, who would like to make sure that he properly mastered their divine ability. Lee opened his eyes and looked at Jewel. Lee's legs moved elegantly as if in a dance, but each step had enormous power, creating gusts of wind. Lee's body twisted. He grabbed the spear with both hands, standing in an unusual position, but his swing of the spear created a trail of energy around Lee. When Lee, holding a spear with one hand, pushed him to the floor, a huge amount of energy was released at once. The system notified the deity of a tiger, trapped in deprivation, who watched with pleasure his achievements. At this time, Jayaval, gritting his teeth, watched Lee, not believing that Lee really wanted him to repeat his movements. The system had already notified Jayaval many times about the impossibility of analysis and awareness. In the end, the system notified him that their difference in levels with the owner of the shadow is too large. Lee turned around and looked at Jewel and told him to raise his spear. Jayaval raised his spear with one hand nervously after Lie's words. Lee, around whose body his energy was spinning all the time, grinned when he saw the system alert about the deity of a tiger, trapped in deprivation, who regretted that Lee had not visited more stone rooms because it would have had a dramatic effect on him. Lee began to spin the spear at great speed like a drill. The energy around the tip of the spear also began to spin. Lee, at all the speed available to him, spun his spear, releasing energy, which caused a whirlpool of energy to form, and then a ferocious tiger surrounded this tornado. The system at this time notified about the deity of the tiger, trapped in deprivation, which said that something was happening strange, and tilts his head. A huge tiger of energy opened its mouth full of fangs and roared. The system notified the shock of the deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation. Lee stood with a spear raised high above which a tiger with a scar on one eye was growling with his mouth open. The system notified Lee about the change in the status of a tiger. Blind in one eye to a ferocious tiger, then the system notified Lee that a ferocious tiger was roaring and that a ferocious tiger emerging from the void explodes. As the energy swirled around, Lee smirked as he read the system alert. The tiger, trapped in deprivation, screamed asking him what he was doing in the library. Events take us to the headquarters of the White Tiger clan. We are transported to the 7th floor in the meeting room. H-Wang sat at the head of the table, telling the people sitting on both sides that he would like to discuss how they should deal with this batch of standard bearers. The executives sitting on the left side of H-Wang, looking at him, thought about the news, which was getting worse and worse over time, and they had not yet dealt with the previous cases, but they could not ignore this. The men sitting to the right of Director H-Wang were curious what he was thinking about. Some of the people were considering the possibility of stopping the training, because if at least half of the training was completed they would have much less problems. Each of the leaders involuntarily released their energy while looking at the director. Everyone's thoughts were similar. They wanted to introduce a new method of training. H-Wang looked to the side, thoughtful. H-Wang looked at Henny, who was sitting next to him. Henny sat with his chair turned and didn't even look in H-Wang's direction. H-Wang looked expectantly at Henny's calm and indifferent face. H-Wang didn't understand why Director Henny was acting so quietly today. Suddenly, Director Yeonsong stood up from his seat and asked H-Wang what if they tried to team up with Hyof this time. H-Wang turned his gaze to Yeonsong and asked what his words about unification meant. All the directors turned their gazes to Yeonsong, who stood and began to tell how he heard that the Future Strategy Division had found the location of the Phantom. Yeonsong smiled, offering to join the Bannermen to capture the Phantom, because fortunately, they had already completed all their basic training at this stage, so it would be better for them to take part in a real battle to gain combat experience. The eyes of all the directors were fixed on Yeonsong and H-Wang. H-Wang asked what would happen if suddenly some would challenge the decision. Yeonsong, looking at the executive director, calmly replied, saying that since the people from the management were people from Hyof who knew the things they were supposed to do, so the students just need deal with weak opponents. Yeonsong grinned, saying that moreover, no one would believe these demonic creatures who commit unforgivable atrocities against gods and people. H-Wang tapped his fingers on the table as he considered Director Yeonsong's proposal. H-Wang turned his head and called out to the head of the first squad, Park. Turning his head, H-Wang asked Park, who was sitting next to him, what he thought about Director Yeonsong's proposal. Park smiled, saying that he thought the director's proposal was reasonable. But H-Wang did not immediately make a decision, but asked another question, asking what was the possibility that will it ultimately bring them more harm. Park grinned, saying that if they couldn't even cope with this, it would be ridiculous to consider them tigers. H-Wang clasped his hands in front of him and voiced his decision. They would act on Director Yeonsong's suggestion to replace the rest of their training with an extermination operation. The students' grades and positions would also be set according to their achievements. Old Man H-Wang smiled and said that Lee, who had cleared the dungeon, would be separated from the students and transferred to the Future Strategic Division. Henny closed his eyes with a smile. Now he understood how H-Wang was going to leave the game. Soon, all the directors began to get up and leave. H-Wang turned around, standing with his back to the departing directors, his brow furrowed. H-Wang turned to Yeonsong. Yeonsong stopped and turned around, looking at the director. H-Wang turned his head towards Yeonsong, inviting him to stay and keep him company. Soon after all the directors left the office, H-Wang, standing with his back to Yeonsong, warned him by saying that he hoped that he was not planning anything stupid. Yeonsong, who was standing behind, flinched, saying that he was not even thinking about such things. Yeonsong flinched and screamed when H-Wang, releasing his aura, asked him about trust. Yeonsong shouted to H-Wang that he could be completely trusted. H-Wang, standing with his back to Yeonsong, said that he is not the kind of person who values his subordinates, because he perceives them as tools that can be used and thrown away. H-Wang grinned and said that this time he found a sword that he liked, but if the blade was damaged or broken, he would feel disgusting. Yeonsong clenched his teeth as he began to sweat profusely due to the excitement of H-Wang's words. Yeonsong fell to his knees with his hands on the floor. H-Wang looked at Yeonsong hit his forehead on the floor, shouting that he would make sure that the blade of the sword that he planned to use would never deteriorate, and Yeonsong would do everything necessary for this preparation. He would get rid of all obstacles. After saying that, Yeonsong begged, asking not to doubt his loyalty. H-Wang silently looked at Yeonsong, who begged him to believe. We are transported to Director Yeonsong's office. Yeonsong opened the door to his office. His appearance shocked his son standing inside the office. Yeonsong's son cried out in concern when he saw his father. Yeonsong walked into his office, blood dripping from his forehead, his jaw clenched. He hatefully told his son to kill him, no matter the cost. When Yongsong approached his son, he asked about the reason for such radical actions. Yongsong, having calmed down a little, said that at first he wanted to say that he had humiliated him, and therefore Yongsong wanted his son to take revenge on him. The son looked in shock at his father, who, walking past him and looking into the distance, said that he had changed his mind and now he must kill Lee, no matter what the cost, because he was the one who would forever overshadow him. Yongsong clenched his teeth again as he explained to his son that he asked to kill him not because he humiliated him, but to take preventive measures and prevent Lee from harassing him. The son, understanding his father, nodded, although sweat was running down his forehead due to some anxiety, but he did not show it. Instead, he was determined and calm. Son Yongsong frowned, clenching his teeth. In his opinion, in order to become a real man, he had to be tougher, and after he kills Lee, he will get rid of the second one. The son turned to his father, who was standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, and asked if he knew that Lee had offended another person. Son Yongsong smiled expectantly, saying that Lee had offended Juhan, who created the terrible team Mr. Lim. Lee held the spear with one hand, watching as the tiger, created from energy, began to dissolve. Only the golden claws above Lee's head reminded of the presence of the tiger. At this time, the system notified the deity of the tiger, trapped in deprivation, who was quietly peering at him. Lee turned his head looking at the system notification, which stated that Huju was threateningly asking what exactly he was doing in the library. The next 3 system notifications that appeared, characterizing Lee's 3 new skills, were the Furious Tiger, the City Tiger, and the Tiger. All 3 had the skill category and were filled with 2 characteristics such as bravery, cruelty, heartlessness, brutality, kindness, and speed. Following this, system notifications came one after another, forming a kind of chat. Ermengarde argued that Huju should have thought about the risk when he gave the participant 1 tiger. Huju did not understand what Ermengarde was talking about and then asked what he was talking about. Ermengarde again began to assert, saying that since Kuju gave him 1, he would take the rest by force. Kuju did not understand Ermengarde and frowned. Jormungand sighed, telling Huju that he should give up since he lost the moment when he contacted the player. Minerva nodded in agreement with Jormungand. Even the Abyss Runner deity agreed. The Hunting Time deity said that they seem to have someone specific in mind, but she doesn't know who exactly, and tilts her head. Huju frowned even more because of their words. The energy around Lee dissipated while he, internally calling everyone stupid, looked at the system notifications. Lee narrowed his eyes, admitting that they weren't wrong. In fact, the system notified Lee of Huju's increased obsession with him. Lee looked at the notice and smiled, because since this happened, now Huju will not let him go, no matter what Lee does. At this time, Jayavol, using his shadow puppet skill, passed by Lee, repeating his movements with a spear and leaving behind a trail of dark energy. Lee received a system notification saying that Jayavol was posing as his divided tiger. Lee watched from the side as Jayavol lunged forward and read the system alert that reported the implementation of a shadow step and the activation of the shadow game. Lee was surprised, because Jayavol did a better job than he expected from him. Lee picked up a red scroll with a golden seal on it, wondering if he should test this item from the research center. The system also notified him that he had taken out an unknown scroll. Lee looked at the red scroll and the golden seal in the center from which shadow energy spread. A system window listing all the characteristics of the scroll appeared above the scroll. It was an unknown scroll made of human skin, an ominous object containing many unknown curses. The effect was unknown. Lee's eye lit up brightly when he realized that the scroll he was holding in his hand was made of human skin. The system notified the ability of the sense of the beast, with the help of which he analyzed the unknown scroll in detail. Lee thought, since Jita was discovered, he no longer doubted that this is somehow connected with the 7 mysterious writings of H. San, because usually demonic documents had special properties. Unexpectedly, when Lee wanted to check the contents, dark energy gushed out from the seal on the scroll. Many eyes formed around Lee, who was holding the scroll. In the dark energy that enveloped him, the system notified Lee that the incredible power of the Royal Tiger Calamity had been detected. As the energy was released from the seal, Lee's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that a tiger scourge was here. Lee, who was holding the scroll in his hand, clenched his teeth while the dark energy surrounded Lee. He tried to push it away by releasing his magical power, and he had difficulty doing it. At this time, a system notification came informing Lee that Huju was watching him with admiration and was interested how he will overcome the Royal Tiger disaster. Lee's face twisted with anger until the scroll in his hand continued to release dark energy. Even the system notified Lee that the King's Tiger disaster was in a hurry to swallow him whole. The tiger opened its ferocious jaws and the Tiger Chaos wanted to swallow him whole. Lee clenched his teeth, seeing how the energy began to completely envelop him, and on the arcs of energy themselves, in addition to the eyes, mouths also appeared. He had to do something, otherwise death would come very soon. Lee suddenly opened his eye wide, remembering the golden key. While the system notified Lee of Huju, who was carefully observing Lee's reaction, Lee himself grabbed Peter's key hidden under his clothes. He of course did not want to be discovered by the ruler of the abyss, but he had no choice as such. Lee stopped hiding the key in his palm by taking it out and making him come into contact with the dark energy around. A moment later, the system notified Lee about Huju, who was stunned by the appearance of the key in his hand, after which Huju burst out laughing and said that he knew that one day the key would be at his disposal. As soon as the system notified Lee that Peter's key was able to find a keyhole in an unknown scroll, Lee immediately applied the key to the scroll, which immediately entered the seal located in the middle of the scroll. A moment later, the scroll came out of Lee's hands and illuminated the entire area with a bright light. The system also notified Lee that the locking mechanism had been hacked. Lee looked at the scroll in the air with wariness even after the system notified him of the suspension of the Royal Tiger disaster. The scroll flew up, revealing its contents. Lee raised his head trying to read the data. The system at that moment also reported the appearance of the hidden contents of the scroll. The hieroglyphs in the scroll glowed brightly, but also the sentences in the scroll twitched. Looking for a way to disappear from the scroll, the system notified about this. While Lee looked at the glowing hieroglyphs, the system notified him that the fourth scripture of the 7 mysterious scriptures of H-San had been acquired. Lee looked in surprise at the scroll that began to unfold around him. Jayavol turned around sharply, noticing Lee's condition, and shouted, asking about his well-being. Lee glanced at Jayavol and extended his hand to stop him. Jayavol turned around and did not approach, remaining standing in place looking at Lee. Jewel's mouth fell open in surprise when he realized that Lee had said it was dangerous to approach him and wanted him to stay behind. A system window appeared in front of Lee with a complete description of the fourth scripture of H-San. It was the fourth fragment of the 7 mysterious writings of H-San. It currently represented the power of the forgotten stars, so he had to be careful not to become possessed by its power while handling the scroll. It also contained a lot of secrets and tasks, but only together with the other fragments can it be confirmed. The category of the scroll was a relic. So far there was only one effect. This was the wisdom contained in the scroll. Other effects could not be confirmed. Lee looked carefully at the system window, thinking about the 3 fragments he had previously received from the White Tiger clan. Lee remembered the face of Old Man H-Wang, realizing that he had been missing all the time. Lee looked at the scroll floating in front of him, guessing that Director H-Wang had found and hidden the 4th fragment. The dark energy around Lee began to dissipate while he looked at the scroll and thought about the reason why everyone had forgotten Jita. Lee glanced at the glowing characters, realizing that since it was the deity who created the Royal Tiger disaster, the contents must be extraordinary. Lee extended his hand touching the scroll. He realized that the ruler of the abyss would not tell him everything voluntarily, but he also could not keep this ominous thing a secret. Unexpectedly, the system notified Lee of the deity of the great demon running after the abyss, who expressed great interest in the subject. Lee turned his head, looking at the window of the system that notified him of the deity, a great demon running after the abyss who was waiting for his answer. Lee wondered if this demon had been waiting for an answer to the proposal since his training. The system notified Lee about the deity of a great demon running behind the abyss, claiming that he was ready to make concessions and could give Lee valuable things. Lee raised his head when suddenly an unexpected light illuminated everything in the room. A column of energy was released from Lee as he stood, causing the scroll to fly off a little. Lee smiled as he looked at the system's notification that with the effects of the advantage, he could now understand the sentences on the scroll. Lee began to carefully study the hieroglyphs in the scroll. Because of this, some hieroglyphs appeared right in front of Lee's face, but he did not pay attention to them while continuing to study the contents of the scroll. At this time, the system notified Huju, who shouted about the absurdity of the situation. Minerva in turn simply sighed, and Jormungand expressed his desire to see the contents of the scroll through Lee's eyes. Suddenly, Lee opened his eyes wide in shock as he read the words on the scroll. The scroll literally said, "My child who was diverted by the light of the stars from becoming possessed. The child who would like to be reborn with his powers, and the child who wishes to follow him. Listen, he is very far from him, but at the same time close, he will lead him." The system notified Lee of Jormungand, claiming that they could not see the contents and was lashing out with its tail. Lee, raising his head, looked at the open scroll floating in the air, although he could not understand completely since the beginning was missing, but he could make one crazy guess. At this time, the system notified Lee about the fulfillment of the hidden condition deciphering the feature and another hidden condition search information. Lee's hair floated from the wind created by the release of Lee's energy. Lee himself continued to look at the scroll trying to understand it. Suddenly, the system notified him of a new task. It was necessary to find a hidden fragment. A moment later, a window with the conditions of the mission appeared. The mission itself was called the Hidden Path in the Light of the Star and was classified as hidden, due to the fact that he successfully deciphered one of the secrets of the 7 mysterious writings of H-San after overcoming a lot of difficulties because of this. He now has the greatest knowledge about the Royal Tiger disaster, thereby proving that he has a strong mind and body that will not fail so easily. However, the secret that the 7 mysterious scriptures of H-San possessed was much greater and deeper than he expected, so he needed to travel and gain strength, knowledge, and the light of the star of the 7 mysterious writings of H-San, because he met all the requirements in order to become the owner of everything that it has to offer. For this he needed to decipher all 7 mysterious writings of H-San. If he failed, he was threatened with the destruction of his consciousness, but if he succeeded, the light of forgotten stars. Next, a system window appeared asking if he wanted to begin the hidden task. Lee looked warily at the system window in front of him, wondering what hidden fragment he was talking about. Lai remembered the head of the White Tiger clan looking at him. He remembered how a man with hair as thick as a lion's mane walked past him without saying a word. Lee frowned, only now realizing what power Chunho had. Realizing this, he decided to complete the task. In order to gain power that surpasses the power sent by God and Jia, he must obtain the light of the forgotten stars, which personified the 7 mysterious writings of H-San. Lee grinned and tilted his head forward a little, realizing that Director H-Wang had used the fragments superficially. The system notified Lee of Huju, who was looking at him to see what decision he would make. Lee turned around. A smile appeared on his face as he thought about the reason that Huju gave him this scroll. He assumed that Huju decided that it would be of little use in the hands of Director H-Wang. After thinking about everything, Lee called out to Jewel. Lee turned around, addressing Jayavul standing opposite him, asking him not to interfere, no matter what happened to him, and not to allow anyone to enter here. Jewel, whose upper face was hidden under shadow armor, asked Lee what he was going to do. Lee asked with a faint smile on his face if he could handle it. Jayavul bit his lip and nodded. Mentally he called his brother a very mysterious person, possessing secrets that he cannot even understand, and now, most likely, it is one of them. While the shadow, he must follow him without questions or doubts. Lee smiled as he looked at Jewel. Soon Lee extended his hand to the system window, deciding to accept the task. A moment later, system notifications sounded about the acceptance of the task, because of which he will be invited to a random dungeon to complete it. Many mouths full of teeth and eyes were formed simultaneously with the system notifications that came about the royal tiger disaster being played out again and the tiger opening its ferocious jaws. Cursing, Lee stood in the middle of dark energy, surrounded by many eyes and mouths, but he was not worried. The smile had not yet disappeared from his face. The system notified him of the creation of Tiger Chaos. The system notified of Minerva, who wished him a great victory and gave him rewards, which were postponed a moment later. The system notified of the unification of an unyielding spirit and inner peace. Lee, as if not paying attention, smiled at Jayavul while his body began to be engulfed by monsters from the shadows. Many monsters sought to devour Lee. Their eyes glowed brightly and their mouths opened. The system notified the creation of power. Soon, all of Lie's dark energy and shadow monsters began to be sucked into the vortex of energy. Jayavul stood, motionless, looking at the disappeared Lee, who left behind only a bright flash of light. The system notified the already departed Lee of his entry into a random dungeon called the Cave of the Reckless Demon. Soon, in complete darkness, a light appeared with an inscription about Lie's entry into the Cave of the Reckless Demon. That's how the first season ended. The events of the second season begin with drops of water falling in the emptiness. The man's thoughts were heard in this emptiness. He regretted, he wanted to return. Lee, whose body was affected by the poison of the spruce tree, opened his eye, around which the poison had already begun to spread. Lee, lying on the ground, looked into emptiness and remembered his past, while his eye was affected by poison. Lee recalled how at that moment when a bright beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky and huge demonic hands and eyes appeared in it. Lee, not paying attention to the running people, calmly walked, holding a bottle of alcohol in one hand and a bag of garbage in the other. Lee recalled how he accidentally found himself with these things in the thick of a battle between two countries. Then he threw him into this thick of a random battle. He then drew his sword and abandoned his food and alcohol and fought to survive, although no, he had to fight to continue fighting. Lee remembered holding a sword made of energy in his hand and looking at it, bringing it closer to his face. He regretted that he could not realize that he fought only to fight again, and before he realized it, he had already defeated many constellations. Lee recalled how, holding a long two-handed sword made of golden energy in his hand, he cut and defeated many constellations. Some called him the god of battles, others called him a vile god. Lee, wearing a blue raincoat in the rain, stood on a hill littered with corpses and various weapons. As he fought just for the sake of fighting, he was the only one of his comrades who was able to survive. The body of the blue-haired girl lay on the ground, blood dripping from her forehead, and her eyes were closed. Lee fell to his knees, bending over the body of his beloved. Lataka died to save him. She was a magician, but that day she was wearing her festive pink dress. Lee was angry, tears streaming from his eyes, his jaw clenched from the anger and hatred he felt. Driven by rage, Lee challenged the 12 constellations, which lit up brightly and began to approach him. But Lee did not flinch. He held his long two-handed sword in his hand, waiting for the arrival of the 12 constellations. But in the end, he was now lying down, and the poison was spreading throughout his body, slowly killing him. Lee looked at his hand, from which the energy of the poison was slowly being released. The same action was happening throughout his body, while Lee himself wondered if he was destroying himself with this insignificant poison. The divine metal, which took the form of a cube, flew up to Lie's body, from which poison did not stop coming out. He regretted that he could not return. The glare of the cubic divine metal reminded Lie of the moment when that light appeared in the sky. If only he could go back to the moment when the light appeared, he would thoroughly prepare to kill them. As the lines of poison continued to spread across his face, Lee looked towards the visiting gods. A huge amount of divine metal appeared in the air and began to connect with each other. Lee, whose body had been poisoned, was suspended upside down as the poison in his body drained from him as his energy was released from his body. All the energy settled in the air above the mountain range, in which various creatures like dragons, drakes, and huge bats flew. While Lee was suspended and the poison had almost spread throughout his body, Lee pursed his lips. His pupils shrank as he looked at his enemies. His murderous aura began to exude from his body. He wanted to go back in time to kill his enemies in the most vile way. Returning to the present, we see Lee set foot on the ground of the dungeon. The system notified Lee that the dungeon mission had begun. While Lee was walking through the land in which there were many shells, the system notified Lee about the theme of the mission. The theme of the mission turned out to be survival and battle. Also, the system notified Lee that he was now deeply cursed by the king's tiger scourge. This curse would invite him to the underworld, the lair of a ghost led by a tiger, every 24 hours. Next came 2 notifications from the system, notifying that the lair of the tiger led was a labyrinth that consists of 9 floors. The guiding ghosts instinctively despised people and did everything they could to kill them and turn them into their subordinates. The system told Lie to survive countless attacks from the guiding ghosts in order to completely remove the curse. He had to take over all 9 floors. Lee stopped, standing in one place. Lee put the hood on his head, looking somewhere ahead. Lee stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon, the entrance to which was brightly illuminated. The system notified Lee that they were praying for his safety and that the first mission would begin right now. The system informed Lee of his location. It turned out he was now on the first floor in the first district. A system window appeared in the air, forcing Lee to survive for the next 6 hours. Lee looked at the entrance to the dungeon. He was a little curious about the curse that was triggered every day. While he looked at the entrance, the timer started counting down. Lie's hair fluttered in the wind while he was in thought. He clearly understood that the royal tiger disaster was the remnant energy of the first owner of the scroll. In other words, it was Starlight. Lee introduced the guy who was caught by the king's tiger disaster. The first owner of the scroll bewitched the ghosts and took their souls, and if the curse caught someone, their soul turned into a guiding ghost. The body would be infected, after which the person would become a dakini or goblin. His eyes would turn black, his pupils would begin to glow brightly, and the person would experience hellish pain. Lee narrowed his eyes as he realized how Junho gained his power. Lee's pupil lit up and his lips curled into a faint smile as he received a system notification, alerting him to Huju, who was curious about how he would get out of this dungeon. Lee stood motionless on the ground, on which even pieces of bodies were scattered, but Lee did not notice this. Having received a notification from Huju, he thought that even if he was exhausted from everyday battles for several hours, Minerva gave me something good. The zombie, whose body had long been rotten because of which the skeleton began to be visible, rose to his feet, grabbing his sword. A terrible corpse smell emanated from him while he began to laugh strangely. When he saw Lee, he was glad to see the man who had arrived. The system notified the deity of the time of the hunt, which turned her nose up at this vile creature and advised Lee to get rid of him as soon as possible. Lee turned around, looking at the dead man. He was a little surprised that there was only one of him. Lee closed his eye as he began to contemplate the power Minerva had given him. Lee moved into his spiritual space. His eyes were closed and his hands were raised while he was aware of the ability given to him. A moment later, a system window appeared with a full description of the Kalakagathia skill. However, beauty and goodness did not exist separately. When all 3 were in harmony, he could use great divinity. The ability level was 1. The skill related to 3 types at once: mercy, power, blessing, and also gave effects such as immunity of the mind, unbending courage. Overcoming difficulties, Lee used to consider the piercing eyes or the blade and blade of the goddess to be something bad, but it turned out they were really useful. Lee stood with his eyes closed, his lips stretched into a faint smile as he thought that if the battle dragged on, it would be difficult for him to stay focused. His body would be heavy with fatigue, but Kalakagathia freed him from this burden. The system notified Lee about the owl deity, piercing the dim light which blessed him to overcome his future difficulties. Lee opened his eye, deciding to try out his newly acquired skill. The rotting monster opened its mouth. He, holding his sword in his hand, rushed at Lee, shouting that he smelled delicious. The monster jumped up and swung its sword at Lee, wanting to eat him. Lee grabbed his sword from his inventory, blocking the dead man's attack with one hand. The dead man opened his mouth wide, saying that Lee was not bad, but in the end he would still end up in his stomach. The dead warrior and Lee crossed their swords dozens of times in a couple of moments. The trails from their blows were visible to the naked eye. The monster told Lee that although he blocked his blows, he gradually absorbed his poison, which would destroy him. Exchanging blows and leaving arcs of energy, the monster shouted that soon Lee's body would become heavy and he would fall. Lee ignored the monster's words as he continued to exchange blows with him, his hair flying in the wind due to Lee's enormous speed of movement. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, its mouth opened wide, showing sharp fangs. It shouted to Lee that he would become a guiding ghost like him. The guiding ghost suddenly stopped his scream when golden energy cut his arm, separating it from his body. The guiding ghost wanted to rush at Lee and make him the same ghost, but two golden arcs of energy struck him. One of them cut his arm, separating his arm from his body, and the second wounded his torso. The monster threw his head back, his mouth opened again. He didn't understand why he couldn't make Lee ghosts. The system notified Lee that his blood had been purified thanks to the effect of science, while he jumped onto the enemy's body and pierced his throat. Liquid poison came out of the monster's shoulders that was supposed to hit Lee, but instead the poison began to come out of Lee's body in the form of green vapor. Lee, holding his sword with both hands, asked the ghost if all the monsters were like him. The monster's round eyes widened in shock at Lee's question. Lee's pupil glowed brightly, a wild grin appearing on his face as he said he was disappointed. Lee swung his sword, ending the life of the guiding ghost, his blood splashing in all directions. Lee stood over the corpse of the guiding ghost from whose body dark energy began to emerge. The system notified Lee that the low-level ghost had been killed, as well as that he had absorbed the royal tiger disaster that was in this ghost. The energy released from the guiding ghost's corpse began to pour into Lai's body. The system notified Lai's physical body had changed and the current defective change had occurred, so he needed to kill more ghosts and absorb more of the king's tiger scourge. Lai remembered the screaming guiding ghost, realizing that if the royal tiger disaster overcomes him, he too will become the same. Lee then remembered Junho. He wanted to win and become an owner, taking a different path just like Junho once did. Crazy energy appeared on Lee's face, lines of dark energy appeared on his face. He didn't want to stop at the same thing as Junho, because if the King Tiger disaster is a subtype of ghost, then he will be able to adapt to it as much as it wants. Purple flames filled the space. The system alerted Lee to the awakening of the first form of Doomsday Flame. Lai stood with his head up, releasing flames from his mouth. The system notified Lai that the end of the world flame was combined with the Royal Tiger Calamity, causing the Royal Tiger Calamity to be purified, but suddenly the Royal Tiger Calamity began to fight back. The system notified Lee that the first form of Doomsday Flame had grown even hotter. The purple flames and the dark energy filled with the creature's eyes fought each other fiercely. The system soon reported that the King Tiger disaster could not cope with the flames and was beginning to collapse. The system notified Lee that the cleanup and modification had been received. Next came another notification from the system, notifying Lai of the creation of a new king. Lai's entire body was enveloped in flames. It flared up like a fire and did not stop burning. The system also notified about the acquisition of the title, the king who swallowed up the Royal Tiger Kingdom. As a reward for this, he received +5 points to intelligence and 3 points to will. The system notified about Huju, whose eyes widened at such an unexpected outcome of events. The system notified the deity of the time of the hunt, who said that she did not know what was happening. The system also notified Lee of Jormungand, who watched with enthusiasm and said that the starlight from the Forgotten Star had turned into a new light. At this time, Lee brought his hand covered in dark energy to his face engulfed in flames. The system notified the successful absorption of the newly purified king. The flame mixed with dark energy wrapped around him and joined his body. A grin appeared on Lee's face. Even the fire grinned when Lee saw the system's alert about the magical energy that had evolved from Jigui to Biwai. Lee smilingly asked himself if this was a change that no one expected to see, but suddenly the system reported finding a forgotten light stars. The energy shot up after Lai disappeared from his place. The Bivhai were an imaginary race known for devouring tigers, and since it was associated with the ruler of the abyss, Lai was now his enemy. The guiding ghosts turned around as the light illuminated the entire area. Lee was now in the 12th district of the first floor. The system notified that the timer listed below showed the remaining time to complete the mission. The timer showed 8 minutes, 43 seconds and 22 milliseconds. A powerful explosion occurred right in front of the crowd of guiding ghosts. A second has passed on the system timer. Lee, enveloped in fiery armor, stretched out his hand rushing towards the ghosts who were screaming in fear. Lee at that moment looked like a fire demon who had come to take the souls of monsters, which was not entirely a lie. The guiding ghost was almost completely incinerated by Lee's fire. When the monster's head, engulfed in fire, fell to the ground, the rest of the ghosts standing aside shuddered and began to scream in fear about the death of their boss. A moment later, a wave of fire consumed the entire crowd of ghosts, killing them. The system notified Li about the deity during the hunt, who was happy and satisfied with Li's actions. A second later, another system notification appeared, notifying the deity of a tiger trapped in deprivation who was observing his sudden movements. Li, having created 2 wings of flame for himself, flew. Holding a blade in his hand, the flame spread from Li's body throughout the room. The system notified Li that the ferocious tiger that had come out of the hole was angry. 2 arms, 1 leg and Li's face were covered in flames. Thanks to the fiery wings behind his back, Li, with his arms outstretched, attacked his victim below. The system notified him of the Ghoul Eater achievement. The reward was 5 power points and the title of Sage Biwi. After this, Li received a notification from the system, notifying him that the first floor had been successfully captured. Li's feet landed on the ground, crushing it a little, and the notification system informed Li that he had ascended to the 2nd floor. Li, whose entire limbs were engulfed in flames, stood motionless holding his spear in his hand. If anyone saw Li, they would not be able to distinguish him from the fiery demons of hell. Li's pupil shrank as he saw his target ahead. An entire army of guiding ghosts stood in front of Li, blocking the passage to the city behind them, to the city built on the tops of the mountains. Li's shoulders began to become covered in flames spreading from his head. The guiding ghosts flinched and retreated a little when they saw Li. The system also notified Li that fear was spreading among the ghosts and infecting enemies with chaos. While Li, whose body was almost completely covered in fiery armor, approached the ghosts, they screamed in fear, calling Li a monster. Li watched the ghosts fleeing into the distance with little interest. The system notified him that he was giving the ghosts time to escape. Li sharply turned his gaze to the system notification that arrived a moment later. The system enlivened his first day with an SSS score, notifying him that the reward would be issued based on his achievements, and now there would be a return to reality. Li suddenly opened his eyes and immediately heard the cry of a worried Jewel. Jaival removed his shadow helmet from his head, using the skill on one eye. He saw something that made him a little nervous. A completely different aura emanated from the body of Li standing next to him than before. Li himself was amazed at the transience of time in his thoughts, calling the time spent fun. Li turned to Jewel, who was standing next to him, asking how long he had been in this state. Jewel nervously looked at Li, reminding Li that he had just said not to let anyone in here, and not to let anyone touch him. Li turned his head to Jewel, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Jaival began to dissipate his shadow armor. Approaching Li, he said that after these words of his aura suddenly changed. Li frowned at Jaival, trying to comprehend the words he had spoken. Li touched his chin with his hand, thinking about the time that had barely moved here. Li imagined himself lying in the dungeon. He was going to catch his breath during the battle or hide in it when he received a mortal wound. Li imagined the scrolls floating next to him. He wondered about the curse of the other 6 scrolls. Would he have to take over the Ghoul's Cave again, or would they give him something new? The system alerted the deity to the time of the hunt, who wanted to know what he was thinking so deeply about. Li frowned, but at the same time he smiled almost noticeably, thinking about the 3 mysterious scriptures in the hands of Juno. Along with the fact that in his hand, there were 3 more that had not yet been found, Li set himself a goal to find the remaining scriptures. Why would he care? Not worth it. Li looked back when he heard the phone ringing, but his thoughts were on something else. He thought about the possible information that the heads of Hyaf possessed, but he did not know where they were hiding. Li picked up the phone that Director H. Wang was calling. The events take place in a city filled with skyscrapers. At this time, in the Nanyongdong area, in a bar with a sign of a classic bar. H. Wang sat at the bar, wearing a yellow shirt and sleeveless vest with a tiger pattern on the back. He turned to the newcomers and raised his hand in greeting and invitation. Li turned to Jaival, who was walking next to him, asking him to wait here. Jaival agreed and remained standing in place. H. Wang, holding a glass of whiskey in his hand, looking at Li as he approached, asked what kind of boy came with him. Li closed his eyes, saying that Jewel was the one who was with him at the last training. Jewel was sitting on the sofa with his back to Li, and H. Wang shuddered when H. Wang asked if he could be trusted, and Li answered him saying that he could trust him with his life. Old man H. Wang asked if he had already assembled his own group. Li answered him saying that the more people so much the better for them. H. Wang looked at Li and smiled, saying that Li, of course, was not mistaken, but he needed tools, not people, tools that he could throw away at any time. H. Wang handed Li a document indicating his personnel change. Li was transferred to the Future Strategy Department, of which H. Wang was the head. H. Wang told Li that, as he had promised, he took him under his command. Li immediately asked H. Wang if he had a task for him. H. Wang turned his head to Li, talking about tomorrow's training of new workers, who, unlike Li, had not even passed the first stage. Li's eyes widened when he heard H. Wang say that in training, the newcomers would follow the remaining Hyaf forces, and they had already figured out the organization's position. All that was left was to come to them. Li looked away and smiled, because he was lucky again. He could find information about the 7 mysterious writings of H. San. Li looked again at H-Wang, who was sitting next to him, and asked if it was dangerous, because newcomers are supposed to undergo easier training. H-Wang replied by saying that most of the raid team would also be on a mission, and the association, like other clans, agreed to help them, so the trainees will only finish off the rest, so it will be a good experience for them. Li narrowed his eyes when H-Wang informed him that he was on the attack team. H-Wang said with a smile on his face that there would be many capable people there, even when the board of directors had doubts. He himself strongly recommended him to them, because he did not need to treat Li like other newcomers, since his abilities had already been tested. H-Wang glanced at the reshuffled document lying on the bar counter, telling Li that he had attached information about Hiaf's secret location in the document. H-Wang also informed Li of the departure time. It turned out that the operation would be carried out in 5 days, so H-Wang recommended finishing all his preparations. H-Wang stood up and walked over to Jun, who was standing aside, threw his cloak over himself, putting on his hat. H-Wang turned to Li, saying that when the time comes, he will tell all the details. Li looked at H-Wang and made a request with a smile on his face. H-Wang, holding his hat, looked at Li and asked what request he was talking about. The pancakes were pressed against the plate with a press to shape and bake the dough. While Li and Jewel stood near the eatery eating pancakes, the couple on the side discussed their identity. The girl told her boyfriend that the guy looked like Tyrant Li, but the guy just laughed at her words, because why would this rich man eat something in the eatery? Li held in his hand a document with secret information about the location of the heads of Hiaf. They turned out to be hiding in Bigfoot Hill. It was a dungeon occupied by Yetis. It originally belonged to the Mind Blade, but was currently occupied by Hiaf. The biome inside consisted of ice and snow. According to calculations, there were crevices everywhere, and since there was always a snowstorm in the dungeon, visibility was poor. Li, holding a document in one hand and a purchased hot dog in the other and biting into it, turned to Jaivol, who was standing next to him and chewing his hot dog, suggesting not to stop there, because many difficulties lay ahead of them. The cry of the agreed Jaivol made many passers-by flinch in fear. The events are transferred to the training center building on the ground floor, of which various mini-markets were opened. 4 days before the training, Li, engulfed in flames, swung his blade. The screams of the guiding ghosts were heard from afar. They shouted, calling Li a monster and ordering him to quickly close the gate. 3 days before the training, the body of the fat guiding ghost was hit by Li's flames. The lower part of the body almost completely disappeared, and the arm was torn off. 2 days before the training, Li was already throwing at giant guiding ghosts. He swung his spear, wanting to kill the huge ghost that opened its mouth. When there was 1 day left before training, Li, engulfed in flames with 2 fiery wings, stood behind on the top of a hill strewn with the bodies of ghosts. While the ghosts below stared wide-mouthed at Li, the system timer showed that he had 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds left. As a noticeable smile appeared on Li's face, hidden under a mask of flames, he wondered if there really was no one left alive. Li took the bow in his hands and pulled the string, aiming into the distance. He was no longer interested in small things. Li released the bowstring. The arrow at that moment flew at great speed towards its target. Li was aiming at the enemy he wanted to defeat, and not at an ordinary ghost. The arrow, engulfed in flames, flew over the entire army of guiding ghosts, leaving behind a trail of fire. The arrow crashed into the wall, illuminating everything in the area. But a moment later, the arrow exploded with enormous power. The system notified the activation of the lightning explosion ability and the explosion of the arrow. As the smoke from the explosion began to clear, blood was visible running down the face of a creature. A red-haired man with long hair and a golden crown on his head rubbed his hand on his cheek amid the worried cries of his subordinates. The king looked with his pink pupils towards Li, no longer paying attention to the blood flowing from his cheek. The lips of the Ghost King stretched into a smile when he said that Li had found him after all, and it was interesting. The energy in the whole body of the king sitting on the throne flared up. He ordered the subordinates standing below to bring his armor and weapons. Smirking, the king ordered everyone to step back, declaring that he himself would deal with the main character, whom he called a worm. Leaning on the throne, in his thoughts, he revealed that he was the son of the Frisia family, the greatest family of the arcade, noting that this was in the past. Continuing his thoughts, he said that he was now only a crimson killer from the curse of the 7 mysterious scriptures of H. Sam, noting that although his body had become worse, his anger had not gone away. With a distraught look, his subordinates held onto his hand. At that moment, the king thought that he would dominate the inhabitants here and eventually return home. Lowering their gaze, the pair of subordinates watched the king's foot as he thought about gathering all the starlight from the temple and becoming a god again. The king's hair fluttered due to powerful gusts of wind. In his thoughts, he said that he knew that Lai had invaded here with big plans, adding that he had seen him in person. After which, the king tried to find out the name of the main character. Wary, the group of subordinates began to whisper to each other. In his thoughts, the king declared that for the first time in 100 years his blood was boiling, not like a strategist, but like a warrior. There was a sly smile on Lee's face. Lowering his head, the king said that he understood and asked if the main character was Lai. Smirking, he stated that his name was Jin, adding that he was a descendant of Frisia, a blood relative of a famous family of the demon realm. Suddenly, Jin stepped on the subordinates who were under his feet. Heading towards the main character, he said that he was also a creature who would become the god of this refuge of evil spirits. Putting his sword behind his back, he noticed that he was a Hun. As the genie let out a piercing roar, his body was enveloped in a stream of green energy. Opening his eyes, which glowed with a bright red light, Hun froze in one position. Looking at how the Jinn mounted the Hun, his subordinates reported that he was going into battle, adding that they needed to escape from here. A spark of energy appeared between the rocks and rose upward. Clutching the blade in his hand, the genie rushed towards the main character. The system reported the appearance of the second-floor boss Crimson Killer King. Lee was shocked by what he saw. The genie's eyes were shrouded in crimson energy. The guy's blades collided in a fierce battle. Streams of green energy could be seen around them. Due to the colossal power, the crowd of Jin's subordinates flew to the side. The system told about the words of the deity Tiger trapped in difficulties, who anticipates an exciting battle. Further, the system reported that the deity hunting season is shouting at Lee to destroy this arrogant demon. With the blade behind his back, the main character hung in the air. Behind the back of the main character who landed on the ground, wings were visible. His face was shrouded in magical armor. The system alerted him that the shattered eye of the tiger was monitoring the scene. Squeezing the magic spear in his hand, the main character froze in one position. Smirking, Jin marveled at Lee's ability to block his sword, marveling that he could do so even when he had put the Hun's spirit into it. With a distraught look, the main character is mired in his own thoughts. The system reported that the shattered eye of the tiger had become a fierce tiger. Covering his body with fiery energy, Lee rushed into battle. The system notified him that a ferocious tiger that had left the hole had broken out. Baring his teeth, the genie called the main character a fighter. Further stating that this was not the case, Jin cried out that Lee was a battle ghost, consumed by the battle itself. With lightning speed rising in the sky, the main character rushed to attack. An explosion occurred at the site of a fierce battle. As Jin's subordinates watched the battle, they wondered how Lee could be on the same level as him, amazed that a human could do such a thing. Many rays of scarlet energy burst out from the protagonist's hand. From what he saw, the genie was shocked. Bowing his head, he managed to dodge the main character's blow. Towering over the king, the protagonist continued to launch countless attacks. Beside himself with rage, the Hun let out a piercing roar. Lifting the blade behind his back, Lee prepared for another attack. Having mounted the Hun, the genie rushed towards the main character. Squeezing the blade in his hand, Lee froze in one position. Gradually, his weapon was covered in a stream of powerful energy. Stretching his hand forward, the main character released a powerful magical projectile. At that moment, the system announced that the lightning network skill had been used. Lee's skill caught Hun's face, causing him to cry out in pain. Jumping off the Hun, hanging in the air, the Jin rushed into battle. His blade ended up behind the protagonist's back. Swinging his hand, the king bared his teeth. Horrified, Lee mentally noted that he needed to block the blow. Further, correcting himself, he said that this was dangerous. The system reported that the animal sense skill warned him of danger. With unimaginable speed, the main character jumped away from the impact site. The system notified him that the Flying Tiger Prolonged Storm skill had been activated, adding that his body had been launched by a lightning technique. After making the lunge, the stone wall that was in front of the Jin turned into fragments. Finding himself on a stone hill, the main character spread his wings. Lowering his head, Genie stated that he was sorry, noting that he could have caught Lee. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, the main character tried to catch his breath. Then, the system notified him that his stamina had decreased, which was equal to 15%. Further, the system reported a recommendation that the main character need to rest, noting that he had 3 minutes and 28 seconds left. Smirking in his thoughts, Lee noted that he felt like he was fighting against a stone wall, wondering what he should do. Continuing his thoughts, he stated that he was not sure that he would be able to defeat the Crimson King's killer now, adding that he did not want to stop. Reflecting on the situation, Lee stated that it was fun and very exciting. Clutching the magic weapon in his hand, the protagonist lowered his head. Gritting his teeth in thought, he wondered if this situation was stressing him out, asking if he wanted to be used by him. After which, Lee began to spin his sword. Smirking, the genie tried to find out what the main character wanted to do. Sticking the blade into his hand, Lee stated that he wanted to do something very fun. Suddenly, a splash of his blood appeared in the air. Bright energy began to emanate from the protagonist's hand. Gradually, it began to transform into a magical weapon. Some sounds came from Lee's blade. Clutching the magic weapon in his hand, the protagonist cried out to cry. Taking him behind his back, Lee ordered him to scream. After the main character connected the blades, an explosion thundered above him. At that moment, the system reported the appearance of the double resonance sword, noting that the fierce tiger was baring its fangs. With a distraught look, Genie wondered if the protagonist had said he was going to do something fun, guessing that things were about to get more interesting. Magic blades were located next to each other. The system stated that evil dragon Snaggletooth and Fishgut sword resonated. Beside himself with rage, the main character rushed into battle. The system notified him that the fierce tiger had drawn its blades. Watching Lee soaring in the air, the Jin froze in one position. The protagonist's face was shrouded in streams of scarlet energy. Lee gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Wary, the genie froze in one position. A green aura began to form around his body. Putting his sword forward, the genie prepared to defend. Particles of bright flame enveloped the protagonist's face. At that moment, the system informed Lee that the ferocious tiger status had switched to the wild tiger status, adding that the wild tiger chaotic strike had been activated. A hail of attacks fell towards the genie, which were carried out by the main character. A cloud of powerful energy was visible on Jin's hand, the light of which enveloped the place of the duel. Suddenly, an explosion occurred on the battlefield. Lifting his sword behind his back, Lee prepared to strike. The system stated that the wild tiger switched to the forked tiger status. Finding himself behind the genie, the main character hit him on the shoulder. The system notified him that the forked tiger had bared its fangs. Beside himself with rage, the Hun opened his mouth. Frightened, the genie called out to him. The main character's face was shrouded in a malicious grin. With an unimaginably powerful blow, Lee cut the Hun into small pieces. The remains of the killed monster were visible in the air. The main character's body was covered in the blood of the Hun. The system reported that he received a Hun's rib and a Murder King's burgundy leash. Frowning in his mind, Lee noted the idea that it would have a stronger effect on the genie that he had killed his precious pet. Looking at him frozen in one position, continuing to think, the main character noted that he didn't care at all. The genie's eye was covered in a powerful burst of energy. Taken aback, the main character heard his piercing scream. Pushing off the ground, hanging in the air, the Jin prepared to strike. The system alerted Lee that a strong attack was approaching. Genie's face was filled with genuine hatred. Squeezing the blade, the main character prepared to defend. Due to Jin's colossally powerful attack, an explosion occurred at the site of the fight. Baring his teeth, he lowered his head. Lee's face was covered with a crazed smile. The ground on which they fought was covered with many cracks. Over the mountainous area, in the air, a strong surge of bright energy began to concentrate. Suddenly, Genie's shoulder became covered in blood. He was shocked by what he saw. At that moment, he dealt a critical blow to Lee, causing him to begin to fall. The system told the protagonist that his stamina had dropped below 5%, asking him to rest immediately. Lee's face showed genuine shock. The system reported that he had no time left, stating the assessment of the 5th day, adding that based on the assessment, a reward would be awarded. Horrified, the main character heard that his reward would be a return to reality. Frightened, Gobble called out to Lie, asking what kind of blood it was. Looking at the stunned protagonist, who had a wound visible on his stomach, Gobble asked him to quickly go to the hospital. Pulling out a flask with a healing potion, Lee said that this would be enough. With a worried expression on his face, Gobble stated that he would do it. After which, he poured the contents onto Lie's wound. Exhaling, the main character noted that he almost died and came back to life. The system notified him that his stamina had increased by 50% and his condition had improved. Once behind Lee, Gobble tried to find out what happened. The main character, in turn, noted that everything is fine. With a serious expression on his face, while in his thoughts, Lee noted that in the battle with the Burgundy King of Assassins, it seemed to him that they were on the same level, adding that in fact, he was much inferior to him. Staring into space, continuing to think. The main character wondered if the second floor was so difficult, then how difficult the rest would be, noting that for normal passage he would need to get a bloody mine of a reinforced bone. Averting his gaze, the main character thought that now he would not be able to get a bloody mine, since he could not find unicorns, figuring that he could only look for a reinforced bone. An image of a reinforced bone that was covered in a stream of bright energy appeared in his head. Lee noted that if he could use it to gain indestructibility. Remembering the image of the king in his thoughts, the main character stated the problem, which was that in a day he would have to face him again, wondering what to do. Continuing to think, he noted that Abominable Bigfoot Hill was in a snowy region, asking himself if this was true. Suddenly, the main character's attention was attracted by the sound of a notification. Taking out his phone, Lee saw a message from the director, who asked him to come to his destination at 7 in the morning. At that moment, the main character thought that he needed to concentrate on this for now, adding that in this way he would little by little come up with a solution. Next, Lee saw a message from the blacksmith, who said that he needed to go to the workshop because he had finished the weapon. Holding a camera in his hands, the man screamed that the main character was coming. As he started taking photos of Lee, he revealed that his name was Seo-an and that he was a reporter from SBC. Indignant, the main character turned around. Suddenly, Seo-an's camera shattered into small pieces. Smoke began to emanate from the broken camera. Turning around, Seo-an wondered who this person was. Looking at Lee standing next to him, he stated that the players are not ordinary people, adding that they would be a serious threat to society if there were no monsters. Looking at the tip of the weapon, Govel wondered if the protagonist was saying that it was now his. Looking at the overjoyed Jewel, Lee noted that the man promised that the weapon would only be ready in 2 days, asking how he finished so quickly. In turn, the man said that there was nothing complicated about it, noting that he just needed to make sure that the mass spreads evenly over the form. Swinging his weapon, Govel wondered why the man would engrave a couple of designs, adding that the weapon looked rustic. The man noted that this was unnecessary. Looking around the expanses of the workshop, the main character tried to find out if this was enough. At this moment, he transferred 100 million won to the man's account. The man said that this was so, asking the guys to come tomorrow. Turning around to address him, Lee assumed he had something to say. After hearing this, the man announced the protagonist's weapon. Turning his attention to the main character standing next to him, the man asked for forgiveness, saying that it would be reckless on his part to start talking about a weapon for their boss. Next, Lee tried to find out if he needed even more time. The man said that he needed another month, asking the main character not to reduce the time for making the order. Wary, Lee wondered what was wrong with this. The man said that he would need more time because he had run out of materials. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character wondered whether the man meant gold and steel by materials. Having reported that this was the case, the man noted that he could not find it, no matter how hard he tried, adding that he could not use the stale steel. An image of steel appeared in Lee's head, which was covered with flows of energy. The man stated that the weapon that the main character ordered required steel filled with ice crystals, old age. Lee pointed out that this was problematic, saying that in this case they would need entire pieces of cold steel to make the shield. Raising his finger, the man said that, among other things, such steel was not supplied to their country. The main character asked if it was because of the height. Stating that this was the case, the man tried to find out if Liv would go through the Yeti Pass this time. Raising his head, the main character replied that it was so. In his thoughts, he said that he would see if he could get the basic ingredients to strengthen the bones while he was there. Turning around, the man noted that if we talk about this, he believes that someone really wants to tell Lee. Staring into space, the main character is mired in his own thoughts. Handing over his business card, the guy said that his name was Hyungil, adding that he had heard a lot about Lee. Paying attention to his hands in his thoughts, the main character noticed calluses on his hands, suggesting that he was a blacksmith. Looking at the business card, Lee stated that Fortuna was a fairly large company, asking what it had to do with Choi Byung. After which, Hyungil revealed that he is Byung's younger brother. Hanging his head, the main character thought about how Choi said he knew a good supplier, noting that he didn't think it would be someone so important. Continuing to think, Lee noticed that he was wondering where he got access to such expensive metals. Next, the main character said that he heard that Hyungil wanted to see him, asking for what reason. Smiling, Hyungil said that he wanted to hire him. Smirking, the protagonist suggested that Hyungil wanted something from Yeti Pass. With a serious expression on his face, Hyungil said that in that case, they need to move on to the materials, asking if Lee knew why the government decided to act in the pass. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist stated that he did not know this. Lowering his head, Hyungil said that there was something called icy breath of a monk. Wary, Lee said that this was the first time he had heard about this. Hyungil, in turn, said that this is a high-quality ice crystal. From what he heard, the main character was shocked. Hyungil said that the second name was Eternal Ice Crystal. Leaning towards Lee, Hyungil wondered if something had happened. The main character replied that everything was fine. Frowning, Lee was amazed that it was there too. A memory surfaced in his head where he appeared in front of a group of unknown people in robes. One of the unknown people tried to find out if the main character had heard about bone strengthening. Lee reported that this was the case. The old man's head was covered with a gilded bandage. He spoke about the legendary skeletal technique, divine body or dragon body, saying that they are performed by martial arts gods, adding that this is the base ingredient for them. Staring into space, he declared that the two ingredients were essential for strengthening the bones. An image of two energies arose in the elder's head, which gradually merged together. The elder said that we are talking about a fiery heart and a frosty coat of arms. He further reported that he had heard that Lee had learned how to light a fire, noting that in that case he would need a coat of arms to keep the body from being completely incinerated. Remembering the image of the eternal crystal, the elder asked the main character to find it, noting that this crystal absorbs pure energy. Wary in his thoughts, Lee noted that for such a crystal, he planned to go to the underground of America. The protagonist then claimed not to know what the crystal looked like, noting that it was rumored to be a very important component. Smiling, Hyangil informed him that he could increase the level of strength by several tens. Leaning on a chair, the main character wondered if the government was looking for him. After reporting that this was the case, Hyangil said that they were confident that he would increase their strength when they were already in a difficult situation. Lee's voice could be heard from the windows of the building, asking if Hyangil wanted him to get it. He, in turn, stated that this was so, after which, the main character noticed that by avoiding the government's treatment, Hyangil wants him to avoid the clan, wondering if they need extra people to share such a valuable thing among everyone. Taken aback, Hyangil said that this was so, noting that he understood that it was so easy to believe him. Cutting him off, Lee said he would do it. Hearing this, Hyangil tried to raise the issue of payment. Turning around, the main character stated that he did not need money, noting that he would ask for something instead. Gradually, the sun went into sunset. While stroking the dog's head, the man wondered how it all went. At that moment, Hyangil tried to find out why he was so unhappy. The man said that the reason for this was that he did not want to be in debt to Lee. Closing his eyes, Hyangil wondered if the man really regretted making a new friend after so many years. Indignant, the man wondered if Hyangil wanted to say that the main character was his friend. Interrupting, Hyangil said that the conversation went well despite Lee's coldness, adding that they disagreed on the fact that everyone needed something. Looking away in his thoughts, Hyangil spoke about the breath of Agnya, part of Chunryo, lunar record and drop of God's flower, saying that he did not understand why the main character needed them. Looking towards Byung sitting next to him, Hyangil thought about Lee's interest in items related to the 9 famous swords, asking how Byung knew such a person. Watching the sun go into the sunset, continuing to think, he wondered if the main character would really be able to do this. Being near the mouth of the volcano, a detachment of armed soldiers froze in one position. The plot takes us to Day X with her hand on her side. Chea tried to find out how things were going with the first group. The guy said that there was no news on this matter yet. Narrowing her eyes, Chea suggested that they might consider this a failure. The guy, in turn, noted that this does not mean that nothing worked out. Approaching the guys, Wooyan wondered why they shouldn't have a cup of coffee before going out. Next, he reported an Americano with 2 shots of espresso and 2 dashes of hazelnut syrup for chai and a warm caramel macchiato for Jin. Chea, in turn, noted his excellent memory, and Jin expressed gratitude. Looking in Chai's direction, Wooyan assumed that things were going badly for them. Chea stated that they were showing a lot more resistance than they expected, thinking that it might just be the high difficulty of the dungeon. Holding a cup of cooling coffee in her hand, Chea noticed that she did not see his niece, asking where she was. Wyan reported that Hyabin heard about the White Tiger clan and chose her path. At that moment, Hyabin rushed forward with a smile on her face. Wooyoung said that she wants to see her savior. Hyabin's face was shrouded in genuine joy. Smirking, Wooyoung noted that if we talk about devils, then here he is. Taken aback, Chea froze in one position. The guy's gaze fell on a group of people who represented the White Tiger clan. At their head was the main character. Looking at Lee, the unknown person asked him to be careful. Throwing his hands down, Jinho said he would not let him go if he disgraced him or the managing director. Laughing, the guy standing next to him asked Jinho not to get hung up on Lee, whom he called a jerk, continuing to incite him in every possible way. Smiling maliciously, the main character sighed. Indignant, the guy wondered if he was laughing, asking if he could read the room. Beside himself with rage, Lee ordered the guy to let him go. Screaming, the guy tried to find out what would happen if he didn't let him go. The protagonist's gaze was shrouded in genuine rage. Jinho was shocked by what he saw. Screaming in horror, he ordered the guy to get away from him. At that moment, once in the air, the guy screamed in severe pain. Then, with a loud crash, he fell to the ground. The guy's faces were covered with bewilderment. Clenching his fist, the guy wondered who Lee took him for, crying out that he was the Hurricane Fist, Kang Wucheng. Seeing something, Wucheng froze in one position. His gaze fell on the main character, behind whom could be seen the aura of an angry tiger covered in bright energy. The system informed Lai that the semi-blind tiger status had been activated. Many magical seals appeared on the protagonist's face. His hand clashed with Wucheng's fist. At that moment, the system announced the poisonous fang of a half-blind tiger that was rushing forward. After a colossally powerful blow, Wucheng's arm was broken. Turning around to see the broken arm, Wucheng was shocked. Due to unbearable pain, he screamed. Smiling, the main character rushed into battle again. Suddenly, someone grabbed him. Taking Lee's hand, Jinho froze in one position. With a worried expression on his face, he ordered them to stop. With a serious expression on his face, Lee noted that Wucheng was the first to threaten him. Looking at how Wucheng was placed on the carrier, Jinho noted that even so, he is Lee's senior. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist suggested that the strategy department prioritized its possessions over its abilities. The system notified the protagonist about the Tiger constellation, which chuckles darkly as he likes the current situation. Laughing, Young stated that he was now sure that they were the same, adding that Lee was as crazy as he was. A girl standing nearby noted that this was not the case, wondering if Young had noticed anything even after observing. After which, Young asked if she was saying that all the actions of the main character were calculated. Watching the main character think, the girl said that this was so, saying that there were a couple of players who had questions about his skills, noting that he was given a lot of attention specifically to improve the situation. Next, Young tried to find out if she was saying that there were many candidates who wanted to fight with Lai, suggesting that he decided to break up the Wuchang clan so that he would not be harassed and would not have to fight with him. Grinning, Young called the main character tough and calculating with a wild personality, adding that they are indeed similar. Turning around, the main character heard someone calling out to him. Smiling, Hyabin wondered if he remembered her. The system reported that the deity Twilight Owl looks on with pleasure and says that these two must meet again. With an embarrassed expression on her face, Hyabin said that she was glad to hear this, revealing that she was afraid that Lee wouldn't recognize her after she became a player. Taken aback, the main character said that he did not immediately recognize her because she had changed a little. While in his thoughts, he stated his hope that Hyabin lives a normal life and not a player's life. Finding himself next to the surprised Hyabin, the guy said that the director was urgently looking for her. Smiling at Lee, Hyabin said that she was sorry, saying that something had happened in the clan, adding that he would give him a proper welcome later. Lowering his hands and continuing to think, the main character noted that if you think about it, the Surnamo was the head of the 5 stars. Turning to Hyabin standing nearby, the guy said that the head of government had been spotted in this area, adding that they were now pursuing him. Wary, Lee became lost in his own thoughts. Smirking, he thought it didn't matter, assuming Hyabin was doing a good job. Next, turning to Winter, the main character asked him to get ready. Gradually, Winter's body began to become covered with his blue energy, after which, he left the place of negotiations. A crowd of people could be seen on the street, shouting about finding the red ghost, not understanding why he was there. Then, they wondered if he should be in the dungeon. Looking at Dawn sitting, someone shouted that they had found him. Hearing this, Dawn turned around. His gaze was focused on the huge crowd of people. The system reported the words of the deity Morning Ghost, who looks with regret at his follower. Smirking, Dawn asked him not to be sad, noting that everything was done on his initiative, adding that he was only asking him to look at him. Further, the system stated that the deity Morning Ghost silently nodded. Lowering his gaze, Dawn was lost in his own thoughts. An angry group of people rushed towards him. Taking off from the roof of the building, Dawn went to meet them. With unimaginable power, he hit one of the people with his fist. The stranger who flew away wondered what kind of monster it was. After Dawn landed on the ground, an explosion occurred, the shockwave of which threw all the people aside. Suddenly, Dawn discovered a bright magical projectile flying towards him. Baring his teeth, he thought of the tiger form, amazed that the White Tiger clan had already arrived. Young's fist clashed with Dawn in a fierce battle. Throwing countless blows, Young stated that he had always wanted to fight him, noting that he did not know what would happen under such circumstances. Gritting his teeth in thought, Dawn noted that of all the clan leaders, he got the most reckless one. Heading towards him, Wuan reported that there were many casualties. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, he declared that he could not leave things to chance. With a distraught expression on his face, Dawn talked about the White Tiger and the 5-star blade, suggesting that the old man had become a real celebrity. With an angry expression on his face, Dawn said that he had a special congratulations for such nationally famous heroes. Clenching his fist, Dawn wondered why he didn't check how qualified his subordinates were. A voice spoke to the running Lee, telling him that this was wrong. Stating that this is not so, the main character noted that this is the right decision. The system said that the skill storm hunting had been activated and would allow Lee to use medium weight. Further, the system reported that the skill, the Cobra's eyes will quickly scan the protagonist's surroundings. Looking at the pensive Lee, the unknown voice tried to find out what he meant. The main character, in turn, stated that the red ghost is a bait. A shadow could be seen on the floor of Lee running quickly. Pushing off from the roof of the building, he said that the main bait was here. Clenching his hands into fists, Dawn froze in one position. Outraged, Young ordered him to surrender. In his thoughts, Wuyan wondered why he was so calm. With a malicious grin on his face, Dawn asked to be allowed to show him the hell they had to endure. From what she heard, Chea was shocked. The grinning Dawn's body was covered in powerful crimson energy. At that moment, the system reported that the trap had been activated. Powerful gusts of energy began to envelop the area where Dawn was located. The system stated that the skill, Camouflage, had activated, adding that the trap, Illusory Labyrinth, was capturing him. After which, Chea hit her hand on the table. Turning around, Jin tried to find out what happened. Chea reported that it was a trap. Horrified, she said that they had pulled them into a trap that had been prepared for them in advance. Many magical seals appeared around Dawn's body. Looking at the stunned Young, someone asked him not to succumb to hallucinations, no matter what. Gradually, Dawn's face became covered with many different seals. While under the influence of Dawn's technique, Young turned to his mother. A voice in his head said that if he had not been born. Further, he said that Young killed his mother, wishing him dead. Finding himself on the edge of the roof, the main character froze in one position. Then, the system notified him that Kalakagathia was being used, giving him immunity to psychic attacks. Lai's eyes were covered with bright energy. The system notified him that the cobra's eyes were illuminating a hidden path. Hyabin, her eyes wide open, shed tears while the voice whispered that it hated her, blaming her for the death. The girl's mouth opened in shock as the ghost, crying, put his hand on her chin and continued to communicate feelings of hatred. Subsequently, the frightened Heaven was surrounded by several bright souls of the dead, sadly asking why she was alive while they were all dead, calling her with them. Suddenly, the barrier shattered into pieces and a hand reached out from the darkness. Hyabin watched with hope for whoever came to her aid as the ghosts fell to pieces with surprised faces. The girl did not take her astonished gaze off her savior while small fragments flew near her face. Opposite the short Heaven, Lee stood with a worried look, asking if she was hurt, and pieces of illusions continued to float in the air. Looking sideways with suspicion, the main character gave Jijavel the order to follow the enemy. Behind Lee, standing against the backdrop of the red sky, his partner appeared in the form of a clot of stellar matter and politely accepted the order. Now Jijavel in starry night armor with a glowing weapon was flying in the air above the surprised girl. Hyabin, watching this picture, was so amazed that she opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth. The next moment, Jijavel had already managed to jump from a high-rise building and was flying down, leaving dark streaks in the air stretching from the roof itself. In a distant location, an illusionist with black markings on his face stared forward in concentration, holding his index finger in front of his face as red energy spread around him. Suddenly, the hooded man widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock, noticing the dark blue stream of energy stretching around him. While the illusionist, still holding his index finger in front of him, screamed as dark matter began to grow in front of him, and the blue system sign that popped up announced that the shadow binding skill had been activated. Jijavel, who had grabbed the enemy, turned over in bright armor in the air, and Lee slowly walked towards him. The illusionist opened his eyes wide and shouted with a mad look that he would not say anything, noticing the figure of the main character. Lee looked at his opponent with a frown, sarcastically repeating what he had heard, and in the background were visible streams of red energy. The illusionist, covered in cold sweat, recoiled with a mad look and continued to scream, demanding to kill him. Tiger stripes appeared on Lee's face, and he cast a predatory glance at the enemy with burning golden eyes, preparing his sword, and the system reported the activation of the pressure skill with the tiger's aura. Drops of sweat on the illusionist's face began to flow down, and one of them trailed from his large nose, while the man crazily bulged his eyes and opened his mouth. The next moment, splashes of dark blood, illuminated by red light, were already frozen on the slabs. A blue notification arrived, notifying that the main character had eliminated the first seal out of 9. Standing calmly among the dark shadows on the red floor, Lee concluded that there were only 9 trained illusionists here, and the system window that popped up reported that the tiger deity was laughing evilly, anticipating the guy's interesting plan. While Lee looked around with a malicious smile, concluding that in a similar place they had an ice crystal, and the blue alert spoke of the snake deity, marking the solution to a difficult problem. This was followed by a message from the system, informing him that the deity time of the hunt foresaw his actions. Standing among the dilapidated high-rise buildings, Lee looked at the short Heaven and, deciding that it would be safer, invited her to go together, to which she enthusiastically agreed. A blue screen appeared, indicating that the deity owl was looking contentedly at the young man. Hyabin looked at the main character in amazement, expressing her admiration in words, and also clarified whether the Mr. really does not see anything. Lee, slightly closing his eyes, asked curiously why the girl thought so. The main character stood surrounded by creepy monsters, skeletons, and floating eyes that others could not see, remaining completely calm while they reached out to him and wanted to kill him. Lee's hair fluttered a little as he glanced ahead in surprise, noticing something. Entities grabbed the guy from all sides, but he did not pay attention to them, watching the long-haired warrior with a spear towering against the background of the flames. A bearded man with his hair tied up and a criss-cross scar on his face turned to face Lee, looking at him with a slight smile. A warrior in a half-unbuttoned shirt looked at the main character with admiration, declaring that he was strong, which means he could rest in peace. Lee smiled softly, recognizing the man across from him as his grandfather, and the virtue of power shook for some unknown reason, after which a warning about the weakening immunity of the mind surfaced. Now Lee stood alone, watching only streams of fire in front of him. A blue notification came from the system that the authority had been restored to its original state as the protagonist smiled, looking to the side with a sly look and calling forward. Watching the joyful Lee, Hyabin and Jiawol stood in shock, unable to utter a word. When the guy closed his eyes with the same happy expression on his face, the guys asked in surprise if he was really smiling. The dilapidated high-rise buildings looked very sad, collapsing and collapsing against the red sky. The robed swordsman turned around, loudly asking Hyabin where she was as the houses around them disappeared, turning to dust. Yangjun, wrinkling his nose in worry, looked into the distance and hoped that nothing had happened to his niece. After that, the brunette with a ponytail frowned, noticing behind his back a creepy jock with huge hands and fiercely burning eyes, who towered on a stone. The enemy rushed forward sharply, roaring menacingly as cracks appeared along the stone, and Yangjun watched him with an evil grin. Now the jock with yellow hair furiously struck, hitting the rock with his fist, because the head of the personnel department managed to pull back and remain unharmed. While the formidable enemy with glowing red eyes held a black-clawed hand in front of him, he also let out a warlike roar, and Yangjun recognized the head of the second detachment in the eerie creature. The head of the HR department, screaming furiously, held his sword in front of him, surrounded by streams of energy, and screamed, trying to bring him to his senses. When the men crossed their swords, energy of different colors began to emanate from them. From above, the red-haired jock Quack watched the fight in sparkling energy. Baring his teeth, the red-masked ghost mused that he was simply manipulating both of them, wondering who would survive to eliminate him. An enraged Yangjun, in a blue glow, raised his sword and shouted menacingly, warning that he would be forced to use all his power, and the system window popped up reporting the rise of the nameless titan. Young's eyes sparkled with anger, and in response, the head of the second squad only let out an aggressive roar, baring his fangs. Yangjun furrowed his eyebrows angrily and twisted his mouth, looking at the man who was forced to be his opponent. The next moment, a dark stream of blood gushed out from the right side, and a scream was heard. Yangjun plunged his sword directly into the chest of the jock Young, and while he angrily waved his clawed paw, scarlet liquid flowed from the wound. Looking at all this from the roof of a high-rise building, Quack in a red mask gloated with his mouth wide open, concluding that this was the end. Afterwards, the red ghost jumped down sharply, deciding that now was the time, and in flight pressed his huge fists against each other. Seeing a man descending from the building, Yangjun and Young together bared their teeth menacingly and, frowning, shouted that they had finally caught the real enemy. Quack widened his eyes and curled his mouth, taken aback that they could so easily deceive him and drag him out of the lair. After that, the red ghost was already approaching the two men climbing up, and Young complained of pain in his chest, indignant that Yangjun had pierced him deeply, but he stated that otherwise the enemy would not believe it. The head of the second detachment, with a bloody chest and a crazy look, rushed forward to the red sign, wanting to kill him for being wounded in order to be captured, and Yangjun supported his comrade a little lower, waving his sword. Many blows in the form of bright streams of energy were now directed directly at Quack, who put his massive arms in metal bracelets in front of him, trying in vain to protect himself in this way. Quack flew to the other side of the building where the explosion occurred, and his partners with a warlike look rushed towards him with their fists and sword at the ready. The red ghost landed on the road, turned around with concern at the chase and, clenching his massive fists, firmly decided to continue fighting. Suddenly, a blue notification from the system informed that all seals had been eliminated. Quack looked at this information in panic, breaking out in a cold sweat and looking around, and at that moment the second notification of the lifting of the seal of the ghostly labyrinth arrived. While Yangjun was reading this information, he frowned in misunderstanding, receiving a question from Young, who was perplexed on the side if they did it. The brunette grinned while the head of the second squad gloatingly declared that they would no longer lag behind. Throwing a hateful look at his partners and frowning his thick eyebrows, the red ghost angrily called the men arrogant brats. Bringing forward a massive fist surrounded by red energy, Quack menacingly shouted that he would show why he received his nickname. Pushing off from the ground, the red ghost destroyed it, lifting debris into the air, and flew furiously towards the opponents, surrounded by spirals of red magic. In one of the high-rise buildings, perched on the rubble, a silhouette could be seen looking into the distance as the sun's rays sparkled in the sky. It was Lee, who stood with his head slightly bowed as the wind blew through his hair. Above the numerous high-rise buildings rose a huge mountain, whose peak was shrouded in clouds. Suddenly, a bandaged foot stepped on the ground. Standing atop the rubble, Young swore harshly at Quack, asking where he was going. While the order to find the red ghost was heard above among the destroyed high-rise buildings, he fell through a rift into a sewer with a land of water and wandered along it, holding his shoulder. Dark blood fell in drops from Quack's hand onto the stones. A blue notification appeared, conveying the grief of the elf deity. Holding a hand with a severed hand, the red ghost walked under the weight of guilt for his mother. The elf deity decided to sadly watch the last moments of the jock, as the system reported. Red-haired Quack, in despair, lowered his head and sadly said that he would not return alive. Suddenly, a blue notification came that the man had fallen into a trap, and the man, reading this, growled in bewilderment. The red ghost was overcome with anger, and, activating the red mask, he shouted furiously, ordering another one present to come out immediately. Lee, hiding behind one of the walls, smiled maliciously. Seeing the guy coming out, Quack widened his eyes in shock and could not say anything clearly. A man stood in front of him in a bronze mask, on which his face was frozen with a smile and squinting, and asked if the jock recognized this mask. Looking at the guy in horror, the red ghost with bruises called him a scribe. He then chuckled slightly, calmly conveying that he understood, veins standing out on his toned arms. Quack opened his yellow eyes with black whites and declared that he knew who set up the arena. The guy opposite with a smiling mask crossed his arms over his chest when the enemy called him sick, adding that he was the one who created the battlefield. Remembering the wide smile forged in bronze, the many killed by the person wearing it, Quack looked at him hatefully, that everyone was just toys in the hands of the young man. Red admitted he became very angry, realizing all this, and his mask became larger and streams of red energy hovered around. A pop-up window from the system notified that the labyrinth runes that had spread throughout the area had been activated. Quack bared his teeth angrily and, frowning, angrily concluded that some brat, not even reaching the 40th level, had set a trap for him, who had the 70th. The masked Lee noted with a smile that arrogance precedes his opponent. After these words, Quack, in a fit of rage with a menacing look, shouted that first he would tear the young man apart and then rushed towards him at full speed, wanting to attack. Then Lee took off his bronze mask and threw a malicious look at his opponent, and his hair fell over one of his eyes. Rushing towards the object of hatred with a predatory grin and a mad look, Quack noticed that the young man was laughing and decided that he had already foreseen his actions. Approaching the enemy, the red ghost, with an enraged look, slammed his fist onto the stone floor with all his might, leaving a strong dent. When the jock with a menacing look put forward his jade fist to attack, the blade of Lie's sword passed through it, cutting the sacred object. After that, Quack quickly dipped his injured hand into the water while red energy scattered around. The red ghost with an angry grin rushed into battle again, putting his fist in front of him and splashing water. While Lee was surrounded by dark energy, a blue system window popped up indicating that Jigwee's vessel had been activated and a firestorm was raging. Quack, casting a wild, wide-open look at the young man, asked what this incredible aura was. After this, Lee, covered in black energy, furiously mewed at the enemy with blazing eyes, raising his sword. While the main character dealt blow after blow, leaving bright stripes in the sky, and Quack still managed to defend himself with the help of metal bracelets on his hands. However, he felt that he was being suppressed. The man looked into Lee's calm face, covered with black marks, concluding that he was a real monster. Baring his teeth predatorily, Quack's eyes flashed and he came to the conclusion that if he did not kill the enemy, he could become a threat to his daughter. The red ghost sharply raised his fist, attacking the young man, but he suddenly moved behind the Musliman in the form of Jingwei, leaving a stream of fire behind him. The angry Quack began to quickly look around, realizing that he had lost sight of the enemy. Lee, who was behind him, with a merciless look, thrust blades into the shoulder of the red ghost, and the red mask began to disappear before the eyes of the shocked man. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, screaming in pain and at the same time uttering the question, "How?" The concentrated Lee in the black mask, in turn, sent streams of dark energy towards the enemy. Quack's severed second hand flew to the side, and the red ghost, which was pierced by black energy, screaming in pain, realized what despair was. Bloody tears flowed from the eyes of Quack, driven into a death trap, and in his last moment of life he thought with sadness about his daughter. A red valve, responsible for the water supply, sparkled on the wall. When Lee cut it, a powerful stream of water rushed into the place underground, engulfing Quack, who gritted his teeth. The black-masked protagonist Jigwei, surrounded by fiery energy, reflected that the man had changed after overcoming an excellent soldier of this level. Looking at the scrolls of 8 and 7 scriptures floating in the air and shifting, Lee concluded that he had not even read any of them. Remembering the creepy illusionist and the guy with the mocking smile and bright blue eyes, the main character came to the conclusion that his opponent was no longer in the hands of the mad monk. While Lee glanced at Quack's head peeking out of the water, asking for death, a notification popped up in which the owl deity praised the guy for his actions. The young man with a gloomy look turned to the drowning red ghost, declaring that he would not kill him yet because he had to get some information. Floating on the surface of the water, Quack asked Lee, who was watching from the shore, if he would say anything to him when he destroyed the lives of his children overnight. The main character looked at his opponent with dissatisfaction, noting that he was talking about justice, having used people a lot of times because of his own greed. Floating on the water with a layer, Quack, covered in blood, grinned and said that Lee would still not learn anything about him, and he replied that he knew. Lee then tore a round red button-like device from Quack's black cloth around his neck, declaring that he would ask someone else. From the listening device in the guy's hands came a voice calling the deputy head of the clan. A question came from the device, who was listening now, and Lee, frowning, brought it closer to his face, asking if the person on the other end wanted to save Quack. Someone had exactly the same device, but purple on his clothes and, having received a question from the guy, was now silent. It was the puzzled red-haired girl Jean, who opened her yellow eyes wide when she received the command from the red ghost to switch off and ignore the young man. Lee, angry, kicked Quack in the face and told the girl that if she wanted to save him, she should respond thoughtfully. Stomping the red ghost with his foot, the protagonist brought the round device to his mouth and asked what Jin knew about the 7 scriptures of H-San. The girl sat on a chair in a black fur coat, crossing her legs, and asked the young man if he was a spy for the White Tigers, and he asked him to simply answer. Lee, who was underground, asked the cool-headed Jin in a richly furnished room what she knew about H-San's 5th scripture. The girl grinned without saying a word. Jean, with burning eyes and a grin, decided that if Lee really needed information, he would not just take Quack's life, and then she said to kill the man. The girl was stupefied with shock, raising her head and widening her eyes when she heard the young man's readiness from the device. Jean continued to sit in her chair with a puzzled face, in shock, because from the other end of the line a voice said that she had fulfilled her request. The red-haired girl was very angry with Lee. Her eyebrows furrowed and her teeth clenched, and a vein popped out on her forehead from the tension. Gathering the purple energy with his hand, Lee calmly concluded that Jin would now come to find him in a panic. The guy recalled how he flew on black wings in the ghoul's lair using a similar ability. As Lee continued to collect Quack's ashes, a system window popped up indicating that the power skill had been activated. The 2 subsequent blue notices stated that the level of power had been improved after absorbing a top-level Jade Strike of Destruction. Looking sideways, Lee grinned and asked about stealing the soul. The tablet said that the deity ghost despises Lee for stealing his ability. The guy, rushing at full speed surrounded by fiery energy, frowned and was surprised that the deity behaved this way, suspecting that Quack was his supporter. Continuing his flight on the black wings, Lee reflected that he did not want to complicate his relationship with the Phantom, who did not participate in the War of the 12 Zodiacs. Quickly rushing into the distance, Lee left streaks of fire behind him and concluded that if the opportunity arose, he would apologize to the deity. Dusk was falling over the mountainous area, and a loud growl was heard in the darkness. The divine being Ghost, in the form of a wolf with wings, stood on the edge of the cliff, sobbing in agony over the loss of his follower, as reported by the system's blue pop-up window. Against the backdrop of a destroyed road, near which people were crowded, stood a high mountain surrounded by smoke. The shaggy guy looked at this with an amazed look, drawing the attention of the elder behind him to the fact that people were descending from there. The crowd moved spontaneously along the road, and the shaggy guy began to discuss rumors that Lee saved everyone from the illusionists, and also noted that Yongjun and his niece Hyabin were also trapped. The main character, with his hands in his pockets, walked slowly among the stream of people on an inclined road. Lee stopped, an indifferent expression on his face. The brunette with red eyes, to whom the young man was reported, looked at him in amazement. She stood on a hill with her hand on her hip and looked back at the road from which Lee was already descending. The stream of people on the bridge did not end. One could see quite interesting characters with weapons in their hands. Leaning towards Lee, the man behind him with an irritated look asked the guy not to clown around, even if the leader was protecting him. Chief Shim grinned angrily, concluding that it wouldn't be strange if Lee's head was cut off in battle. While the man behind him continued to watch the guy with contempt, he calmly closed his eyes and thanked him for the advice, wanting to also say something. He opened his eyes and sarcastically advised the boss to stop clowning around, threatening to remove his head, which shocked him. Afterwards, the man frowned heavily and muttered irritably through his teeth that D was a self-confident fool. Chief Shim was suddenly distracted by the voice of a guy with tousled hair calling out to him from behind. The young man in the green jacket, looking from under his brows, admitted that he wanted to share some information about Lee. Chief Shim looked questioningly at his interlocutor, expecting information. The action takes place in a warlike stone castle, surrounded by mountains, and a blizzard has arisen. Jean sat in her chair, wondering why Quack had to die the way he did. The girl's eyebrows trembled and her eyes were full of sadness when she thought about her dead father, who left as he wished. A shooting star shrouded in dark energy appeared near the red-haired girl, and she watched her with curiosity. The star sank to the floor, and Jean recognized something in it. Rising and freezing in place, the girl was shocked to read the system message, which said that the deity Phantom was asking if she wanted power. Jean looked at the notice with bewilderment, informing her that the Phantom would provide an opportunity based on the girl's wishes. Looking up with hope, Jean smiled madly and asked what she should do. Several screens popped up, one of which showed the Northern Lights deity expressing concern, and another containing information that the ghost deity was neglecting the girl's patron, and Jean put her hands forward, surrounded by a purple glow. When the whites of her eyes turned black and her irises yellow, the girl grinned, and the system reported that the deity ghost had given her abilities. The action moves to the ugly Snowman Hill dungeon, where people in warm clothes who arrived on a mission crowded at the entrance. The system sent messages that contained the theme of the mission and the goal of taking possession of the castle, and an elder with black hair among the snow looked at the doorway. Several more blue screens appeared, notifying about the ever-raging blizzard and the ambush of snowmen, but the last notification wished the participants victory. The armed crowd, dressed in warm clothing, moved forward into a heavy snowstorm, and many began to complain of the cold. As the line of people stretched across the snowy desert, one of the participants screamed, calling the mission madness because they could not even see the path of thorns. Warriors with bandages on their foreheads in a separate detachment exclaimed that they were being led along the path by the Mayong clan, and everyone wanted to tear apart the ghostly Jin. The dark-haired elder looked piercingly at the crowds of participants, worriedly concluding that if the unrest continued, they might fall into a trap, and wanting to properly complete the merger. She turned her violet eyes to the side. Now the girl turned to Lee, who was left behind, and mentally asked if he could show something surprising and outstanding this time. The guy's face expressed indifference, his eyes were slightly closed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly downturned. While the elder kept a curious gaze on Lee, a subordinate in a warm hood was also watching him from the side. Suddenly Young approached Lee, put his hand on the guy's shoulder, and with heart-shaped eyes joyfully concluded that the brunette liked him, but Lee felt very irritated. Looking from under his brows, the head of the second detachment smiled, concluding that many men tried to court the Iron Witch, but this usually ended badly. The brunette Yun was one of the world's elite scientists in the field of magic, and her pistol shot was equal in power to a cannon. And since she is able to influence even the president of the Korean Association, then even large clans cannot neglect her, because in fact she represents the above-mentioned association. Young stood behind the irritated and silent Lee, crossing his arms and happily declaring that he was very attentive. Now Lee was alone among the snow-capped mountains, leaving the formation on the orders of the leader, and the head of the second detachment followed him, asking him to wait. The main character, with an irritated look, flew off the edge of the cliff, on which a dark figure could be seen. After Lai landed on the snow, he quickly rushed forward, and the system notification announced that the Flying Tiger Storm skill had been activated. Young, covered in bandages, watched from the heights and, rubbing his chin, concluded with a wide smile that his greed was only growing, so that he wanted to get the guy before H-Wang. The action moves to the Winter Palace, around which snowflakes were flying. In the ice cave, blocked by iron sticks, screams were heard, forcing the snowmen to work faster. Several men stood on an icy hill with whips, threateningly ordering the frightened snowmen below to find the ice crystal, otherwise their king would not be freed. Elsewhere in the ice cave, a Bigfoot in armor stood on a hill, watching the carriages with cargo move and the people with whips stand. Several warriors from the Yeti people looked down questioningly. The carriages were loaded to the brim with the abyss of Agnia, and the observer decided that people were planning to blow everything up here. The Bigfoot general was surrounded by his fellow tribesmen, and an overgrown man with blue skin and a bald spot on his head asked if he wanted to take the throne to save their species. Having said that there is only one king, the general whistled to summon the creatures floating in the sky. The snow people sat down among the dragons, and the general said that the servant had only the duty to wait for his majesty to return safe and sound. The leader of the Bigfoot squad shouted furiously, promising that they would kill all the human allied forces. After this, the Yeti military squad soared into the air above the castle on dragons. Lee was holding a sparkling communication device in his hands, over which a red arrow appeared, and the system announced the activation of the search rune. According to system reports, the deity Time of the Hunt and the snake admire this ability. Rising into the air on tight wings, Lee followed the arrow, remembering that the king of the snowmen was being held hostage in the Winter Palace. The energy formed a pattern before the guy's eyes as he frowned and thought about the obstacles in the ice mine that he needed to overcome in 3 hours. Deciding to hurry up, the main character flapped his wings more strongly, from which fiery trails stretched through the air. Suddenly the guy was taken aback, noticing a squad flying into an ice fissure. Noticing the man, the snow people became very angry and wanted to kill him. Watching the Yeti, Lee with wings put forward the legendary blade, and the system reported that the flame storm had been activated. A powerful stream of fire that rose upward struck all the snowmen in the vicinity. Writhing in pain, the monsters, engulfed in flames, fell into the snow in terrible agony. Lee descended, leaving paths in the snow from his feet, and raised 2 blades to strike. The guy looked around calmly, surrounded by snowflakes. The protagonist's entire body was engulfed in dark energy, and fire was burning under his feet, and he calmly invited himself to show himself to the observers. A man in green overalls, hiding behind a stone, asked in shock how the young man knew about their presence. A curly-haired mercenary appeared behind the irritated young man, who demanded a large payment for such a strong opponent. The guy in the green overalls grinned and quickly agreed, asking that everything be taken care of well. A squad of fighters was now flying towards the mercenary, and while he took his weapon out of its sheath, he concluded that there was nothing that black technique could not defeat. The guy in the green overalls, hearing sounds and seeing silhouettes behind the snow-covered fir trees, gloomily thought that the mercenary Juhan had better do his job well. He turned to look at several menacing men, concluding that the scum from the bloodthirsty wolf alliance were quite reliable. The guy with a malicious smile remembered that the head of the division, Genho, had given him an elegant toy. Lee watched from a hill as an angry squad of armed men headed towards him. The guy opened a burning yellow eye with black-white, and the system reported that the beast's sense skill had been activated. Watching his opponents, Lee counted approximately 30 mercenaries, as well as 50 on standby. The guy closed his eyes and grinned, calling Jijavel. Suddenly, a cloud of dark matter grew behind the protagonist's back. Lai threateningly ordered the knight in star armor to find the 50 warriors hiding, which Jijabal listened to carefully. The guy in the black cloak stood calmly on a hill while the mercenaries furiously headed towards him, and the knight Jijabal quickly rushed down the mountain, leaving dark energy behind him. Lee looked carefully ahead, noticing 2 circular streams of energy. While the guy stood calmly, looking bored, the formidable Jukhan jumped out of the round portal behind him, raising his sword to strike. The mercenary with the scar grinned sarcastically, declaring that he would kill the young man without pain since the blizzard was raging. Looking back at his opponent, Lee, surrounded by a blue glow, offered to try it with a smile. As the 2 mercenaries swung their swords with clenched teeth, the system reported that the flying tiger skill and stealth technique had been activated and blue energy was being drawn towards the opponents. When, according to the notification, the explosive trap was activated, the men looked ahead in panic. There was a sudden loud explosion. One of the mercenaries, standing aside, watched as the explosion killed his entire squad. The scum from the bloodthirsty wolf alliance, looking at the dull death of the mercenaries, called them idiots. The head of the detachment, with axes in his hands, rushed ahead, leading his subordinates. The head began to look around, taking on a questioning look. Suddenly, the members of the bloodthirsty wolf alliance began to run away, noticing a strong avalanche in front of them. People were covered with snow floes, and some even screamed, begging for salvation. The dark space was remembered by fire. Lee, soaring on dark wings, landed on the ledge, and the system's pop-up screen reported that all enemies had been successfully destroyed. Looking forward piercingly, Lai called out to Jijavel. While the deity's time of the hunt, Snake and Tiger admired the battle. The main character watched as a young man with star armor appeared in the air above him. Several of the enemy were now rolling down the mountain, surrounded by snow, and screaming. They stopped and rose to their feet, standing before Lee. The partners were horrified when they saw Lee, and cold sweat covered their faces. The guys looked at each other and shouted angrily, justifying themselves. Lee watched the altercation from the sidelines, exhaling calmly. After that, the guy in the brown jacket pointed at the second one, complaining about him, and he angrily rolled his eyes and opened his mouth. Lee continued to blithely watch the boys argue, and glanced at them when he heard about the flute. It was about a worm flute, which uses special sound waves and controls worms. Lee held the artifact in his hands and, glancing at the guy in the green overalls, asked if he was really trying to kill him with the help of worms. Both guys opposite hesitated at once, unable to say anything. Then the main character grinned and said that the white tiger feeds his wards with worms in the training center. Lee, surrounded by dark and fiery energy, tightly gripping the hilt of the legendary sword, declared that he had burned everything. Both guys widened their eyes, concluding with shock that the guy opposite already knew everything. Suddenly, crimson streams of blood rose into the air. Having dealt with Yunsung and Genho without any mercy, Lee looked gloomy and blood dripped from his blade. He then activated his wings and flew into the air again, concluding that he had no time at all, and the system reported that the flying tiger skill and body lightning technique had been activated. The action takes place in a winter palace located among the icy mountains. A hand surrounded by red energy holds onto the opening. Jean, with a malicious smile, who received the magic of the phantom, looked out from the crack, and dark patterns were visible on her face. And the deity warned that the enemy was approaching. The main character continued to fly on dark wings, overcoming the snowstorm. He cast a concentrated gaze forward with a menacing look. When the guy stopped and a grandiose stone structure appeared, the system reported that the young man had arrived at the Winter Palace, and the curse of the Ghoul's Cave would be activated in 40 minutes. At this time, the squad was freezing in warm clothes, walking through the raging storm. A blue window popped up saying that the snake deity was condemning a member of his family. When, thanks to magic, the effects of the cold were reduced, one of the guys joyfully concluded that he felt warm, after which the snake deity heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, other people were rubbing their hands and complaining that their artifacts were not working, and blamed it on the lack of action on the part of the 5-star sword. Suddenly, one of the guys turned his perplexed gaze to the side. The guy in the fur hood watched in amazement as Yunseo stood in front in a light jacket and with a load on her shoulders, concluding that he was not able to challenge her even at the minimum level. The shaggy young man looked up, mentally wondering where Brother Lai had gone. Suddenly the guy remembered the instructions of the protagonist, who was confident in his and Yunseo's victory and with a malicious smile concluded that he would succeed. Yunseo looked at the sky with curiosity, trying to find something there. She stood on the edge of a hill, carrying a sword with a creepy face carved on her back. Young, looking forward, called out to the girl with glasses behind him, calling her Yubiel, and she agreed with the man. One man with a bandage on his forehead screamed loudly, calling everyone subordinates of the above, wanting the Mayan clan to avenge their comrades. Ian spoke furiously to one of the group members with a headband, ordering him to keep up. While there was a flash in the sky and a silhouette with wings was visible, the blue screens of the system reported that the influence of magical power was spreading throughout space and suppressing the battlefield, and also that the curse of chaos was activated. The Iron Witch with a menacing look asked if the opponents were really attacking from above. The great general of winter, who appeared in the sky on a dragon, flew towards the people, swinging his sword. Then people with bandages on their heads rushed into battle, shouting and expressing contempt for the Bigfoot. Jumping from the dragon, the general meanwhile flew with a sword straight towards the taken aback guy below. The Yeti with protruding lower fangs held out a glowing magic sword in front of him, wanting to attack. The brunette in the headband screamed furiously, wanting to kill his opponent, and put his blade in front of him to block the attack. When the blade broke into sharp fragments from the powerful blow of the Bigfoot, the man opened his mouth wide and screamed in horror. The great general of winter looked at the enemy with a malicious smile and burning eyes. The brunette panicked greatly, deciding that he was about to die. A glowing blue sword soared above him and fell, cutting his body in half, after which the system reported that the player Jinseok was dead. The Bigfoot looked to the side in bewilderment, hearing strange sounds coming from there. The General of Winter managed to sharply expose his sword, using it as a shield to repel the sudden attack with lilac energy. The Yeti looked with burning eyes at his opponent, who dared to strike. It was the Iron Witch Yoon herself, who frowned menacingly and held in her hand a used pistol, from which lilac smoke came out after the shot. The girl twisted her mouth angrily and frowned her black eyebrows, gathering energy for the next shot. The action moves to the Winter Palace, where there was a column with fire, on which the sun was carved with a man raising his chin to the luminary. As Lai stood on a pillar in the middle of the room with stucco, columns and arches, the system reported that the snake deity had sparkling eyes at the works of art of high-end decoration, and the owl deity released a faint but warm smile. The guy began to look around with admiration, noting that the snow people are an outstanding civilization, but due to use by people and constellations they lost their power, and the dungeon is a fragment of the world of the end. The protagonist looked down curiously, declaring that Abominable Snowman Hill is full of cold and snowstorms due to the meaninglessness of the gods and constellations. Now Lee descended and, walking through the ruins, concluded that the gods and constellations can only be considered puppets without a soul. The guy climbed the numerous steps, remembering that, according to the illusionist's map, there was a vault underneath them. Approaching the mine, Lee carefully observed how cruel people used Bigfoot as slaves. The men authoritatively ordered the Yetis carrying the boxes of the Abyss of Agnia to finish mining while the general dealt with the volunteers. Hiding behind the wall, Lee looked out gloomily and recognized the round stone in the boxes. Then he smiled sarcastically, having figured out the plan to get to the unchanging ice crystal. Lee was engulfed in powerful streams of flame. Meanwhile, men with whips menacingly hurried the Bigfoot slaves, manipulating the king's release. The Yeti worked with their heads bowed and thought furiously that one day they would kill all the people. Suddenly, both humans and snowmen froze in shock as they watched a powerful fiery glow appear at the entrance to the vault. The man and the Yeti were terrified, not understanding what was happening. Lee flew out of the opening, transforming into the monster Jigwe. Jean was walking around the hall in a black fur coat and suddenly froze. Looking back with burning eyes, the girl in black marks with a soft smile concluded that her father's killer was here. The next moment, Jean was enveloped in powerful blue magic, and she rose into the air, raising her palm, and a pop-up window from the system announced that the deity ghost vowed to avenge the family using the gifted power. Lee in the vault at this time lowered himself to his feet, standing among the smoke, and while his wings were disappearing, a notification came that he had managed to destroy a huge number of evil people, so that his development was leaning toward the good. Lee curiously read the sign that said that he had discovered the 100-year frozen iron vault. Standing among the ice, the main character raised his head, where the breath of the Ice King glowed. Scratching his chin, Lee concluded with a thoughtful look that he had not expected this at all. In front of him, 8 unchanging ice crystals floated against a blue background. The system reported the reactions and proposals of such deities as the time of hunting, the snake, the tiger, the owl, and the great demon, which greatly puzzled Lai, because he had no intention of giving up the stones. The guy stretched his hand forward with a smile, deciding that the crystals would become good components of divine tools, and the artifacts flew in his direction. Lee looked at the crystals in admiration, seeing why they were holding onto the 5-star sword and why Above was so desperate to have it. Li now held a white crystal in his hand, concluding that the cold was coming from this stone. Notifications popped up with the reaction of the deities Time of the Hunt, Snake, and Owl. Suddenly, the unchanging ice crystal in Li's hand sparkled, sending streams of energy to the sides. The system reported that an incredible cold poison pierced the entire body. Now the body of the maliciously smiling Li was encased in ice. A sign appeared explaining what the breath of the Ice King was, spreading cold and permafrost, but the guy was still an icicle. Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard among the ice, followed by a bright flash. Li was able to free himself from the icy shackles with the help of fire techniques, and now he had a mask over his eyes, and streams of flame circled around him, and the system reported the impact of the first form of the end of the world flame. As Li continued to hold the ice crystal, there was a powerful resistance between the Ice King's breath and the first flame form. The guy looked forward with a shocked look when he received the question, "Who are you?" Li realized that the voice came from the shining ice crystal, which asked why its existence was being held back. The main character became furious and, covered in fiery stripes, threateningly ordered the stone to shut up when it noted that the young man was not his stream. Streams of fire began to circle around, and the system reported the crushing of the resisting will of the Ice King's breath. When Li was surrounded by all 8 permanent ice crystals, he read the information on the screen about receiving the breath of the Ice King in 8 times the size, which he was pleased with. The young man looked to the side with a smile, concluding that there were about 10 minutes left. Meanwhile, his whites had turned black and his iris had turned yellow. After that, Jean was heard rushing through the icy dungeon in search of her father's killer. Having discovered Li, the girl in the fur coat froze and opened her mouth in shock. The guy calmly looked back at her, concluding that the phantom had also arrived. He glanced at Jean, expecting revenge for Quack. Now a blue screen appeared in front of Li, containing the Ice King's invitations to an unidentified space, which greatly shocked the young man. Li's eyes widen in surprise as he hears the thought that someone was wondering who took the founder's life. However, upon reflection, he believes it could have been a human rather than one of their kind. The man immediately realizes that this is telepathy. Against the background of the ice, the following thought is heard, according to which Li does not need to worry so much, because he is a simple old man who will soon lose his life. Li looks ahead as his hair blows in the wind, and hears that the old man talking to him just needs a second of his time, because, apparently, he still has everything ahead of him. He assures Li that there is no malicious intent. A shining rectangle forms in front of Li, and he extends his hand towards it. The system reports that he received an invitation. The rectangle expanded and became the same size as the man himself. Li goes through it, and the system notifies that he has entered the Ice King's lair. Li stands in front of the throne on which the Ice King sits. The man sitting says that Li condescended to such an old man and that he must be a good person. The Ice King is seen closer and is called the ruler of monsters. As it turns out, he is level 90. Li was amazed by this. The system notifies that the deity snake entwining the world asks what this block of ice is talking about and why it is mocking. The next message comes, according to which a deity named Owl, piercing the dim light, says that the king is right after all and nods his head in response. The new notice states that the tiger deity, caught in the trap of deprivation, speaks rudely about a supposedly good person. The king shows his fangs and notices that so many deities have shown such a strong reaction. However, although he may already be on his deathbed, he still has the same keen eye. Li, with an impassive expression on his face, wonders if the king can see the deities talking. He, in turn, has his eyes slightly opened and responds that if a man refers to messages from the deities, then he can actually see them. Although some of them seem strange to the king, he believes that this is still not so important. Li has one eye covered with bangs, and in his mind he claims that he knew this since the king used telepathy. He is from the highest category. Li wonders if such a creature could succumb to a simple illusion technique, and believes it to be impossible. Li and the king are opposite each other. The man states that the king is deceiving his family, to which he wonders if that is what it looks like. Li, with a calm expression on his face, remarks that it doesn't look like he's suffering from hallucinations. The king laughs and believes that on the outside he seems quite young, but Li is wrong. Suddenly the king looks up at Li and wonders how a man with such breadth of mind has not yet realized where this place is. Something clicks in Li's head as if a realization is coming. Li's eye sparkled, and the system reported that his beast sense skill had heightened all of his senses. An imaginary city is drawn above Li, and he understands that this is a mental sphere. The king lowers his head, confirming Li's words and saying that after all, perhaps he was in confusion, close to death, because he fell victim to a woman called a phantom. Sitting on the throne, the king reports that his children are now suffering because of this. Li, in turn, suggests that she must have been pleased with herself at the time of his death. Li looks ahead indifferently and asks the king for what reason he invited him, because in his eyes he could be the same enemy. The king lowers his head, calling the children who follow the old king poor and wondering if Li can save his subordinates. He raises his hand, saying that it is so sad to see how they behave just to save such an old and dying king. He asks the man to help them, claiming that there will be a reward for this. Mountains of the king's treasures appear in front of Lee as the system reports. The king himself explains that all this is treasure that has been accumulated over countless amounts of time and declares that he will give it all away. A chest full of gold and other treasures appears, and the deities begin a new conversation among themselves. The deity called the time of the hunt claims that he will take care of the treasure festivities, and the snake coiling the world says that the dying mortal is quite good and clicks his tongue. Lee indifferently declares that he will refuse the king's offer. He, in turn, was surprised, opening his eyes wide. Hanging, he lowers his head, pondering the reason for the refusal. He closes his eyes, suggesting that it is because they are simply fragments of the world, shadows without a soul, remaining on this earth. Lee and the king stand opposite each other as all the treasures fall into pieces. Lee looks at the king emotionlessly, wondering if he knew about this. He, looking back, claims that he could not help but know, because this is a world that is empty except for the creatures of their kind. Lee stands, thinking that even if they are mentally developed, the monsters in the dungeon do not understand that they are dummies, and if they realize this, the system would intervene for the safety of the dungeon. The shards are depicted with many different creatures from the dungeon against the backdrop of the reddened earth, and the idea is that the dungeon is the imprints of a world that no longer exists, a world that has met its end, and the creatures inside are also just traces of the existence of that time. The fragments cover the fiery planet Earth, and it turns out that this is why all the dungeons must be destroyed in every possible way, because due to their instability there is no way to know when they will explode, and there is a possibility that the seed of the end could penetrate into the ordinary world in the form poison. Lee is thoughtful. He muses that although the Ice King's circumstances are sad, Abominable Snowman Hill should also be closed, but if he saves the Bigfoot, he won't be able to close the dungeon. The king is in despair. He thinks that this is a pathetic picture because he breathes, thinks and talks to Lee here and now. It's hard for him to believe that all this is not real because it seems quite the opposite. The king, with his mouth wide open, shouts that the Ice King has already fallen and all that will remain is a trace. He asks what he is then. Lee retreats, raising his head, and claims that he does not understand what the king is talking about. He looks down, emphatically declaring that the man standing next to him is the Ice King. The upset king wonders how he can be the Ice King when the real king has disappeared. Lee cuts him off mid-sentence, denying his words and saying that this may be the real Ice King, but he is also one. The man looks to the side, saying that he said this to himself. He breathes, thinks and speaks to him here and now, which means he is the Ice King. The surprised king stands with his mouth open as the deity time of the hunt says that it is too difficult to understand and rolls his eyes, and the snake that coils the world nods and states that there was deep understanding in their being. Closing his eyes, the king realizes that since he exists here, he is the Ice King and he should have rethought this, although it is such a simple conclusion. It turns out that he thought he had developed his mind significantly, but he still had a long way to go. The king looks down, asking if he can ask Lee for another favor, to which he is told that it needs to be heard first. Smiling unforcedly, the king admits that he would like to die on his own terms instead of this system and its mission, which is a violent violation of the laws. He wonders if Lee can help him with this. He, in turn, silently pierces the king and drops of blood fly. Lee frowns as he holds his sword in his hand. He looks up and says he can definitely help with that. The king looks down, realizing that it was the right decision to invite a man here. After thanking Lee, the king remains to die on his throne. The door leading to the Ice King gradually narrows, and the system reports that his lair is closing. Lee stands on the ice, looking up, as notifications come from the system that he has destroyed the Monster Lord, the Ice King, and has gained a significant amount of experience, and that his level has been increased. Lee still doesn't look away as the wind blows through his hair and the owl deity piercing the dim light comforts him, lost in his thoughts. He looks ahead intently. Mountains full of snow are depicted, and it is reported that the ruler of the monsters is dead and the commander under the king, who held back all the snow people, has been released. It turns out that chaos has broken out among the snow people who have lost their leader. Someone with red hair is moving in the sky. He smiles wildly, sure that whoever he is thinking about is nearby, while the system reports that the deity sad weeping ghost is approaching Lee. An impossibly suffering man is depicted with streams of blood on his face. One of the snowmen looks very angry. He says the man said that if they obeyed him, their king would live. He lifts the man off the ground, asking why this happened, while the rest of the Bigfoot deal with other people. There is a red-haired girl in the sky, and a voice is heard announcing the song of the flames of the underworld. The flame ignited and began to shine. The snowmen were struck by fire, and they began to scream that they were hot. The deity sad weeping ghost arrives and wishes everyone dead, calling them vile monsters. The snow people are aggressive and decide to deal with this deity first. They believe that it was because of her that their king ended up this way. Bigfoot turns around when he notices something sparkling. Someone in a laughing mask bursts in. His eyes and mouth shine. The snowmen continue to burn in the intensely blazing fire. They shout again that they are very hot. Someone in a laughing mask heads straight towards the sadly sobbing ghost. The girl opened her mouth wide, saying that the laughing mask had finally appeared. The powers of the two suddenly collided with each other. The view is eclipsed by an absolutely blinding light. The face of the sad sobbing ghost looks too wild, and he asks how this man in the laughing mask even dared to appear in front of him. The girl declares that she will take his life at absolutely any cost. A sly smile blooms on the face of the masked man, and he asks again, repeating the part of the remark that was said. One hand suddenly grabs the wrist of another, probably a woman's. The eyes of a man in a laughing mask can already be seen, and he declares hocus pocus. The girl is extremely furious. She sincerely asks what the newcomer is carrying and does he really think that he can survive after going to war against them. The man in the laughing mask, while pulling the girl by the wrist, says that she will see again. She opens her eyes wide when she sees messages from the system that 24 hours have expired and the curse of the Ghoul's Cave has begun. She looks away. The system notifies that she has entered the Ghoul's Cave and the 7-day quest has already begun. It turns out she needs to survive the next 24 hours. A newly arrived person flies from the sky while the system begins counting those very 24 hours. A sadly sobbing ghost, eyes wide open, looks somewhere to the side. Something sparkles next to him, and he looks a little surprised. The girl screams desperately, her mouth wide open and her eyes closed. The travelers are depicted amazed by the picture that appeared before them. A huge snowman with a sword appears, standing opposite Cha, who is so small in comparison with him. His eyes fill with rivers of tears when he says that their king has died. Cha turns around tensely as her partner tells her to leave. Cha looks extremely scared. She screams at the man not to come here. Suddenly he is pierced by a large sword and blood spits out. His mouth is covered in blood. He looks at Cha and calls her. With his mouth wide open, Cha horribly screams the name of his dead partner. The Bigfoot looks menacingly at Cha, holding his sword over his shoulder. He claims that all this is the result of their actions, people defaming their lands. Bigfoot grins, saying that therefore they should also get rid of their king and enjoy it. Suddenly, balls begin to fly, shining from within. Behind Cha, everything is burning brightly. Her face instantly darkened, and warnings began to be heard that she needed to dodge, because these pearls of Agni were flying rapidly. Magic sparkles before Cha's eyes. A deity called the Owl is depicted piercing the dim light, and her protection is reported to be in effect. Another deity is visible, the battle-focused god of war, and his defenses are also active. The charming creator of madness also protects Cha. The bearded volcano smith joins the rest of the deities, helping with his protection. Cha frantically raises the gun in her hand. Cha puts the gun in her hands to the head of the stunned Bigfoot. He, in turn, gets into a pose, holding out a sword in front of him, which begins to sparkle dazzlingly. Cha moves straight through the light, still confidently holding the gun pointed at the enemy in his hand. She boldly grabs the lifeless body of her partner with one hand, sliding along some rock. Cha frowns as blood runs down her partner's face and tells him to hold on. The enraged Sasquatch grins, claiming that Cha is the most annoying person yet. He, with his mouth wide open, declares that he will personally deal with Cha. Suddenly, purple magic balls begin to fly. The flaming balls rush forward, and a certain man flies with them in the same direction. This man clenches his jaw as a purple light shines in his face. He lands on top of the cliff, putting his weapon behind his shoulder. The bearded man, whose eyes glow red, makes a displeased face and says that he thought it was strange that unknown people appeared from the sky in the middle of a battle. Deity, a sadly sobbing ghost, stands with red flowing hair, holding his magical weapon in his hand. The expression on her face does not seem friendly, rather it is somewhat dissatisfied because she frowns. Somewhere nearby a man's voice is heard, expressing his hopes that she has brought something useful. The woman, in turn, asks him about this useful thing. Instantly, she opens her mouth wide, while her eyes begin to sparkle furiously, and screams so that the man is sure that she will definitely close his mouth. A bearded man with a huge sword that matches the color of his clothes and a woman dressed all in red engage in a fierce battle while pure magic shines around them. Lee is sitting on top of a rock, looking up at the sky and placing his hand on his knee when some sparks start to shine in the sky. At this time, the system notifies that the stealth rune has been activated. Lee expresses his thoughts that he believed that there was a possibility of uniting a red-haired man in strong armor and a wild red-haired woman. But Lee is relieved to realize that they still did not find a common language and began to conflict in the very first minute of the meeting. Lee's hand is depicted holding a large white crystal emitting the same white magical flame. The system good-naturedly notifies that Lee has captured the breath of the Ice King, whose request for death was previously fulfilled by a man. He admits that he did not expect that Lamishtu gave the fighting woman the Song of the Flames of the Underworld, which she used upon her arrival on the battlefield. Lee turns his gaze to the huge snow-white crystal, that is, the breath of the Ice King, and opens his mouth wide so that it fits exactly. He concludes that since he has gained a little time, he is confident that this will be enough to complete the strengthening of the bones. Lee took the crystal and put it in his mouth. Sitting on his knees, the main character ate the crystal, after which the system reported that Lee had absorbed the breath of the Ice King. Lee opened his eyes wide and was covered in ice before hearing the system notify that his entire body was being covered in ice, noting that he had been poisoned by the cold. Lai, sitting with a serious face, exuded icy steam, to which the system reported that the skill beneficial effect of the first form of the world flame and resistance to 10 poisons were activated, also noting that Lai's magic was rushing in. The system notified that the properties of the new magic had been expanded, and it came into conflict with the current one. Lee, simultaneously exuding ice, steam, and fire, raised his head up and screamed, after which the system reported that the removal of the toxin had failed and the resistance to magic was getting worse. The system also reported that the divine creation best time to hunt claims that Lai is in a broken state, which is why she is worried. Lee, gritting his teeth in pain, remembered how he spoke with the gray-haired man, asking him the question that he only needed to absorb the crystal, noting that it sounded like nonsense. The man, looking at Lee, said that what he was striving for was a huge contradiction, to which Lee, in turn, said that the man should tell him everything in detail, and if it turns out to be just nonsense, then he should think better. The gray-haired man, looking at Lee, stated that this was the basis of bone strengthening that he taught him, also wondering if he remembered it. Lee, standing sideways, looked towards the man with a serious look, after which he said that the flame was infused in the heart and the ice was imprinted on the top. The gray-haired old man, looking at Lee, confirmed his words, after which he told Lee to bring the flame that he would obtain closer to his heart. One of the man's comrades, standing opposite the main character, said that the idea of restoring the magical forge of energy using Lee's heart as a rod was not so bad, to which Lee, in turn, noted that his heart would burn if he did so. The elder, standing opposite Lai, said that he needed to find the perfect point of contact in order to cool his heart, to which Lai, in turn, wondered what point of contact he was talking about. The gray-haired old man, looking at Lai, said that the point of contact is something through which opposing elements can pass without complete resistance, and the man also wondered what properties the world flame has. Lee, looking frowning, said that the main properties of the world flame are fire and darkness, to which the old man, in turn, wondered what the properties of the eternal ice crystal are. Lee, looking at the man and thinking a little, said that the ice crystal has the properties of darkness and ice, after which Lee noted that he understood the essence that the old man was trying to convey. In his thoughts, Lee said that since the eternal ice crystal was created from the essence of the moon that seeped into the permafrost, the properties of cold and darkness are combined. The man, standing in front of the man on the throne, reported that Lai had understood everything correctly, noting that the world flame and the ice crystal had a common denominator of darkness, noting that he was recognized by the king of the underworld. Thanatos, who was sitting on the throne, put his hand to his cheek and then said that he had achieved extremely great success in controlling the properties of darkness compared to other divine beings and constellations. Lee's clothes were torn at the seams while he was in excruciating pain. The system notified that the core of the magical forge of energy had been restored to Lai's heart, and the system also noted that the icy property of magic was seeping into Lai's bones in an attempt to strengthen itself. The system reported that the main character's skeleton has been corrected. An unknown voice in Lee's head said that his body would become as hard as ice, and his heart would become indestructible, as if full of fire, which would increase his body's capabilities to the maximum. An unknown voice wondered if the main character knew what was most frightening about this. An unknown voice noted that if it happened that he restored his body, it would show abilities that he never had. Lee's pupils widened at what he heard. A whirlwind of flame and ice began to merge into one. The world flame and the ice crystal merged into one. Lee, having risen to his feet, stood in one position, after which he heard in his head an unknown voice say that he had restored everything, including feelings, mental abilities, thinking, mentality, and his personality. The voice also noted that Lai harbored fire and ice within himself, and their properties would not deviate to one side. Lee, standing still, exuded an aura of fire and ice, after which he heard a voice in his head say that he had transformed his body into a perfect vessel. The system notified that Lee had completed the quest A Heart of Fire and a Peak of Ice. The system also reported that Lee received a new bone strengthening property. The system gave a summary that the bone strengthening property is the form in which Lai receives the fire spirit in his heart and the ice spirit in his entire body. The system also noted that the properties of resistance and effect immunity were fused together. The system also reported that self-healing and unquenchable endurance of the heart and respiratory system are special qualities of the bone strengthening skill. Lee, smiling a little, heard a voice in his thoughts say that if the divine creatures and constellations saw this, they would fall into madness. Lai, folding his hands in satisfaction, heard the system announce that the divine creature Best Hunting Time, in complete delight, declared that this was the talent that she had selected for Lai to become her supporter. The system notified that the snake deity wrapped around the world, nods its head and says that he is not even surprised. The system also reported that the midnight piercing owl divine constellation suspected lie and thought it was most appropriate. The system stated that the divine creation tiger, trapped in trials, is happy that his family member has become stronger. The system continued to notify that the gods observing Lai were reacting very strongly, noting that the constellations shared the gods' admiration. Li, looking at another system window that appeared, saw a notification that the divine constellation Gemini had shown great interest in one of its faces. Li was shocked after reading the notification from the system. Li, grinning maliciously, said in his thoughts that the constellation Gemini is called Castor in Pollux. Lowering his head slightly, Li wondered which Gemini constellation it was with a small grin. Turning around, Li noticed something in the sky. Li, frozen in place, continued to look up. Li, looking up, saw a rift from where two huge blue eyes were looking at him, after which the system reported that the divine creature Great Demon, pursuing the abyss, was reacting sharply, piercing the underworld with its gaze. The system also notified that the divine creation Great Demon, pursuing the abyss, is trying to reach Lai with its evil hands. Li, looking at his feet, saw the ground cracking like glass. Li, spreading his arms, fell into the collapsing darkness underground. Li, falling into darkness, wondered what could have happened, after which the system notified that the great demon deity pursuing the abyss was abducting Li to his divine lands. Flying some distance, Li landed at the bottom of a dark abyss. Li, looking around with a dissatisfied expression on his face, wondered what kind of place he was in, after which the system reported that the Viper Eye skill had been activated and was studying the area, noting a little later that the skill had ceased to function for unknown reasons. The system also notified that the Beast Sense skill had been activated and strained his senses, noting that the skill had also ceased to function. The system reported that the area of action Perfect Virtue had activated and was barely able to maintain Lai's state of mind and sanity. Li, standing in the darkness, wondered if this was truly divine territory and why the deity had brought him here. Li, turning his gaze, looked into the darkness until the system notified that Plez's gaze fell on Li. Plez, breaking the darkness, looked at Li with his fiery blue eyes. Lai, illuminated by the blue light of Plez, was under intense pressure, after which the system reported that the area of effective perfect valor was difficult to cope with. Plez, looking at Li with his fiery blue eyes, wondered who he was. Li, having lost part of his mind, did not remember who he was. Plez, showing part of his face, vaguely said, "You are therefore an abyss," to which, in turn, Li wondered in his thoughts what the therefore abyss could mean. The darkness was illuminated by a sudden flash of lightning. Li, covering his face, noticed how something landed, after which the system reported that the divine creation owl, piercing midnight, had fallen on the divine lands of Plez. Li, having come to his senses, looked at the newly arrived deity. Li looked at a tall girl with bright red hair who was holding a shield and a spear. Li wondered in his thoughts if she was by chance the goddess Minerva. Minerva, pointing her finger at Li, said that this was not the place for a mortal walking on the path of a hero, after which she told him to leave. Li, thrown into the air, flew into the resulting gap in space. Li, looking at the gods as he flew into a gap in space, watched as Plez warned Minerva not to stand in his way, to which she, in turn, reported that Plez's action violated the pact, noting that this man had no relationship with the one he is looking for. Li, leaving the space of the deity, saw how Minerva and Plez continued to discuss. The system notified that the connection with the Plio's space was forcibly severed. The system reported that lost information is being restored. The system reported that the gaming system was reconnected. Li, returning to the normal world, wondered what had even happened. The system reported that the divine creature is the best time to hunt in a frenzy and asks if everything is fine with the main character. The system also notifies that the divine creation of the serpent, wrapped around the world, asks how Li was able to bypass the cause and effect relationship. The system noted that the divine creature tiger, trapped in the test, was furious that he could lose a member of his family. Li, gritting his teeth, annoyed in his thoughts, said that he had been treated disgustingly. Li, standing in the midst of the flames, heard the system announce that Jigui's vessel had been activated. Frustrated, Li wondered in his thoughts what would happen if he completed strengthening his bones. Li, shrouded in dark energy, reported in his thoughts that he was unable to resist Mephistopheles, noting that he was still too weak and needed to surpass his former strength. Li, having grown wings made of dark energy, took off, after which he declared in his thoughts that first he would absorb everyone here. Li, flying over the ground, shrouded his eyes in darkness, after which the system reported that the Viper's Eye skill had discovered his first prey. Li, having flown some distance, noticed a flash of light. Flying closer, Lee noticed two unknown men fighting fiercely. Lee, looking at the girl shrouded in dark energy, said in his thoughts that this is young Yujin the magician, but the Crimson King is a master of his craft, and it seems that she is lagging behind when it comes to one-on-one battles. Lee, flying at full speed, said in his thoughts that he could not let her die now, since he was going to question her about the 7 secret manuscripts, after which the system reported that there were 19 hours, 36 minutes and 59 seconds left. Eugene, holding out her hand, was very annoyed by what was happening, after which the system reported that the divine being sad sobbing ghost was annoying because she kept wondering why Lee couldn't do something better when he had her powers. The system notifies that the divine being sad weeping ghost wants to find out if he is truly a blood relative of her comrade. Eugene, gritting her teeth, looked at her opponent, after which she stated in her thoughts that she needed to destroy this bastard and get to Haho's mask. Eugene, holding out her hand to use the spell, watched as her opponent approached her closer and closer, after which in her thoughts she reported that he was still attacking, repelling her attacks, as if reading them. Eugene, looking at the genie, gritting his teeth, declares in his thoughts that he is almost like a player trying to kill the Lord of Monsters. Eugene dodged a blow from Jinna wearing a golden helmet with horns. Jinna, standing behind the surprised Jean, said that thanks to her, the battle turned out to be exciting. Jinna grinned with a wrinkled face, and then said that as a reward, he would kill Jean and make her his vessel. Eugene turned around and was stunned by Jinna's speed. Eugene, having received a blow from a huge sword, screamed in pain. Jinna's blow sent Eugene towards the mountain with great speed and force. Eugene, having flown up the mountain, raised a strong cloud of dust. Jean, having broken through the rock of the mountain, lay covered in blood, suffering from pain. Eugene, her face bloodied, extended her hand to cast the spell. Eugene, while trying to cast a spell, heard the system report that the divine being sad sobbing ghost had risen from its place and was screeching. Eugene, before she could use the spell, saw Jinna in armor approaching her. Eugene's eyes showed the silhouette of Jinna approaching. In the reflection of Eugene's eyes, a black silhouette was visible, standing in the attacker's path. Jean saw that someone had deflected Jinna's blow with his helmet. Jinna, dissatisfied with this situation, stated that he knew Eugene's defender. Lee, completely shrouded in darkness, flew to Eugene's aid and then said that he still needed her. Lee, engulfing his sword in flames, struck upward with a powerful attack. Lee charged at Jinna, continuing to attack with fast and powerful strikes. Jinna, looking at Lee with a smile, declared that he had become stronger. Lee, with a mischievous grin on his face, told Jinna that things were a little more complicated than he thought. Lee, flying upward, continued to throw punches. Lee directly hit his opponent and knocked him back. Jinna, landing on the rock, wondered what Lee had done now. Lee, holding a sword and sliding across the rock, said that who would know what he just did. Jinna, looking at the confident Lee, said that he thought he had come from outside. Lee, standing on a stone, looked at Jinna, who stood above, and then wondered if he knew the structure of the ghouls' caves, to which, in turn, Jinna replied that he managed to endure the curse of that place, like the main character. Jinna, standing up and lowering his head a little, said that even if he went outside, he wouldn't stay there for more than one day, noting that no one would have become as strong as Lee in such a short period of time. Jinna also stated that he knows this firsthand. Jinna, smiling strongly, said that he must make Lee a member of his family, no matter what the cost. The genie, jumping high, swung to strike the standing Lee. Jinna, hitting past, split the earth. The genie, splitting the ground with his blow, almost hit the monsters standing there. The monsters, frightened by the situation, named the Genie King. The genie, laughing loudly, said that he could not even imagine that he would settle in the ghoul's cave like that. Jinna, having stopped laughing, said in his thoughts that he had once been a man. Jinna, remembering how he stood in front of the castle, leaning on his sword, said that his name was Jean, and he was the heir of the Frisia family. The genie, remembering what he looked like as a human, said that he could again continue his life as a warrior and fighter. The genie raised his sword and stuck it into the ground. Leaning on his sword, Jin said that this was very exciting, noting that he was at a disadvantage, since he had spent a lot of his strength in the battle with Jean. A fairly exhausted genie looked towards Lee with a small smile, and then wondered what he was going to do to entertain him this time. Lee, standing on a hill, took out 2 swords and prepared to attack the Jin. Lee, shrouded in flames and darkness, froze in place. Lee, standing still, turned the ground into magma as a huge tiger appeared from the darkness above him with his mouth open. Lee raised his hand and was about to strike while the system reported that the monarch's first claw skill was activated. Lee, jumping high, directed the darkness towards the genie with a blow. The genie, gritting his teeth, picked up the block. Genie's face scrunched up in pain from being hit by concentrated darkness. The genie closed his eyes and screamed in pain from the blow he received. Lee, leaning forward a little, swung the sword shrouded in darkness to strike again, after which the system reported that the ability of the second claw of the Dark Mountain Monarch had appeared. Turning back, the genie was surprised by what he saw. Looking back, the genie saw a huge tiger made entirely of darkness heading towards him. Genie's face was illuminated by darkness. The darkness, reaching the genie, glowed with a bright purple light. After such a strong impact, dust rose everywhere. The genie, peeking out from behind a cloud of dust, stood as if nothing had happened. Much battered, the genie wondered what kind of blow it was. Lee, glancing at Jin, grinned a little and then said that it was a blow from a tiger claw. The genie, decomposing before his eyes, laughed hard at the name of Lee's blow, after which he said that such a name was very suitable. Lee, holding out his hand, absorbed the soul and body of the Jin, after which the system reported that he had received a huge part of his power. Lee, holding his hand up, sucked in the remnants of Jin's soul, after which the system reported that he had successfully obtained the properties of Beiwi, noting that Lee had defeated the last Beiwi and could now choose the next one. Lee, removing the remnants of darkness from his body, completely took the soul of the Jin, after which the system announced that the one he chose as a candidate would become a member of his family. After what the system said, Lee wondered in his thoughts whether he could make him a member of his family. Lee, smiling maliciously in his thoughts, said that he could create a faithful slave for himself. In Lai's mind, a three-eyed Beiwi with fangs and engulfed in flames appeared. The system notified him that Beiwi is a mystical creature, known for having absorbed the royal tiger disaster in the past, had a vile character and sometimes tests the strength of its owner, but as soon as the owner achieves the creature's favor, he began to show unsurpassed devotion. Lee's lips curled in anticipation at the fact that he could make a Beiwi a member of the family, which meant that he could create a loyal slave. Lai thought as he imagined the constellations of the zodiacs, the territory of the White Tiger clan and the crowd of people, he needed the assistance of the organization if he wanted to rise in the hierarchy, like the 12 zodiacs or the ruler of the abyss, because if the organization increased and its members were gods and constellations, then it would become a society. The projection of the Beiwi was formed from the energy coming out of Lee's back, while Lee himself, stroking his chin with his hand, he thought that the absorbed properties of the Beiwi had reached a critical point, which is why he became incorporeal. Lee imagined Jayaval in the place of his future Beiwi, wondering if he should first make sure that he had no other motives and then start giving him some of his experience points, stroking his chin. Lee still did not dare. Lee opened his eyes, remembering that he did not increase his level so quickly, and all because he could not decide on a deity, and besides, he had Jewel. Lee glanced to the side, abandoning his idea. Lee remembered standing on a hill strewn with the corpses of his comrades and enemies with many weapons stuck in the ground. Lee remembered the face of the deceased Lidak, the way he sat on his knees and bent over Lidak's body grieved. He was already experienced enough to understand where he could get to alone. Returning from his memories, Lee stopped thinking, making a decision. The Beiwi projection bared its teeth at Lee below him. Lee lowered his hand with a serious look. Looking forward, he said that he was choosing the Scarlet King of Murders as his Beiwi. The projection of the Beiwi began to dissolve, as did all the energy in it. Soon half of the Beiwi's face dissolved, and the smooth and clean face of a golden-haired guy appeared from under it. After the entire projection of the Beiwi dissolved, the figure of a guy with golden hair, with a red cape of a king, appeared. He said that he would never have thought that he would awaken like this, after which he asked if Lee wanted to make him a member of his family. Lee looked at the king, mentally noting the strength. He asked him if he could make him his family. The king opened his eyes, looking at Lee with his pink pupils, saying that there was no rule prohibiting this. After all, this is a ghoul's cave in which the winner takes all, and Lee won, so he takes him, that's all. The king looked at Lai, saying that Lai's calling as his master remained with him. Lee, looking at the king, realized that the king did not intend to do this. This made Lee think about the peace that the king wanted. The king opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise when Lee walked past him, saying that he would let him go. Lee turned around, looking at the king and asking if he wanted to go home. The king looked at Lee in shock and asked what he was talking about. Lee summoned the flames by engulfing his entire body in it, saying that he wouldn't say meaningless things like being loyal to him, so he just had to follow him. Lee didn't promise that he would take him home now, but sooner or later we'll take you away. Lee's lips curled into a smile as he swore by the flames burning on him. The king chuckled as he asked Lee the reason why he should trust him. Lee, folding his arms on his chest, stood opposite the king, saying that it is better to do something just like that than to do something under control, and if he has hope, then he will be less irritated. The king grabbed his head, his lips stretching into a wide smile as he called Lee a weirdo. The king looked at the sky and put his hands behind his back, saying that he was sure that leaving here was better than staying here in captivity. The king looked at Lai with a faint smile and warned him, saying that he was not the submissive type and he hated being controlled. Lee smiled faintly at the king's words. The king looked at Lee as his hair fluttered in the wind, saying that the more he got to know Lee, the stranger he seemed to him, which is why Lee is so interesting. The king, whose legs were covered in golden armor, knelt before Lai. The king, on bended knee, stood in front of Lee with his hands folded on his chest and began to recite the oath of allegiance, as if he were asking the Lord who gave him freedom to give him a new name so that under it he could serve him. Lee's hair fluttered in the wind. Looking at the king, he gave him the name Jean Frisius. Jean's eyes widened in shock. Jean began to remember his life, how his ancestor, dressed in golden armor, sat on the throne. He was the heir of the illustrious descendant of the powerful Frisia family. Jean began to get up when the ground beneath him began to glow brightly, but without paying any attention to this, he only said that he had met a strange gentleman. Jean straightened up, looking upward as a bright light began to illuminate his face. The system notified Lee that he had named a member of his family, who would henceforth be his sword and protection. Jean looked down at Lee, who was covering his eyes, asking what his first order would be. Jean grabbed the spear thrown by Lee. Lee looked at Jean with a smile on his face and told him to take his spear. Jean opened his eyes wide when he heard the order of Lai standing in front of him. Lai ordered to destroy all the guiding ghosts behind Jean. Jean's lips stretched into a nervous smile, because just a moment ago they were his subordinates, and Lee wanted him to kill them with his own hands. Jean in his thoughts called Lee an eccentric, who turned out to be more interesting than he thought. Jean turned his head back, looking at the guiding ghosts behind him, saying that this would be enough to check his condition. The system notified Lee about Jean's current class. It was a Biwi, and the level was 1. The system advised him to reach level 10 and receive an increased rank. The guiding ghosts standing below shuddered, some clenched their teeth from tension, and some opened their mouths from shock. Jean frowned at the monsters, his pupil glowing brightly as the bloodlust was released from his body. Jean jumped off the edge of the cliff into the crowd of monsters, his red cape opening wide like a parachute as he flew. Jean landed, shattering the ground beneath him, causing fragments to scatter in different directions. A wild smile appeared on Jean's face, some of the veins on his forehead and face bulging with his anticipation. The system notified that a member of the Jean family was releasing the main art of the Frisian spear. Rushing through the crowd, Jean cut the bodies of the ghosts into pieces, leaving behind only a red trail of energy. Lee, standing on the edge of the cliff, watched as dark energy began to flow into the back of Jean, who was running towards the crowd of ghosts. At this time the crowd of ghosts screamed, asking their king why he was killing them. Suddenly Lee's eyes suddenly turned black, his pupil realized the color, and he turned his head to the side, deciding to deal with another problem. Lee looked at Eugene lying on the ground. Her teeth were clenched and her burgundy hair was disheveled. Almost her entire body was covered in dark energy. Lee, on whose body flashes of dark energy appeared, began to approach Eugene. The system notified him that the forked eye of the tiger had noticed her. But Lee himself did not pay attention to this, deciding to find out about the 7 scriptures of H-San. Lee looked at the system window with his blackened eye, which notified him of the deity, a sadly crying ghost who looked at him with hostility and cursed him. Soon, many messages from the system appeared, notifying Lee about the deity, a sadly crying ghost, who frightened him that he would choose a new follower to finish him off. The system also notified how he was biting his nails while looking at him. Then the system notified about the deity during the hunt, which screamed, "The deity sadly crying ghost," so that she leaves because she makes a lot of noise. Lee, with folded hands, watched the resulting chat and the whole ridiculous situation. The system also notified Lee about the deity of the snake entwining the world, who says that she is very beautiful and scolds her. Lee looked to the side calling Harold. Lee stood motionless with his hands folded on his chest and waited for an answer which did not come. Instead, a system alert sounded notifying him of the deity during the hunt, which rolled its eyes and asked if this cowardly man was still around. Lee closed his eyes, notifying the herald of his knowledge of his location and his observation of him, at which point the system notified the deity of the time of the hunt, claiming that this ugly coward was definitely not here. Lee turned his head with his eyes wide open. He was angry and said that if Harold did not show up, he would refuse any trade. Suddenly, the dark sky lit up with a bright light from the appearance of a huge amount of divine metal. Lee looked at the gates formed from cubes of divine metal when suddenly a voice from Harold came from inside, saying that the leader of the dungeon was forbidden to directly interfere. The fat Harold could barely squeeze through the newly formed portal made of divine metal. He complained about the elders who continued to find fault with him. The plump Harold landed with difficulty on the ground from his weight on the ground under him. Upon landing, cracks appeared in the system at this time. The deity was notified of the time of the hunt, which was amazed at how Harold was able to crawl out of the gate. The system alerted Lee to the deity of the serpent entwining the world, who asked Harold if he was truly a god. When another system notification arrived, notifying the deity of a sadly crying ghost who was watching and grumbling, Lee approached the herald, expressing his desire to block these notifications. The herald screamed in fear after hearing what he heard. His eyes and mouth opened wide. He could not believe that an ordinary mortal wanted to do this with the messages of the gods. Lee, gesturing with his hand, stood opposite the worried herald, saying that he did not want to see them and, if necessary, he was even ready to pay with part of his achievement points. Unexpectedly, after his words, 3 system windows instantly appeared, notifying Lee about the deities during the hunt, which said that this was funny. while rolling on the floor. The deity of the snake entwining the world said that the sadly crying ghost was now going to the ban. The snake was clearly anticipating this, slapping its tail on the ground, and only the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, simply laughed mockingly, throwing back its head. Lee glanced at the system windows above him and then asked if there was some kind of prohibition against this. Lee turned sharply to the profusely sweating Harold, who was trying to express the reason for his disagreement, but Lee, realizing that there was no prohibition as such, told Harold to hurry up. Harold's 4 teeth clenched with tension, sweat flowed down his rounded face, but internally Harold was no longer nervous, but was overly irritated by the behavior of Lee, who, in his opinion, wanted to impress someone. Harold shuddered, the sweat dripping from his face increased, and he himself became nervous because of his thought of lying and saying that Lee's request was against the rules. But Harold immediately abandoned this idea, because if this was revealed during the inspection, he would be punished even more. Unexpectedly, Lie's pupils shrank when the system alert came about the deity Great Demon chasing the abyss who was looking down. For a while, Lie's entire body felt a terrifying pressure. Harold frowned, turning his head. He could not believe the reality of what was happening. Lee felt true fear, but was still able to turn his head and look to the side, wondering what the demon chasing the abyss was going to do. At this time, in the dimension of the cursed scroll, the clouds in the sky parted. From a gap in the sky, a huge eye appeared, at which a creature with demonic wings and the same body was looking. The system notified Lee about the deity, a sadly crying ghost who raised his head high at the will of absolute evil. The huge head of Plez appeared in the sky. His eyes glowed brightly as he looked at the deity below. The system also alerted the deity to the great demon chasing the abyss, who watched indifferently. Suddenly, the deity sadly crying ghost released all his divine power, which covered his body. The ghost itself opened its mouth wide in fear, and its pupils shrank to the size of a pea. The system notified the deity sadly crying ghost, who held his power in panic. Plus parted the clouds with his body, extending his hand towards the god of ghosts. The system notified about the deity a great demon pursuing the abyss, which reached out after the gaze. Harold and Lee simultaneously raised their heads up, worriedly looking at the dark clouds, in which lightning began to appear, and some parts of the sky completely got rid of the clouds and sunlight illuminated the space. At this time, the deity during the hunt, whose neck was covered with scales and red armor was put on her body, stood motionless, amazed by what she saw. Even the system reported that she was shocked by what she saw. Even Jormungandr stood motionless while his beard hung from his lower jaw, the system notifying the silence of the god of the serpent entwining the world. But Huju tensed at what he saw, his jaw clenched, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. The system notified him of his silence. Harold and Lee looked at the sky with some wariness. Harold was also scared, but no longer expressed his emotions much because of the shock. Suddenly, Harold and Lee, who were looking at the sky, noticed how the clouds in the sky began to disperse at great speed. A moment later, 2 system notifications arrived, notifying Lee of the great demon deity stalking the abyss, who shook his hand slightly and looked down again, beginning to say that he had gotten rid of the parasite and now Lee could continue to go about his business. Harold and Lee stopped looking at the sky, both of them feeling shocked and embarrassed by the system alerts they had read. Harold began to calm down as he exhaled, his pupil dilating due to his over-relaxation. The Herald closed his eyes and pulled his hand with his staff to the side, causing the energy to swirl around him, and said that as soon as Lee called him, his calmness immediately disappeared, and since it was all over, he decided to leave. A moment later, Harold turned into a stream of golden energy and entered a golden portal formed from cubes of divine metal. Lee stood watching this happen while system notifications notified him of Minerva's exhalation and the deity's interest in one of the twins' faces. In Lie's spiritual space, the image of Jean appeared, grinning and looking in his direction, calling him a demon. Lee turned his head to look at the wounded Chan, whose clothes were torn in many places and her blood splashed on the ground. Lee looked at Chan's frightened face, which was stained with blood, realizing that she was delirious. The fire on Lee's body flared as he said with a smile on his face that there was no point in torturing Jiang anymore. Over the mountain range where the skirmish of the gods had just taken place, the wind was still raging, scattering the clouds in the sky. Blood, along with a red arc of energy, sprayed out in all directions. Lee, holding the blade in his hand, looked around at the same time moving away from the place where he had just killed Chan. Lee furrowed his eyebrows and his lips curled into a faint smile as he walked and thought about the place where the 5th of Hsan's 7 secret scriptures was hidden. He couldn't believe that the White Tiger clan wanted to miss such an opportunity. Jean was sitting on one of the former pedestals. His cloak fluttered due to the wind even when he was sitting. At the foot of the pedestal, the bodies of deceased guiding ghosts were visible. Jean, who was sitting holding a spear, said that he had killed everyone, and also about his surprise after learning the power of the ghosts. At this time, Lai received a system alert about a member of the Jan family who had completely captured the 2nd floor and that his current level was 4. Lai smiled when he heard Jan's words. He said that it was not surprising that he was unable to capture the third with the ghost's floor. Li raised his hand and enveloped it in dark energy. Jin asked Li to come if he was finished, because he had something to show him. Li agreed, saying that he would be there soon. Li stretched out his hand, starting to absorb dark energy with a satisfied smile on his face. The system notified Li about the activation of the soul extortion power skill. At the moment when all the energy from Chan's body began to leave and be absorbed by Li, the system notified Li that he had collected the ashes of Chan's player and discovered the power of the Song of Hellfire without an owner. The system informed Li of his use of the purifying flame to burn away the remains of this power and level up, which was the effect of the first form of the end of the world flame. Li lowered his hand, looking at the streams of energy circling around him. The system notified the discovery of a new achievement. Because he was a Jigui who absorbed the sulfur flame, the effect of the achievement gave 20 points in the element of fire. The next system window showed full information about the achievement called Jigui Fi. It had a title category, and the effect was the sulfur flame of the end of the world, the origin of the disaster. Lai called up a system window with his status. A system window listing his divine name, connection, deity, class, and level appeared in the air. Li pushed off the ground a second later and jumped, heading towards Jin. A small explosion of energy occurring on the ground due to his jump. Li flew into the sky, spreading his wings of flame and dark energy. Instantly, Lai's body dissolved, turning into a pink line of energy, at the end of which a star burned brightly. Li flew at full speed into the city that Jin had previously ruled. Li looked to the side when he heard Jin's voice calling him. Li stopped and flew into one of the buildings, starting to land. Li bent his legs into a crouch for a smoother landing, his landing sending dust flying in all directions. Li, from whose body there was a dark flame coming out, looked at Jin, asking about the thing he saw. Jin, who was sitting on the pedestal, turned his head towards Lai along with the 3 transformed red-skinned demons standing at the pedestal. Jin said that what Lai gave him was very exciting. Jin, looking at Li, smiled, saying that it was easier for him to show than to explain. Jin extended his hand, ordering him to wake up. Suddenly, the pupils of the deceased guiding demons lit up. Some of them began to rise. The system notified that Jin's ability to revive the ghoul had been activated. Li looked at the red-skinned demons and asked what kind of creatures they were. Jin looked at the ghosts aside, saying that he didn't know, but he thought it could work. He tried it, and yes, it worked. It worked the same way as when he was the Scarlet King assassin. Li folded his arms on his chest, looking together with Jin at the ghosts. Li asked to explain in more detail. Jin, sitting on a pedestal looking at the ghosts, asked if he knew that the ghouls in this cave were idiots, watched by the starlight. Soon, when all the guiding ghosts were on their feet, Jin said that the people who came here became one of the ghouls, losing their essence, but the Bewi was the same. The smile disappeared from Jin's face as he looked at the ghouls and said that the effectiveness of his ability was significantly lower compared to when he was a ghoul because there was a limit to how much essence he could absorb. Li turned his head to Jin, asking about his limit. Jin extended his hand to the side, saying that he could resurrect those he killed like puppets, but if he tried to make them move. Suddenly, the bodies of the ghosts began to evaporate, turning into ashes. The system notified that the activation of the ability had ceased and that the revived ghouls had lost their magical power and ceased to exist. Li stood with his arms folded across his chest, the fiery wings attached to his back wiggling as he watched the ghouls' smoldering body, contemplating their destruction. Jin glanced at the 3 red-skinned demons with horns, saying that he could barely revive one after absorbing the energy of hundreds of ghouls. The first demon was a ghoul with huge horns on his head and a skinny body. The system notified Li about him. His name was Pumpkin. He was the natural enemy of tigers, and also one who did not receive damage from sharp blades like spears and swords. The second demon was a stocky and large ghoul with 2 pairs of horns. A system window with a description immediately appeared in front of him. His name was Bamboo Cow. He was also the natural enemy of tigers who lived in the bamboo forest and had enormous strength. The third demon had 2 pairs of horns on his head. His lower jaw was missing. A system window with his description appeared in front of him. His name was Bo. Just like the 2 demons before him, he was the natural enemy of tigers. His feature was incredible flexibility. Li closed his eyes as he listened to the 3 notifications that came from the system. Having informed him about the deity during the hunt, who expressed her opinion that dubious families are worse than their absence. Jormungandr was interested in what features they possessed in the form of a new life form, and Minerva said that they were rightfully members of the Lai family. Li opened his eyes to Jin, asking if these demons were useful, while at the same time Li wondered if the demons had levels from the death of the physical body and soul. Li lowered his hands and looked at the demons when Jin, sitting above, asked him if Li wanted to see their strength. Having received an affirmative answer, Jin smiled and ordered the demons to awaken because they were heading to the 3rd floor. He advised them to try their best while their master was looking at them, and if they turned out to be useless, only death awaited them. Pumpkin immediately rushed from his place, accepting the order. The bamboo cow also moved after Jean's order. The bow bent slightly, preparing to rush forward. Jean came down from the pillar and with a smile on his face told Lee to come with him. 3 red demons of various shapes ran at full speed through the mountainous terrain. The system notified them of the entrance to the 3rd floor. 3 demons summoned by Jean held various weapons in their hands, killing everyone who came across them on the way. The system notified them of their breakthrough through the 1st department. After some time, a huge explosion occurred in the fortress in the 2nd section, throwing people outside the fortress. The system notified that the 2nd section had been conquered, and at that moment the system notified Jean, who announced that he would capture the 6th section. Jean, holding his spear, stood motionless looking forward. Lee stood on a stone ledge behind Jean, his fiery wings still not disappeared, and in his hand he held a sword. The system notified Lee of a low-level guard who had successfully planted a flag at the endpoint of the 9th department. Lee smiled, looking at the system alerts about receiving experience points. These points were not enough for him, considering that they captured all the camps, but still, making Jean a member of his family was a great idea. Lee folded his arms on his chest and turned to Jean, who was standing next to him. Putting his hands behind his back, Lee asked Jean if the Azure King, the killer he was talking about, was in this mansion in front of them. Jean smiled, saying that technically this mansion was a real gateway to the 3rd floor. Now there were no low-level ghouls there, but it was full of scarlet ghosts, which could make their meeting difficult. Lee, with a barely noticeable smile, asked Jean if he had already managed to oppress the Azure King's killer. Jean glanced at the Chinese-style mansion, saying that such was the difference in their abilities. After that, Jean turned his gaze to Lee, suggesting that they agree that the monsters he created were useful. The flames on Lee's back fluttered while he smiled on his face about the ease of fighting in pairs. The system notified him of the remaining time in the dungeon. A shadow covered half of Lee's face while he smiled and thought that if this Jean was the same Frisius he knew, then he had hit the jackpot. Lee remembered the coat of arms of the Frisian family from Arcadia. It was a Chinese golden dragon. Lee knew that divine blood flowed in the veins of the Frisian family. Lee remembered the members of the Frisian family. They were all dressed in royal robes and red capes that were the hallmark of the family. They were all outstanding martial artists, swordsmen and strategists. An entire nation was afraid of just one family. This made him wonder the reason why Jean was here. Lee's mouth opened slightly as he glanced at Jean, thinking that he might have touched the mysterious sculpture, hoping to proclaim victory over the other heirs. Lee remembered the image of Junho looking at him. He wondered how he would ward off the spirits of the soldiers if he encountered Junho. Lee's slightly open mouth closed. Instead, his lips stretched back into a weak smile. He thought that as long as Jean was with him, he didn't need to worry about anything. Lee extended his hand. An ice crystal appeared above Lee's open palm. Lee told Jean that the demons he created were really useful, but now he had better finish all the preparations. The system notified Lee that he had taken out the crystal of the breath of the King of Frost. Jean turned around and looked at the crystal floating above Lee's hand, asking if it was an ice crystal. Lee looked at Jean puzzled, wondering if there were such crystals in the cave since he knew them, but Jean calmly answered, saying that his family was quite famous in Arcadia and of course he had seen all the existing treasures. If you look closely at the ice crystal, you could notice the energy that it released, while the system notified the time of the hunt about the deity, who smacked her lips at the sight of the ice crystal. Jean said that divine energy emanates from the crystal, after which he asked Lee where he took out this crystal. Before Lee had time to answer, the system notified Jormungand, who claimed that he would like to examine the object. Lee extended his hand with the crystal to Jean, telling him to take the crystal because he was sure that he knew how to deal with it. Jean's eyes widened in shock at Lee's words. A moment later, Jean threw his head back and began to laugh loudly, saying that he had never met such an amusing gentleman. Lee, around whose head the flames were writhing, looking at Jean, simply told him to consider him crazy. Mentally, Lee told himself that he would give a reinforced bone. But this was impossible, since Jigwe was not here, because Lee was sure that the hereditary methods of the Frisians were much more effective than his. After Jean grabbed the crystal, the energy of the crystal began to rage, being released from the crystal, but Jean, not paying attention to this, reminded Lee of how he said that it would be difficult for him to recognize him as his master. And even after this title would not mean anything to him, Jean asked why he gave him such an expensive thing. Lee's hair blew in the wind as he said with a smile on his face that he was not a fool for wanting to be a loyal member of his family. Jean, looking at Lee, smiled and asked Lee if he really intended to give him the crystal. A wild smile appeared on Lee's face as he looked at Jean and asked if he wanted the crystal. Jean picked up the crystal with his mouth wide open and said that, of course, he wants this crystal. It's just surprising to him how stupid Lee really was. Jean completely swallowed the ice crystal, after which the energy in the area began to gather and approach Jean. The system also notified that Jean had absorbed the breath of the King of Frost. Lee stood, motionless, watching as all the energy swirled, forming a tornado around Jean. The system at this time notified Lee of the cold air settling in Jean's body, the fusion of cold and danger, as well as the granting of the element of cold to Jean. When all the energy began to slowly dissipate, the system notified Lee about one of the twins, who expressed his great interest in what was happening. Soon all the energy dissipated, showing the figure of Jean, dressed in blue armor and a newly acquired helmet with a huge two-handed sword thrown over her shoulder. The system notified about the complete assimilation of the crystal and the opening of a new achievement that gave plus 15 points to the element of cold and 10 points of affection. While Jean in his new image looked at Lee, the system announced the evolution of Jean into the Ice Dead and the creation of a new blizzard ability. Jean's lips stretched into a wide smile when he said that he felt refreshed. The system notified Lee about the creation of a new ability, Permafrost at 0 degrees. This ability was created by Jean. Jean swung his blade, striking the ground. From the impact of his blade, ice began to spread on the ground. The system notified Lee that Jean had activated her ability Permafrost at 0 degrees. Spikes created from ice began to approach the Azure King Slayer's mansion. Soon the ice crashed into the high walls of the mansion and began to envelop and spread throughout the entire mansion. Jean smiled expectantly, saying that the Azure King killer had probably just wet himself. Cold steam rose from all parts of the Azure Slayer King's mansion, and the system timer showed Lie's remaining time. Jean stuck his blade in front of the blue-skinned orc sitting on the ground. The Azure King clenched his jaws and looked at Jean with his rounded eyes, asking if he had switched over to the man and become his dog. Jean, holding his sword with one hand, leaned towards the Azure King, saying that he was right. The Azure King extended his hand and began to shout, asking Jean to wait and stop. Jean swung his sword, cutting off the head of the Azure Dragon. Jean looked towards Lee while the system notified the King's killer about the murder of the Azure monster. Jean told Lee that they definitely could not talk to the Azure Dragon, because he probably wanted to say some nonsense. The flames burned brightly in the night. Suddenly 3 system windows appeared in the sky, notifying Lee that he had conquered the 10th section, as well as that he had defeated one of the 4 heads of the 3rd floor, which caused his name to spread throughout the Ghoul Cave. His fame increased by 15 points. Lee stood engulfed in flames, holding a blade in each hand, reading the notification that he had received 1,000 karma points and that many cave lords were watching him. Jean barely smiled, looking at Lee and said that only he worked while Lee enjoyed all the rewards. Jean rushed inside the mansion with his sword at the ready. Lee, standing at the top of the pillar, watched as ice suddenly appeared throughout the estate. Lee frowned when a system notification sounded, notifying him of the end of his stay. The analysis of the day showed the expert statistics. A moment later, the system told Lee to return to reality. Lee glanced at one of the notifications that had arrived, wondering about the level of the expert. A second later, the system notified him of the reward that had been given to him. It turned out to be the ability to sense the properties of a cruel dragon. The fire around Lie's eyes began to dissolve and the voice of Jaival was heard calling him. When Lee stood in front of the group of people again, his wings of flame finally dissipated. One of the guys in the crowd shouted, asking Lee what he did to the head of the clan. Lee glanced towards the guy, a little surprised by his behavior. Suddenly, Jean, dressed in blue armor, appeared behind Lee. Dark energy began to manifest around Lee's cloak as he ordered Jan to kill everyone. Jean looked at the crowd in front of him and happily decided to complete the task. At the sight of the fierce battle, many corpses could be seen. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Jean froze in one position. At that moment, the system notified him of the capture of the Winter Palace. Turning around, the main character stated that he needed to look somewhere, adding that because of this he would go first. With his hands in his pockets, Lee stood in front of the entrance to some room. The system notified him that he had entered the guest house of the Winter Palace. Wary, the main character was mired in his own thoughts. His gaze was directed at the silhouette of a man who was sitting on the throne. The body of the unknown person was shrouded in snow. Approaching him, extending his hand, Lee noted that he looked ugly. Suddenly, the unknown person's head disappeared. The system reported that soul extortion had been activated, noting that the purification flames were burning the body of the Frost King. Clumps of powerful aura were shrouded in a bright purple glow. Hanging his head in thought, Lee noted that the Ice King reminded him of him who had fallen from Arcadia. The system notified him that the remaining ash had been completely collected. Staring into space and continuing to think, the main character declared that the Ice King was not a fake. Noticing the letter lying nearby, Lee wondered what it was. In the depths of the place, which was covered with snow, someone's piercing scream was heard. Baring his teeth, the stranger continued to scream. The system revealed that it was a monster named Great General of the Frost King, adding that it activated the Tundra ability. Having enveloped her body in streams of energy, Chea froze in one position. The system stated that the T-player activated the Create Demonic Sanctuary ability. A powerful surge of ice magic appeared in front of the guys' faces. Chea landed on the ground and slammed her foot down. Frowning, the great general stated that she was strong, noting that he usually ignores all intruders since most of them are weak, adding that he recognizes her. Seeing how Chea clutched the weapon in her hands, the great general wondered what her rank was on the outside, asking if she was their king. Horrified, Chea was amazed that the great general distinguished between the dungeon and the rest of the world, being a monster. By creating a powerful magical seal, she ordered him to die. After the attack was carried out, an explosion occurred in the area of the fight. Watching the stunned Chea, the great general noted that even with such power, she is not a king. Raising his sword, he declared that he did not understand people. While on the floating monster, the great general noted that if she is not the king, then she has no right to fight him. Baring his teeth, he said that he simply wanted to kill their king because they killed him. Further, he declared that he would kill all the people here and those who would come later. Beside himself with rage, the great general cried out that he would kill everyone outside, and would continue to kill until their king came. Then, the system reported that a sudden task killer of the king had been created. After which, the system told about the king's killer, indicating that the category was sudden. She went on to give details, stating that the great general of King Frost, who reigns over the mountains of the abominable snowman, swore an oath in the name of the dead king that his wrath would not subside as long as the king of men lived, adding that his power as the king of Frost, the king's order became the general's order and belongs to the general. Further, the system reported that the general's anger has gone beyond this world and is affecting reality, adding that from now on he must stop all the Bigfoot, including the great general, noting that otherwise he will bring misfortune to reality. Further, the system told the main character about the conditions of the task, which are that he needs to organize a raid on the great general and destroy all the snowmen, noting that if they fail, they are in danger of having the dungeon scrapped, and if successful, the dungeon will close and he will receive the general's great sword. From what she heard, Chea was shocked. An image of a dungeon being broken, causing people to start screaming in horror, appeared in her mind. Turning to Chea with a worried expression, Yongjun stated that they must defeat him at all costs, adding that he could not be allowed to escape. Smirking, Jung said that he would take care of it, adding that he was the strongest. Smiling maliciously, the squad leader suggested that the guys get rid of him at once, wondering how they had managed to still not defeat the middle boss. The guy noticed that this was so, calling the three commanders a shame. Clenching his fist, Jung tried to find out what they were doing, declaring that he would be the one to deal with the enemy, ordering them to go somewhere else. The guy, in turn, said that Jung would be able to defeat him as their enemy was wounded. Suddenly, the ground under the guy's feet began to shake. Wary, Chea said that she would not be able to hold the spell for long, adding that she would support them with magical blows so that the three of them would defeat it. Due to an unimaginably strong push, the guys jumped. Looking at the angry Wuan, Chea announced that she was leaving the air battle to them. Holding his blade out in front of him, Wyan shouted that he would attack from the ground. At that moment, he applied the 10,000 songs technique. After the blow was struck, Wuan's opponents flew to the side. Looking at the huge army, Wuan declared that there was no end to them. With a face full of anxiety, he said that there were more and more of them, adding that they needed to think. Suddenly, an angry monster appeared behind Wuan. He was shocked by what he saw. With lightning speed, Heben rushed to attack. The system notified her that she had unlocked the Storm Run ability, adding that the Storm God's blade would be stronger upon impact due to the acceleration. Stunned, Wuyan watched as Hyabin unleashed a series of colossally powerful attacks on the monster. Particles of the monster's body scattered in different directions. The system stated that the lightning from the Lightning God's blade was flashing furiously. With a worried expression on her face, Hyabin turned to Wuyong and asked him to pull himself together, wondering how he survived the other dungeons. Upset, Wuyong said that Hyabin is better than him, saying that his father gave her these two blades and artifacts that are worth more than 100 billion, adding that he loves his granddaughter more than his son. Taken aback, Heben froze in one position. The system reported that the deity hunting season was showering her with enthusiasm for her talent for hunting. Further, the system reported the words of the deity hunting season, who wondered why it did not recognize such a talent from the very beginning. The system stated that the hunting season deity was asking if Hyabin was willing to train because such an opportunity might not come again. The stranger's face showed gills that were located near his ears. Taken aback in her thoughts, Hyabin wondered who it was. Continuing to think, she noted her interest in whether Li was familiar with this god. The system notified her of the words of the deity Nameless Giant, who thinks that it would be unnecessary for her to be interested in another god. A crowd of zombies can be seen approaching. Li confidently fights his way through them, swinging his sword. A girl is watching this carnage. Li frowns, looking extremely serious and focused. It sounds like the girl's master acted in the same way. She looks at the man carefully. There is a pink flash behind the girl as she thrusts her sword forward. The system reports that the deity Time of the Hunt opened his mouth at the incredible ability of this girl. The monsters find themselves pierced with a sword and blood pours out of them when the girl is already galloping further, waving her weapon. and the system notifies that the deity Time of the Hunt, of course, is amazed by her extraordinary abilities, but is still worried that she may make a mistake due to inexperience. The girl is struggling. From her blows, absolute magic sparkles again, which is why the deity Time of the Hunt's eyes sparkle, which the system notifies. The girl smiles slightly as she realizes that Pablsag is reacting to every action she makes. Several girls are depicted, whose faces are not visible. They look happy. One of them turns to Heben, asking her if she knitted this scarf herself. She thinks it's incredible. Another girl asks Heben to knit a lovely scarf for her too, saying that it's unfair that she only gave it to one of them. The third girl claims that it will be her birthday the other day and also wants Heben to knit her a scarf. While everything around the girl sparkles because of her sword and magical powers, tears sparkle in her eyes because, as it turns out, she really misses those girls who, apparently, were her friends. The system, in turn, reports that a lightning storm is breaking out. Heben confidently breaks through the dazzling magical waves. The monsters are suddenly overtaken by the full power of this incredible girl, and they seem to be burning in her magic, screaming in pain and horror. The system notifies that due to its lightning, a significant number of Sasquatch and Sasquatch pterodactyls are unable to fight. Heben seems to be extremely serious. Pink lightning flies around her as messages come in from the system that due to a strong storm, the snow pterodactyls are unable to fly and are falling to the ground. The system notices that player Heben is acting out. The deity Time of the Hunt, in turn, does not hesitate to demonstrate his boundless joy. A huge snowman in reliable armor addresses the other creatures, insulting them, and tells them to first deal with the restless Heben, and the system warns that a monster called the Great General of the Ice King has paid attention to the player Heben. The girl stands, looking at the approaching horde of snow people on their same snow pterodactyls, while her hair flutters in the wind and snowflakes fall on her. The system notifies that the Bigfoot are concentrating their attacks on the player Heben. The already familiar balls of Agni fly towards her, shining with a fiery color and gradually cracking. The young man closes his eyes, holding in his hand a book with notes shining in it. He picks up the book, sticking his other hand out to the side, and magical waves appear while Heben stands nearby, his mouth open in surprise. The system reports that player Shin has activated the Ouroboros formula ability and created a temporary trap. Everything begins to explode violently around these two players. The young man shouts Sio's name as the system notifies that the snake deity coiling the world claims to have found a useful ability for his family member and rattles his tail angrily. A maximally determined Sio puts her weapon behind her shoulder, telling the young man to leave it to her. Sio extends his hand forward, where a green shield is visible, and the system reports that Sio's player has activated the Tower Strike ability. She stopped in confusion in front of the green shield when the system reported that she did not have enough strength and energy. The irritated young man asks what the girl is doing and claims that the shield has not changed at all. He wonders how they will defeat all these monsters. Sio responds by saying that she just didn't eat well today and spent a lot of energy. A person with long white hair is depicted, from whose raised hand magic is formed, and the system reports that the deity owl, piercing the dim light, expresses its admiration for the spirit of the girl and blesses her. Sio, amazed by this action, looks up in surprise as the owl's magic envelops her, piercing the dim light, and the system notifies that her strength and energy have been fully restored. Joyful Sio smiles contentedly with all her teeth and sincerely thanks the goddess while the system says that the Jita effect has been activated. The shield is covered with golden magic and begins to increase in size. It has become absolutely gigantic, and it seems that the people standing below are amazed by this picture. Decisive Sio declares that she can now move into battle, because now she is ready, and the system reports that the ability to attack the tower is rushing out. Pterodactyls hit huge walls and fall to the ground. Heben watches everything that happens in amazement. The young man, turning to the girl, calls her a student, urging her to act. She immediately becomes extremely focused and puts her hands forward, once again wielding her amazing magic. Bigfoot, holding his weapon in his hand, sits while the sky above him is covered with traces of multiple explosions, and the system reports a massacre. Bigfoot is clearly unhappy and begins to insult everyone. A mustachioed man with blonde hair flies with his mouth wide open and asks where the snowman is staring. This creature looks away to the side, at the man, and shouts that he is not a king, so he should not interfere with him. Bigfoot, sitting on his pterodactyl, thrusts his sword back, and several people become surrounded by his magic and hang in the air. The system reports that the Ice King's great general has appeared. The stunned young man, his mouth open, turned around. The system notifies that player Shin has activated the Viper's Curse ability. He puts his hand forward, still holding his magic book in the other, and black and green magic is formed. The system notifies that the Ice King's Great General and the Great General's Snow Pterodactyl are under the effect of the Chaos Curse. The huge snowman, in turn, despite everything, continues to rush towards the players. While the system reports that the curse has been lifted, a new curse of blindness has been imposed, and it has been lifted again. The young man is instantly knocked off his feet. Startled, Heben turned around to watch what was happening. She looks scared and is overtaken by snow-white magic. Blood spurts out of her mouth. The snow-white something collapses as if in an avalanche. Heben still has blood on her face and winces in pain. The angry snowman's eye sparkles white and he approaches his victim. He grins wildly, asking how such terrible people dare to do this. With his eyes wide open, Heben whispers, calling his attacker master. She thinks he is just like the master. Heben has tears in her eyes. She thinks about how she just wanted to save all these people and wonders if she could have done it. A voice is heard that claims that this was more than enough. Fiery lightning strikes. Everything starts to burn. A notification arrives that player Lee has appeared on the battlefield. While everything around is burning, people are asking what it is and where this flame came from. The fire spreads further. Lee is hidden in it, looking at the sighing girl. She calls him master with tears in her eyes. Cha stands looking down at Lee on fire. She opens her mouth slightly, wondering if it's Lee. The man, in turn, continues to blaze with a serious expression on his face. Two forces met, snow and fire. Bigfoot, looking at Lee, asks who he is. Lee smiles evilly, wondering how Bigfoot himself thinks about who he is. The snowman's eyes sparkle, and he, with his mouth open, shouts that he is the one who killed their king. People watching don't fully understand what happened as Bigfoot's replica echoes across the mountains. The two men are amazed and wonder if Lee killed the Ice King. Other people are also in a state of shock, declaring that this cannot be. Other men are asking the same question as the first. Bigfoot frowns and asks Lee if he is the king of men. They stand opposite each other as Bigfoot declares that since he killed their king, he must kill him, the king of men. Lee looks seriously at Bigfoot, who is shouting that if their king was killed by the king of men, his death should not be meaningless. Bigfoot screams with his mouth wide open, trying to get Lee to answer whether he is the king of men. Lee raises his head, looking contemptuously at his snowy interlocutor, repeating that he is looking for a king, and declares that they have long outgrown the monarchy and calls him a monster. Bigfoot has a wild look on his face and swings his arms, saying that means Lee is no different from other people. The system reports that the great general of the Ice King has activated the Tundra ability. Lee immediately grabs his sword, swinging as the system reports that the Wild Tiger status has been activated and chaotic Wild Tiger strikes burst out. Lee's fire power and the Ice King's great general's snow power collided with each other. People standing at a distance ask what is wrong with him and whether he is as strong as the Iron Witch. Bigfoot is struck by Lee's magic and grunts from the blow. While Lee fights Bigfoot, the rest of the people actively support him, telling him to win at any cost and show why he is called the Tyrant. Putting his hand to his face, the snowman notices that Lee is quite strong and he needs to try to defeat him in the air. The snow pterodactyl opens its mouth wide in readiness to attack. Lee covers his face as the snow-white power of the snow creatures overtakes him. Lee looks up as the Ice King's great general flies on his snow pterodactyl. Other people, clenching their jaws, continue to watch what is happening and tell the tyrant not to miss the Bigfoot, who again climbed onto his pterodactyl. Lee turns around and calls out to Gobble with a serious expression on his face. The young man takes off while his black and blue magic flies after him, and the system reports that the player Gobble is using the Shadow Trail ability and attempting to attack. Magic surged over the snowman, sitting on a snow pterodactyl and holding his sword. The pterodactyl starts bleeding and screams in pain. Bigfoot clenches his jaw. Another Bigfoot flies to his aid on his snowy pterodactyl. He grabs his hand. They fly up together. They pierce the clouds. You can see the mountains and the bright landscape below them. Bigfoot looks down, asking the great general who he thinks this powerful man is, to which he tells him not to worry because in the air, he thinks they have the advantage. A voice is heard wondering if Bigfoot really only relies on his stupid snow pterodactyl. He, with his mouth open, looks ahead in shock. Lee appears, flying towards them into the skies on his fiery wings. Bigfoot appears to be sweating in surprise as beads of sweat run down his face and he asks Lee if he can fly. Lee's face is covered by the newly appeared fire and the system reports a firestorm. The man's eyes flashed white and the system notified that the status of Wild Tiger had been changed to Divided Tiger and the fangs of the Divided Tiger burst out. Something is shining dazzlingly in the sky and people are watching it. They, with their mouths open, look into the sky, saying that something is falling there. Lightning strikes from the sky, they have become fiery in color. While completely on fire, Bigfoot and Lee fly out of the sky. When they landed softly, a shockwave ran through the ground, as if an explosion had occurred. The snowman is already lying with his eyes closed, but he mutters that he cannot die this way because he must avenge his king. Looking down, Lee wonders why the great general is so obsessed with the Ice King. Bigfoot has his head down and explains that this is because only by avenging him and killing the king of men can he take the king's place. He widens his eyes and opens his mouth wide, shouting that this is the only way he will gain power. He expresses his idea that a king is one who leads his people to prosperity, and in order to lead his people, he must become a king. Lee looks at Bigfoot as his hair flutters in the wind and states that he now understands why the Ice King did what he did. The great general, in turn, does not understand what the man means. Lee is already holding the letter in his hands. It turns out that the Ice King left him. A sheet of paper falls to the ground. Bigfoot picked up the letter and began to read it, dumbfounded when Lee said that the letter said that the king was giving the Bigfoot to him, since he had already met his fate and was going to leave this world, and it also said that the great general could lead them as he sees fit. A notification comes from the system, according to which a monster named Great General of the Ice King has become the new boss of the dungeon by the will of the Ice King, and the Great General has become king. A stream of tears flows from his eyes, and out of despair he calls his father stupid. He sobs and, with his mouth wide open, asks why all this was needed if the Ice King wrote this. He states that they are just fakes. Bigfoot gets his head blown off. He falls to the ground as blood gushes from his body. Lee has a serious expression on his face, and the system reports that the boss monster, the Ice King, has died. Many golden cubes block the path to the snowy mountains, and the system notifies that Lee has completed the secret task, the last request of the Ice King, and, as a reward, received the wealth of the Ice King and the last will of the Ice King. He also completed the surprise quest King Slayer and received the great sword of the Ice King's great general as a reward. A message arrives that the dungeon is beginning to close. A man sitting on a chair in front of his screen has his back turned, and he asks if Lee has refused the goddess blessing. This is confirmed by the person standing behind. The sitting man smiles contentedly, inviting the other to go to Korea because he must see for himself. His eyes glow yellow, and he states that if he was simply incompetent and rude to their goddess, he must punish him with his own hands. Lee stands with his back looking out the window. He looks away when he hears gratitude for the invitation. Seo grabs the young man by the collar and asks if he is crazy and if he wants all these fans to come running here. That's why he screams so loud, to which he replies that not a single crazy fan can compare with her. The girl offers the guy to die. A happily smiling Seo hands Lee a box of milk tea, thanking him for the invitation and saying that she remembers that he only drank this tea during the Champions League in Las Vegas 4 years ago, which is why she brought it now. Joy flashes through her thoughts that the man has changed his hairstyle. Lee smiles at this, saying thank you. The girl's eyes shine and she declares that now she has nothing to regret and is ready to lose her life. The young man in the background desperately assures Lee not to be fooled by her speech, because she took this tea from his fan because he was very annoying. Seo knees him square in the face, telling him to shut up. Lee looks away questioningly. An embarrassed girl enters the room while the two are starting a fight with each other. Her bangs cover one of her eyes, and she shyly greets those present. Lee smiles softly, seeing the new guest, and tells the girl to come in, and says that he has not arranged anything here yet, so he looks a little boring. A table with many different dishes is depicted. While everyone is happily eating what Lee has prepared for them, he, in turn, is standing on the balcony. Someone's hand extends a certain coin to heaven, asking her to take it, because it is a great object. The young man seems enthusiastic, while the girl is embarrassed and says that it is only given to official members, but he will leniently make an exception for her. He claims that if Heben takes a photo of the coin and posts it on social media, he will have access to all of Lee's competitions and behind-the-scenes scenes, including explicit content. The girl, smiling, thanks the guy, while the system reports that the deity time of the hunt is looking at the icon with curiosity. Seo looks at Heben and thinks in admiration of how amazing she is, because this is what it means to be healed. She asks the girl how she managed to become a fan of the tyrant, because he is only popular because he behaves like a bastard. Heben, in turn, calmly notes that she would not say that she is a fan of Lee, because, rather, she can be called his student and he is her mentor. She turns her gaze to Lee, who is standing on the balcony, and admits that she wants to become a kind person like him. Lee looks away. He smiles, thinking that this is very good. Wai's expression suddenly becomes serious when he sees messages from the system, according to which the great demon deity chasing the abyss looks calmly, and the tiger deity trapped in deprivation claims that he is bored. Thinking that he seems to be able to piss off the deity, Lee smiles contentedly and wonders if it is because he is tormented by loneliness. Lee casually watches as the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, screams, asking what nonsense the man is talking about, and asks for forgiveness in case his words sounded offensive. The system reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, warns that he will not forgive Lee if he crosses the line again. The man, in turn, smiles sarcastically, thanking the deity for such leniency, but he himself thinks that he is a loser and asks what kind of forgiveness there can be any talk about. A shadow falls on Lee's face while the system reports that the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, says that where he lived before, there was someone who emanated similar energy. The man wonders what he's getting at. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, explains that he was incredibly ignorant and naive. He says that this was the cause of the downfall of that acquaintance after he became a delight to the tired eyes of those around him. He also adds that this is why he was respected. Lee looks ahead in shock. The story told seems familiar to him. He frowns, realizing that the tiger, trapped in deprivation, is talking about him. Lee seemed to be thinking. The system reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, recalls that they first met in a meadow somewhere in Arcadia. He has some questions. He thinks about whether it was a horoscope or Zaiwaidu Shu. Lee's eyes widen when he realizes that this is the bad man from his past. A picture appears of a man whose face is extremely similar to that of a tiger. He asks Lee if he is the psychotic god of war who defeated Antares. He wonders what he can do to become as strong as Lee. To this the man only rudely tells him to leave here and calls him an animal. The tiger, trapped in deprivation, is depicted with a hood on its head, only its smile is visible. He leaves Lee, who is sitting on the stones. Once again the picture of divine judgment appears. Lee is again in golden magical shackles. The long-haired man looks down at him, smiling wildly. His eyes sparkle yellow. Lai, his shining blue eyes wide open, thinks that the ruler of the abyss was first in line when Zaiwaidu Shu tried to kill him. Suddenly a notification comes from the system, according to which the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, wants to warn the man. He argues that the truth about the heavens is that even the stars that seem to shine forever eventually fall. Lee frowns, wondering if this was always his goal. The system, in turn, reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, claims that he will support the man and make sure that this does not happen. He also advises him not to hang out with people who are burdensome to him, because, according to him, a lonely star shines brighter. Smiling meaningfully, Lee states that he realized when he himself thought that not hanging out with those who are a burden and being alone to shine like a star is absolute nonsense. Lee looks away, wondering what made him grow the twilight of the gods, when the system suddenly reports that the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, finally says that a man should understand his words because he is smart. Lee has a serious expression on his face and muses that the chance of this deity knowing who he really is incredibly low, since Donato's defense system isn't that bad. However, he cannot say whether this was purely an accident. Lee stands with his hand in his pocket when Tiger, trapped in deprivation, asks about his plans. The man thinks that since the ruler of the abyss cannot be sure, he will save it for another occasion. He tells Tiger that he has 1 month planned. Lee smiles until the deity understands what he is talking about and explains that during this time he plans to become a ranker. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, asks if this is possible. He warns that he will never forgive him if he hurts himself. Lee squints slightly, thinking that this is not only possible, but also simple. He says out loud that he knows that with his current strength it will be difficult to become a ranker, so he is going to get the 5th scripture. Lee has his arms hanging from the balcony with the can, and he says that once he gains this power, he is sure that becoming a ranker will be very easy. Lee closes his eyes, thinking about how pathetic Tiger's anxiety is, trapped in deprivation, when he asks if it's okay for a man to take on more curses. In response, he states that the greater the difficulties, the greater the benefits. The deity, in turn, accepts Lee's logic. He is instantly struck by an incredibly bright lightning bolt when the system reports that the deity Tiger, trapped in deprivation, praises his bravery and bestows upon him another boon. A white car can be seen rushing along the illuminated road, and someone's sobs can be heard. It turned out that it was Wu crying out loud, calling for his beloved niece Heben and saying that she had joined Lee's team. There are many lights in front of the car, and Wu claims that the girl told him that he was a nuisance. A new message comes from the system that the deity Nameless Giant says that children are becoming independent without warning. Lee holds the blue crystal in his hands and reveals that the Nameless Spear and Gowl's Spear will be strengthened with this, so he asks for them to be remade. A broken sign is seen and a voice is heard asking if Lee wants to start over again after having to stay up for 3 nights in a row. A notification arrives that Lee has transferred 100 million won to the Indignant's account. The man asks if everything is okay now. Huge mountains of gold are depicted, and the system reports that the royal treasury has opened. 3 men stand in front of all this wealth, and Lee wonders if this amount is enough, and the system says that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, is licking his lips, drooling. The man in red states in surprise that the man did something incredible. He looks at a pile of iron ingots and thinks that this is not just cold iron, but cold iron from 10,000 years ago and cold iron from 1,000 years ago. It turns out that using 10,000-year-old cold iron just the size of a fingernail, it would be entirely possible to make new and powerful weapons. A man with glasses and dreadlocks believes that with so much money he could also make a weapon from the remains. He suddenly declares that he wants to create a masterpiece that no one else could repeat. Lee indifferently asks whether the man is going to do it or not. In response, he receives insults and promises to do everything. He narrows his eyes and corrects his interlocutor's insult to the general director. A streetscape is visible and a man with dreadlocks is heard screaming. 5 days later, a notice appears on the notice board announcing Lee's appointment as team leader. A man with dark hair informs the executive director that team leader Lee has arrived. Lee has a serious look. The man looks at him angrily and mentally tells him not to be arrogant, because who knows when his head will fly off his shoulders. Chief Kim storms off as the director tells him he can go and asks him to make sure there are no problems on the business trip. He clenches his jaw, thinking about all the bad things happening one after another. Chief Kim is all gloomy thinking about Lee, the trip to the States and monsters. He frowns, thinking that one day Lee will probably bite his head off and he better meet with Director Lee first. The CEO holds up the crystal, saying it's much better than he expected. Meanwhile, the system reports that the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, is drooling on the breath of the Ice King. The crystal is completely depicted, and a speech is heard that since the group covets it, he does not even need to determine its value and praise. However, the director asks if Lee has any questions. He sits at the table with his hands folded and gives an example for the question, how to use an ice crystal. Lee, in turn, replies that he believes that the director has some way, and if necessary, he is sure that he will give him all the necessary information. The director looks at the man slyly, saying that he is indeed unusually smart. He wonders if he is curious to know what secret he is hiding at the moment. Lee, with an emotionless expression on his face, states that he is curious while the system reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, silently observes what is happening. The executive claps his hands, telling the man to let him show it now. The men appear in a place with many different rocks, and the system notifies that they have entered the illusory kingdom of Osiwan, and the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, inspects the area with a smile. Lai has a serious expression on his face and thinks about how the executive director can create an illusory area so easily. He believes that it is no wonder that he is called the only great demonic magician in the White Tiger clan. The system reports that the deity owl, piercing the dim light, frowns and says that he again sees something unpleasant. Suddenly, the slight smile on Lee's face disappears, and he wonders if there were so many of them before. A new notification comes from the system that the element of the royal tiger is vibrating angrily. A huge crowd of some people is depicted while two men are standing on the top of a mountain, and thoughts are heard that, apparently, there are about 400 or 500 of them here. Lee also senses echoes of the fourth scripture. He wonders if he blew up the Silver Fox research facility because he completed deciphering the scripture. The CEO laughs, asking Lee how he likes his soldiers since this is his first time seeing them, to which the man replies that they are excellent. Suddenly something shines behind the director and his hair flutters, and he says that he understood correctly that Lee is the same breed as him. His eyes light up and he asks if he knows what their clan's rank is in the world. Looking down, Lee expresses his assumption that he is among the top 20. The magic completely changed the face of the executive director, and at this time Lee was thinking that he used to hide his identity from outsiders so well, but now he does not hide the fact that he is a demon at all. Lee has a thoughtful expression on his face and thinks that the fact that he is showing this means that he has decided to trust him. The executive director turns to Lee and reveals that they are in 27th place. They don't have anyone considered king, and they don't do anything to influence the world, which is why they were given that rank. He wonders what Lee thinks about this. Lai has a serious expression on his face and thinks about how the White Tiger is strong enough that Arcadia can't ignore him, and since Duke Mansong's forces are probably king-ranked, it's obvious that they should have done better. He says out loud that he does not agree, although he has not encountered other clans. The executive director frowns, saying that Lee is right, that this is absurd, but he asks him to think about it. He claims they are ranked 27 even though they haven't done anything. He asks Lee what he thinks will happen if they rebel. The men stand at the top of the mountain, and the executive says that Lee understands that he does not intend to limit their clan to the size of Korea, but plans to take the clan higher and go further. He states that his plan is to make every tree, every plant, tremble in fear from their roars. The huge crowd of people opens their mouths wide, and the executive director says that their soldiers want the same. In the blink of an eye, everyone bows at their feet. At this time, the system reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, is laughing maniacally. Lee, with a serious expression on his face, asks if the CEO plans to send all these soldiers to the outside world and if he thinks the world will criticize him for becoming a demon and taking the path of injustice. The director only smiles slyly at this, saying that everything will become nothing when he sees absolute power. He says that he showed Lee everything he has and now asks to show it. The Pearl of Dreams appears in the hands of the director. Lee has a bead of sweat running down his face and asks what it is. Looking closely at the pearl, the director reports that this is what will make him like them, or rather, will turn him into an even greater warrior. He states that all directors and managers go through this process. The system explains the essence of the lost pearl of dreams. The executive director has a determined look on his face and states that he will ensure that Lee becomes stronger than any of them. The man looks dumbfounded and thinks what he needs to do now. The crowd of so-called soldiers seems angry and wild. Lee picks up the dream pearl and examines it carefully, thinking that with the new shape of the dream pearl, if he researched it well, he could probably unravel the secrets of the tiger element. Lee frowns as a voice calls out to the master and offers to give the dream pearl to him. Lee looks away, asking why he should. To this, Jin replies that he is just thinking about trying to make the selected members stronger, not to mention that his concentration method is also on his mind. Lee continues to hold the dream pearl in his hand, but he is no longer looking at it, thinking that Jin wants to purify him in order to strengthen the Biwi element. He asks him how he should convey this to him. Jin replies that you just need to eat it, you don't even need to peel it, because he will take care of it himself. The pearl is no longer in Lee's hands because, as the system reports, he swallowed it. He stands confidently while the magic covers him. The system reports that the king tiger's enhanced distress is spreading throughout its body. Instantly, the effect of resistance to 10 poisons tries to eliminate the foreign body, but the man voluntarily refuses this. He stands looking at one point, and the system notifies that the selected member Jin would like to receive the enhanced royal tiger calamity instead of him. Now it was suppressed and absorbed by Jin. Smiling, he says that he absorbed it and will share the results later and asks to let him know if there is anything else like this. The executive director claps his hands again, and the system notifies that the illusory space has been closed. He looks at Lee and asks how he is. He, in turn, smiles, saying that he was pleased. The CEO starts laughing and says that they usually made a fuss about it being so hard to stomach, but it looks like Lee did a great job. To this, the man only wonders if he can get it again. A message comes from the system that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, smiles mysteriously. The director looks with his sparkling eyes and says that, of course, Lee can, because he will reward him with this for every feat. He reports that the American Xenix Association will soon start a large-scale war. It turns out that their White Tiger clan will take part in it as allies and plans to tell the whole world about their exploits. Various personalities are portrayed, and the Xenix, whose players are trained not only to conquer dungeons but also to research and develop weapons and artifacts, are said to be a mega clan led by the Golden King of Monsters, one of the 10 kings of the game world. Lee frowns, wondering if this will be a battle for supremacy and who they're going to war against, and asks out loud what he'll need to do. With his hands behind his back, the director tells Lee to take his fame and influence to the United States. Lee concludes that the director entrusts him with bringing press attention to the White Tiger clan. Smiling, Lee thinks that he doesn't mind, because the more attention he gets, the more significant his presence will be in the White Tiger clan. He looks focused and is thinking about the White Tiger clan's steady growth. He thinks this card could be great if played correctly. He understands that in order to freely absorb everything, he needs to slowly lay the foundation, thinking several steps ahead. Lee looks at the director and asks to allow him to first visit the Stone Desert, where a cold wind blows, and, having conquered it, he will immediately set off to deal with the City of the Apocalypse. He assumes that if he becomes a ranker after this, it will cause a huge stir in the media. Laughing, the director declares that Lee will become a star. He stops laughing and tells the man to do as he wants, but is going to send an escort with him because it is dangerous there. Various houses are depicted, and the tiger, trapped in deprivation, is very happy about the upcoming difficulties. Shin's ID is shown. He smiles and says he can't believe he's in the strategy department. Seo, mouth wide open, yells at him to hurry up. Shin finds a picture of Seo and Jewel fighting. Confused, he wonders if they start training immediately after forming a team. The leader heads towards Shin and he asks what kind of weapon it is. Lee says that he recently made it and decided to test it, and asks if it looks strange, to which he receives a negative answer. Seo, who is in love, thinks about how handsome Lee is, and Shin doesn't understand what they were basing this team on. Lee turns his head to the guys, saying that they are going into a real battle to check the teamwork of Team Ella. System window appears in front of everyone. It turns out that the executive director reported that there had recently been a crash while mining monostones. A message appears saying they need to rescue the stranded workers. Smiling, Lee says that they will leave when the guys finish studying the details. Shown is Incheon International Airport, Passenger Terminal 2, arrival. Cha stands looking away while her partner holds a welcome sign. An overly inflated man enters. Cha greets him with her head raised and says that she has been given orders to actively assign him to missions. The man is surprised that Cha speaks German. He smiles widely, saying he can't believe he's being courted by the Iron Saint and has a good feeling about the trip. Cha is confused when Wolf asks to meet the tyrant. She clenches her jaw, thinking that the people from the association knew about this and Lee already feels like an outsider. She says that now it will be difficult to meet him, and she thinks that in addition, the White Tiger clan is blocking any contact with him and does not understand what to do. Raising his eyebrows, the man standing next to Cha reveals that Lee is now part of the rescue team. Cha seems to be mentally cursing him. She, smiling awkwardly, says to follow her, for which they thank her. She looks ahead with concentration, thinking that she cannot simply ignore a high-ranking officer who came from afar because of her personal feelings. She frowns, realizing that she continues to sense danger every time she sees Lee. Her thought says that we are talking about a danger threatening her life. A blazing fire is depicted. The action takes place in Hwashin. Lee, looking at all this, asks how many workers were underground, to which they answer him that about 20. The man in the helmet says that he does not believe that those who came from Director O are reliable people. While Lee is focused on his task, they talk about him behind his back, talking about his high level, but the second worker does not believe it. Lee stands directly in front of the flames. The system reports that he has entered the Island of Blue Gems dungeon. The guys ended up on the beach. They seem delighted, as they say the sea looks magnificent. Lee turns around, telling them to be careful, because you never know what might come at you. He looks away, calling out to Shin. The young man raises his hand and uses the snake rescue method skill to raise the light ball as high as possible. Lee turns to Seo already, and she has already taken out her shield and asks if she should just stand like this. Suddenly an arrow flies from somewhere. A stunned Shin's head turns from the blow. He falls to the ground with an arrow in his temple. Seo tearfully rushes towards him, calling his name. Lee, frowning, shouts to pull himself together. Lee and Seo turn their gaze to the sky, where more arrows seem to be flying. Shin and Jumju watched as a huge pile of arrows flew towards them. Shin, placing the shield in front of him, and Jumju heard the system report that the shield expansion skill was used. Shin, hiding behind her shield skill, repulsed all the arrows flying at them. Stunned, Shin, looking out from behind the shield, felt a lightning bolt behind her. The ball of lightning thrown towards the opponents flew at great speed. Opponents, having been struck by a ball of lightning, screamed in pain. Jumju, looking at Shin, caught the electrified arrow with one hand. Jumju, with a frown on his face, heard the system report that the deity snake coiling the world was biting his tongue due to the selected participant's lack of dexterity. After notifying the system, Jumju reported that although the patron says so, he still knows that he is protected by the magic core. The system notified that the divine being snake entwining the world is glaring at Jumju's mistakes. Jumju, smiling sarcastically and looking back, said that the deity was not thinking about that, noting that he needed to think about something else. Jumju and Shin made faces and approached Lee, calling him Jumju, to which Lee asked them to stop calling him that. Lee, looking at the guys, said that he asked them to stop doing this, to which Jumju, in turn, wondered why he was still alive. Lee stood up and released darkness from behind his shadow. A warrior in blue and black armor emerged from Lie's shadow. Lee, having given an order to the warrior, directed him into the forest, where there were enemies who were shooting at them. The warrior with one attacker at an advantage flew with great speed towards the guys. Shin and Jumju, watching this whole situation, were very surprised by Lee's capabilities. Lee, standing sideways to the warrior, saw him bring him one of the attackers. Lee, looking at the beaten man, said that they should interrogate him. The guys, looking at the pretty beaten man, wondered if he was an elf. Lee, looking at the elf and frowning, heard the system report that the divine being good time to hunt tilted his head to the side, wondering why the elves were here. After which, in turn, Lee said that it was worth looking at his eyes, because this was not the ordinary elf they knew. Lee also noted that this is a type of elf, namely the gray elf. The guys, looking at the unconscious elf, wondered who the gray elves were. Lee, looking at the elf with burns, said that gray elves are similar to ordinary ones, but they belong to a different race. Lee also noted that they are closer to interceptors, which are created by a monster called a parasite to drain the energy from other beings. Shin turned to Lee and wondered who the parasitic monsters were. Jumju, turning his head to Lee in surprise, wondered if draining energy was exactly what they were coming here for. Lee, looking at the half-dead gray elf, said that in order to create them, they must initially be at least in the adult stage. Lee, with a thoughtful expression on his face, wondered whether such a small dungeon could contain so much nutritious food for the gray elves to inhabit. The system notifies that the divine being snake entwining the world narrows its eyes, saying that the appearance of gray elves is an extremely rare event. Lee, looking into the thicket of the forest in his thoughts, said that there are no monsters around the island, and on the island itself there is a cave in which people mine mana stones. Lee also noted that it is impossible for the parasite to grow so much and yet remain undetected. Lee stood in the breeze with a pensive expression on his face and then said in his thoughts that he had some guesses. Lee, lowering his head a little, said in his thoughts that this would be possible if she was involved in this, noting that if she helps destroy the world, then most likely she created this dungeon. Lee, standing sideways to the guys, said that they should retreat for now, to which Shin, in turn, wondered why they should do this, after which Jumju also intervened in the conversation. who noted that she had not even taken out the people who were caught into a trap. Lee, pointing his finger towards the system window, said that given the appearance of the gray elves here, they should assume that the parasite had already taken over this island, noting that if they used their full power right now, they could endanger others. Lee, extending his finger to the system window, pressed the button to exit the dungeon. A system window appeared in the air, notifying that Lee could not leave the dungeon. Lee, looking at the system window, wondered how this could happen. The system reported that for unknown reasons, all communication with the outside world was interrupted. The system also asked them to try to exit after completing the task, noting that the task had already started. After this, the system announced the essence of the task, which was to find and collect the pure demonic core hidden on the island of blue gems. The system wished you good luck with this task. Looking at the system notifications, Lee and Junju were dumbfounded. Taken aback, Lee announced that they would proceed as originally planned. The story takes place in the jungle of the island of blue stones. Li's blow knocked down several trees, after which the system reported that the fierce tiger coming out of a hole condition had been applied. Lee, standing among the defeated gray elves, held a huge sword and shield. Lee, looking with a thoughtful look, said in his thoughts that something was wrong here, since usually gray elves are creatures of a parasite and because of this they should not bleed. Lee, looking at the dead gray elves, said in his thoughts that they were all very similar to real creatures, noting that they had muscles, a skeleton, and even some blue blood. Lee, looking at the decaying elf, said in his thoughts that they had part of the fragment of divinity, noting that this was very strange. Frowning, Lee said in his thoughts that there was only one parasite capable of this. Li, remembering the sight of a huge tree, said that it was a divine tree and that it was the one that could do this. Li, remembering the green-skinned god girl wearing an unusual hat, said in his thoughts that only she could plant the divine tree. Lee, imagining the goddess's appearance in his thoughts, revealed that she was the goddess of carnage and destruction named Kali, noting that Kali had once been his companion. Lee, saddened by the betrayal of his former comrade, wondered in his thoughts why there were traces of her presence here. Lee, with an angry look on his face, wondered in his thoughts what could have happened to Kali. An unknown voice, being in the cave, asked for help. People, running into the cave, declared that they were from the Tiger clan, noting that they had already arrived and were ready to help them. People, screaming in pain, begged to be saved, noting that those who arrived should remove the stones from the road, otherwise they would die here. Lee, standing still and raising his hand, warned them not to go any further. Lee, standing with his back, turned to Junju with a request. Junju raised his hand and created a ball of lightning, after which the system reported that participant Shin Junju had activated the magic lightning skill. Junju sent a ball of lightning forward. Lee and the guys looked at the people who did not look like they were alive, after which the system notified that the magic lightning skill illuminated the cave, also notifying that the place was infested with unknown undead. Lee frowned and said it was a trap. Lee, looking at the man with a withered face and roots in his back, noted in his thoughts that the roots of this tree were stuck inside the undead. Lee, looking at the glowing roots of the tree, said in his thoughts that they were directed to one specific place. Lee, standing still, saw a crowd of gray elves attacking them. Lee assessed the situation with an angry expression, after which he said in his thoughts that Jigwee's flame could easily burn everyone, but it cannot be used since there is a chance that there are survivors. Lee, creating dark energy behind him, ordered Winter to pave the way for them. A large dark silhouette appeared from behind the main character. Winter hit the floor of the cave and broke it. Lee began to run into the resulting passage created by Winter. Lee took a running start and jumped face first into the passage. Upon landing, Lee was shocked by something ahead. Lee, looking at the huge icy roots of the tree, was very surprised. Lee, peering into the roots, saw an elf there and then noted in his thoughts that this was the form of a fully grown parasite with roots, having its own ego. Lee, looking at the icy elf, said in his thoughts that this was an elven root. The system notified that Lee had discovered a boss, an elven root. Lee, continuing to look at the roots with a menacing gaze, said in his thoughts that the crown he was using reminded him of someone. Lee, remembering the image of Kali, realized who reminded him of the crown of the tree. Lee, looking at the girl with the crown, noted that she was very similar to the one Kali wore. Lee, taking out two weapons, took an attack stance, after which the system reported that the divine being Tiger, trapped in deprivation, was watching the dungeon with great interest. The system also notified that player Lee Chansung was pulling out an unknown spear. Lee, looking at the root elf sitting on his knee, wondered in his thoughts if it was possible that one of the trees grown by Kali had lost its way and ended up here. Lee also noted in his thoughts that his guess might be crazy, but judging by the Void Monarch's interest in the matter, it might be entirely possible. Lee, looking at the elf descending towards him, said in his thoughts that it was difficult to believe what happened to Xerxes and Kali. Lee, having connected the two parts of the spear, prepared for battle, after which he said in his thoughts that something sinister was happening here. Lee, removing his hand back, saw a monster jump on him, after which the system reported that the raid on the boss had begun. Lee fought off the monster's jump with a sweeping blow. Lee repelled the monster's oncoming attack with a blow from his spear. Lee, frowning, said in his thoughts that he felt the Kali energy emanating from the monster. Lee, looking at the tree monster heading towards him, in his thoughts reported that he felt the most energy from Kali in the crown, not only because of its shape, but also because of her holy energy that it exudes. Lee also noted that it must be a duplicate of the goddess crown, at least it is a treasure class item, if not a sacred one. Lee, continuing to fend off the monster's blows, communicated in his thoughts that this meant that he must be a bishop or priest of Kali. Lee threw the monster upward with a sweeping blow, after which the system reported that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, was watching what was happening with great delight. The system also notified that one of the faces of the twin deity was looking at the new events happening to Lee. Lee, running sideways towards the monster, said in his thoughts that the Void Monarch and even the twins were showing interest in the battle not because he was fighting a strong opponent. Lee also noted in his thoughts that undoubtedly Xerxes, Kali and these deities have something that he does not know about. The monster, calling on his charges to help him, again tried to attack the main character from above. Lee, swinging his spear, enveloped him in flames, after which he said in his thoughts that he needed to defeat the boss at any cost in order to find out what was going on. Lee also noted in his thoughts that among the 5 elements, wood cannot withstand only fire. The system notified that a firestorm was now raging when using the title Jigwe's servant. Lee, engulfed in flames, declared that he would burn him. Shin, ramming the gray elves with her shield, declared that they were all already dead. Jumju extended his hand and created an electric ball to hit the attackers from behind. Dark Warrior Lee, waving his arms, attacked everyone with dark energy, after which the system reported that participant Beak Jewel was using the Shadow Tsunami skill. Shin and Jumju watched in surprise at Jewel's skill, after which Jumju reported that Jewel was not an ordinary member. Jebel, standing in the middle of the darkness with a spear, looked forward, turning his gaze towards potential enemies. Jebel said that everyone who wants to fight him should come out right now. Jebel, looking at the blocks of blue stone, saw someone's silhouette. Jebel, turning, quickly walked towards the silhouette he saw. Jebel, jumping, struck an unknown man with a sword from above. After the blow, Jebel looked angrily towards the unknown man, and then asked who he was. The man, holding the charge of Jewel's spear, revealed that he was Lieutenant Park Heesun, a B-rank member and an Awakened Forces soldier under the command of military defense and support, noting that he was stuck here when he was trying to save those who were overwhelmed by the request of the association. Pak, striking Jebel, said that he had answered his question, and now he himself would like to ask him a question. Pak wondered if Jebel was human. Jewel, removing his Dark Element helmet, revealed that he was Beak Jewel, a member of the White Tigers L team. Park, surprised by Jewel's answer, wondered if Team L wasn't the one led by Lee Chan-sung, and he also noted that it meant that he was also here. Pak, spreading his arms and looking at the guys, said that the wounded really needed help, to which Jebel, in turn, said that their leader was not here now. The guys froze in place, feeling some kind of strong pressure. An unknown voice in Jebel's head reported that Lee said to leave first, noting that he also said that there would soon be chaos here, so they should be careful. Lee, looking back, said in his thoughts that this voice was familiar to him, noting that how could they trust his words. The blonde-haired man, looking back, wondered how exactly he knew where he was, noting that he believed him to be a simple slave begging his master for praise. The man, closing his eyes and laughing a little, said that even if he is a dog, he has his own will and brain, noting that they may or may not believe him. Jebel, frozen in place, asked him to wait. Jebel, with an annoyed expression on his face, wondered in his thoughts whether that voice was telling the truth. Jewel, looking down, wondered in his thoughts what Chan-sung would have done in his place. Pak, turning to Jebel, noticed that he was thinking about something. Jebel turned to look at Puck and then wondered where all the other survivors were. Turning around, Lee spoke about a tree born in fire, saying that of the 5 elements, wood always loses to fire. The system notified him of a firestorm that was raging due to the use of the subordinate Jigwe. Rushing into battle, the main character screamed that he would incinerate them all. The monster's body was shrouded in bright flames. Due to the unbearable pain, he let out a piercing scream. A powerful explosion thundered from the crater of the volcano. Raising his head, Lee discovered the silhouette of a monster hanging in the air. Many burns were visible on his body. Beside himself with rage, Jigwe screamed again. After which, many of his subordinates headed towards the main character. Wary, Lee called out to Jin. Suddenly, Jin appeared behind him, putting his sword on his shoulder. Holding the weapon behind his back, Jin said that he was waiting for Lee to call him. With unimaginable power, he pierced a group of Jigwe's subordinates. Pushing off from the ground, the main character rose into the sky. Turning around, Jigwe cried out due to the excruciating pain. His hand was shrouded in fire technique. With a worried expression on his face, Lee noted in his thoughts that the more rant he got, the stronger he became. pointing the magic staff towards Jiggly. Continuing to think, the main character wondered what kind of headache it was. Holding the weapon in his hand, Lee activated a hidden function on it. Suddenly, a blade appeared from the magical staff. At that moment, the main character announced that he had used the Felchard mode. Jiggly's body was cut into 2 parts. Baring his teeth, Jiggly froze in one position. Gradually, the wound on his body began to heal. From what he saw, the main character froze in one position. After which, with lightning speed, Jiggly rushed towards Lee. Horrified, the main character thought that not only did Jiggly begin to recover faster, but the restored part was now harder. There were many bursts of bright energy in the air. In his thoughts, Lee revealed that Kali had always been superior to him in terms of traditional martial arts, suggesting that since he is a priest of Kali, he has an advantage over him in this area. Frowning as he continued to think, Lee noted that as Jiggly's recovery only became faster, the physical difference between them continued to increase. Looking at the monster's petrified body, the protagonist wondered if he had only made it to this point thanks to a superior element. Placing his hand on the floor, enveloping the fight site in fiery energy, Lee thought about the uncertainty about elimination, noting that now if it is difficult to overpower him, then he will have to suppress him with such a huge gap that he will not be able to cope with no matter how hard he tries. Holding the magic staff behind his back, with a face full of anger, the main character rushed into battle. Some sounds were heard in the depths of the snow-capped mountains. Lifting his head, Lee stared towards Kali, who was on a rocky hill. The main character stated that it is difficult to catch up with her solely through martial arts. Gritting his teeth, he reported that her powers had now changed, asking what it was. Next, Lee wondered if he could use it too. Bowing his head, Kali stated that this was her last weapon, adding that it was not difficult for her to tell. Then, she asked Lee to listen carefully, telling him about the twilight, saying that he should only use it in case of real danger. Throwing his head back, the main character continued to form a fiery cloud of energy. Kali asked Lee to know that those who witnessed this and remained alive were him. Putting his magic staff forward, the main character sent many magic projectiles towards Jiggly. The system notified him of the discovery of the hidden part, telling him about Himbat breathing, informing him that it was a breathing technique known only to practitioners from the snowy mountain of Himavat, a sanctuary ruled by the goddess of murder and destruction. Further, the system stated that it was created to replenish oxygen deficiency, which is excellent for enhancing energy, noting that the system can negatively affect the body if it has not been properly studied, indicating the condition and effects. In his thoughts, the protagonist revealed that one breath provokes hidden power, drawing out even more, noting that if the ruler of the abyss or the twins were watching him, they would not be able to understand it, since Kali said that all witnesses were dead. Continuing his thoughts, Lee stated that right now he would overpower him in an instant before a full-scale explosion of magic. The protagonist's face was covered with many bulging veins due to the stress that had arisen in forming the technique. The place of the fierce fight was shrouded in flames. The system notified him that Himbat's breath had been used, triggering Lee's latent abilities. Further, the system stated that the main character entered a berserk state, adding that he also gained a state of stupidity and a state of delirium. Then, the system reported that activating the protagonist's hidden abilities significantly increased all stats for the next 5 minutes. Lee was shocked by what he saw. The system notified him that the skill Kalagathia had been activated, adding that he could now control the magical powers boiling within him. Having put his magic staff forward, the main character was mired in his own thoughts. In his thoughts, he reported that these 5 minutes were actually the time limit for him to expend all his latent powers before dying, noting that in his current state, he could only use a maximum of 5 seconds of this time. After forming many fire spheres, Lee thought that he should finish him off during this time. Bending over, Jiggly froze in one position. Due to the best energy that pierced his body, he let out a piercing scream. At that moment, Lee thought that 1 second had passed, stating that he needed to be killed quickly before his wound healed. Concentrating, the main character thought about 2 seconds. The system notified him about the Viper Eye skill, which focuses on the target's movements. Pushing off the ground, rushing into the attack again, Lee thought about 3 seconds. The system informed him that the Black Mountain Monarch Claw skill had exploded. Due to the unimaginably powerful attack, part of Jiggly's body was cut off. Once behind the monster, the main character thought about 4 seconds. The system notified him of the Black Mountain Monarch Claw skill, indicating that he was furiously angry. Suddenly, a strong splash of blood appeared at the scene of the fight. Hanging in the air, the main character turned his gaze to the emerging cloud of smoke, thinking about the final 5th second. Then, the system informed him of the accomplishment of the feat, indicating the reward and increase in Lee's stats, noting that he had successfully defeated the boss monster of the Elven Root. Exhaling, the main character froze in one position. The system notified him of the words of the constellation Hunting Time, which widened its eyes at the amazing skill that Lee had just demonstrated. The system reported the state of Himbat breathing, which was forcibly interrupted, adding that now all characteristics will be restored. She stated to the protagonist that he had used up 45% of his stamina, noting that he had used up 61% of his mana, and also indicating that he was exhausted and anemic. The system reported the words of the deity the serpent that coils the world, saying that activating latent abilities would usually incapacitate a person, adding that it carried less risk, which raised curiosity about the mechanism. Jigwee's crushed body was located on the ground. His face was charred due to particles of fiery energy. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist thought that he couldn't believe that he used the technique that Kali taught him against her own priest, noting that it was really funny. The system reported that the Twilight Owl constellation was worried that Lee was tired. Further, the system reported that one of the faces of the constellation, Gemini, was watching his energetic performance with surprise. Then, the system stated that the constellation, Tiger trapped in difficulty, laughed, saying that the protagonist was indeed the chosen participant, considering how easily he had defeated such an opponent. After which, the constellation, Great Demon who chases the abyss, becomes curious about what Lee plans to do with the subject he has defeated. Staring into space in his thoughts, Lee noted that he had pacified him for now, adding that he now needed to find out what happened to Kali after he was sent to be tested by divine punishment. Looking at Jigwee's body as he continued to think, Lee communicated that with the twins and the Void Monarch keeping a close eye on him, he couldn't just interrogate him. Suddenly, Jigwee's eyes were enveloped in bright red energy. Frightened, the main character wondered what was wrong with him. Taking off from the ground, Jigwee began to laugh madly. With a look full of fear, the main character noted that the monster was not looking at him. Spewing fire from his mouth, Jigwee declared that Lee was disgusting to the gods. Lowering his head, Jigwee stated that the protagonist's game would not be long, adding that he would just have to wait, noting that their dead god would rise and destroy him. Hanging over Lee, Jigwee cried out that the apocalypse, which he was so afraid of, along with the darkness would overtake him. After hearing this, the main character rushed into battle. The system reported that the animal sense skill senses danger, adding that the Viper Eyes skill advises Lee to flee. Suddenly, at the sight of a fierce battle, an explosion occurred. The system stated that the boss monster Elfried is dead. Flying back, Lee turned his attention to how many explosions emerged from the depths of the dungeon. Observing the elven root that appeared out of nowhere, the system said that it sacrificed divinity and a magical extract within itself to strengthen the parasite tree. With lightning speed, Lee pierced the elven root, cutting it down. The system noted that following the rules, the parasite tree is now evolving into a new form. Horrified, the main character thought about the divine tree. The plot takes us to a rocky area, the expanses of which were covered with bright glare of the sun. The man said there was no news, saying he was suffocating here, wondering why they hadn't come. Next, the man wondered if they thought something had happened inside. Turning around, the guy tried to find out how a man could say such a thing right now, ordering them to watch their conditions, asking if he wanted them all to be beaten. The man, in turn, said that this was not what he meant. Suddenly, a colossally powerful explosion thundered at the entrance to the dungeon, which drew the attention of a group of builders. Frightened, the man asked to quickly call the association, adding that it was a breakout from the dungeon. As soon as the car arrived, it stopped next to a group of construction workers. With a look full of anxiety, Chea froze in one position. Looking at the endless explosions, in her thoughts, she noted that even with the sudden breakthrough in the dungeon, the management was too complacent. Smirking, the man noted that based on the magic wavelength, this dungeon was 4 stars or higher, asking if his judgment was correct. Wary, the girl stated that he was simply asking if the dungeon was 4 stars or higher. Stating that this was not the case, Jin wondered if she could see this dungeon, speaking of one room. With a smile on his face, the man thought of 1 star, saying that in that case, he needs to open a double dungeon here, wondering if they said that the tyrant was here. The elven roots continued their uninterrupted growth. The system reported that one of the faces of the constellation Gemini calls on Lee to stop leisurely enjoying the views of this ordinary world and darkens his facial expression. Then, the system reported that the constellation Tiger trapped in difficulties was smiling as it watched the star, saying that this creature seemed to be interested in the main character after all. Watching the growth of the elven roots, Lee froze in one position. The system stated that massive energy leakage is occurring in various areas of the underground, adding that desertification is underway. With a worried expression on his face, the main character thought that he was wondering if Beak Jewel and the other team members were able to evacuate. A shining elven root can be seen from the ground, and the system reports that the deity Tiger, trapped in deprivation, is amused by the rebellion of a mere mortal, of whom only a ghost remains, and one of the faces of the constellation Gemini has a cold sparkle in his eyes. Lee stands at the top, thinking that the elven root definitely said that his dead god will rise again and bring the apocalypse and darkness. The man looks up at the sky as his hair flutters in the wind and thinks that, in other words, Kali is already dead and Gemini is to blame. Lee has a mournful expression on his face, and he reflects on the fact that first Xerxes is gone, and now Kali too. He wonders what happened after he was sent to the judgment of divine punishment and whether others suffered because of him. An even larger root grows from the ground, and the system reports that a new boss monster has been born, the divine parasite tree. It keeps growing, and a notification comes from the system that the boss monster divine tree parasite has decided that the energy from the dungeon is not enough to achieve its goal and is now looking for a new source of energy. The parasitic divine tree began to take root on the ground, and the system notified that it had discovered a new server, planet Earth, which existed outside the dungeon. There are new messages from the system that a dungeon break has begun and the mission has been changed, and the theme of the mission is logging. Lee stands looking at the parasitic tree and thinks about what if this is all his fault. He furrows his brows and declares that he will bring the priest of Kali back. Smiling, Jean says that the idea that the master expresses, bringing back the former high priest of the goddess of murder and destruction as the new chosen member, is interesting. Lee has a serious expression on his face and says that if the parasite tree spreads across the earth at this rate, it will be over. He believes that he must destroy the parasitic tree and return the elven root. There is no smile on the man's face, and while the system reports that one of the faces of the constellation Gemini is indignant at the arrogance of a mortal, he expresses the idea that the parasitic tree is probably heading towards the sky, where the stars and gods live. A voice is heard telling you to find him. Jean is confused and asks if he means elvish root. He thinks this is absurd. Lee's face darkened and he said that this was an order and Jean needed to find him. Jean is displeased and wonders how a man can order him, Jean himself, but somehow there is weight in his words, as if he should follow Lee. The man stands while something sparkles behind him and hears Jean's agreement. The parasitic tree is seen again, and Lee admits that he hopes to get there first. Lee draws the bowstring, and the system reports equipment with a white bow that the Viper Eye skill has marked the target. The man flies on his fiery wings, launching an arrow. She flies straight into the roots of the parasitic tree. An explosion occurs and the system reports that the projectile has hit the marked target. The explosions, however, continue, and new notifications are received from the system that the lightning burst and lightning network skills have caused a large-scale fiery explosion due to a chain reaction, and the chain explosion achievement has been obtained. The parasitic tree begins to burn. Lee looks away, thinking that the parasitic tree seems to have stopped growing. The system presents us with a dialogue of deities. Time of the Hunt rubs his nose, boasting of the amazing powers she has granted, and adds that the explosions were a work of art. To this, the snake entwining the world questions her words and claims that it was he who led to this result. An angry Pablesag jumps on the spot, asking what nonsense the deity is talking about. In response, the snake boasts that he is ahead of everyone, since without goal settings everything would be useless. The Time of Hunting directs its arrows at him, angrily asking if the snake entwining the world wants to be crippled by its power. The satisfied snake giggles at this, telling her to shoot. At this time, the embarrassed Lee thinks about how the gods can be so childish. Suddenly, the roots of the parasite tree begin to move towards Lie, and the system reports that the boss monster divine parasite tree has suddenly gone berserk. Lee puts his bow forward. More explosions are generated, and the system notifies that the man has partially destroyed the divine parasite tree with just 2 arrows, and has also gained a huge amount of experience, and the first-class archery skill has turned into a master archery skill. Lee flies towards the exploding parasitic tree. He takes out his sword and puts it forward while the system reports that, using the skill trailing a flying tiger storm, he can now run through the air, and one of the faces of the Gemini constellation is glad that the man punished the unbeliever who dared to bear his fangs on them. Lie's eyes sparkle without pupils, and the system notifies that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, smiles with satisfaction, rejoicing at the opportunity to enjoy the amazing spectacle. He pierces the clouds, flying on his wings. The man above is looking at the parasitic tree when the system notifies that he has entered the hole of the divine tree. Opening his eyes in surprise, Lee notices that there is someone in the hole. One can see a picture of someone with wings sitting on the root of a parasitic tree. His eyes sparkle and a smile is visible on his face. When it is shown even closer, you can see that it is almost completely covered with fur. He opens his mouth wide, saying that he did not expect to see a new guest here. The astonished Lee frowns as the system reports that Gemini's divinity is illuminating the entire sky, and the animal sense skill urgently warns the man of danger. The unknown man is holding a kind of whip in his hands and claims that the owner is speaking, and it is usually necessary to express your respect when seeing him, but he is so generous that he has forgiven him. Lee is wary. He thinks about whether this being is an apostle, but comes to the conclusion that it is not, or maybe he is at the level of the first priest or archbishop. A man believes that no matter who he is, he occupies a high position. The creature grins as drool runs down its face and says that it will clearly demonstrate to it the consequences of blasphemy against its patron and grant it the grace to spread its patron's teachings wherever the man lives. The system reports that one of the faces of the constellation Gemini is smiling. Something sparkles next to the creature, who has opened his mouth, and he declares that a simple ghost is insignificant. He asks how a simple spirit dares to do this, how he dares to go against his patron. He shouts that the man is the same and he will send him to the dead god. A notification arrives from the system that the sun, the chief priest of Gemini, wishes to restore the divinity of the dead god. Everything sparkles and screams are heard. Frowning, Lee thinks that this creature is quite strong as an opponent and he is in his best condition, but he is still not sure of victory. The man has a serious expression on his face, and he ponders whether there really is no way to defeat this harpy and return the elven root. The creature looks wild and laughs. Lee's eyes widened in surprise, and Jean, meanwhile, informs him that there is one way for which he first needs to extract the pure demonic core. The man uses his wings again, flying forward, and thinks that it may not be easy, but if there is a chance, then he should take it. The system reports that the Tiger Order status was obtained and Lee's thought process was accelerated, and his stats were increased to the maximum after activating the Kalakagathia ability. His eyes sparkle, and the system notifies that stats have been temporarily replenished, which are missing compared to 2 unspecified enemies. The creature turns, watching in surprise at what is happening. Lee rushes towards his target as the system notifies that Himavat's breath has triggered the suppression of power and the man has achieved the berserk state. The creature even opened its mouth in surprise. Lee approaches, already holding 2 weapons. A notification comes from the system that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, is watching the man's actions with renewed interest. It also turns out that one of the faces of the constellation Gemini noticed his behavior late. Lee crosses swords, getting closer. The creature frowns, still not understanding what is going on. Wolf and Cha stand at the top, dumbfoundedly watching the burning parasitic tree. Wolf looks joyously at this picture, while the system reports that the boss monster divine tree parasite is growing, and says that these are all monsters. Cha frowns as he watches what is happening and thinks that this is a difficult dungeon rift. She stands as the wind blows her jacket and reflects on the fact that even the boss monster is still growing. She wonders what will happen if he crosses the entire earth through this gate. Cha looks thoughtful. She believes that there is no need to even imagine, because it is clear that something terrible will happen. The parasitic tree is already completely on fire, and the girl wonders how they can catch such a monster. She gets scared when something suddenly jumps out of the fire. Wolf screams, mouth and eyes wide open, asking what's going on. Cha furrows her brows when she sees a message from the system that player Lee is going on a rampage, and thinks that he has appeared in her path again. Wolf, calming down, looks meaningfully in front of him and finally understands that the tyrant he so wanted to see is here. He takes off his glasses, smiling widely, and says that he didn't plan on joining the raid, having traveled all the way to Korea for business, but before he can get what he wants, he needs to deal with the dungeon. Wolf's eyes turn completely white, and magic sparkles next to him, and at this time the system reports that the player Wolf used the werewolf transformation ability. Suddenly he turned into a gray wolf and opened his mouth wide. He grins, and Cha is amazed, standing on his shoulders. A notification comes from the system that Wolf and Cha are with the blessing of the dim light-piercing owl deity, the blessing of the war-crazed god of battles deity, the blessing of the deity blacksmith in the volcano, and the blessing of the deity creator of madness. Wolf's face looks wild, and he shouts that the blessing of the saints is incomparably more powerful than that from most high priests, not to mention the blessing of not just the goddess, but from all the gods of Olympus. He bursts out laughing. Cha's eye lights up yellow. Holding tightly to Wolf, she says that there is a survivor, northwest, 32 degrees. Wolf frowns, telling Cha to be careful, because if she falls, he won't pick her up. In the dark purple space, Lee rushes forward, while the system reports that the abilities of the first claw, the rulers of the Black Mountain, and the second claw have crossed, and one of the faces of the constellation Gemini shouts that this is dangerous for a family member. The magic of purple is spreading everywhere. The creature clenches its jaw, absolutely amazed. You can no longer see anything but light, but you can hear screams. In the light you can see something black, flying apart. This something breaks into many fragments, and the system reports that the sun, the high priest of the twins, is now dead and the boss monster divine parasite tree has been destroyed. Notifications come from the system that Lee has received the divinity of Gemini, an unknown god and a large amount of experience and merit. Lie's face is shabby, and he thinks about the fact that the Black Mountain ruler's claws given to Han Yu included all 5 claws, but with his stats, he could barely use 2. He admits that he thought about revealing them at the same time, but the consequences would be serious for him. Lee begins to fall from heaven and reflects on the fact that he gave everything he had, even provoked hidden powers. Meanwhile, the system reports that one of the faces of the constellation Gemini says that this is impossible and gets up from its place. The man's wings begin to turn red and he thinks that he can't even begin to imagine a black strike. A notification comes from the system that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, is making strange sounds and says that Lee has done something crazy again. The time of the hunt deity is staring at a furious explosion. The snake deity entwining the world is giggling, and the owl deity is piercing the dim light worries about the man's powerless body. A red and black ball suddenly appears in the sky, and Jean's voice is heard, saying that he almost died, but at least Lee received a pure demonic core. He calls his master. The system notifies that the dungeon quest has ended and Lee's reward will begin to be calculated, and additional rewards will be given based on the man's contribution to the quest. It turns out that the Administrative Bureau is conducting a new investigation related to this matter, and countless gods are shocked, but countless stars are smiling. With Lee's eyes covered by his bangs, the system notifies that the dungeon will be closed and advises everyone to prepare for shock. The countdown begins. A hand can be seen grabbing the body. Lee's eyes dim. A long-haired man is shown talking about a man who fell after losing his wings. Lee's eyes close and the man suddenly appears, says he doesn't care. Lee lies on the bed with his eyes closed. A man is seen whose face has darkened, and the man's thought is heard that he is warm. The man, who seems to have no face, opens his mouth slightly, showing his snow-white teeth, and Lee thinks that the body odor is sharp and minty, the voice is grumbling and yet full of anxiety. Lee's eyes, who have finally woken up after losing consciousness, open slightly and he thinks of some reason. A blinding light shines into his face, and he raises his hand, squeezing his fingers slightly, thinking that this is some familiar feeling of longing. The worried young man tightly squeezes the man's hand and asks, turning from excitement to screaming, that he has finally woken up. Lee becomes extremely confused, looking in amazement at the young man who meets him after a long sleep. Several buildings are visible, one of which is a luxurious hospital. Lee finally rises from the hospital bed into a sitting position. He turns his head towards the standing young man with long hair and asks about Lieutenant Park Ha-sung. The young man, in turn, wonders if he knows him. The man looks away with his cleared gaze and wonders whether the second lieutenant he met during his training is this man. He expresses his assumption that he has received a promotion. Several people, including Seo, stand in a state of absolute shock, and the thought is heard that when the divine parasite tree grew, Lee's team came dangerously close to being swept away by its vines. Wolf is seen again in the guise of a werewolf, who is extremely determined to fight, and we remember what happened next. He stands up almost to his full height, spreading his arms to the sides while Cha saddles him, and opens his mouth wide, sparkling with his yellow eyes. A thought is heard that says that in the midst of the catastrophe, a huge wolf is coming to their aid at the most opportune moment. Lee looks a little surprised, because he even opened his mouth slightly in shock, and he asks about Agent Cha Yi-yoon. Frightened for the man, the young man suddenly cried out that, by the way, he shouldn't get up so suddenly, because after the battle he was extremely exhausted and had only regained consciousness a few minutes ago. There are many notifications from the system that the deity Time of the Hunt is fidgeting in her seat. Happy because Lai has finally realized everything, the deity snake entwining the world reproaches her, saying that he also sees everything, and the deity Time of the Hunt in response to this, he pretends to listen to God while wondering if everything is okay with the man who has just woken up after a difficult battle. Lee sits on the hospital bed, resting his hands on it, and asks why she is there. The young man standing next to the man explains that, apparently, she wanted to meet him, but in the end she entered the dungeon, seeing the risk of a rift, and it also turns out that she was the first one who told the man to help while he was exhausted after the battle. Cha remembers looking away and Lee thinks about how he fought Seung very high in the sky and wonders if she really felt it. He wondered how she could detect waves of mana at such a distance. He asks in his thoughts how great is her proximity to mana. It seems that Lee has already fully come to his senses. He frowns, thinking that this is not all. Lee stands, turning his gaze to Cha, and his current thought sounds that he and the girl only exchanged a brief greeting on the hill of the abominable snowman, but he felt the blessing of several gods from her. He comes to the conclusion that it is difficult to consider her an ordinary person. A blinding light shines on Lee's face, and he thinks about that, especially another face hidden behind blessings and mana, and it feels like something huge is wriggling behind the scene, and he is sure that it was also looking right at him. The man reflects on Cha and states that he doesn't think it's a bad idea to meet her and study it, and besides, he should thank her. Lee lies in the hospital bed with his hands under his head and his eyes closed, and he decides that he's done thinking about it because rest is the most important thing right now. Receive a notification that one of the faces of the constellation Gemini is carefully looking at a man. Lee frowns at the ceiling and thinks that he wonders how Gemini would respond to the loss of a high-ranking family member. An evening city and a road along which many cars are driving are depicted. A yellow car appears closer, and a voice is heard that says that the girl was ready to do all this right there and wonders why not stay in that case since she saw the awakening. Cha sits behind the wheel while her mentor, who sits next to her, says that it's a big deal to hear a tyrant say thank you and asks if she knew they even dedicated part of the show to that day. Lee looks a little irritated when she hears the suggestion that she is simply embarrassed to hear thanks and her partner's laughter. Suddenly she extends her arm to the side, striking her partner. He, in turn, asks who knew that the Great Iron Witch was so modest and small. A notice comes that the owl deity piercing the dim light nods his head, saying that boasting about serving justice is indeed a very awkward thing. The system also reports that the war-mad god of combat deity shakes his head, saying that doesn't seem to be the case. As the yellow car continues on its way, screams, apologies, and requests for help can be heard from it. An alert arrives that the deity blacksmith in the volcano says that this is not the first time his sister has been wrong with her guest, and the deity creator of madness nods in agreement, and the deity owl, piercing the dim light, watches as the others chatter. The system reports that the three deities looked away at once. Cha has a serious expression on her face and thinks about how she's sure that guy saw everything. A guy with a dark face and sparkling yellow eyes is depicted, and Cha's thoughts about Lie are heard. Furrowing her brows, she wonders who he even is. A notification comes from the system that the curse of the ghoul's lair is beginning and you need to survive for the next 48 hours. Lee stands in a snowy area opposite a heavyset man in armor who asks if the man is okay. He replies that it is unlikely that the enemies will let everything take its course because he is not feeling well and he has no choice. The man opposite him laughs and claims that he likes this attitude. Smiling slightly, he asks what about the pure demonic core. A notification comes that the deity Time of the Hunt is very interested in how Lee uses the pure demonic core. The blonde man smiles widely and says that he knew this would happen, so he prepared in advance. He asks if Lee has any idea how much he went looking for him in such a short time. A notification comes from the system that the deity snake coiling the world is rummaging through its storehouse of knowledge, looking for a way to control a dead member of the god's family. Lee stands with his arms crossed over his chest and says that's enough talking. He asks what the blonde man found. He, in turn, replies that he knows that even if he washes his eyes with holy water, nothing will change. He reports that he simply cannot feel it. A notification comes from the system that the deity snake entwining the world nods in agreement. The new alert states that the owl deity, piercing the dim light, quietly admits this with a bitter smile. The deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, in turn agrees, saying that that's why he likes him, and the deity Time of the Hunt timidly complains that this is not necessarily true. Lee looks disheveled and not very happy and wonders if the deities are tired of this. The blonde man has a somewhat serious expression on his face and tells Lee to feed the pure demonic core to one of them, and that's all there is to it basically. They stand well darkened. Lee wonders if that's all and admits that he doesn't fully understand. The question arises as to how he created everyone here, including him. It turns out that this was achieved through the use of the royal tiger disaster, to which it is said that more details are needed on this matter. Lee looks away, remembering the purification of Starlight, the forgotten god, and seems to understand everything. The creatures stand with their eyes wide open in surprise while the phrase is heard that all the family members in the ghoul's lair were created from purified starlight. Lie smiles resolutely when he hears the idea that, in other words, the Tiger Calamity King doesn't care about elements or characteristics. Without an element it is an empty vessel. Lee wonders if it is up to him, the master, to decide how much to fill the vessel. In his thoughts he says that this is expected and it is not for nothing that he entrusted this to Jean. Giving a thumbs up, the blonde man laughs, smiling widely as Lee's thought is that even during his time as the light of the gods, he was lonely without other family members or the gods, so he was unable to delve deeper into the topic. The blonde claims that he is great at creating strong vessels, so he asks Lee not to worry. Lee thinks that, on the other hand, Jean learned to rule from the Great Family and even ruled thousands of ghouls in the ghoul's lair, so he must be quite experienced. One of the creatures has a blue glowing orb shoved into its mouth when the system reports that Jean's family member, Zabik, is attempting to absorb a pure demonic core. He raises his head, mouth wide open, as notifications come from the system that he has merged with the pure demonic core and the divinity he possessed has been reconstructed and all of his stats have been changed. A notification comes from the system, according to which Zabik is given an element and an ability. He's covered in magic and something is clearly going on. The creature opened its mouth wide, and meanwhile the system reports that the nature of the elven root is slowly rising through Zabik. The level of mastery is extremely high and brings memories of the individual from his past lives. A family member with a new property has been born. The creature takes off, heading towards Lee. The man frowns, asking Jean if he's just going to watch. He himself thinks that in a past life he was the high priest of Kali and also wants revenge. This was the case with Jean, so he expected such a reaction. Jean with a dark face grabs the surprised creature with eyes of different colors by the head. He clenches his jaw angrily, asking how Zabek dares to bare his teeth at his master. He declares that he will make sure that he does not dare to behave inappropriately with him again. Jean's hand fills with magic and turns blue. The idea is heard that Zabek is a family member who was resurrected by Jean. It turns out that Zabek's body was borrowed for rebirth, his stats are redistributed, and there is no doubt how long he can resist Jean. You can see mountains and the sky from which snowflakes are falling. When the system asks Lee if he wants to give his creation a name, he states with a determined expression that it will be called Elfruit. Jean looks at the small, not very pleased creature, and the system reports that the family member's name has been established and Zabek's name is now Elvenroot. From now on, the family member will be Lee's weapon and will protect him. Lee has a calm expression on his face and states that Elfruit is said to have the divinity of a dead god and wonders if this is true. He notes that God's status must be quite high for him to serve him as a high priest. He wonders how it happened that he died. The man says that he knows that he can now speak, so he asks him to answer loudly and clearly. Baring his teeth, the little Elfruit asks why Lee is interested in this. Closing his eyes and sighing, Lee admits that he is interested in this because he can gain more power, and reveals that he does not have a specific patron. The Elvenroot opened his mouth in surprise and clarified whether the man really did not have a patron. He blushed slightly, and thoughts sound that if it is not related to the horoscope or Jai Waidu Shu, there is a chance to find new light on a path filled with darkness. Sitting on his knees, Elfruit looks up at Lee and begins to broadcast his story. With his mouth slightly open, he remembers that there once was a star called the Light of the Gods. Lee is in a state of absolute shock, his eyes wide open. The story continues. It turns out that he fought with several stars, including the 12 zodiacs, and eventually ended up in a divine court to determine punishment, where he died. The Elvenroot reports that most of the stars agreed with the judge's verdict, only a few were against it. He admits that one of the protesters was the patron he served, the goddess of murder and destruction. A woman with long blonde hair is shown calling out to Elfin. Her eyes are slightly open, and she reports that the Light of the Gods is her stupidest friend, who also abandoned her, and yet she believes that he is a friend whom she should not have allowed to leave. Rivers of tears flow from Elfin's eyes, his mouth is slightly open. With her back to him, the goddess says that she knows what he wants to say, but cannot ignore it because all this began with the 12 zodiacs. The goddess tells Finn to leave. He, in turn, screams, saying that he refuses because he too can fight. The woman looks away, telling him to move and informing him that she is dismissing all the priests, including him. She leaves without turning around, walking along the destroyed stairs while Elfin's black hand reaches out to her. The current appearance of the Elvenroot is revealed. He admits he's not sure if it was luck. Lee's face has already completely darkened from this heartbreaking story, while the creature reports that after all, the goddess was not alone. It sounds like there were those who decided to stay on her side. Once again, I remember the goddess of murder and destruction leaving. Lee lowered his head and clenched his fists as Elfruit continued to talk about how, after all, she never told him about these people and he does not know how everything developed for the goddess and her comrades. Lee clenches her jaw when she hears that the Elvenroot only knows that it angered several stars in the sky and as a result the goddess had to die. The creature also lowers its head, expressing its assumption that the gods who accompanied her must also have suffered from grief. Eyes wide, Elfruit reports that he has since mingled with the fragments of the destroyed world, wandering here and there, finally opening his eyes to a place teeming with magic. Lee appears extremely angry and insults the 12 zodiacs, thinking that the failures that happened to Kali and Xerxes are connected to them. Lee can be seen furrowing his brows as he ponders that no matter how strong Kali was, she was rudely displaced by the 12 zodiacs and the entire horoscope ruled by the heavens. The man is reminded of several deities, including the goddess of murder and destruction, and thinks about how he was the first to leave them, and yet they tried to save his life. He thinks it's just funny and insults them in frustration. Looking ahead with a dull gaze, Lee asks Elvenroot what his purpose is here, and clarifies whether it is revenge. The man has his back turned to him, his hands are in his pockets, and the creature says that this is his goal, too, but the main priority is the resurrection of the goddess. Lee sparkles his blue eyes, wondering if it can be done. The Elvenroot opens its mouth wide and shouts that it doesn't matter, because the main thing is to believe, such is the inevitable desire and duty of a real priest. Jean at this time does not seem entirely happy. Lee frowns and the thoughts are heard that the gods are beings based on foresight and laws, as long as there are believers who worship and priests who collect divinity. Rebirth is possible, which is why the underworld does not kill the gods and stars, but imprisons them. There are thoughts that, purely theoretically, the rebirth of God is not impossible, but talking about it is easier than making it a reality. It turns out that once a divine creature is stripped of its divine status, its divinity and powers are gone. Lee looks away as he begins to talk about the divinity of God. He asks if it is true that the more you collect, the stronger you will become. With a determined expression on his face, Elfruit, mouth wide open, declares that this is in fact true and his goal is to collect divinity and reach the level of an apostle. He claims that Lee may not have a backer, but he is sure that several stars are interested in him. He frowns, saying that he won't ask to help him, but there's definitely no need to get in his way, and tomorrow he'll decide everything himself. He argues that since a man is interested in power, he can guarantee it's a good deal. Lee has a serious expression on his face and says that everything is fine, and in this case he will help him until then, but in return he must completely obey him. Elvenroot seems surprised and confused when Lee says that he can't leave him anyway and he can't do whatever he wants without his permission. Lee, turning away, looks away and asks Elvenroot if it would be better to rely on him and have a chance at the future. The creature looks amazed at all the man's words that he just heard, because he probably thought that they would want to stop him no matter what. Lee appears in profile, next to which the silhouette of the goddess of murder and destruction is formed. Tears of hope sparkle in the eyes of the Elvenroot. He places his palm on the ground, loudly declaring that he is the 26th branch of the goddess of murder and destruction. Lee stands, looking with a serious face at the reborn elfin, who, still kneeling, bows to the man and says that he welcomes his new master. Lee stood, motionless, looking at the elf who knelt before him and presented herself as greeting him as master. Lee looked at the elf standing in front of him on bended knee and read the system alerts. The system notified about a family member, an Elvenroot, who swore allegiance to him, and also that his relationship as master-servant with family members had become stronger and that loyalty had increased by 15 points and addiction by 10 points. The elf looked at Lee blankly as he received the absolute right to command her. Lee's pupil looked attentively at the elf. He was a little puzzled that this right was transferred to him despite the fact that this monster is a member of the Jinn family. This did not change her desire to kill or rebel against him, but obliges him to actively help her with her desires. A moment later, 4 system notifications appeared in the air. The system notified him of the deity of the time of the hunt, who was delighted at the prospect of receiving an outstanding family member. Jormungand shaking his head, because he was still not sure what the new family member would bring them. Minerva watching Lai with tenderness, smiling, and Huju burst into laughter, exclaiming about Lai's greed. Lee looked at the notifications that had arrived, wondering about the reaction of the twin constellation, because the Elvenroot had become a member of his family. The system notified Lee about one of the faces of the twin deity, who smiled slyly, seeing how Lee accepted the traitor who dared to cross his path. One of the twins himself was clearly angry. His eyebrows were drawn together, his lips were stretched into a sly smile, and an oppressive pressure was released from his body. Lijian raised his head up, looking at the window of the system that appeared in the sky, informing him about the task scenario given to him by his twin. The text in the system window changed and a description of the task itself appeared. The description said that one of the faces of the twin deity was angry because Lee had adopted an Elvenroot into the family. The Elvenroot opened his mouth wide and his eyes excitedly looking at the window of the system in the sky along with Jean. The system notified him that the twins wanted to propose to him. Jean and Lee became serious after reading the message, their gazes fixed on the changing text in the system window. Through the system window, the twins invited Lee to become an apostle. Jean's mouth opened in shock upon hearing this proposal. The system window expanded. A text appeared in it, describing rewards and privileges in cases of consent and punishment in case of refusal. In case of consent, he could have everything he wanted, but in case of refusal, he would be killed instantly throughout space and across all worlds. Bypassing the planets, the twins' proposal spread throughout the entire heavenly kingdom. Lee imagined a circle with the signs of the zodiac in the center of which was the constellation of the twins. He understood that the 12 zodiacs were stars that ruled huge cults even in Arcadia, great beings who were closest to the emperor. A bead of sweat began to run down Lee's face as he considered the twins' offer to become their apostle with a serious face. The system announced the surprise of many gods and the intrigue of most stars. Lai remembered one person standing with a shield on the top of a mountain with a sword raised high. If Lai becomes an apostle, he will instantly overcome the limits of human capabilities, because a demigod is much more majestic than a low-level god. Lee's lips curled into a wide smile. The system notified the player Lai, who became famous throughout the heavens. His fame increased by 1,000 points, and he also received 15,000 karma points as achievement points. The herald through the system notification shouted at the top of his lungs from requests coming from various gods and stars, asking for information about Lee. Elfroot stood with her mouth open in amazement. Looking at Lai, she could not believe that her new master could become a member of the twin family. This meant that they would be under control, and even if they resurrected the goddess by collecting divinity. System notifications appeared, one after another notifying the deity of the time of the hunt, who was shocked and in a fit of rage, aimed her arrows at the deity, telling him not to follow her man, while Jormungandr looked at the deity in horror, Minerva telling him to be on guard. Huju, meanwhile, grinned and straightened his tail. The next system alert notified that one of the twins' faces was ignoring all negative reactions, after which the system notified that all channels except the twins were temporarily disconnected. Lee, looking at the system alert, was amazed at how the twins just turned off the channels. Lee kept thinking that Castor, the older brother, was watching him, but it turned out that it was the crazy younger brother Pollux. Lee bowed his head, wondering how he should respond to Pollux's proposal. Lee extended his arm, sticking his hand into the system window, which was the inventory. When Lai took out the huge mask, the Elfrit standing behind him opened his mouth wide in shock. Lai once restored the thing because it looked good. When energy suddenly flared around the wooden mask, the system signaled the conferment of the divinity that Lai had received as a reward for crowning the goddess, its rank being upgraded from a sacred object to a holy relic. Soon the surge of energy stopped, leaving only a small amount of energy enveloping the mask itself. It was now a holy relic that contained the divinity of two enemies, Kali and the twins. The system notified the twins, cry demanding to know what he was doing. Lee's lips curled into a smile as he thought of Mephistopheles, who reacted harshly when the twins turned their attention to Lee. Lee began to put a mask on his head that was enveloping the energy, asking if the great demon would mind being taken away from him. A moment after his question, the system notified one of the twins' faces, which became numb, realizing Lee's intentions. Suddenly, the space behind Lee dissolved, revealing the eyes of Mephistopheles. The system announced the opening of the Pale Sanctuary and that Plessa had raised his head. Lee looked at Plez, who appeared, smiling terribly. He remembered how Plez said that he was not interested in the affairs of this world, but he became very interested in it for some reason. Plez's head completely emerged from the space behind Lai, the system notifying the deity of Plez, who was silently observing a certain star. The system signaled that one of the twins' faces was puzzled by the appearance of an unexpected participant. Lee, who had a wooden mask on his head, smiled contentedly, because even Pollux would not have acted thoughtlessly in front of Plessa. Everything happened as Lee had expected. Plessa clearly had a force that was reckoned with. Even the 12 zodiacs would not have thoughtlessly messed with him. Suddenly, the entire sky was illuminated by a bright light that illuminated the entire area. The system notified one of the twins' faces who, realizing the predicament the other face was in, declared war. Beams of concentrated light beamed down toward Lee, the system signaling the radiant light of a completed constellation that was about to destroy the world. Plessa raised his head and directed dark energy to counter the rays. Lee, protected by the dark energy of Plez, watched the clashes of light and darkness. In an instant, thousands of collisions created a huge area filled with explosions. Lee gritted his teeth as he watched the clash of light and darkness. The mere collision of the energies of the two stars was enough to make Lee's entire body tremble. The system notified that temporarily disabled channels have been restored. The deity during the hunt pulled a bow and created an energy arrow aiming at the twin constellation. The system notified that the deity during the hunt, with an angry expression on her face, was aiming at a certain constellation, shouting at Pollux, how dare he humiliate her, because she would tell everything to her mother. Lee, seeing the system notification, opened his eyes wide in shock. A moment later, a smile stretched across Lee's face. He was glad to see the primordial dragon appear. At this time, Castor approached Pollux. Both looked at each other, talking. The system notified that one of the twins' faces was frowning, while the other face said that he should have been more careful. The huge red dragon, opening its mouth, was preparing to go to war with Taurus, the head of the 12 zodiacs, and technically he is also at enmity with the twins. Lee's face darkened when he saw the notification of the system, notifying that Jormungandr, tired of the antics of the constellations, which is why he sharpened his scales, and Minerva asking if the horoscope can settle the incivility just shown. The system notified the grinning Huju and the vile and evil deities Zai Waidu Shu, who were focused on one side at the call of their comrade. The blue eastern dragon appeared above the sky and grinned widely. The system notified the deity of the blue dragon, who was standing nearby. The phoenix opened its wings, causing all the flames on its body to flare up. The system notified that the red phoenix deity was standing nearby. Huge eyes began to shine through the thick fog of dark energy. The system notified the fence of the Supreme Palace about the squinting deity. Lai shuddered when he read the system alert. He could not believe that even the fence of the Supreme Palace, one of the 3 stars of Zai, is here, but one thing surprised Lai: the appearance of Zai conflicting with the horoscope for the control of the heavenly kingdom. Because he should not have reacted like that to the call of the lower ruler of the abyss, there was only the possibility that he was planning to destroy the twins. The light in the sky glowed brightly as 6 notifications from the system appeared in the air one by one, notifying one of the twins' faces in a daze, Huju warning them that if they did not leave, he would take it as cynicism. One of the twins immediately flew into a rage, but the second calmed him down and advised him to retreat. The twin listened to his brother and turned in a different direction. The dust rays due to the collision of the 2 deities began to slowly settle, and at this time Lee took off the mask from his face. Lai, smiling, looked into the sky, regretting the speedy end of the conflict, because everything could end in a great war between the horoscope and Su. Pollux stopped and turned his head to look at Lee. One of his hands burst into flames, at which time the system notified that one of the twins' faces stopped for a moment to demonstrate their dislike for the person who humiliated him. Pollux turned and extended his hand, engulfed in flames. A moment later, a portal formed behind Lee and a hand came out and grabbed Lee's shoulder. Lee turned around sharply, feeling someone else's hand. Lee looked with fear at the hand that grabbed his shoulder. The system notified that one of the faces of the twin constellation had reached him and its divine power was spreading through his body like a cold, heating him up. Lee's pupil shrank and he cursed everything because of the fear he was now experiencing. Golden energy began to spread throughout Lai's body. Lai himself felt enormous pain. He raised his head screaming loudly. The veins on his neck bulged. The system notified the spread of divine warmth. The veins around Lai's eye bulged. The pupil began to roll back as the divine energy spread throughout his body. He couldn't handle the divine power of the 12 zodiacs with his current body. The energy raged so much that it was as if a flame had consumed Lee in a couple of moments. Lee understood that even immunity to 10 poisons and the first form of the end of the world flame were useless. Pollux returned his hand to normal and smiled. The system notified Huju, who growled asking what the hell that was. The system notified a moment later that one of the twins coldly replied that it was simply paying due honor to a mortal. Lee grabbed his shoulders with his hands, trying to endure everything. The energy in Lee's body was still raging and being released out. Lee gritted his teeth in pain. His hair fluttered non-stop while Lee, with the veins bulging on his neck, was burning alive. The system announced the disappearance of one of the twins' faces, before disappearing, saying that a person would gain a remarkable talent if he mastered this honor, otherwise divine heat will destroy the soul. The light in the sky flashed brightly, illuminating the entire area. The system notified the deity of the fence of the Supreme Palace who was disappearing, saying that he had a lot of fun, and that he remembered the name Lai, as well as the deity of the Blue Dragon and the Red Phoenix who also retreated. And only Plessa watched the burning Lee through space. The system notified the deity of the great demon chasing the abyss, who looked down on Lee from his silent sanctuary. A second later, a drop of Plessa's divine energy headed towards Lee's dried body. He was already horrified by what was happening. The system notified Lee about Pless, who granted him, the suffering one, a new privilege. Suddenly, when a drop of divine energy from Pless touched Lai's head, all the fire on his body immediately flew away, beginning to dissipate, and Lai's body was healed. Lee gritted his teeth and looked with irritation at his left shoulder, into which the divine energy of Pless was flowing. The system notified that the stigma was imprinted on him. A tattoo of energy in the form of Pless's eye formed on Lee's shoulder. Lee pulled his t-shirt up to reveal his shoulder. He was shocked when he saw a blue eye tattoo with patterns on his shoulder. When Plessa almost completely disappeared and only his eye remained visible in the sky, looking at Lee sitting on his lap, he said that this would make it easier for him to observe him. Jean and Elvenroot stood next to Lee, looking at the closing gap in space in the sky. The system notified the disappearance of the Pale Sanctuary. Jean could no longer hold back and, looking at Lee, screamed, asking about his well-being. In the air, one after another, a window of the system appeared, notifying about the deity, the time of the hunt, which, complaining, lowered the bow. It was not clear to her why everyone else was looking closely at her treasure. About Jormungand, who advised the deity to calm down, the time of the hunt. The system also notified about the fading of excitement among the gods who came out to see, as well as about the stars who said that the show was entertaining. Lee picked up the tree crown and looked at it at the same time, realizing that thanks to the goddess's crown, he could barely stay in place. A full description of the abilities of the goddess crown appeared in the air. Mainly the goddess crown helped in control and contact with nature. Elfroot looked in bewilderment at the goddess crown she was holding in her hands. She asked Lee if he really wanted to return this thing to her. Lee smiled when he heard Elfroot's question and then told her that he didn't plan to become a ghost tree, and he didn't want to control the trees. Mentally, Lee thought about the stigma he received. It could help him train his spirit. Lee looked towards where Plessa used to be. He realized that he couldn't use the stigma at will. He needed something. Lee looked a little puzzled at the system notification that alerted him to Minerva, who was watching him with a pitiful expression on her face. The system notified Lee of Minerva, wondering if there was anything she could do for him, for someone who constantly faces difficulties and adversity. While Lee looked in bewilderment at the system notification that had arrived, Jean looked at Lee with some shock. They were both shocked, because the system notification said that Minerva invited Lee to dinner. Suddenly, system notifications began to appear, one after another, notifying Lee of the deity's objection to the hunting season, which Jormungandr began to correct. But the deity of the hunting season jumped up, exclaiming that this was not what was important now, but Jormungandr did not think so, yawning and telling her to still invited him. Jean leaned over, smiling and chuckling, telling Lee that from now on he respected him. Lee turned around asking what he was talking about. Jean straightened up and stopped smiling, telling Lee, who was standing in front of him, that he could not believe that he was invited to dinner by the god of battles, about whom only rumors were known. Jin made a little joke about Li's greatness, but Li interrupted him by telling him to stop talking, after which he turned to the elven root, who was sitting on her knees, ordering her to help Jin with raids into the lair of ghouls. The space behind Li began to ripple due to the magical power used by Minerva. Li looked at the elven root and Jin told them that he would return while the system notified him of accepting the invitation. Elven Root and Jin smiled, telling Li to take care of himself. Jin asked to grab him some ice cream on the way back. Li looked at Jin puzzled, wondering if there would even be ice cream there. When Li entered the ripples in space, huge snow-white owl wings similar to angels instantly formed next to him. The system notified Li about the entrance to the owl's nest. Walking through space under the cover of an owl's wings, Li began to remember the achievements of Minerva. She was known for overcoming the twilight, full of the unknown and irrational. The goddess of troops who blesses heroes and warriors going through difficulties, although she is heard about everywhere, but she rarely appeared in public. Soon when Li arrived and passed through the space, the owl's wings encircling him opened. Li still did not understand why Minerva invited him to dinner, although he expected the gods to woo him, but it happened much earlier than he expected. Li looked at the space in front of him, admiring the expanses while the feathers slowly fell off. Li reflected on the fact that Plessa did not object to his arrival to visit Minerva, but calling a mortal to the sanctuary violated the principles and consequences, which could lead to serious consequences, and that's just confirmed how important Minerva's invitation was. Li walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the white temple on another hill, beyond which there were already mountains, although he was expecting something luxurious and majestic, but Li was still in a complete daze. Li approached the huge wooden gates of the temple, wondering how he could open them. Suddenly, the gate doors opened right after Li thought about how to open them. A huge man dressed as a butler approached Li, inviting him to come inside. Pointing with his hand, he announced the goddess who was waiting for him. Li followed the butler into the temple. Li examined the temple from the inside, amazed at the mixture of strictness and freedom. Because of all the sanctuaries he visited, this was the best. Soon Li and the butler stopped near a door that was small compared to the gate. The butler stopped and said that the guest had arrived. The scarlet-haired fair maiden answered, telling her to enter. When Li entered the room, all the creatures and people fell silent, looking at the newcomer. Minerva, holding a golden glass of drink in her hand, looked at Li and said that she was glad to meet you. The crowd's gazes shifted from Li to Minerva, many studying him. Among them was a three-eyed tan man, a creature with the body of a man but the head of a dog, and a man in a cloak and hat. On the other hand, the woman's pupils shrank while she frowned with some anger at Li while stroking her pet. A man with dreadlocks stood next to her. He only looked at Li with a little interest. Li looked around, realizing that all the creatures here were heroes who had received the blessing of Minerva, as well as her family members. This family was arch-written known as the Army of Victory. Minerva smiled tenderly at Li, inviting him to sit down and have dinner. The crowd of heroes looked at Li and Minerva standing in the middle of the hall. Li thanked Minerva, who was standing opposite her, for the invitation. The two heroes on one side frowned as they began to release their aura to suppress Li. The four heroes of different appearances, on the other hand, followed the example of the other two and released their auras. A drop of sweat was running down his face. He smiled faintly, noticing that the heroes were not taking their eyes off him. Li frowned as he listened to the argument between two people who were shouting to the entire room. Li looked at a huge man with long hair, a beard and a mustache who was shouting, arguing with a girl who looked like a witch. The blue-eyed witch got angry, calling the man a brainless mountain of muscle. The man clenched his teeth in anger, calling the girl in front of him a nerd. Li, holding a chicken leg in his hand, watched awkwardly as the man and the girl butted heads and shouted at each other. Li, taking a bite from the fried leg, wondered if he should have intervened. After Li took a bite of the chicken, he looked at it in surprise because it was truly delicious. The system notified Li that his strength had increased by 0.5 points due to eating meat with the blessing of the swordsman. Li stood in a stupor. He could not move after he realized that the food gave him an irreversible increase in stats. The system notified him that all the fatigue and curses on his body had disappeared, that his energy had increased due to which his wounds were healing faster, and also about the complete restoration of his health and mana. Li looked at his body in shock, through which golden energy passed, healing all the wounds and not only those he received on the island of blue stones, but also those that he got after the fight with the twins. Li was amazed at the actions of Minerva, who took care of him in this way. German Minerva put her hand to her face and smiling gently at Li, she said that she was worried that he might not like her treat, but he seemed to like it. Li looked at Minerva while chewing some of the bitten meat and said that it was very tasty. Badu turned his head and turned to Minerva, saying that it was too much because he had asked many times to ask in advance. Minerva stopped smiling and looked at Badu and said that she herself organized this meeting so Badu could ask. Badu turned his head, saying that he was just about to do this. Badu approached Li and asked him a question. Li, looking at the big man in front of him, asked what question he wanted to ask him. Badu frowned at Lee. Mentally he was amazed at how Lee, being from the lower world, spoke to him without respectful turns, but he still decided to first find out something, and then deal with Lee. Badu asked Lee how he found out the thing he owned. Lee looked at Badu and asked what he was talking about. Badu's face twisted with irritation and anger when, looking at Lee, he began to shout what he was saying about the fish spring sword. Lee turned away from Badu, who with an angry face shouted, describing the sword as looking like a worthless bronze sword or trash. Badu also noticed that Lee acted as if he already knew what he was. Lee turned his head and asked Badu why he was so interested in this. Badu smiled widely, saying that they also had the same sword, and then asked if Lee had heard about the guiding sword. Lee, looking at Badu, thought about the reason that he spoke about himself in the plural. Lee inquired about the guiding sword. But then Lee turned his head sharply, feeling how the fish intestine sword sealed in his hand reacted, which meant that Badu was not lying. A system window appeared in the air notifying Lee that he had received a new clue for a hidden mission. It was all due to the fact that his swordfish sensed the energy of his sword brother guiding the sword. The task required him to track down and find the sword. Lee smiled as he looked at Badu. He didn't think he would find a clue to a task he wasn't sure he would complete in such a place. Minerva, who was sitting on the side looking at Lee, said that Lee seemed to be unaware of the owl's nest. Minerva began to explain, saying that the nest had an arsenal, and the members of this nest shared weapons and borrowed them as needed. Badu stood up proudly as Minerva began to say that rewards from dungeon raids, items from wards and byproducts were in the nest's possession, and Badu made his most significant contribution when he found the guiding sword. Lee glanced at Minerva, saying that he understood. Lee mentally noted that there was nothing strange in the fact that Minerva owned such a great sword, because given her status and reputation, it would be strange if she did not possess it. Minerva, sitting on her throne decorated with golden flowers and plants, smiled tenderly and said that Badu went through great difficulties to get the sword, but he seemed to quickly find the fish intestine sword, so Badu seemed to have a sense of rivalry. Badu stepped forward and pointed his thumb at Lee, who was standing behind him, shouting to Minerva how could she call Lee his rival. Minerva opened her eyes slightly, telling Bat to stop this conversation now because it would make him less vigilant. Badu shouted angrily, asking how Lee knew about this. Did he have an ability, skill, secret, privilege, or talent? Badu opened his eyes and mouth wide in shock when Lee said he just saw a sword. Lee turned his head looking at Badu and said that he just saw the sword. Lee mentally noted that he would not tell that everything was thanks to his experience as the king of weapons during his time as the twilight of the gods. An angry Badu approached Lee, calling him a talented bastard who annoyed him. Lee, covering his eyes, continued to eat, not paying attention to Badu's words. Minerva, who was sitting on the throne, interrupted Badu, saying that there was no point in asking further, after which Minerva turned to Lee asking did he remember what Badu and the witch were arguing about. Lee opened his eyes to look at Minerva and asked if she meant discussing the effectiveness of the slash ability and talking about how a melee attacker should use mana when fighting a ranged enemy. When Minerva confirmed this, Badu clenched his hand into a fist and raised his hand with some valor, saying that he needed to spread magic from the shield, concentrate on defense, and wait for the enemy to falter before making a cut. Suddenly, the witch screamed in rage, saying that Badu said, another nonsense, because in this way he will deplete his mana, so he needs to reduce the area of mana release and improve the sharpness of his cut. And accuracy can be mastered, especially by twisting the shape of the cut into a spiral. It was possible to increase the affected area. Lee opened his eyes wide in surprise. In his understanding, the cut was a technique that gathered magical energy to deal with enemies from a distance. It was similar to the tiger disaster and the claw of the ruler of the Black Mountain. Minerva asked Lee's opinion with a smile on her face. When Badu and the witch simultaneously shouted to Minerva, asking if she really wanted to know the opinion of a pathetic mortal, Minerva closed her eyes without answering. Lee looked at Minerva a little puzzled, knowing that she was testing him. She was fueling the competitive spirit of her family members while trying to test his abilities. Lee glanced at the witch and Badu standing nearby, calling their opinions wrong. Lee looked back at Minerva, saying that the basic shape of the cut was in his aura, so all that needed to be done was to shape the aura so that it would hit the enemy from a distance. While Minerva, smiling, asked Lee to show her, Badu, who was standing behind her, shouted, saying that it was easier said than done. Lee extended his hand, after which an aura began to be released from his palm, particles of which formed planets and stars. Badu and the witch flinched in shock at Lee's aura. They screamed in disbelief that he formed the aura. The witch, looking at Lee, remembered Lee saying that he had only been a player for a couple of months, but she herself spent 3 years improving control and then she was called a genius. Lee raised his hand, the aura spread, enveloping the entire space around him, forming a mini space. Lee began to concentrate all the spreading energy into his open palm with amazing speed. Soon, the entire aura was compressed into Lee's palm, which he clenched into a fist. Lee waved his hand, creating an arcing wave of energy from his aura. The wave of aura instantly covered the distance to the walls of the hall and crashed into it. Lee waved his hand, forming an arc-shaped trail of aura. Badu, the witch, and the rest of the heroes in the room opened their mouths in shock after what they saw. Lee raised his hand to his chest, from the tips of 2 fingers of which his aura was released. At this time, the witch screamed that she had never seen such an application of aura before. She assumed that Lee squeezed it out of the atmosphere to make sure that it would hit the target. This made her come up with various theories. Minerva looked towards Badu and said with a smile on her face that this colorfully explained to them how Lee recognized the fish intestine sword. After Minerva's words, Badu drooped and became sad. Internally, he was completely annoyed with Lee, calling him an infuriating, talented piece of shit. Minerva led Lee to an arched door with patterns, informing her that this was the armory of the Owl's Nest, and inviting her to look around, and there were axes hanging on the stone wall. The main character in home clothes admired the large room with divine relics, and the goddess, watching him from the side, clarified whether the guy liked anything. Red-haired Minerva looked at the young man with a warm smile, declaring that if this was so, then he could take the thing he liked. The goddess cunningly understood one hand, showing a web of cobwebs hanging on it, which was obtained as a result of a dispute with Iraq. Afterwards, Minerva closed her eyes and, smiling, raised the metal shield of Aegis with the image of Medusa, which was precisely used in the battle with this monster. While the goddess continued to hold the legendary Aegis, Lee looked at the relics in the chamber with curiosity, concluding that any of the local treasures would blind the beholder. Suddenly, the shield with the head of Medusa began to communicate with Lee, considering him a worthwhile owner and asking if the guy wanted to take possession of it. While the guy was gloomily looking around the armory, a stream of dark energy stretched past, and the rest of the relics began to speak, asking to take them. Lee, with an absolutely calm face, concluded that thanks to the comprehension skill, he could clearly hear the thoughts of the divine relics. Suddenly the guy froze in shock as dark magic flashed near his face and a voice from behind called him. Behind the back of the main character, on a stand, there was a red sword, from which dark streams of energy emanated. Lee looked at the hand with the mark, noticing a bright glow emanating from it, which meant that the fishgut sword was reacting to this relic. The red blade with a sparkling ruby continued to call the guy, spreading its aura throughout the room. As Lee extended his glowing hand forward with a puzzled face, the system sent 2 messages indicating that the guiding sword had been detected and that the fishgut sword wanted to move closer to him. The relic began to shine more and more as the protagonist approached, asking him to finally come and take it. Lee, grinning and frowning, looked with displeasure at the red blade that turned the owner into a king, and concluded that he was rushing him. The guy did not move from his place, standing with a serious face and remembering Minerva's offer to take any relic he liked. Now the red-haired goddess was leaning over Lee's ear and whispered to him that it would be difficult to give something away forever, since the family would be against it, but she could lend whatever the gloomy hero wanted, promising that he would become invincible. When the guy closed his eyes and calmly stated that he was forced to refuse, Minerva looked at him behind him in bewilderment, not expecting such an answer. The girl opened her eyes and opened her mouth slightly, clarifying in surprise why the guy decided so, and assuring that love from the relics would help him. While Minerva stood waiting for an answer with her hands on her waist, Lee turned to her and declared that nothing in the world was free. After this, the goddess cast an insidious glance at the guy, concluding that he had managed to circumvent the obvious trap with ignorant behavior. Lee stood with a sly look, thinking that as long as Minerva was interested in him, he would be able to get the discovered guiding sword. Standing in the middle of the armory, the main character intended to ask the goddess opposite him a question, and she promised that she would try to answer it. Then Lee, looking very serious, asked if Minerva knew why Mephistopheles was so obsessed with him. At that moment the girl looked at the guy relaxed. Closing her eyes and smiling, Minerva said that it was for this reason that she invited Lee to the sanctuary. The guy looked at the goddess in bewilderment when she said that he was very similar to that person, not understanding who he was talking about. After this, the red-haired girl, looking into space, explained that Lee looked like the one whom Mephistopheles had been looking for a long time. The young man still looked perplexed with knitted eyebrows, clarifying what kind of person he was. Minerva said that this man is very familiar with death, is gloomy as night, and has a natural talent for battle. Lee assumed that the goddess was talking about him, but during the period of twilight of the gods, but at that time the young man did not interact with Mephistopheles. Minerva cast a soft look of red eyes at the guy, noting with a smile that he resembled the abyss, and therefore could not help but attract the attention of Mephistopheles. Hearing this, Lee frowned deeply and, remembering that Mephistopheles' full name was the great demon chasing the abyss, which led to the conclusion that the abyss was a certain person. Clenching his fists, Lee asked Minerva, standing opposite, who this person was, and she, hesitating slightly, began to answer. The guy looked questioningly at the lady, waiting for an answer to the question posed. The goddess began to speak with a relaxed look, but due to distortions, her speech was not conveyed to her interlocutor. Wearily looking up, Minerva sadly stated that she knew that her explanations would be censored, and then only added that such a person existed. The guy looked terribly gloomy and dissatisfied, thinking that there were practically no cases when the system interfered with awareness. After this, the main character concluded that this means the greatness of the person in question, remembering that, according to known information, the abyss is a fragment of the universe before the beginning of time. Lee told Minerva with displeasure that it was so difficult to understand, deciding to restore the channel with the Underground King and get a general idea. The goddess only grinned in response and, closing her eyes, asked her interlocutor not to worry too much and to follow her own path. After this, the girl bent her hand with her cloak and with a good-natured look declared that the main character was radically different from Abyss. Lee suddenly frowned, wrinkling his nose, and looked to the side warily. The red-haired girl, watching the young man's reaction, asked in bewilderment what was wrong. Lee continued to cast a worried glance to the side, furrowing his brows and answering that it was nothing. A circular vortex of golden energy suddenly formed in front of the goddess and her guest, surprising them. In his place, a portal opened, from which a panicked subordinate in a business suit ran out in a hurry, waving his arms and shouting, notifying him of the enemy who had appeared. While Minerva looked at the messenger with huge eyes in shock, Lee, on her side, was perplexed, twisting his mouth. The young man suddenly darkened, remembering that the Owl's Nest is the territory of Minerva, which has a great divine status on Olympus. While lightning flashed in the bright sky above the sanctuary, Lee concluded that someone had invaded the forbidden heavenly land, where one could not enter by mistake. Among the clouds above the ancient temple, a large and bright star lit up, after which the system reported that day was changing into night and that the stars, screaming in the darkness, began to shine. The outlines of stars connected into constellations in the form of two people appeared in the sky, which was notified by a pop-up blue screen. A man flew out of a bright cluster of stars, and the system reported that the constellation Gemini was trying to get into the Owl's Nest refuge. A blonde, scarred young man was approaching the sanctuary, sticking out his tongue with a sly look. The entire Owl's Nest family, armed, ran out of the sanctuary with the intention of defending their territory from the enemy. Among the furious crowd, the mistress of the sacred lands, Minerva, rushed in panic. The red-haired goddess worriedly raised her head to the burning star in the sky, while the system's blue pop-up windows reported that the constellation Gemini was trying to get into the shelter of the Owl's Nest and was already starting to break in. Suddenly, many smaller stars sparkled in the sky around a large cross-shaped one, occupying half the sky. Minerva looked with an enraged look at the sky strewn with stars and, baring her teeth, loudly asked how the deity dares to invade her territory. When the goddess, in a fit of anger, opened her wings wide, the blue window of the system reported this, after which the girl angrily turned to the blonde young man from the constellation Gemini, deciding that he, frightened by Mephistopheles, had decided to take her guest. From the wings in the sky, Polias' shield unfolded, covering everyone present, and Minerva continued to scream, asking the deity how he dared to despise her. A protective field consisting of honeycombs was activated above the Owl's Nest, and the Owl deity began to argue with the Gemini deity over the divine lands while spiky dark stars flew towards them. As the stars descended onto the barrier created by Minerva, they left a long chain of powerful explosions, and the blue system window notified that two divine forces had collided. The mustachioed man in the tuxedo furiously ordered the Owl family to take their positions, and everyone began to disperse because if the barrier fell, members of the Castor family would show up. While Lee calmly watched Minerva from the side, she concentratedly and loudly gave Serena the order to send the mortal guest to the lower realm and clarified whether external teleportation was ready. A brunette in a wide hat activated a magic circle and shouted that teleportation was now completely blocked by starlight, so it would take time. The goddess now angrily declared that Gemini's subordinates had planned everything, because if their master deity were here, they would have sat quietly. After these words, the red-haired girl looked at the sky with contempt, mentally asking how the dog caster dared to bare his fangs at her. Among the clouds, a closed blue eye could be seen, frowning a light brow, and the enemy called Minerva too pathetic for one who is considered the goddess of war. The blue eye in the sky widened greatly, and Castor declared that he would still see who would win, adding that after the goddess it would be the turn of the pale star. Curly Castor, hidden in golden clouds, stuck out his tongue with a malicious smile and prepared his fist to strike, declaring that only pale stars should shine in the great night. As the fist of the star rushed across the sky straight towards Minerva, the young man wished the goddess of the old era to fall asleep, and the blue screen of the system reported that the Gemini deity was trying to descend. The deities from the Owl family looked at the sky in panic, their eyes wide and their mouths wide, but a notification arrived saying that the deity was unable to descend. The other mythical warriors were also worried, not taking their eyes off the clouds above, and the system notified that this time the Gemini deity had partially succeeded in descending. When the giant fist with black marks shattered the barrier with a powerful blow, a notification came that the Iron Divine Punisher had descended. Following the huge hand clenched into a fist, dark energy seeped into the crowd from the resulting rift. A large blue eye among the clouds watched what was happening as the armed army of Divnafar he sent, surrounded by fire, descended from the heavens. Noticing this, Minerva raised her hand and screamed warily, calling on her army Archerian to fight the invaders. Mythical creatures from the goddess's side began to rise into the air, intending to attack the warriors of the Gemini deity while Minerva remained on the ground. The formidable army of the constellation at this time shouted furiously and prepared sparkling swords to attack and seize the sacred territory. Collisions of two forces began in the skies, followed by explosions, and the all-seeing eye from the sky and Lee from the ground watched this. The guy looked gloomy, noting that this was all very strange. The main character clenched his fists and released streams of yellow energy in different directions, after which a blue system message notified that the beast sensibility was quickly scanning the environment. Lee looked at the eye of the deity watching from the heavens and the enraged Minerva with a grin on the ground, concluding that the twins would never have started a war so thoughtlessly if they were not confident of their victory. The guy opened his eye, from which dark cracks appeared on the skin. The iris became yellow and the whites black. Lightning emanated from the changed eye, and Lee came to the conclusion that the enmity between the gods and constellations was not about anger or retribution. The main character examined the space in detail, noting that the second Gemini, Pollux, was nowhere to be seen, although initially the two deities were always together. Minerva raised her hands and called her children home, while her hair fluttered in the wind, and golden streams surrounded her body. At this time only the small figure of Lie was visible on the ground. The goddess reached for the golden hilt of her weapon, surrounded by radiance. Now she was dressed in golden armor, and in one of her hands she held a shield with a blue pattern. She floated surrounded by golden energy, armed and clad in armor. Lee was taken aback when he suddenly heard the thoughts of the relic asking him to take it with him. Completely perplexed, the guy turned around with a question. He noticed the already familiar guiding sword, which was now tightly clenched in his hand. The red blade, emitting dark purple streams of energy, was raised high above the bearded Badu's head with a menacing look. A man with a furious look, tensing and baring his teeth belligerently, wished his enemy death and waved his magic sword. Badu sharply lowered the red blade, launching a powerful energy strike that smashed everything in its path. A stream of dark magic from the guiding sword rushed straight towards Minerva's back, and someone from the owl family on the ground screamed loudly, trying to attract the goddess's attention. She turned around sharply and, taken aback, froze. Lee, watching what was happening, frowned and activated the Tiger Commandment skill, which increases speed, after which he concluded that the blow intended for Minerva would be difficult to block. As the ball of dark energy approached the goddess of war, Lee stood in front of the girl with his sword at the ready, with a worried look, deciding that outside force would be required. Seeing an obstacle in the form of a mortal guy, Badu furiously shouted insults and demanded to get out of the way. The protagonist gritted his teeth, straining greatly as he concentrated all his power into the sparkling blade and activated the Gemini and Mephistopheles stigma. While the young man grinned angrily at his opponent, a mark in the form of an eye appeared on his shoulder. While the guy concentratedly put his weapon forward, deciding to use divinity to balance the forces, luminous streams of energy hovered around him. Lee put his palms forward, from which dazzling energy rays emanated in different directions. Thus, he put out his hands with divinity and held with them a dark energy ball of enormous size directed at Minerva. Lee frowned, deciding that he would unleash his full power using the cut. The protagonist's eyes burned furiously, and his body was hidden by a whirlwind of energies while the young man decided to repel the blow. A bright flash emanating from Lie's hand flashed in the blue-violet space, and a pop-up window from the system reported that the Black Mountain ruler's first claw had exploded. The guy swung his sword, finally repelling the energy ball, and an angry Badu stood in front of him. The man grinned angrily, loudly addressing Lee. While the guy looked at the enemy with contempt and tried to catch his breath after a powerful attack, a chain of messages from the system reported a strong decrease in magical powers and a deterioration in physical condition. The main character tightly clutched the golden hilt of the sword, and streams of blood flowed from his hand, and the young man concluded that he would never use such a trick again. A blue tablet popped up conveying information, stating that the great achievement Mortal Awakening Divinity had been obtained, explaining the new power in more detail and describing the reward for it. Clutching the weapon tightly in one hand and the shield in the other, an angry Minerva turned to bat and asked what he was doing. And when golden streams of energy began to descend down, the system announced the fall of the heavenly punishment of Primachos. Badu was pierced by a powerful electric shock that descended from the heavens, and he screamed heart-rendingly in pain. Suddenly, the disguise began to fall away, and the blue eye of the second of the twins appeared on the face of the punished Badu, who was shocked that a mortal was able to neutralize the blow with divinity. Now, in the bright fire, instead of Badu, Pollux appeared, turning to Lie with a malicious smile. Frowning intensely and opening his mouth, the blonde deity furiously screamed at the main character, indignantly asking who he had entered into a contract with. Lee gave Pollux a frown, concluding that the second god from the constellation Gemini was disguised as a member of the Minerva family. A notification arrives from the system, according to which the second face of the constellation Gemini has descended in full force. It stands holding a sword in its hands, which is completely saturated with some kind of dark magic, and states that at first he considered his older brother's trick stupid, but at the moment he has changed his mind on this matter. He believes that in any case, destroying his rival with the forces of a puppet was impossible from the very beginning. A girl with long red hair and a huge shield calls out Pollux's name as Lee frowns. Blonde, in turn, makes an angry expression on his face, clenching his jaw and something black in his hand, so much so that splashes fly, and tells Lee to go to him. The man, in a state of absolute shock, found himself in this very clenched fist of Pollux, and he looks incredibly tiny. It turns out that Pollux used his giant to catch the man. Lee panics, and the giant's smile looks scary. The red-haired girl leaps above his huge hand with determination, swinging her sword. She looks completely confident as she finally lowers her weapon, which at that very moment began to glow golden in color. The red-haired girl rushes forward, flies as if she has wings, and, with her mouth open, screams, asking how much longer Pollux will humiliate her. She seems extremely unhappy with the current situation. A huge creature hangs over the speaking girl. It turned out that the blow had cut off his hand. The red-haired woman with an unfriendly attitude asks how long Pollux has been hiding among her family members. The troubled youth, sticking out his tongue, replies that he cannot say anything to that. He asks why he should answer this question in general. The girl, with her mouth wide open, shouts that if Pollux is not going to open his mouth, she herself will open it to him. He tells her to try it if she can. The girl, in turn, calls him an ill-mannered boy. The forces of the girl and the giant instantly collide when they strike. The giant seems to be falling apart into some fragments. An ordinary boy appears, clashing his sword with the girl's sword, looking at her with an absolutely wild look with a wide smile, while she only had time to be amazed. Suddenly there is a huge explosion. Everything is burning brightly. Lee stands with his hand out in front of him and his mouth wide open, and thinks about how their dwindling energy is making it difficult for him to even stand. A green magic circle forms under the man. He looks somewhat surprised when a message comes from the system saying that he has received the blessing of the goddess. A girl dressed as a witch appears and asks worriedly if Lee is okay. The amazed man answers in the affirmative, but says that the situation has arisen here because of him. The girl makes an indignant expression on her face and, with her mouth wide open, claims that this is not because of him, but the problem is in these not very good individuals who are doing who knows what. Suddenly she begins to cast a spell and declares that it was still fun and they will see each other again if the opportunity arises. A message arrives from the system, according to which the girl is trying to lower Lie to a lower realm. Magic envelops him and he is confused, while the system informs him that due to the distance to his destination, he will need 5 seconds to leave the owl's nest. Pollux immediately opens his green eyes. A notification comes from the system that one of the faces of the Gemini constellation is trying to catch the player Lee. He reaches his giant hand towards the man, intending to grab him. Lee, in turn, frowns, calling Pollux an eyesore, and thinks that he can't believe they're doing this just to catch him. A face with half blue face and eyes is shown, and the idea is that he must somehow trick them, and Lee suggests that maybe he could try using pitch darkness. The man is enveloped in dark magic, and Lee's thought is heard that even if that blow used up all his energy, he still has pitch darkness. It turns out that this is the ability that Gemini fears more than others. Pollux crouches with his hand to the ground, his eyes turn white, and meanwhile the system reports that the Kalakagathia ability has been used. It draws attention to the limit in proportion to the pitch darkness. Lee, absorbed in the pitch darkness, remembers that Minerva, that is, the owl piercing the dim light, said that the man Mephistopheles is looking for as much like him. And he comes to the conclusion that then absolute darkness must be similar. A wave of magic emanates from the man, and he opens his mouth wide as the system reports that the advantage granted by the deity tiger has been unlocked. Trapped in deprivation, and the ability of the beast sense has been transformed into the power of the path of the demonic beast. The system explains that the path of the demonic beast is a new advantage given by the tiger deity who is trapped in deprivation. It sharpens the possessor's senses to the level of a demonic beast that yearns to tear apart. The entire space is filled with pitch darkness, and notifications come from the system that Lee has awakened a new use of stigma. The pitch darkness has been unlocked and the flames have begun to light up in the cramped pitch darkness. Something suddenly sparkles in the darkness. Lee's face becomes covered with something magical and his eyes glow blue when the system reports that the Inferno's gaze has opened. Pollux's elder brother, eyes wide in surprise, asks how a lesser mortal unlocked the pitch darkness. Pollux is in a state of shock and wonders what it is, because he is sure that the pale star did not have time to help him. The red-haired girl looks angry and questions how he dares to be distracted while fighting her, stating that he is pathetic. She strikes decisively as magic surges from her weapon, and the system reports the flash of a trident being released. Pollux, being absolutely amazed, clenches his jaw and silently watches what is happening. Suddenly he screams in fear to Minerva. Surrounded by pitch darkness, Lee can see a hand with a sword in it. His face is completely black and he calls out to Elfin. Suddenly, tree roots burst in from behind Lee. One of them grabs a sword. Lee smiles, saying that he not only saw him off, but even gave him such a gift. Lee begins to gradually disappear when the system reports that time is up and he is returning to the ghoul's lair. He states that he will try to make good use of the guiding sword they both gave him. Pollux screams words of denial, his mouth and eyes wide open in despair. You can see a blue sky with snowflakes falling from it, and you can hear the phrase that Mr. Lee has accomplished a ridiculously impossible feat. The man stands with a determined face while Jean and Elfruit look somewhat surprised. Lee smiles triumphantly, thinking that he finally did it. He made the twins screw up big time. A notification comes from the system that one of the faces of the constellation Gemini is roaring with rage. It turns out that in order to relieve his displeasure at having suffered at the hands of a mortal, another face of the constellation Gemini destroys everything around him. Lee closes his eyes, saying that it's too noisy in here. A notification arrives from the system, according to which one of the faces of the constellation Gemini warns that it will not restrain its anger towards the mortal who has so disgraced them. The new message says that another person of the constellation Gemini forcibly suppresses the first one's anger towards the man and states the fact that he took an object that was sacred to the twins. Jean looks extremely shocked and hides behind the Elfruit, who is experiencing exactly the same emotions at the moment. He reminds him that Lee literally made the 12 zodiacs his enemies and wonders if he's scared. A notification comes from the system that an advance order has been sent to the community of gods, the horoscope. More and more alerts are coming from the system, according to which the community of gods, Olympus, is monitoring the situation. The horoscope and Olympus have entered into a state of conflict. The deity Owl piercing the dim light seeks to punish those who desecrate her refuge, and between the owl piercing the dim light and war broke out between the twins. With his hands in his pockets, Lee calmly states that he is not really afraid, but rather that they are interested in him. Jean is shocked. Notifications are coming from the system that various horoscope constellations have begun to investigate this incident. The Pisces constellation is interested in him. The Taurus constellation finds his exploits amazing after hearing about them. A total of 26 horoscope constellations are shocked by what Lee did. Now 241 constellations show the intention of offering him to become his patron, and 19 constellations offer him the position of apostle. Lee doesn't seem surprised by this. Jean's eyes are wide and his eyebrows are raised in shock as Lee thinks that in addition to the gods and constellations that offer to be his patrons, 19 constellations have offered him the position of apostle. Messages about the system still do not end, and it notifies that the constellation Primary Evil Dragon begins to become curious after hearing strange words. The deity Time of the Hunt is amazed and fusses, trying to switch their attention to someone else. Standing opposite Elfin, Lee asks him where the sword is. He smiles and says he did well. The creature seems surprised and thinks about what will happen if he follows the man. Stars appear in his eyes, and he believes that in this case he will really be able to revive his goddess. Lee stands holding the sword and examining it as Elfruit thinks about following his new master without any conditions. Elfin looks surprised and thinks that Lee's bravery is not comparable to other people's, but he wonders if this is too much. The creature looks at the man in love and decides not to think about it, and meanwhile he notices that the sword fits perfectly in his hand. The sword is shown and the system explains that this is the guiding sword, one of the 9 great swords that the first Uyezi saw. There are legends that whoever holds this legendary sword is able to surpass kings. The owner of the sword is granted the powers of rule. Lee assumes that he cannot use this sword yet and thinks that it was so noisy in the hands of Pollux, and now it has fallen silent. The system reports that he has successfully completed part of the hidden task secret of Uyezi. The man looks closely at the sword and wonders if it is testing the abilities of the new owner. He believes that the sword is very prudent. A notification comes from the system that Lee owns 2 famous swords. He has a somewhat interested face, and in the meantime, messages come from the system that he has partially unlocked the hidden abilities of the fish intestine sword. The fish intestine sword, fire and blood, and the guiding sword cannot be confirmed. Lee looks surprised when some symbols are drawn on his hand. A notification comes from the system that a new feature, Bloodstorm, has been added to the fish intestine sword. The man wonders if this is the ability to use blood spilled on a sword to increase its fire. He looks determined and thinks that the fact that he simply holds the guiding sword helps him level up, and he wonders what will happen when he one day recognizes it as his owner. He is already anticipating what it will be like to use both of these swords for the response of the twin sword. One of the swords is depicted. Lee looks away with a smile, thinking that he must be lonely since only the number of divine swords has increased. He looks again at the sword he holds in his hand and reflects that in order to be recognized as a wielder, he must demonstrate his abilities. The system reports that there are 3 hours left. 3 individuals stand on top of the cliff, and Jean says that while the owner was finished in the owl's nest, he and Elfin captured the entire 4th floor. But starting from the 5th, the passage will not be easy. It turns out that this is because the territory of the ghoul leader begins here. The system reports your current location. Lee looks ahead, talking about the Scarlet Killer who used blood magic on a ghoul that ate a man to evolve into a superior ghoul. Lee is introduced to a certain red crowd, and the thought is heard that while the Scarlet Killer was only good when it came to physical abilities, then the leader of the ghouls has innate abilities. It turns out that the leader of the ghouls, whom they sometimes stumbled upon on the 3rd and 4th trips, was much stronger than the Scarlet Killer or the Reapers. Lee reveals that they had to get used to this place in order to survive, which is why there are so many of them here. Jean stands with his arms crossed, and Lee says he understands why he says things won't be easy. Jean reports that, moreover, starting from here, there will be many blood clans in the territory using blood magic. Lee asks him back, dumbfounded. Narrowing his eyes, Jean says that the leader of the ghouls creates groups, blood clans, each of which specializes in something different, and since they are all different methods of approach must be applied to everyone. Lee looks at his interlocutor meaningfully, suggesting that, judging by how much he knows, he himself tried to become the leader of the ghouls. Jean just smiles and says that one day he would have to go against them and he was increasing his strength for a reason. The men stand opposite each other, and Lee asks if he knows anything about the location and powers of the 5th floor, to which Jean answers in the negative and says that all the information he has collected so far would be useless in such a place where fights. Smiling, Lee notes that he can't bear to go there. Jean shows his teeth, and the thought is heard that the size of his army should not have changed much, but the strength has increased many times, so he feels confident, unlike the times when he opposed the Scarlet Assassin. The men stare into the abyss as Lee says they need to catch someone to interrogate, and the target appears to be heading their way. Jean reveals that this is the army of the Inglorious Blood Clan, known for its great maneuverability. The same army is depicted, and the system reports that winged hussars have appeared. Lee jumps off the cliff, wondering if it's true. He looks determined and says, since Jean knows them, then they are not small fry, they must know a lot, since there are so many of them. He is confident in himself and thinks that he will now test the abilities of Jean and Elfin and the effects of the guiding sword. The hospital is shown and Mr. Wolf's name is heard. The man sits with a book in his hand when he is informed that Lee has agreed to accept him. He smiles, saying that he had already waited 4 days and was curious how long it would take. The nurse looks surprised when asked if she has business with him, and asks for Wolf's autograph if that's not too much to ask. She looks joyful when they tell her that the lovely lady is asking, so of course he is honored to oblige her. The nurse is amazed, and Wolf wonders what happened to her and whether he did something wrong, to which he receives a question whether his expressions are too outdated. A hospital hallway is depicted, and a man says that he grew up in an old-fashioned house, a habit that is difficult to change, and the attendant states that she thought she was going to throw up. They walk together, and Wolf says that's enough about this because they will finally meet the right person and hopes that he is worth their wait. The woman asks if he was convinced of this in the dungeon, to which he replies that he did not look closely at him then, so it is difficult to understand what he is like. Wolf smiles and says that he only saw one side of Lee and yet it would be wonderful if he lived up to their expectations after what they saw. Both their faces darkened when the woman said he was amazing, even though she had only seen him from afar. The moment with the parasitic tree is recalled, and the woman reports that the scene of Lee tearing him and the Gemini priest apart made him look like God's messenger from the old fairy tales. The woman looks thoughtful. She reflects on the fact that this man is not even a ranker, and even though this is the will of the goddess, she should simply cheer him up. Lee's ward sign is shown. The gentlemen enter, and Wolf says that they have finally met. He introduces himself and claims that he is glad to meet you. Lee introduces himself in response and says that he heard he had to wait a long time. Wolf smiles widely, noting that the man still hasn't recovered from his wounds, so it's no big deal, and he's sorry he had to force Lee to arrange the meeting. He compliments him on his English. Lee has an emotionless expression on his face, and Wolf thinks he is exactly as he thought he was. The blonde smiles gently, suggesting that Lee has already prepared for discharge, and he himself thinks that there is weight in his voice. His gaze is full of strength. He is like a mighty tree. He is the embodiment of Kalakagathia, which strives for truth, beauty, and goodness, which is what the Illuminati is looking for. Lee turns in his direction and tells him that he has plans abroad. Wolf lowers his head slightly, saying that the man seems to be doing well, as one would expect from a rising star of the White Tiger clan. Lee's face turns serious when Wolf says he'll get down to business. The fair-haired one is also serious. He says that the goddess made a prophecy. Lee opens his mouth when he receives a request to become the head of the Illuminati clan. 4 days pass. A road is depicted, and a voice is heard asking whether the plane is safe, how he can trust his fate to such a thing. The driver seems a little confused. He listens as one voice states that he understands the young man will be traveling outside Korea for the first time, and another voice states that he doubts that he understands. Lee, looking at his sword again, asks if the young man, who risks his life every day and cuts vile monsters into pieces, is afraid of airplanes. The embarrassed youth replies that this is a completely different matter. The system reports that his mental distance with the guiding sword has decreased. This very sword is shown, and Lee thinks that he really is difficult to get along with. A notification comes from the system that the closeness between Lai and the sword has reached a turning point, and now he has access to some thoughts inside the guiding sword. The picture of the fight is depicted, and thoughts are heard that he showed quite good skill, which is expected from a famous sword, in the Ghoul's Cave, but the creation of nobility and the increase in government are also very good. Lee is shown holding a sword, and he thinks that by simply adding magical energy, he was able to put pressure on his enemies. He looks thoughtfully at the sword and reflects that the problem is that this is all, he is only told to get closer to him better, somehow weak for a sacred relic. He wonders if it's because of the legend of the king's symbol. He believes that the sword takes all his actions for granted. The system reports that it is worth trying again since the proximity has increased. The next notice states that Lai has injected mana into the guiding sword. Soon the input of mana was stopped. Lee appears annoyed when he learns that the guiding sword refuses to acknowledge him as its owner. A car drives by, and the man thinks about simply breaking this sword, but remembers that it is no longer the light of the gods. He clutches the sword in his hand and thinks that he should just wait until he recognizes him, but if this does not happen soon, then something will happen. Minerva is portrayed, and Lee thinks that in this case he will break it into pieces or throw it into the lava and remake it. Suddenly he realizes that Minerva is clearly wonderful. He rolls his eyes in a positive tone and thinks she could have asked for the guiding sword back, but instead told him to keep it with him. Lee, crossing his legs, sat imposingly in a chair and with a gloomy look was clarifying the details of the prophecy when Wolf and Chea appeared in front of him. The blonde man with sideburns answered with a relaxed smile that until now the prophecies were full of metaphors and riddles, which can be interpreted in any way, but this time the prophecy is aimed at Lee. Wolf laughed, remembering what the goddess Minerva had said, and asking if the girl wanted to be the protagonist's closest ally. The blonde man burst into a violent fit of laughter and, raising his hands in the air, announced that the apostle had been pointed out. Lee, with his hands on the armrests, smiled imposingly, concluding that Wolf considered him a comrade in arms after the battle with the constellation Gemini. Looking to the side with suspicion, Lee thought that the man had understood the goddess's words completely wrong. A pumped-up blonde man with glasses, meanwhile, was sweetly casting a dreamy look at the guy in the chair while he felt awkward. After that, Lee looked at Wolf with a piercing gaze and confidently clarified whether it was normal for him to make such decisions on his own. While the main character was looking at the good-natured bully Wolf, he was thinking about the old members of the Illuminati clan, who, after a newcomer joined there, would not leave him alone. Lee smiled slyly, continuing to look at the man, and stated that the Illuminati would not be happy with him due to established internal rules. Then Wolf, smiling joyfully, explained that it was not he, but the Parthenon itself that received the divine answer. After these words, the smile on the man's face became much wider, and he assured that the Illuminati would not do anything to Lee because this was the will of the goddess. The guy glanced at his interlocutor, full of bewilderment, thinking that it would not be superfluous to unite with such a large clan, and then rejected the offer. Wolf drooped slightly and, raising his eyebrows, told Lee that he needed time to think, to which the young man, looking ahead, explained that the proposal was interesting, but he did not want to cross the line. After that, Lee wearily closed his eyes, declaring that he was considering a more natural transition, and Wolf opened his eyes with joy and smiled, not taking his eyes off his interlocutor. Then the guy cast a sly glance at Wolf, assuring that if the goddess was his friend, then the Illuminati would also take a corresponding position, and asking whether the Duke was his friend. Wolf, hearing this question, beamed with happiness, continuing to look at Lee with big eyes and smile with his mouth open, while the young man proposed to form an alliance. The action moves to the airport, where a large plane with blue and red stripes stops, after which the arrival of the flight is announced. Lee walked past a building with a large screen, concluding that the Illuminati would give him great support. While Jijavel followed him, the guy stayed and turned his head, informing the guy with the tail that he needed to take off his shoes when boarding the plane, and he opened his mouth wide in pleasant amazement. When Lee smiled softly and closed his eyes, Jijavel looked at him contentedly, and the system window reported that the constellation Time of the Hunt was shaking its head and watching the brothers. Meanwhile, Yunseo and his brother were sitting on chairs in the waiting room, reading an article. On the tablet screen there was a breaking news notification that said Tyrant Lai was being sent to Europe. The shaggy guy twisted his mouth with dissatisfaction with a tablet in his hands, while Yunseo shook his shoulder, demanding the gadget with an insidious look. When the tablet was in the girl's hands, tears of joy appeared in her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face, and her brother behind her shouted indignantly and frowned. Then the cunning Junju with sparkling eyes mentioned Lee, who is a fan of Yunseo, and she began to look around in search of him. The shaggy guy with a malicious smile noted that Yunseo fell for it, asking to return the tablet, but she only looked angrily at her brother, baring her teeth. The next moment, the girl flew up and kicked Junju from the back in the air, and after receiving the blow, he bulged his eyes and screamed. Arriving at the waiting room, Lee and Ji Jabal, carefully watching the squabble between brother and sister, asked in bewilderment what those tuies were doing. While Junju was crawling on the floor in blood, begging for help, Yunseo, smiling welcomingly, turned to Lee with a chuckle. A blue notification arrived saying that the constellation Serpentis was looking at the member of the house with indignation. Yunseo, now baring her teeth, threatened her brother in a whisper, and he, with a frightened look, asked the girl not to be angry. Suddenly, Hyabin approached the guys with a suitcase in her hands, accompanied by a sobbing Uncle Yangan, and, shedding tears, greeted everyone with a smile. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when she saw that she was being hugged from behind by a joyful Yunseo with her eyes closed. Yangan continued to stand in place, wiping his tears with a handkerchief and asking Lee to take care of his niece. The man clenched his fists and said with a pitiful look that Hyabin wanted to study with Lee, and he assured him with a serious look that everything would be fine. Then the crying Yangan bowed deeply to the main character, to which he looked with indifference, and the blue screen of the system reported that the constellation Nameless Giant was shaking its head, watching the worthlessness of the brunette. Now a whole group was passing through security, led by a gloomy Lee, who concluded that everyone was assembled. The man with wrinkles said that the younger and new ones, as always, were delaying everyone, to which the brunette agreed, his mouth twisting in displeasure. Wu Cheng watched Lee with contempt, because of whom he, being the fist of the storm, is constantly going downhill, and wanted to deal with the hated guy. Lai looked in bewilderment at Wu Cheng behind him, whose face expressed intense hatred. The main character looked at the enemy with a sly grin and, sighing, wanted to loudly insult him. Uchin froze in a daze, his eyes wide with shock, noticing a joyful wolf next to him, who was looking for the guys. The young brunette turned around and recognized the man next to him as the Duke of Blue Wave, breaking out in a cold sweat from excitement. Wu Cheng felt out of place as Wolf shook Lee's hand with a respectful smile. Having listened to a conversation in an unfamiliar language, he opened his mouth wide in surprise, understanding only the word friend and mistaking the Duke for Lee's friend. Smiling slightly, the protagonist said that it was nice to travel with a friend, after which Wolf, holding his hand in his palms, laughed. The man with wrinkles twisted his mouth in displeasure, seeing that the Duke of Blue Wave ignored him. Executive Director H. Wang entered the hall with an escort, and a whole squad of people in black robes bowed in greeting. Lee looked at them sideways with an emotionless face. The protagonist looked at the trio accompanying the executive director, remembering that H. Wang called them new generation players from the White Tiger clan. The demon divine Skull Yunjin with his head rewound grinned, wanting to add the young players to his army of corpses. The red Goliath Hungak hesitantly agreed with the man, concluding with bewilderment that the guys took his partner's words seriously. The evil monarchical warrior Hyenryan, spinning his watch on his finger, said displeasedly that his colleagues were talking too much. The Blue Notice reported that the time of hunting constellation was frowning as it watched the sinister people gathered. According to the system, the constellation Snake was seen by a couple of apostle-level people. Bowing obediently to the arriving guests, Lee, with his eyes closed, thought that the strategy department was the brain and spine, and the House of Elders was fangs and claws, and then wondered if these people were going with them. Casting a worried glance at the influential trio, the guy thought gloomily about Hyunryeon, whom the executive director was having a hard time persuading. The evil monarch warrior in the hat, in turn, pulled Lai's hand with a wicked smile. Shaking his hand, Lee smiled and told the man that he was honored to meet him in person. Closing his eyes, Lee slyly sucked up to Hyunryeon, declaring that his life must be very interesting since there are so many rumors. He lowered his head a little and, darkening, flashed his green eyes from under his hat. Green energy lit up around Hyunryeon, whose whites of his eyes turned black, and asked with a menacing smile to beware of a life like his. While the youth was holding hands with Lai, his royal tiger scourge spread out into space, trying to penetrate the youth's body. Then Lee glanced at Hyenryeon with a frown, and the system reported the activation of the Kalakagathia ability. The interlocutors continued to shake hands as the green energy enveloped the protagonist, who concluded that the tiger's calamity was mixed with the aura of the evil monarchical warrior. The guy, frowning, cast a suspicious glance at Hyenryeon, after which he came to the conclusion that the man was of a level higher than Wolf. He examined Hyunryeon's creepy face in detail with a gloating smile and a sparkling green eye, concluding that he was superior to Jid as a demonic person. Lee frowned even more as he thought about how many people had been sacrificed in the formation of the Elders. The gray-haired executive director, grinning, turned a sly glance at the main character and prepared to give a brief explanation to everyone present. Hyunryeon and Lee unclasped their hands, starting to slowly remove them, while the man in the hat smiled evilly due to the reflection of his attack, and the guy tensed so much that the veins popped out on his face. H-Wang's explanation was heard throughout the entire room, saying that the trip was intended to create connections with Europe, and the trio would help not make mistakes. The gray-haired old man laughed, closing his eyes, and said that he wanted to see the mega crowd on the tabloids. The man with wrinkles on his face standing behind the executive director glanced displeasedly at H-Wang, who also ignored him, curling his mouth in irritation. The man with wrinkles concluded that he couldn't put it off any longer and handed the envelope to the perplexed Wu Chang behind his back, asking him to pass it on his arrival. Examining the white envelope with a seal, the brunette asked what kind of information was contained inside. The man with wrinkles gloomily explained that one letter is for the Illuminati, and the second is for a dark method, namely for the Murderer King, which Wu Chang listened to in bewilderment. Hearing this and now thinking about the Killer King, Wu Chang was horrified and broke out in a cold sweat from panic. The wrinkled man turned slightly, glanced sideways at the brunette and grimly demanded not to mix anything up and to burn the envelopes after handing them over. The wrinkled man looked with displeasure at Lee standing at a distance, deciding to send upon him the wrath of the greatest of the killers, whose student was the guy who killed the abominable snowman on Hill. The man, with a tormented look, concluded that even if the guy tries to avoid the king of killers, he will not avoid mortal wounds. H-Wang, standing nearby, drew attention to the gloomy man who was in his insidious thoughts. The executive director frowned and continued to look at the man, silently giving him a piercing gaze. The action moves to the aircraft parking lot, where Air France Incheon was already waiting, heading to Paris. The flight attendant at the viewing point closed her eyes and awkwardly said that she needed to put on her shoes, which made Ji Javel, who was carrying boots in his hands, take aback, and a flashing notification reported that the constellation time of the hunt smiled. Bringing his fist to his face, Lee closed his eyes and grinned in his seat. Afterwards, hearing Hyunryeon speak from the side about how they were neighbors, the guy frowned. Lee wearily looked out from behind the back of his seat and, paying attention to the frightened and sweating Ji Javel, the package concluded that his partner had moved because of the old man's threats. Lee cast a curious glance to the side, deciding that he would need to find H-Sen's fifth scripture under the supervision of the trio. He examined the smug, hatted neighbor closely, concluding that confronting the tiger's scourge had awakened a strong interest in the man. The plane took off and was now rushing through the airspace. Lee expressed a desire to hear instructions from Hyunryeon in the future, and he asked not to impose responsibility on him. The main character continued to cast a curious glance at the observers, thinking that he had to hurry up with the secret map. Thinking about speeding up the process of creating the map, Lee concluded that he would go further, like Archerian in his battle with the twins. However, the only way to quickly unite family members would be the Ghoul's Cave, as the main character was sure. As the plane flew through the clouds and its turbines worked, Lee came to the conclusion that he needed to increase his own combat power. Gloomily looking forward from under his brows, the guy thought that it would also be necessary to learn to use the Gaze of Hell, a power not obtained during the Twilight of the Gods. Lee, from a past life, using pitch darkness for the first time, was sure that he needed this power on a par with blood lightning. Lee's face now showed indifference as he decided to establish a strong connection with Mephistopheles first. The guy continued to frown when the system reported that the curse of the Ghoul's Cave had begun. Now he was furiously descending the cave, holding the sword in one hand, and the blue notification gave the task to survive for 72 hours. Lee confidently concluded that if he could use this position correctly, he would have a method to take over the pitch darkness. A clear blue sky was visible in the crevice of the cave, while Lee and the blonde man in a fur coat stood with serious faces among the mountains of monster corpses. The guy came to the conclusion that the duration in the dungeons was growing. After that, Lee glanced to the side, raising his eyes slightly and calling out to Jean. The blonde, looking at his interlocutor with a satisfied smile, wished him good luck and promised to show an interesting show upon his return. Lee looked at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding what he meant. Then Jin's eyes swam and joyfully announced that he had learned to control the ghost horse, adding that it would be possible to do a lot of things with it tactically. Lee, imagining himself riding a ghostly horse, looked serious and decided that it was a great idea. After this, the main character frowned greatly, because of the meeting it was necessary to postpone this plan. Lee calmly closed his eyes and the constellation Tigris, using a system notification, asked not to create unnecessary noise. While the young man stood with a satisfied grin and closed eyes against the backdrop of the mountainous terrain, several alerts came in where other constellations warned the pet against meeting Mephistopheles. After that, Lee opened his eyes and, with a smile, reading many messages from the constellations, concluded that even the stars were afraid of such power. Entering a focused state of mind, Lee activated an eye-shaped stigma that rose into the air and began to emit blue energy. Now sparkling magical streams emanated from the expanded stigma, and the system sent a notification from the constellation Tigris, which furiously questioned why the main character was not listening to anyone. While a cluster of bright energy shone among the liquid, the system notified that the ability of pitch darkness had been successfully used. Lee was in a constellation state while his dark silhouette was surrounded by the magical energy of stigma. The guy was with his arms outstretched under thick water, and the system reported a state of suspended animation. While immersed in the liquid, Lee lay with his eyes closed, surrounded by glowing bubbles, deciding, with the help of the gaze of hell, to look inside himself and provoke the greater demon, and he received the achievement understood nirvana. After this, the young man opened his eyes and smiled contentedly, coming to the conclusion that Mephistopheles had been watching him all this time. When a great demon with horns and an evil smile appeared piercingly looking at the guy from above, he said that he had a request, after which he asked to take him as a student. The events of the third season begin with Plessa looking at Lee under him and asking why Lee would take him as a student. Lee opened his eyes wide, realizing that Plessa did not refuse immediately and was just curious, so Lee decided to convince him. The space around Plessa's head rippled while he looked at Lee and listened as he said that he was confident that he had proven his worth, because he, being a pathetic mortal, found hellish gaze and even ran away from the twins. Plessa, without interrupting his gaze, looked at Lee while the air and space slowly floated to the surface. Lee at that time talked about how he heard from Minerva that Plessa was looking for someone and therefore he would become a great help to him. The swirling mana formed from his cloak gradually separated. While Lee was thinking about what exactly Pless was looking for, he could be looking for the abyss in him, or as Minerva said, he is very similar to the person he is looking for. Lee understood that he could not give such a strong one just like that leave, therefore, Plessa said that simple observation without direct intervention is not enough. Lee lay motionless in this space filled with water looking at the light shining through the surface as air bubbles kept moving through the space, at which time Lee said that it would continue to grow and eventually become useful in a wider area. Plessa began to spread his aura, which is why the water around him began to turn black. Plessa invited Lee to become his apostle. Lee was not surprised by his proposal. Instead, he said with a calm face that he did not want to become someone's subordinate. Plessa's pupil flashed. He remembered Lee's whim when he refused the offer of the ruler of the abyss. Plessa, being on top, looked at the approaching Lee, saying that this was not so bad. Lee's hair curled all the time while he, looking at Pless, pondered Pless's behavior, concluding that he must not like that he was treating him the same way as the ruler of the abyss. But this clearly does not offend him much, because even if whether he would show how to use pitch darkness, whether he could master it or not depended on talent. Pless's pupil widened and flashed brightly when he said that there was no need to rush into a decision, but first he would check how talented Lee was. 2 system windows appeared above Lee, notifying him of the creation of a task according to the scenario for obtaining qualifications in pitch darkness. The description of the task itself said that Plessa was interested in him as the one who dared to master pitch darkness with the help of Sigma, and also because of his numerous achievements, but Plessa believed that numerous emotional interactions and solidarity were necessary for a person to develop the master-apprentice bond. Lee smiled as he read the system alert, but soon Lee stopped smiling. He did not move, thinking about the fact that Plessa did not offer him a deal. This made Lee think that Plessa wanted something else. Perhaps he was establishing a relationship with the person he was looking for. Soon, 2 windows of the system appeared in front of Lee, informing him of the details of the task. He needed to pass all 3 Pless tests in order to gain trust and affection as a student. Then the system informed him that he would be disqualified in case of failure, and if he succeeded, he would completely master the stigma, will receive the method of using pitch darkness and the title of Disciple of the Great Demon. Lee squinted at the system window, not understanding why he received trust. Lee lay serenely thinking about how he asked to become a student, then he thought that this would be a more mutually beneficial exchange. He did not think that Plessa wanted a closer and more emotional relationship with him. Of course it was too early to say, but Lee was interested in how their relationships will develop in the future. The system notified the beginning of a secret task, a test to test qualifications. The task had a section type. It was necessary to obtain recognition from the envoy of the sent Pless. If the scenario failed, the scenario would fail, and if completed, he could continue the sectional task. Lee carefully read the system's window that appeared above him. He thought about the identity of the messenger, wondering who he would be. When only the eye of the departing Pless remained visible, he told Lee that when he passed, he should come to him again. Instantly, the entire space around Lee shattered like glass, forcing him to fall down. The system notified Lee of his exit from the Pale Sanctuary. Lee opened his eye wide as he came to his senses. Ryan, who was sitting on the other seat, looked at the shocked Lee and asked how he was feeling. Lee stammered and told him that he was fine. Lee calmed down, thinking that he had just been in the ghoul's lair, but now he was in reality. The system notified Lee that he had received the achievement of being a follower of the Great Demon, and as a reward he was awarded 15 magic points and 10 will points. Lee looked at the system window in front of him in shock. The system notified him that the time given to him had expired. His score was SSS, due to which he was returned to reality. Lee was shocked, not believing that 3 days had already passed. Lee raised his hand, stroking his chin. Lee thought about the difference in the passage of time in the sanctuary. He did not dare to assume that the difference was so big. It also showed how high the level of Plez is, but Lee was wary because this also meant that his strength might not be enough to passing the test. A moment later, system messages began to appear one after another, notifying Lee of the hunting time deity, who jumped up in place asking Lee if he was injured, instead of Lee. Jormungandr answered through the system saying that judging by the stupid expression on Lee's face, he was most likely okay. Pablesag breathed a sigh of relief while she shows dissatisfaction with her family members for acting thoughtlessly without his permission. The system alerted Pablesag, who was shaking her head, wondering if any mortal had ever survived being struck by the will of a greater evil. And the system alerted the constellation Taurus, who looked on in disgust as Lee reeked of pitch darkness. Even a few of the gods were shocked that he left the sanctuary. Lee stopped stroking his chin with his hand while looking with some awkwardness at the system alerts, notifying him that some gods were interested in how he was not stuck in the sanctuary, and the evil community of gods, on the contrary, was interested in him. Lee frowned, looking to the side, irritated by the curiosity of the gods. Lee felt the presence of Plez. Even his stigma was felt more clearly, as if he was his other half of the body. The system notified Lee about Plez, who was quietly watching over him since he began his qualification test. Lee squinted at the system alert above him and thought about the fact that before he could barely unlock it by focusing on it with all his might. But now the stigma was closer to becoming a feeling. Even the amount of pitch darkness increased several times. This was enough to combine with abilities and enhance them. Ryan looked at Lee, puzzled, not understanding what was happening to him. Suddenly, the surrounding mana began to concentrate between Lee's palms. Ryan turned his head, asking Lee what it was. Lee's eyes widened in shock, his hair flying from the gust of wind created by the concentration of mana between his palms. The system notified Lee of the mysterious reason for forcibly unlocking his inventory. Lee opened his mouth in amazement, looking at the formed egg of energy lying in his palm. The system notified Lee of an attempt to hatch a Jigui egg. Lee looked at the Jigui egg in shock. His eyes were wide open. Lee could not understand why the Jigui egg responded so suddenly, because before he had fed it a huge amount of food, but it did not react at all. Suddenly, the blue shell of the egg was broken from the inside by the cub's tail, and many cracks spread throughout the egg itself. Sweat began to flow down Lee's face profusely. When he saw the tail, he clenched his teeth. He didn't like that the Jigui didn't take the form of a bird. Lee again opened his mouth in amazement, looking at the egg. In his opinion, the Jigui egg should have hatched, and the divine bird, the supreme hunting bird, should have appeared, the one that gives courage and buffs to the owner and his comrades. Lee remembered how, while staying in the sanctuary of Plez said that he would send a messenger to him. Lee could not believe that the hatched Jigui was the messenger. Soon, cracks appeared on the entire surface of the shell, and from the inside the egg began to glow brightly. The system notified Lee about the hatched Jigui egg, which held pitch darkness in its mouth. Soon the shell was completely broken. The little cub spread its wings and flew up to Lee. It was a dark dragon similar to a fury. He smiled, looking at Lee. The system notified Lee of the appearance of a small black flame dragon inside the pitch darkness. Lee opened his eyes wide, looking at the dragon in front of him. The baby dragon's eyes shone. Its pink pupil looked at Lee, and its mouth stretched in a happy smile. The system notified Lee that the small black flame dragon was staring at the person who had awakened him. The baby dragon, joyful with happiness, flew up to Lee's face, causing him to twitch his lips nervously. The system notified Lee about the deity during the hunt, who was touched by the cuteness of the born dragon. While the baby dragon smiled, sticking out his tongue, Lee looked at him worriedly and raised his arms and opened his palms under the dragon, fearing his fall. The system notified Jormungandr, who began to hurriedly rummage through the old book storage, seeing the appearance of the dragon, while Huju snorted and spoke that tigers have been much braver and nicer than dragons since ancient times. The little dragon stuck out its tongue and jumped on Lai's palm. The system notified that the small black flame dragon was swaying, showing its existence. All the passengers on the plane turned their heads to look at Lee in shock and amazement. Hyabin's pupils sparkled as she asked Lee with a look of surprise on her face what kind of baby he was holding. Lee turned his head, saying that he had had the egg of a divine beast with him for some time, and this little dragon hatched from it. At that time, the little dragon sat on Lee's palm and happily stuck out his tongue and smiled. The baby began to fly around Lee and rub against his head. The baby was happy circling around Lee, but Lee himself was a little annoyed by his behavior. The flight attendant approached Lee and, leaning over a little, said that he could be disturbing other passengers. Lee, using all his charm and beauty, turned his head towards the flight attendant. The dragon lying on his head also applied his charm and smiled sweetly. Instantly, the flight attendant straightened up, clenched her palms into fists, and smiled happily, amazed by Lee's beauty, after which she said that she would try to calm the passengers and asked to take a photo with Lee. Lee turned away from the flight attendant and exhaled tiredly. The system notified Lee about the update of the section task. It turned out that Pleza's envoy had arrived and Lee now needed to get his recognition. The conditions for rewards and failure did not change. Then the system notified about the hunger of the newly hatched dragon. Lee needed to find and feed him with prey, and only when he was full, his closeness with the dragonette will increase. Suddenly the dragon stuck out its tongue and threw its head back, looking very tired. Lee, looking at the little dragon, began to get nervous, thinking about the prey. He did not expect this at all, and he wouldn't be able to get anything on the plane. Hebben walked up and bent down, approaching the dragon standing on Lee's open palm, after which she offered him a cookie, but the dragon refused, turning away from her. Still holding out the snack to the dragon, who turned his head, Hebben asked if the dragon needed food since it had just hatched. Lee winced, starting to get nervous when the baby dragon began to fall on his back, and Hyben asked her questions, asking what dragons eat. Saliva began to flow from the mouth of the terribly hungry and exhausted dragon. Lee did not understand what could be fed to the dragon. Lee shuddered again when the system notified him about a baby dragon who began to protest in extreme hunger. Sweat began to flow from Lee's face. His mouth opened in fear. He did not know what the dragons ate, because apart from drakes, a low-ranking species of dragons, it was extremely difficult to meet other dragons even in dungeons. Lee saw how the dragon lying in his palm folded its paws on its chest and clenched its teeth, exhausted. Lee's lips began to curl in fear and horror as the dragon threw back its head and stuck out its tongue as if dead. Lee looked at the dragon in his hand. He closed his eyes, his head was turned to the side, and his tongue was sticking out as if he were dying. Lee only knew about dragons that they were very smart from birth, and that the great ancient dragon, the dragon in the 1,000-year hibernation, was the ancestor and progenitor of dragons. When the little dragon barely opened his eye, squeezing out a weak squeak, Lee thought how this dragon was different from the others since Plessa sent him. Lee, holding the dragon, rushed into one of the cabins on the plane, assuming that the dragon had divined the ryanthropy. Wolf carefully examined the dragon. His eyebrows frowned, after which he asked for forgiveness, saying that he had little knowledge regarding the dragon race. Lee looked anxiously at the little dragon he was holding in his arms. The system notified Lee that the dragon was in extremely poor condition and that he was hungry. The little dragon spun around, wrapping its tail around itself, the system notifying Lee that his relationship with the little dragon was deteriorating, and also that the deterioration of the relationship could harm his bond with the little black flamed dragon. The system notified Lee of the risk of failing the sectional assignment. A drop of sweat flowed from the face of a worried Lee. Looking at the baby, he thought that Plessa should have sent an envoy to check his pitch darkness. This could mean that darkness was needed to feed the baby. Ryan suddenly appeared behind Lee, looking at the little dragon in surprise and suggesting that the little dragon was a demonic dragon. Lee shuddered as he looked at Ryan. Lee turned his head and asked Ryan how much he knew about dragons. Ryan turned his head and, looking at Lee with a barely noticeable smile, said that he knew little, but at one time he raised a similar dragon. Imagining a huge black demonic dragon, the entire area around which was engulfed in flames, Ryan said that demonic dragons are one of the representatives of high-ranking dragons who entered into contracts with demons, which is why their behavior was different from the behavior of ordinary dragons. In fact, they began to quarrel with them. Lee lowered his head a little and thought. He guessed that since the dragon was imbued with demonic energy, then most likely the essence of the task was his ideology. Instead of focusing on the material, the dragon focused more on its value and abilities. Lee extended his hand and a floating sword instantly appeared above it. The baby dragon stopped lying and flew up to the sword. The system notified Lee about the deity during the hunt, who jumped up from her chair asking what Lee was going to do. Lee brought the tip of the sword to the dragon's head. He was wondering what he would do. The dragon began to carefully examine the weapon and sniff it. But after a couple of moments, the dragon turned his head, refusing the food offered by Lee. The system notified Lai about the deity during the hunt, who exhaled deeply, and then resistingly began to say that if Lai was going to use this precious item like that, then it was better for him to throw it away. Suddenly, the dragon looked at the sword again. After a dark aura began to spread from the sword, the system notified Lai about the guiding sword, which, being saturated with pitch darkness, exuded this pitch darkness in an increasing manner. The little dragon instantly appeared nearby and began to bite the tip of the sword, thrusting most of the sword into its mouth. Overnight, 2 system notifications came alerting Lai about the deity Time of the Hunt and Jormungand. Time of the Hunt screamed in fear and horror not to do this, while Jormungand sadly looked at a certain god, saying that Li must have a reason for this. Suddenly, the guiding sword fell into pieces due to the dragonette's bite. Soon the little dragon finished devouring the guiding sword, his belly swelled and a burp came out of his open mouth. Li and Ryan smiled and looked at the little dragon with shock. Ryan said that the baby liked that sword, which looked quite precious. Li mentally told himself that he didn't know where to use the sword, so it was better to just feed it to the baby dragon and increase his progress in the task. Soon the dragonette lay on his back with a happy smile, while Li received system alerts that the dragonette was euphoric from such delicious food about his increased fidelity. 2 more system notifications arrived notifying that the dragonette recognized Li as his partner for he gave him delicious food. The system asked if Li wanted to give him a name. The whole group looked at the dragon in Lai's hand with a smile, asking what Lai would call him. Even the dragon himself stood up and turned his head to stare at Lai. At this time, Lai was thinking that the system messages that he had failed the hidden task. The secret about Yezi was not appeared. He didn't know how, but he could still use the sword despite being digested by the baby dragon. When Li, with a smile on his face, suggested calling the dragon a dragon, the entire group of people clutched their faces in horror. Even Jormungand sent a message through the system. He, covering his face with his tail, said that he was ashamed of his hopeless taste in choosing names. Ryan and the brown-haired guy standing next to him looked at Li nervously, beads of sweat running down their faces, their eyes wide open as were their mouths. The system notified Huju, who turned away, saying that nothing in the world was perfect. Li, not noticing the dragon's irritation, looked puzzled at his comrades and suggested calling the dragon Richoka. The system notified Li of the deity during the hunt, who shook her head, saying that the name seemed cute, but it was also not the same. Yunseo nervously looked at Li with her mouth wide open in shock, asking if Li was serious. The system also notified Li about Jormungand, which told a certain god that she had a similar taste in names, so she never tried to give it to a pet. A moment later, the system notified about the deity, the Time of the Hunt, who jumped up from her seat saying that no one in the world could name a pet better than her. Ermengarde, using messages from the systems, asked what she named her pets. The deity proudly began to list the hunting time, calling the names of her pets Piskun, Mauchilo, Quackun, and Krukich. The system notified about Ermengarde, who, sighing, said that it could be worse, but during the hunt she did not understand what he was talking about and shook her head, not understanding what exactly was wrong. At this time, Yunseo with brown hair approached Li and began to shout at him, scolding him for the names he came up with. Li read the system messages at the same time, asking if the names he came up with were bad. The little dragon with a grin on his face turned his head looking at Li when Comrade Li began to say that maybe the names he had come up with were suitable for the little dragon now because he was small, but it was insincere to give such names to a baby who would in the future acquire a terrifying body. Yunseo folded her arms across her chest, asking Li if he had a dog in his family and what its name was. Li looked at the girl with a stupid look, saying that her name was Leica. The whole group crowded next to the place where Li stood looking at him. Li asked if Leica was somehow different from the little dragon or the Richoka. Suddenly, the little dragon sitting on his palm puffed out his cheeks and folded his arms across his chest, expressing his dissatisfaction. Li shuddered, looking nervously at the little dragon after the system notified him of the dragon's protest, saying that he didn't like such names. A moment later, 2 system alerts sounded, notifying Li that relations with the dragonette had deteriorated by 35 points in total, after which the system notified Li that the dragonette was hostile towards Li. Li looked at the baby dragon puzzled, not understanding what to do, while the group shouted that even the baby dragon did not like that name. Li brought the dragon to his face, thinking about what to call it. Li raised his hand and extended one finger, saying that he had just thought of a name. The whole group smiled when they heard the name suggested by Li. Even the dragon himself smiled happily as he looked at Li, his eyes shining with joy. The guy and Yunseo, who are very similar to each other, smiled broadly, saying that the proposed name was wonderful. Yunseo even asked if Li was joking with them earlier by trying to name the dragon ridiculously. The little dragon flew into the air smiling when the system asked Li if he wanted to name him Cadmos. The system notified Li that the little dragon thought the name was quite cool and majestic, which made him incredibly pleased. The system notified Li that his relationship with little dragon. Li's lips curled into a smile after hearing this notification. Suddenly, Cadmos' wings lowered and her eyes glowed brightly. The system notified Li that Cadmos had become a member of his family and the creation of a spiritual connection with him. When Cadmos' entire body was enveloped in dark energy, continuing to concentrate in his body, the system notified that one end of the connection was in the stigma, and the other in Cadmos' heart. The system reported that Cadmos could now create pitch darkness, and also that Li could now recognize the thoughts of Cadmos, thus the more thoughts Li read, the better he mastered the pitch darkness. For a moment, Cadmos took on a terrifying appearance, his horns hardened, and a predatory smile appeared on his face. The system notified that the abilities of breathing, mana, heart, and thought expansion had been created for a member of the Cadmos family. Lee smiled as he approached Cadmos. He smiled like Cadmos with his tongue hanging out. The system notified Lee that pitch darkness had formed in Cadmos' heart, due to which he could receive part of the pitch darkness through a spiritual connection. The system also notified Lee that the stigma turned into an ability. He now had more pitch darkness, and the level of the ability was increased. A moment later, a huge system window appeared with a full description of the ability of the stigma. The stigma was a scar left on it. The stigma acquired a particle of divinity, and now Lee will have to master it with greater caution because there is a risk of explosion. But by taking the stigma under control, Lee would increase his strength many times over, because right now it contained the starfire of the twins and the pitch darkness of Plez. The level of his ability was 3 and was of the power type. Lee smiled, looking at Cadmos, who stuck out his tongue and licked his nose. Lee remembered his friend, a man with long red hair and a cross-shaped scar on his face and a thick beard. Lee remembered how he held a spear in one hand and made the man looking at him look at him with nervousness due to his indifference. It was all because when the man addressed Lee, he shut him up due to the fact that the man was trying to make his voice more pleasant. Lee looked at his interlocutor, saying that such a voice did not suit him. The man glanced at Lee, a strand of his red hair fluttering in the wind as he complained about Lee being too serious. Sitting on the edge of a ledge on the mountain, Lee and the man were talking to each other, although their conversation sounded more like a small quarrel. Lee raised his head, looking at the sky, and invited the man to fight and be alone together until the end of his days. The man almost knocked Lee over by pointing his finger at him while saying with anger in his voice that no matter how many times he spoke, Lee remained a petty bastard. Lee screamed, asking what the man was talking about. The man's pupil stared at Lee as he tried to explain to Lee that he shouldn't live like him. Lee opened his eye wide, looking at the man in surprise. Smiling barely noticeably, the man, standing motionless, said that even though he couldn't live up to his name, he hoped that Lee could. Lee stood up straight, his hair flying in the wind as he shouted and asked what was so great about the man's name. Only later did Lee learn from some pictures of a great warrior in strange runic armor that the name Cadmos came from a hero who was associated with dragons during the Silver Age of Arcadia. In honor of him, people drew a dragon with an open mouth. The design consisted only of the elements that were on the hero's clothes. He was a man who was loved by countless stars. He was the one who helped them and became the king of the nation. His legacy consisted of killing the evil dragon and planting his seed in the land on which Sparta appeared. Lee sat in his chair looking at the grinning Cadmos in his arms, to him, one who was busy making it through the rest of the day, and had no time to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. The actions of the hero Cadmos were great, because that the little dragon was a dragon, this name suited him. The system notified Lee that the section job was successfully completed and a new section job was created. A moment later, another system window appeared with a full description of the next stage of the sectional task. The description stated that he needed to introduce pitch darkness into himself from the messenger sent by the Plez, strengthen the stigma, and, using it, complete the fiery heart. In case of failure, the script would be failed. After some time, the plane landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport in France, located in Paris. The captain of the ship informed the passengers about its arrival. Yuncio put on her glasses under Hyabin's perplexed look. She asked Yuncio why she put them on, to which Yuncio said to get out alive. Hyabin's mouth opened a little in confusion. Yuncio turned around, raising her finger to the top, and with a smile on her face, she advised Hyabin to put on makeup. When the plane's doors opened, numerous reporters and photographers became visible, turning on a bright flash to take photographs. Lee, not paying attention to the numerous flashes of light, stood motionless. Soon the whole group, wearing sunglasses, began to exit the plane to the shouts of reporters. Hyabin opened her mouth in amazement, her glasses falling off a little as she looked at the reporters and photographers in surprise. Lee was walking past the crowd when one of the reporters asked him for his thoughts on arriving in France. Lee responded by saying that he had just woken up, so he wasn't thinking much. A man with curly hair whom Lee passed stood in a stupor when, after the reporter asked whether Lee considered any of the French newcomers to be a rival, Lee said that everyone was inferior to him anyway, so he had no need to pay attention to them. Lee, without changing his expression, heard one of the reporters praise Henry, the newcomer from France. Lee interrupted the reporter by saying that he had not even heard of him. The crowd of reporters and journalists trembled upon hearing Lie's words, each of them widening their eyes. Each of the reporters remembered the figure of Henry standing on the bone dragon. Henry Blanc was the best of the newcomers of France. He was personally chosen by the future king. Henry had a blue rune painted on his face. He was a blue-eyed, blonde, handsome man by any standards. He was the one who raided the uncaptured dungeon of the skeleton dragon colony and obtained the bone wyvern. Lee stopped next to the curly-haired reporter, saying that he didn't have time and hurried them. The man shouted, asking Lee about his thoughts about the duel with Henry. Lee frowned a little and then said that he was not interested in Henry. but they could convey to him that if he wanted to fight him, then he should just do it and not stir up a news agenda. The woman standing behind the man who introduced himself as Camille Blanche looked in shock at Lee, who was provoking the whole of France, while Camille shouted, asking if Lee had a plan to go through the stone desert dungeon where the cold wind was blowing. Lee adjusted his glasses, saying that he was just planning to clear the dungeon and that should be enough, so Lee suggested to be frugal with each other's time. But in Lee's mind he was thinking about clearing the dungeon. The famous rankers of France had repeatedly failed the raid into the stone desert. Lee understood the curiosity of the reporters in relation to him. Soon, photos of Lee's group arriving, dressed in black cloaks, spread all over the internet, with many people leaving comments with phrases Lee had said. Chat rooms began to discuss Lee's recklessness, saying that he humiliated the entire country in less than 3 minutes. One user with the nickname Sasuke Chiyur wrote that it is unlikely that the pride of the French will allow them to leave it like this, although he heard that with his level the tyrant has nothing to fear. Other users began to discuss the tyrant, saying that there will be no unrest, but the tyrant will have to take care of his throat knights. Some were completely frightened by the seriousness with which Lee spoke his words. In the news, Henry, who had another runic seal on his neck, said with a smile on his face that Tyrant was his idol, whom he respected since his youth, and he wanted to try to oppose him. In chats, people began to discuss Henry's actions. Some admired him, calling him generous and Tyrant unworthy of him, but some said that Henry was being ironic because he was still that asshole. Immortal King Jacques Valentin was a short-haired man with a thick and long beard. He went on the news saying that he would try even harder than before to get the juniors' attention. In response to this, Wolf personally spoke out, saying that he understood their concerns regarding the possibility of worsening relations between France and Korea. Wolf denied the tyrant's message, saying that this was only the result of differences in culture because he was a fair and good-natured hero of their time. The man slapped the documents with Wolf's photo, calling him a madman who had planned everything from the very beginning. Constantine is the Duke of the Red Falcon. He had long golden hair and a tattoo in the form of a graph on his forehead. Now Constantine was screaming because in his opinion Wolf came to take over the Illuminati after Joachim talked him into it. Constantine clenched his teeth and knitted his eyebrows in anger. He assumed that the recent event was a warning for him and his comrades because he knew the goddess better than anyone. They did not need Lee or Joachim. Constantine turned and called Louis. Constantine clenched his teeth and frowned. Being angry, he said that they needed to prepare a scripture. The Eiffel Tower in Paris towered above all the other houses in the city, almost reaching the sky, which was colored in different shades of yellow due to the setting sun. One of the people, wrapped up and hidden under a cloak, walked through the narrow streets of Paris, cursing Lee within himself. The man hiding under the hood smiled expectantly. Continuing to walk along the narrow alley, the man thought that he only had to cross the Rubicon River. 2 letters with a red stamp were thrown into the yellow mailbox. The 3-story white building was located right in front of the Eiffel Tower, showing the importance and coolness of the building. Lee raised an eyebrow at Cadmos, puzzled. He didn't know if he liked it or not. Lee, folding his arms on his chest, watched as Cadmos ate the treasure with a satisfied smile. The system notified Lee about Cadmos, who was incredibly pleased with the royal treasure, which is why he stared at the huge supply of food, delighted with the abundance of delicious food. Lee calmly looked at Cadmos after the system notified that Cadmos' satiety level had increased, as well as the increase in affinity with him, but even after eating everything. The progress of the fiery heart had only reached 6.7%. Lee guessed that the guiding sword after eating which Cadmos fell asleep for a long time increased his appetite. Cadmos threw a golden helmet, which instantly began to collapse, becoming covered with cracks, and individual pieces were already beginning to fall into Cadmos' open mouth. Lee was puzzled. He did not understand how the helmet could make such strange sounds. Cadmos opened his mouth, from which flames immediately burst out. While the molten part of the helmet flowed in the form of hot metal into the open mouth of Cadmos, Lee, standing on the sidelines, he watched as the cherished treasures of the Yeti King were turned into a tasty snack. Lee instantly became serious as he watched Cadmos and noticed how he was already using breath, although he had heard that breath was a power that a high-ranking dragon race could use after they mastered the element at will. Looking at Cadmos flying and spewing flames, Lee understood that he would soon melt all the treasures here, because the power of his breathing, although weaker than that of high-ranking dragons, combined with the pitch darkness, should not be underestimated. Lee rubbed his chin with his hand and thought as he looked at Cadmos devouring the sword, because the power to dissolve an element, burn it and eliminate it, regardless of characteristics, was something that made him wonder. He wondered if this could be the exclusive domain of dragons. Soon Cadmos was full, his belly became round, expanding from the huge amount of food he had eaten. Lee, looking at how the dragon lay down on the shield, thought about the fact that the demonic dragon was indeed different from ordinary dragons, even though it had grown a little in just days showed his amazing growth rate. Cadmos' mouth opened in a wide and satisfied smile. His eyes shone with happiness. The system notified Lee that Cadmos had absorbed the ice helmet and sword of 0 degrees. The next system notification notified Lee that the consumption of the ice element had been reduced by 72 points, and iron by 51 points. Also, the mana heart became stronger, and progress reached 7.1%. Cadmos was able to stand up and then looked at Lee with eyes shining with happiness. Cadmos stuck out his tongue and flew up to Lee, rubbing against his cheek. Lee smiled looking at Cadmos. He felt like he had eaten too much, but the investment was worth it. Lee turned his head, because of which his cheek was dented under the pressure of the pressed Cadmos. They both smiled, looking at each other. Lee remembered his stay in the sanctuary of Plez, how he, being immersed, looked at Plez, who stood at the surface of the space above him. Lee, remembering this, understood that the creation of pitch darkness was akin to the creation of divinity. Its long-term creation would allow the use of a variety of techniques like Plez. Jean, who appeared next to Lee, looked at Cadmos in surprise and asked who it was this time. Lee turned his head to the grinning Jean, asking what he was talking about. Jean reminded Lee of how Lee had told him that he had something to show him. After Lee was surprised, Jean waved his hand while continuing to smile. A blue stream of energy formed in space. Soon, a ghostly horse was formed from this flow of energy. Its entire body was either protected by armor or shrouded in dark energy that came out of every crack in the armor. The system alerted Lee that it was a level 6 cold death horse. The horse's eyes and mane glowed brightly like flames as it looked at Lee. The horse screeched loudly, raising its 2 front legs. It wanted to run over Lee standing in front of it. Jean screamed. Worried, he tried to cancel the call. Lee bit his lower lip and frowned. Looking at the horse, he knew that catching the horse would not be difficult, but if he used the ability carelessly, the room would be a mess. Suddenly, the shadow of a small creature appeared in front of Lee. Taking on his most fearsome form, Cadmos growled furiously, baring his fangs. The ghostly horse stopped galloping in an instant, frightened, and stood in a stupor. Lee, standing next to Jean, folded his hands on his chest, watching in surprise as Cadmos, flying in the air, calmed the horse, causing it to lower its head due to fear. Jean, who was standing behind Lee, was amazed. He could not believe that the dragon fear skill had just been used. A drop of sweat began to flow down Jean's cheek as he said with shock on his face that among the ghosts, this horse was the king. But even so, he of course understood that there was a difference between the undead and the high-ranking dragon race, but he needed the efforts of 2 nights of perseverance to subdue her, and Cadmos only growled. Lee looked at the surprised Jean, saying that Cadmos was a demonic dragon. Jean coughed, saying that he would have to increase his strength for a long time to match Lee. Lee turned his head and asked the departing Jean if there were any among the family members who were excellent at stealth techniques. Lee took out a photograph of the girl and introduced her. It was Myra Laliano. He ordered Jean to test her when she left the ballroom, but they also should not give away their presence in the crowd. While Jean looked at the photo in his hand in surprise, saying that it was only wrong to follow if Lee wanted to get even with her, Lee, closing his eyes, said to stop talking nonsense. Lee glanced at Jean, telling him that Myril had a 5th mysterious scripture. Night soon fell. The light of the Eiffel Tower burned brightly, showing the night beauty of the city. People in the banquet hall were discussing Lee's absence, calling him a coward, and only Henry stood motionless with his hands in his pockets. Henry looked to the side, feeling a surge of mana. Hooves, glowing bright blue, walked across the marble floor. A moment later, Lee, riding a ghostly horse, entered the banquet hall, surprising everyone. Lee, powerfully seated on a ghostly horse, entered the banquet hall. His hair developed due to the energy that the dark horse emitted. The people around him thought that Lee was trying to pretend to be the main character, which is why they called him pathetic and an attention seeker. Myril rubbed her chin with her hand, thinking about the breed of the ghost horse she had never seen. The surrounding people were surprised when they heard her words, because Myril herself did not know. Being the most capable summoner among the newcomers, they had never heard of the tyrant being a summoner or tamer. Myril glanced at Henry, who was drinking wine, and called out to him. Henry lowered his glass of wine and looked at Myril. At this time, Cadmos, emitting flames from his mouth, flew up. Everyone in the banquet hall raised their heads as Cadmos twisted in the air, creating trails of flames that remained behind him. The system notified that Cadmos had demonstrated his stunning appearance to mortals. After some time, Cadmos landed on the back of Lee's palm. People looking at the smiling Lee could not believe that it was his pet. Lee closed his eyes and dismounted from the ghostly horse while a crowd of people thought about the fact that Lee appeared to them as an expert in hand-to-hand combat who could master various weapons. Henry, looking at Lee, frowned. He could not imagine that a person with outstanding abilities in 2 different areas really existed. Yuncio approached Lee and began to play with Cadmos. Yuncio pampered Cadmos, showing excessive tenderness. Lee looked at Yuncio, who pressed Cadmos to her face, thinking about the nickname that Yuncio gave Cadmos. When Yuncio turned her head and looked at the horse, she asked Lee where he got the horse. Lee simply snapped his fingers without answering her. After Lee's click, the ghost horse disappeared into black smoke. Yuncio opened her mouth wide in surprise after Lee called the horse back. Lee turned his head to look at Myril and directed energy in her direction. Lee, looking at Myril, mentally said that this was his chance. Soon, Myril, who was looking to the side, did not notice the dark energy rushing past her. Lee, who was looking at Myril, saw the energy completely merge with Myril's shadow. The system notified a family member who was using the close-up observation ability to follow Myril. Lee stood motionless looking at Myri. Everything was ready. He used the ghost horse to attract people's attention and establish surveillance of the girl. The fact was that besides Jiang's words, he could not find out anything about the fifth scroll without using such methods, so he had to find out the rest on his own. At this time, Henry came close to his bride Myril. They began to discuss something, but no one could hear anything. When Henry and Myril looked at Lee, he himself looked at them thinking about their personalities. In France, Henry was always compared to him. He was very ambitious, so he used the interview to provoke him to retaliate. Myril was Henry's fiancée. Looking at the place where Yunseo's horse used to stand, asking if Lee had also studied the art of summoning, Lee brought his fist to his mouth and coughed, saying that he thought that Cadmos would be lonely. Yunseo looked at Lee, saying that he was lying, because he definitely wouldn't care about such a trifle. Lee looked at the ceiling, internally complaining about Yunseo's insight. Afterwards, Lee looked at Yunseo, saying that initially he had a class not of a warrior, but of a magician, or more precisely, he was a rune magician. Lee turned away when a guy from their group fainted after his words. Jewel smiled awkwardly, saying that he definitely saw how Lee used runes. Yunseo twitched nervously, trying to calm down, and only Hyabin didn't care. She sat down, picking up Cadmos in her arms and starting to stroke him. Ryan walked up to Lee and, with a smile on his face, told Lee that he must have had a hard time finding food for Cadmos, since the baby dragon was always hungry, even if he had just eaten. Lee looked gloomily at Ryan, who walked forward, telling him to follow him because he wanted to introduce him to some people. Lee could not understand who Ryan was. He even immediately realized that Cadmos was a demonic dragon. Lee and Ryan were approaching the three men who were talking among themselves. But even at this moment, Lee was thinking about Ryan's identity, because even in Arcadia, where dragons were worshipped, no one had such knowledge about them. Soon the three men saw Lee approaching them and turned to greet him and introduce themselves. Lee, looking at the men, introduced himself, realizing that they were all from the best French clans and could be compared to the White Tiger clan. Ryan smiled broadly, saying that there were also newcomers here, after which he offered to say hello to them too. Lee frowned at Ryan. He couldn't understand why he continued to act good-naturedly and attentively since they met at Ican Airport. Lee felt like he was up to something. As Henry and Lee shook hands, Henry suddenly released his aura while introducing himself. Lee looked attentively at his new interlocutor. Ryan exclaimed when he noticed the change in energy. Henry smiled looking at Lee. His energy began to swirl around Henry when he said that it was an honor for him to meet his idol, whom he admired in his youth. Meanwhile, the system notified Lee of the rotten energy of the dead dragon that was spreading everywhere. The system also notified of an attempt to curse its two different curses, cruelty and panic. Lee looked at Henry with a smile, not paying attention to the energy swirling around him. Lee realized that Henry was trying to humiliate him because he provoked him into the interview, but Henry was making it too obvious. Lee squinted his eyes, thinking that Henry was controlling a deadly dragon known as the Bone Dragon. Although he sounded dignified, he was actually just a low-level member of the dragon race like a drake. People in the hall looked with concern at Lee and Henry, who was releasing his aura. Lee's hair began to fly from the gusts of wind created by the release of Henry's aura. The system notified Lee of the Kalkagathia ability that had been provoked and gave him psychic immunity. Suddenly, Lee released his golden aura, tearing into pieces all the streams of energy around him. Henry flinched when he saw this, his eyes widening in shock. All the aristocrats gathered in the banquet hall looked intensely at Henry and Lee, wondering what the difference in potential would be between those called the rivals of the century. Suddenly, Lee released an even larger volume of his aura, destroying all of Henry's energy flows. Henry frowned, clenched his teeth, sweat began to flow down his forehead and face. He could not believe what he saw. He always told himself that he was the strongest, because he was the next king of France. Henry's pupil shrank to the size of a pea and glowed when he received the system alert that the spirit of the dead dragon and the roar of the dead dragon had been forcibly cancelled. He was scared that although he had used all his powers, he was no match for Lai. An armor of dark energy began to appear around Lee's face and body. Lee's lips stretched into a predatory smile and his pupils completely disappeared. The system notified Lee that the combination of Tiger Aura and Stigma abilities had led to dominance on the battlefield. Using his presence, Lee Grave said in a voice that he had rather sensitive ears, thanks to which he unintentionally heard Henry's conversation with his friends. Henry said that he and his comrades were non-entities. After Lai's words, some people in the hall shuddered in horror. Cadmos, shrouded in a dark aura, sat on the shoulder of a grinning Lee. Initially, Lee could have simply ignored and not paid attention to Henry's words, but he would never tolerate actions that harm the pride and respect of his team. The system notified Lee of what he now shared part of the powers of Cadmos through the fiery heart, and thanks to the wisdom of the dragons, Lee could now understand the voices of everyone, plants, animals, and even inanimate objects. Nicholas, standing to the side, shouted in alarm, saying that Lee was mistaken. Lee looked at Nicholas and ordered him to stand where he stood. Lee furrowed his eyebrows, frowned, and looked at Henry again, saying that he was talking to Mr. Blank and his friends, not to him. Henry's lips began to tremble. He experienced terrible fear. Even the system notified him that the fear of death was lurking and now he could not escape. Lee's eyes and cheers lit up brightly as Lee ordered Henry to answer. Henry, terrified, clenched his teeth trying to say something. The system notified him that he was stuck in a state of panic attack. Henry pulled his hand out of Lee's grip and looked with fear at Lee, who was enveloped in his aura. Henry could barely say that Lee had misunderstood everything. Lee began to dissipate the aura around him and Henry smiled and said that he was glad to know that he had heard wrong. Henry clenched his teeth, looking intently at Lee. Lee turned around, but finally looked at Henry with narrowed eyes and said that he almost had a misunderstanding. Lai's voice rang out in the luxurious banquet hall, wanting everyone to enjoy the rest of the evening. In one of the corridors, Henry hit the wall with his fist. Henry was angry as ever, his teeth were clenched and his brow was furrowed. He wanted to kill Lee right now for daring to humiliate him, the future king of France. Henry's friends, along with his fiancée, approached the irritated Henry, asking him how he was doing, while not forgetting to curse Lee. Henry looked angrily at his pretend friends, remembering how they were trembling with fear standing behind him. He was going to finish off Lee and only then deal with his friends. Henry frowned, remembering that there were 2 days left before the dungeon opened. That's when Henry was going to take revenge on Lee. An excited Myril called out to Henry. An angry Henry turned his head and asked what was the matter. Myril folded her hands in front of her without saying anything. Henry turned around again, thinking about caution. Myril remembered the moment when Henry shook Lee's hand and began to release his aura. Then Myril shuddered when she heard a voice ordering her to run. A projection of a goddess dressed in monastic robes appeared behind Myril, ordering her to quickly get out of here. Myril turned her head, asking for forgiveness before asking about Lai's identity since the goddess said such a thing. Myril, looking at the goddess, saw how her pupil lit up and she began to excitedly scream that he was a creature that was both similar and different from her. Lee was the one who could burn her. He was the one who could kill both Myril and her. Myril remembered the image of Lee after his transformation, the moment when his pupils glowed and shrank and an armor of energy formed around his face. Myril clenched her fist as 2 drops of sweat ran down her nervous face. She realized that it was not she who was nervous, but the Patroness's fear was passing through her because of their contract. The Patroness had been acting like this ever since she saw the blue flames in Lee's eyes. Myril couldn't believe that a divine being was petrified by a pathetic mortal. Nicholas walked up behind Henry with his arms folded across his chest, his voice making Henry actively start to sweat and get excited as Nicholas said that he didn't seem like himself. Henry turned to Nicholas, standing motionless behind him, as a mentor. Henry turned to Nicholas saying that he just wasn't in the best condition. Nicholas walked up to Henry and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that if everything was like that, then fine, but he should not forget that the position in which an orphan like him was today was obtained thanks to their risen clan. Henry, listening to Nicholas's words, opened his eyes wide in surprise when he said that if, due to Henry's fault, all efforts were in vain, then they would have no choice but to take away his popularity and everything he had built. Henry, biting his lower lip, said that he would keep this in mind while addressing Nicholas as Mr. Events are transferred to the desert, where on one of the dunes stood a large group of people in cloaks. Even from such a distance their voices could be heard. Mostly they just complained about this place. Suddenly, 3 system alerts appeared in the air. We will notify the group about the entrance to the Stone Desert Dungeon, where a cold wind blows. The topic of the task turned out to be escape. The description of the task stated that every few days a train that crosses the center of the desert arrives at this station, so they needed protect this place and leave the desert. Numerous people from the various clans of France stood behind Henry. Everyone except Henry was wearing a long cloak that protected them from the sand. Henry seemed to be unaware of this, thinking that the White Tiger had not revealed the plans for the raid of the Stone Desert. But he assumed that they should not have been involved because the French government did not want to be humiliated by foreigners, as the system notified everyone that the train consisted of 4 cars, where they could find survival tools and hidden fragments along the way to the front of the train. Henry looked towards the small group of cloaked people who had separated. The system notified everyone that all participants will have access to the inventory, status window, and ability window to complete the task. Lee, wrapped in a cloak with a hood, stood motionless looking into the distance. Henry's pupils watched Lee closely. He thought that no matter how amazingly talented Tyrant was, he would never cross the desert alone. Lee stood alone looking at the hills ahead of him. The system notified Lee of the deity of the time of the hunt, who was happy to see how Lee would play with his new prey in these difficult conditions. When Lee said that it was hot here and not at all like the mountain of the abominable snowman, the system notified him of Jormungand, who, squinting, said that he was not surprised that this place seemed familiar to him. Lee frowned looking into the distance. He understood that due to the scorching sun during the day and the chilly cold at night, they would suffer greatly. The task also worried him greatly, because the only way to get out of here was by train. Falling behind meant death. Lee thought that the French were too careless to the dungeon by incorrectly assessing its level. Lee remembered his stay in the underworld. Then he stood in front of Thanatos, who was sitting on the throne, who asked him if he knew Surtra. Lee then said that he knew the identity of the ruler of the fire giants and the king of Muspelheim. Lee, looking at Thanatos, asked if Surtur was alive. Thanatos then smiled and said that he had been dead for a long time, but the apocalyptic world he controlled was on Earth. Thanatos remembered the huge figure of a fire giant, dressed in red armor and placing his hands on the hilt of his sword. Flames raged around him. Surtur was a giant king who ruled the world of fire. He destroyed countless universes with his help. But one day he was found dead. The area around his eye was badly damaged. Cracks spread along it. After that event, Muspelheim met its apocalypse with him. No one knew how he died, but there were bad rumors that he was punished by karma for all the universes which he destroyed. Thanatos remembered the image of a huge fiery sword, on which runic symbols were drawn. The desert in which Lee was now was a trace of that world. The flames of the end of the world were raised to the limit to make a blood sacrifice, and then take out the divine sword that Surtur used to wield. Lee stood motionless while his cloak barely noticeably fluttered from the weak wind. Lee knew that Surtur had the divine sword Levitain, which only a fire giant could master. Reborn, the place where this sword was kept, could be reached by train. Lee glanced to the side, deciding to first collect all the hidden fragments in the train to get Levitain, because if he used the flame of the end of the world Jigui with it, then without a doubt it could be strengthened many times. Although first he needed to find the location of the fifth mysterious scripture, he hoped the fact that by concentrating on the dungeon, Myril will at some point find herself far from the group. As Lee began to walk on the sand, Lee mentally asked the family member who was monitoring Myril about Myril's current status. A small dark green energy appeared in his shadow, after which Lee received an answer, realizing that everything was still the same as before. Lee, looking at his shadow, ordered to continue to monitor it. The green energy began to leave his shadow after accepting the order. Lee glanced at the dilapidated station and the winding railway and suggested moving forward. The entire group walking behind Lee was sweating profusely due to the heat. They made faces pretending to be almost dead, but only Yunseo among them complained. She asked Lee for permission to remove the armor. Lee looked at Yunseo, telling him to be patient and not remove the armor, because the system notified Lee that the power of the path of the demonic beast warned him of danger. In front of a group of adventurers from France, a powerful explosion occurred, blowing up an already dilapidated building. The fire from the explosion began to spread, overtaking people. The few who were not caught in the explosion shouted, ordering help to those who were caught in the explosion. Lee looked to the side and then received a system alert, notifying him that the Tsuneabo clan had ambushed him. Lee, raising his head, noticed two figures of people in cloaks who jumped out of the flames. One of them had a mask on his face, hiding the lower part of his face. It was the little finger of the Tsuna clan, the leader of the little saint of Kyudigund. He complained about the thumb that ordered them to act, after which he asked his partner if he wanted him to just follow the order of the thumb. His partner, with an identical mask and tattoo around his eyes, looked at Kyudigund, saying that they were given strict orders, and asked them not to forget this. This man was the ring finger of the Tsunabo clan, nicknamed the Ring of Death Kinesio. Kyudigunda, whose energy began to envelop his bald head, said that the abduction of the child from the prophecy, for which his partner was responsible, he called this activity fun, because the boss was personally interested in him. Kinesio and Kyudigunda ran through the sands of the desert. The sand raised by the explosion was flying around them. Kinesio asked Kyudigunda if he was going to go against the decisions of the leadership, to which Kyudigunda said that he did not like that and he would not create a mess. The two madmen from the Tsunabo clan jumped, rushing forward with even greater speed. They were about to begin the mission. Everything is on fire, and the system reports that the Tsunabo clan has ambushed, and the power of the path of the demonic beast warns Lie of the danger. The man clenches his jaw as the system notifies that a mysterious ambush is about to begin and quickly scans the number of opponents. Lee frowns as some blue magic envelops him, and the system reports that the ice cloak is being blown away by a hot wind. She explains, of course, that the ice cloak is the cloak of the snow monarch, the heir of the Yeti, and personally sewn by the skilled craftsman Yezi, boasts unrivaled protection. Lee's eye lights up yellow, and notifications from the system say that they are looking for players using the Viper's Eye ability. The man furrows his brows again when it becomes known that player Jewel successfully avoided damage from the shield lock ability. Player Seo negated the damage using the shield lock ability. Player Shin formed a magical barrier using the Ouroboros formula ability. Player Hebben used the Rain of Divine Blades artifact to create a strong wind and move safely away from the blast radius. Lee stands with his hood over his head, and the system reports that the deity Time of the Hunt is furious at the attempt to damage his eye and wants to know who is behind this. The deity snake encircling the world frowns at the thought that its priest is in danger. Lee concludes that, fortunately, everyone is safe. Lee looks away in shock when he hears his name called and that the enemies want to attack Myril right now and ask what to do. The girl lies on the ground while the same speaker stands next to her. Portrayed by Kinizio. Cursing, Lee rushes forward on his wings, and the system reports the activation of the servant Jigby. He fearfully shouts to Gobble to follow him, while he wonders if Myril was their target from the very beginning. Gobble is also stunned. Lee continues to fly and tells his subordinate to stay in the shadows and continue to report the enemy's location to him. Lee looks away in shock when the system reports that the power of the path of the demonic beast is warning him of danger. He looks at something approaching him. He releases threads of his blue magic. He looks decisively at the newcomer. He frowns, thinking about the killer's weapon. Standing in the clouds is Cutigunda, who asks if the man was able to notice this and claims that the rumors were true. The girl in the mask appears in full growth, and the system reports that the deity Time of the Hunt is extremely unhappy with the appearance of an unexpected guest. The girl says that she planned to get rid of Lee quickly and leave, but changed her mind, because he is good enough to become part of her collection. A notification arrives from the system, which states that the deity snake entwining the world is fascinated by a man's ability to make enemies wherever he goes, even outside the country. Cutigunda narrows her eyes slightly and says that, among other things, he has an Asian appearance, but what interests her most is his cute face. They stand opposite each other as the wind blows their cloaks, and the girl reveals that even their patron is interested in Lee, so she suggests they have some fun. Lee looks somewhat confused as he watches the messages from the system that the deity Primordial Evil Dragon is looking forward to his next feat. The deity Time of the Hunt is surprised and asks God what he is doing here, because this is her mother, to which she replies that it's just wants to watch her daughter's favorite broadcast, and the deity Time of the Hunt jumps into her place and tells her not to do it. Lee put forward his hand, wrapped in magic. Explosions and magical powers can be seen. Cutigunda appears scared when Lai's magical thread wraps around her leg. She looks up as a man walks towards her. He thrusts his sword forward, and the system reports that the Shattered Tiger state has been activated and the Shattered Tiger fangs rush forward. It can be seen that everything sparkles from their collision. The blow passed right next to Cutigunda's face, but she managed to put out her sword, amazed at what was happening. Her expression turns wild and she declares that he is not bad for even daring to leave a scratch on her beautiful skin. The girl is angry and a certain creature appears behind her. She shouts that now the man will not get away with just becoming part of her collection. A beetle is shown with terrifying red eyes as messages from the system are heard that the deity Tiger, trapped in deprivation, is hostile to the new enemy that has appeared and exclaims how dare he touch what is his, to which the deity Huge the Madness Bug slyly replies that he was simply following his priests on a walk. Lee seems amazed and thinks that the ruler of the abyss is often aggressive, but for some reason he is especially cruel today. Lee and Cutigunda get into a sword fight that makes everything sparkle. The man looks serious and wonders if it's because of the Huge Madness Bug that Lee Young is a pretty calm star after all. Lee thinks that he, like the ruler of the abyss, is one of the 72 earthly villains, but they are not on particularly good terms. It is unusual for him to appear in such a place, and this is not a coincidence. New blow. The system reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, becomes even more aggressive. Lee is currently thinking that even though they weren't on good terms, he's being too aggressive, as if he's desperately trying to hide something. The man suggests that perhaps Yon also came for the scripture, that the ruler of the abyss may have kept information about H-San's 7 mysterious scriptures a secret from Zaiwai Dushu, and Yon may be doing something after the others got caught. Lee, with a determined face, calls out to little Cadmos, who immediately flies out and thinks that in this case, he can force the ruler of the abyss and Yang to fight, creating chaos among Zaiwai Dushu, and perhaps he can even seal one of the gods. Lee smiles and tells Cadmos to cover him when he has grown enough to do so, and the system reports that the fiery heart has been activated, part of the magic has been divided. Some sand waves are displayed and the system notifies that a member of the Cadmos family is using the blood mist ability. Cutigunda wonders in shock what this is, while Lee's thoughts are heard that he cannot help but note that Suinabo clan, which serves Yang as a patron, does nothing of its own accord. He believes that the fact that they are against him means that someone hired them and he needs to find out the client's identity. All sweaty, the girl wonders how a baby dragon can use such a powerful spell, which is subject to the level of a ranker or higher, and at the same time she also needs to have excellent magical abilities. She states that the clan gave the order without properly assessing the purpose of the murder. People in robes are seen, and the system reports that the bloody fog cancels the stealth technique, exposing the players. People are indignant. The system proceeds to explain that blood mist is a basic spell of a small black dragon that breathes black fire and pitch darkness. It causes smoke similar to blood mist in a certain area, completely sealing it off from the outside and debuffing enemies while buffing allies inside. Those caught in the bloody fog are scared and confused, especially when they hear that they are told to cry and howl. Lee flies out of the blue magic circle, holding a weapon in both hands. There is a phrase that says you need to grind them into dust. Many horses appear, following the man. Kudagunda and the others seem extremely scared. Sitting on one of the horses, Jean holds a huge sword in his hand and shouts that this is the owner's order not to leave anyone alive. A sea of blood is spilled, and other people's screams are heard. The bodies of people who have already been dealt with are shown. Lee stands with his black wings spread and looks at the fallen in battle. Jean smiles widely and loudly asks what Lee thinks about the family members and whether he thinks they are quite useful. The man, in turn, looks serious and thinks that he cannot believe that he absorbed the blood magic of the ghoul leader so quickly, because he is the same level as the white tiger Jita, but since Jean is taller, one can say that he is one step ahead of the goblin enslaver. Jean gets embarrassed when he notices Lee's look and says he's acting like he shouldn't brag about it. Lee looks at Jean and notices that after the way he behaved in the ghoul lair, his behavior is completely justified. He asks for a little more effort. Jean sighs at this and declares that the man is now hurting his feelings. He is suddenly surprised when the system reports that the call has been cancelled. An angry Jean, asking if it's so hard to just praise him, disappears while Lee stands with his eyes closed. Kudagunda lies there, all sweaty and scared. Her clothes are torn, and there is a pool of blood under her, and she asks Lee to finish her off, and in the meantime the system notifies that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, asks a certain god to go far and for a long time, since the members of his family are nothing compared to his. Lee stands and looks at the big bug when the system reports that the deity Huge Madness Bug is curiously ignoring the request. A tiger is depicted, and an alert comes from the system, which states that the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, growls and warns that any attempt to invade his domain will be regarded as a declaration of war. The beetle is shown again, and a message from the system that the deity the Huge Madness Beetle mockingly replies that an atheist cannot be a member of the family. The tiger and the beetle look at each other, and the system reports that the deity tiger, caught in the trap of deprivation, has his tail and fur standing on end, and the deity the huge bug of madness fiercely pierces his opponent with his gaze. Lai smiles contentedly when the system notifies that there is a growling sound due to an argument between two gods, and thinks that the members of the Zai Waidu Shu never change. They disdain their priests and clerks as tools, who make them richer and more successful. They show interest only because they will be able to expand their possessions if he takes one of the sides. Lee watches as the beetle and the tiger turn away from each other. Only dust flies. Lee looks away, thinking that he took the bait and he doesn't mind him keeping the ruler of the abyss under control. Blood splashes out, and the man's thoughts are heard that since the ruler of the abyss does not hide his desires, he can provoke him to cause a split within Zai Waidu Shu and, possibly, destroy the constellation. Lee flies up on his wings, and the system reports that the power of soul stealing has been activated and he has successfully obtained the ashes of the players using the purification flame, and his health points have increased by 5%. He looks ahead and thinks that, if we refer to that killer, the Tsuna of the bow has two purposes. He has a thoughtful expression on his face, and he reasons that the first goal is to kidnap Myril and the second is to kill him. He is amused by the fact that he was hired by two clients. The man frowns, thinking about Chan, and thinks that even if he hired them, he's just a pawn since Section Chief Kyung or Director Kim are the ones behind this. Individuals are shown with darkened faces, and Lee thinks that, surprisingly, the Illuminati also tried to eliminate him. He remembers that he rejected Wolf's offer and wonders if it was the opposing faction that ordered the assassination. He rushes forward with the thought that he will have a headache, but he can't get away with it after what they did to him. Only his dark silhouette is already visible, and the thought is heard that you will need to think carefully about this when he returns. A sandy area and a small pond are depicted. Lee lands here, and the system tells him that he has opened the oasis rest area. People in robes are seen holding Myril in their hands. Her eyes are closed, and Lee is glad that he found her. He has a serious expression on his face, and his thoughts are that given that his goal is to save Myril, he should not leave any trace of his presence for as long as possible. The system reports the use of the stealth skill. Palm trees and a crowd of people in red are visible. Suddenly something sparkling flashes over them. They begin to burn and scream in horror and pain. One of the masked men turns around, amazed at what is happening. Lee smiles evilly and says in his thoughts that this man is finished, and the system reports that the split tiger state is activated. The fangs of the split tiger are activated. The masked man is struck by blue magic. Lee frowns when the man is no longer there. He opens his eyes in surprise and thinks that this man has disappeared. The man looks away worriedly as the system notifies him that an invisible hand is aimed directly at him. Lee is in a black circle from which purple magic emanates. Another magical and blinding explosion occurs. Lee hides, and the system reports that the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, warns of danger, and the deity huge madness bug is closely watching how he copes with this. A woman's silhouette can be seen on the palm tree. Her appearance is shown. She smiles, putting her hands behind her back, and asks if the man escaped a single scar. Lee is overcome with fear and thinks that she is dangerous. The feeling is the same as when he encountered Jiang Hu Moon's son. She has the aura of someone who has reached the pinnacle of human capabilities. Smiling even wider, she notices that Lee seems to have been caught, and he, in turn, is thinking about the king. Everything is blazing with a bright flame. The young man stands on a bony dragon, shouting Myril. He cries, asking where she is. Lee's team fights back, and Sia wonders where all these individuals are coming from. A notification comes from the system that the player Seo is pushing enemies away using the shield attack ability. Heben attacks everyone with his purple lightning as always, and the system reports that Heben's player is counterattacking with the Thunder God summon. Wolf looks unkindly, and thoughts are heard that hiring Tsu and a bow and destroying the French volunteer medical detachment was all his work. He turns into a wolf and, with his mouth wide open, shouts that Constantin has crossed the line by insulting him. The system notifies that the blue wolf deity growls loudly. A cloud of smoke is seen and a notification comes from the system saying that Aang's train has arrived. Indeed, the train glides along the tracks, approaching, and the system reports that all participants who want to complete the dungeon mission can board the train right now. The girl looks away as the system reports that the deity Huge Madness Bug is curiously waiting to meet after the fight, and the laughing demon mask looks at Lee with anticipation and assumes that, judging by his facial expression, he already knows who she is like this. Lee frowns, looking at her, and meanwhile the system notifies that the laughing mask of the demon is looking at him with regret and then with envy. He thinks that this is the Queen of Murders of Chestachau, the Black Holy Mother who leads the dying to a peaceful death. She turns her head away, holding her hand to her face, and Lee thinks about how she has the face of a demon, an ability that caused a lot of trouble when he was the light of the gods. He assumes that she can easily reveal Young's character and personality. The man frowns, wondering if he can fight her now. He has the ability to survive the last vestiges of the stigma of divinity. A pair of swords and a gloomy djinn are introduced, and Lai is heard thinking that in this case, he will be able to resonate and unlock the magic of the fishgut sword and the evil dragon's crooked tooth sword to the limit and summon the family members to fight together against her. Suddenly, he realizes that this won't work after all, because no matter what cards he plays, it will still be a complete defeat for him. Lee frowns and thinks that for a top ranker of the Duke level this is quite possible, but for a person with the maximum rank of King this is too much of a task. The girl smiles slyly, touching her lips with her fingers, and asks Lee if he would run away with his tail between his legs because she was so excited at the thought that after all this time she could finally have some good fun. Lee stands with his eyes closed and thinks that revealing family members will only increase the number of people who know his secrets, so the best thing to do is just give up, and tells the girl that it's all because he doesn't want to be her opponent. Her face looks a little wild and she asks if he wants to say that there is someone else here besides him. A man with closed eyes asks her if it's time for her to show herself, because he is sure she has already guessed, but Myra Ligliano, who is being held, has a secret scripture. The girl is confused and wonders what he means when someone rushes towards her from behind. She looks fearfully in the direction from which the attacker is moving. She turned, but the mysterious figure was not heading towards her, leaving behind a path of magic. He landed behind Lee. He smiles, looking slyly at Lee, and says that he did not understand only one thing, namely, how he realized that he was nearby. Lee makes a blank face and asks why he is asking something so obvious that the person who arrived does not understand. He raises his eyebrows, asking if he thought that wherever he went, there would be a secret scripture. The blonde man frowns, questioning. He bursts out laughing and says that he didn't even think he'd get caught for such a small thing, and Lee is quite observant. He smiles with all his teeth and asks what to do now. The men stand opposite each other, and Lee asks his interlocutor to buy him some time until he finds Myril, to which the blonde replies that his opponent is the Murder Queen and asks him if he expects him to stop her. Lee, in turn, believes that a man is capable of this. He smiles resolutely, claiming that since he said so, he cannot refuse, but he himself thinks that he has never met such an assertive youth after he grew old, and cannot believe that he is threatening him with a cryptic scripture to force him to fight the Murder Queen. He has the feeling that he is now dancing to Lee's tune, but he doesn't mind this feeling. The man goes dark while on fire and his hat flies off. One can hear the thought that this shrewd rogue has probably already guessed who his patron is. The man smiles decisively, and the system reports that the deity ugly golden-eyed Buddha opens his eyes and the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, looks at his patron with satisfaction. Lee, smiling, launches golden magic upward. The man's smile is wild, and he thinks about the Monkey King and how he didn't expect to have such a formidable patron. He reflects that, considering that the power of the gods and the stars depends on the faith of mortals, the Monkey King is truly one of the most significant figures. Lee wonders if a priest representing this kind of deity is acting as if he is a family member of the ruler of the abyss. Golden magic wraps around the Slay Queen, and Lee thinks that one thing is for sure, though. The laughing demon mask approaches her face, and the girl asks how an old man, whose name she doesn't even know, can pose any threat to her. Lee has a determined expression on his face and thinks that his rank cannot be lower than the king. He looks up, where everything sparkles and explodes. The blonde man opens his mouth wide, saying that the girl apparently has hearing problems. He asks her if she turns her music up to full volume when she uses headphones. The girl is already wearing a mask and asks what this old man is talking about. Lee's face looks wild, deciding this is his chance. A greenish creature stands next to a man in a red robe holding Myril, and the idea that one can move forward sounds. Blood is gushing out of a masked man. The creature has a blue circle shining on its forehead, and it addresses its owner, saying that it has successfully acquired Myril Igliano. This creature's head is suddenly torn off, and the system reports that a mid-level member of Jean Basca's family has died. The startled murder queen, her mouth wide open, asks when he had time. Govel in his blue armor, jumping from above, captures Myri. He flashes his white eyes, and the system reports that the player Govel has released the Shadow Trail ability. The girl in the golden mask screams, asking who they take her for. She swings her arms as the black masks hang in the air. The blonde man, in turn, smiles wildly and puts his weapon forward. The girl opens her eyes, screaming at the old madman to get out of here. He looks at her calmly and smiles, saying that it looks like she actually has a hearing problem. He asks if she heard that the young man asked to stop her. Lee flies away, holding the rescued Myril in her arms, and the thought is heard that the girl plans to test whether the old man can continue to talk this nonsense in the next world. A crowd of people in red robes with knives in their hands is rushing towards him. One of them raises his hand up, starting to cast a spell. While the man is trying to save Myril, strange sounds are heard. Lee seems scared, realizing that these are hellhounds and that the girl is being followed by whole clusters of annoying creatures. The determined Govel appears. He begins to fight the hellhounds that appear. Lee looks scared when a new notification from the system arrives. He frowns, thinking that once this train leaves, there is no telling how long he will have to wait for the next one. Levitine said that the first stop of the train is in a boiling hell, which is in the dungeon. He rushes on his wings with Myril in his arms and thinks about how, although he could easily get the 5th secret scripture in no time after taking Myril. Lee furrows his brows, declaring that he cannot leave Levitine, he must somehow get on that train. A train is rushing by, and the system informs that passengers need to board the train because the departure to the next station is in 5 minutes. He clenches his jaw, realizing he doesn't have time. A crowd of people in red robes with knives are chasing after Lee and Myril, and at this time the man thinks that they are too intrusive. He wants to finish them all off at once. The train is still standing, and the thought is that Lee needs to catch Levitine's train, which is heading to the dungeon. The face of Myril, who is still unconscious, is depicted, and the system reports that the deity tiger, trapped in deprivation, asks if he can throw off this unnecessary ballast so as not to linger, and the deity time of the hunt vigorously nods his head, saying that this time it agrees with the tiger. Lee looks extremely serious and thinks that, as always, they have no interest in mortals, except those who stand out in some way. New notifications arrive from the system that the deity primordial evil dragon is clicking his tongue in disappointment. Expecting something more interesting to observe, the deity time of the hunt is shouting to Mom that she is here again without warning her. The deity snake coiling the world is laughing, evilly asking if she has any idea why her mother does this. The deity time of the hunt asks if he knows, and the deity snake coiling the world says that maybe it is because they walk on tiptoes, afraid of the deity, which is not visible these days. Lee frowns, thinking that the deities are still talking. The system, meanwhile, reports that the deity time of the hunt objects, saying to simply go over to the side of absolute evil instead of remaining on the side of hypocritical good. Myril still has her eyes closed, and Lee thinks that there is some truth in this after all, since all his actions come down to some kind of favor, and if he leaves Myril now, there is a huge chance that Minerva will be disappointed in it after the battle with the twins. He remembers that Minerva never thanked him, so he should maintain a good relationship with her. While Myril finally opens her eyes, Lee thinks about where the secret scripture is located. The girl looks surprised, and the man calmly asks if she has woken up. He has a serious expression on his face and says that, given the situation, he will be brief. He directly asks why Tsunabo is hunting her. She widens her eyes and admits that, in fact, she herself does not know the reason. Lee continues to fly away from the red-robed men chasing him and Myril, and says that this is impossible, that they are all tirelessly trying to catch him for no reason. The girl looks at him awkwardly, and he asks her to think carefully. There must be a reason. Suddenly, Myril's eyes widen in realization and suggests that it might be because of her father. Lee looks at her carefully and asks her again. Myril's face darkens as memories come to her, and she reveals that 2 years ago she followed her father, who, as an archaeologist, was exploring ancient ruins and found one ring in them. It turns out that at that moment she heard a voice, and then she had a patron. Myril is depicted with her eyes closed and her hand extended forward. She continues her story, saying that since then she, who had not stood out in any way before, was able to master the magic of summoning for the first time in her life. A gray-haired man who, as it turns out, is Myril's father. She says that the problem was that her father began to show hostility towards her. She sadly looks at her hands and says that he began to see her as a thief who stole his precious treasure, and even tried to kill her, and then Henry saved her. Lee, wide-eyed, looks in amazement at the ring on the girl's hand and thinks that if her father began to treat her badly, he must have been obsessed with this very ring. The man continues to fly away from the chase and asks the girl if she can give him this ring, because if this is the case, they need to get rid of it in order to lose their tail. She shouts in response that she cannot do this because this jewel connects her and her patron. Lee's face turns blue due to magical powers, and he claims that if this is not done, the girl will give him no choice but to leave her right now. The system, meanwhile, reports that the Inferno Gaze is activated. Myril's eyes widen, sweating in horror, when Lee asks what she will do and whether she will give him the ring. The girl took off the ring, taking it with 2 fingers. Suddenly, her patron appears behind Myril's shoulder with an absolutely wild face, who tells her to get ready. The girl is completely terrified. There are tears in her eyes when her patron, his mouth wide open, tells her not to dare give the ring to a man. The ring is already in someone else's hand. Grabbing it, Lee threw the girl down without regret. The man with a serious face puts the ring on his finger, saying that as soon as he gets rid of them, he will return it, and calls for Govel. The young man picks up the stunned girl in flight. The train finally started moving, and the system announced that boarding time had ended and the deserted Ang train was leaving. Concerned, Govel shouts to Lee. Turning towards the red-robed men who are chasing him, Lee tells Jewel not to worry, because he will catch up with him in the blink of an eye. The young man immediately takes off, flying towards the train, and shouts that in this case he will fly first. Men in red robes receive orders to kill Lee, who is looking around. Lee looks at the ring on his finger with a small smile and thinks that they really followed the ring, but it is too late. He places his hand on his chest when the system reports that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, laughs maniacally when he sees the new secret scripture that fell into his hand. A ring is shown that turns into a key, and the system notifies that the pitch darkness is transmitted to the mysterious ring, and the ring reacted to Peter's key, and the lock mechanism is now open. The silhouette of Lee is seen, his eye sparkling, and an alert comes from the system that he has taken possession of the 5th secret scripture out of 7. Suddenly, the red-robed people begin to sway from side to side, and they are frightened and wonder what kind of wind this is. A smile appears on Lee's face when the system reports that he has entered the temporary Hellstorm dungeon. Something sparkles. The red-robed people stand in confusion, wary. One of them, with his mouth closed, stands, dumbfounded, and one can hear thoughts that a temporary dungeon has appeared out of nowhere. He wonders if the secret of the child prophet has been revealed. Various fragments fly upward, and thoughts are heard that this is impossible after everything that has happened. It turns out that it took a long time to analyze the divine oracle and determine that Myril is the child prophet. People in red robes are standing, trying to hide with their hands from the storm that was sent to them, but for now thoughts are heard that say that after all, even despite all this chaos, he rushed to save Myril, and who knows, Lee may be the very secret weapon created by the White Tiger. People in red robes think that they must report everything to their boss. The silhouette of a creature is seen, and the system reports that Lee has discovered a forgotten starlight in the deity. A huge madness bug looks at the long-lost light with admiration through the eyes of a member of his family. People in red robes, with their eyes wide open, gradually die because blood is already flowing from their eyes, and at this time the system notifies that the deity Huge Beetle of Madness says that, having swallowed all this light, you can shine like 28 lunar houses, and turns his gaze to the temporary storage. Everything around is shining dazzlingly, and the system reports that the wind of the apocalypse has broken, and the deity a Huge Beetle of Madness clicks its tongue, disapprovingly asking the question of how these people can be so weak. Some scraps fly in the air, and a mention of an eye is heard. Shining blue eyes are visible, and the system reports that the dungeon owner is opening his eyes. A woman appears with her mouth wide open, and the system announces that the deity daughter who hates the storm is revealing herself. Lee stands on a rock as his cloak flutters in the wind. A notification comes from the system that the dungeon mission is starting. It turns out that in order to completely get rid of the King Tiger curse, the man needs to defeat a deity daughter who hates the storm goes completely dark, and Lee exclaims that he can't believe they want him to kill the deity to lift the curse. Lee grins as his eyes glow blue as the system reports that the Inferno Gaze has been activated and a cry is heard about how this is absolute madness. The deity, standing under the rays of bright light on a hill, looked menacingly at Lee. The main character, lowering his head a little, said in his thoughts that he was now facing the remnants of his thoughts, wondering how strong his full form was. Further, Lee also stated in his thoughts that in the lair of the ghouls he could deal with the opponents step by step, but now, if he hesitates, then the end will come for him. The deity stated with an enraged look that Lee was impressive despite being just a remnant of his former power, noting that he could smell the pale star, wondering if that was the source of his powers. Lee, surrounded by an aura of ice, leaned forward and then wondered if she was familiar with her. Lee also noted in his thoughts that if she can feel pitch darkness, it means that she can also know Mephistopheles. The system notified that Lee's Kapakaga ability had been activated, creating a barrier. Next, the system notified that compensation for the difference in characteristics between him and the enemy. The deity, illuminated by the light, raised her feather wings and said that she, of course, knows about the pale star that is the absolute will of their night, noting that she is only a pitiful creature that is persecuted in the dark time. After the deity's words, Lai, understanding the look with a serious expression on his face, wondered in his thoughts what the absolute will of the night was, noting that when Gemini and Minerva collided, he read a message about day and night that he could not understand. Leaning to the side and licking his lips with his tongue, the deity said that if she had not smelled her scent, then the main character would probably already be dead, noting that although she protects him, he is still not under her protection. Further, the deity girl notified that in this case she would get rid of Lai with impunity. The main character, wrapped in dark flames, summoned Jean, after which the system notified that Jigby's companion had been used. The system also notified that the firestorm was breaking down. Behind Lee, a man riding a demonic horse emerged from the flames, wondering if the protagonist had gone crazy fighting the shadow of the stars right now. Sitting on a horse, Jin, narrowing his eyes and smiling maliciously, said that the same energy emanates from her as ghouls, noting that if he absorbs it, he will receive an increase of several levels at a time. The deity, having dispersed the storm with his feather wings, used the technique of the storm whip, destroying worlds, after which he said that they did not dare behave like that because they were only parasites. Turning his gaze, Lee looked at Cadmos, wondering what he wanted to do. Next, the system notified the main character that Cadmos was drooling, saying that Lee had found a rather tasty treat. Opening his mouth, Cadmos sucked in the deity's spell. Continuing to absorb the spell, Cadmos did it all with great appetite. Having completely absorbed the spell, Cadmos licked his lips. The shocked girl, looking at the pleased Cadmos and spreading her wings, wondered what could have happened now, after which the system notified that the Flame Heart skill had absorbed the storm, noting that the level of the skill had been increased, absorbing a huge amount of magic. The system further reported that the current progress rate was 21.6%. Raising his head, Cadmos created a sphere of fire. The system reported that Cadmos opened his mouth, wanting to thank him for the tasty treat. Shocked, Lee and Jin watched as Cadmos enlarged the fireball further. Cadmos, lowering his head, directed a stream of flame towards the deity, after which the system reported that a member of the Cadmos family was spewing the breath ability. The deity watched as the stream of flame reached her in an instant. The fire of Cadmos reached the deity. Part of the deity's body was torn off by the fiery breath of Cadmos. Opening his eyes wide, the deity screamed in pain. Having flown up, Cadmos bit off the torn part of the wing. Cadmos licked his lips with a fierce look, after which the system reported that Cadmos was drooling again, looking at his daughter who hated the storm, calling her yummy. Next, the system notifies that the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, opens its eyes wide. The system also noted that the deity hunting season lifted his mouth in surprise. Afterwards, the system declares that the snake deity entwining the world is warily straining its scales, warning that creatures born in the abyss should not be approached. The system also announced that the deity Taurus was cursing someone specific who gave such an item to a mortal. The system notifies that the hunting season deity looks at the mother and says that he wants the same dragon for himself. The system reports that the primordial evil dragon deity exhales, looking at his daughter with pity, saying that how can she imagine this if it is so impossible that he cannot even measure such power. The system also noted that the hunting season deity fell to the floor in hysterics. Afterwards, the system notified that the deity primordial evil dragon was pacifying the annoying daughter, pressing her to the floor with its claw. Opening his mouth, Cadmos began to eat the deity with a fierce look. Cadmos, having bitten off part of the deity's body, sprayed blood. With a greedy gaze, Cadmos continued to eat the deity. The deity, coughing up blood, screamed in pain. Lee watched with a shocked expression on his face and then wondered what was going on. Taken aback and lowering his head a little, Lee said in his thoughts that even though it was just a shell and not the original, it was so dangerous that it posed a threat not only to the family members, but also to him. Lee further wondered in his thoughts how Cadmos could think that the projection of this being was simply to his liking. Lee, remembering how Cadmos ate the golden helmet, noted in his thoughts that he understood why Cadmos ate the artifacts from the royal treasure with such pleasure. Lee also said in his thoughts that, among other things, there were many artifacts with a fairly solid history and legends about deities and heroes. Lee, watching the deity scream in pain in the agony of hell, stated in his thoughts that it was not surprising that the deities would react to this situation in such a manner, noting that it was only natural for them to fear this creature when they lived and fed on their own pride. Cadmos continued to eat the deity piece by piece. The system reported that the current progress rate was 26.9%. Hanging his head, Jin, closing his eyes and with annoyance, said that if he suddenly offended the main character with something, he would immediately inform him about it, noting that he would correct himself at that very moment. Afterwards, Lee, in turn, wondered what exactly he meant. Smirking, Lee turned his gaze towards Jin before wondering if he was saying that in case Cadmos drooled on him or the family members. Lee further noted in his thoughts that ghouls also came from Starlight and it was no wonder he was so scared. Jin, frightened by Lee's words, opened his mouth wide, after which he stated that he did not see anything funny in this, noting that how could one of his family members be torn to pieces by his pet. Lee, standing with his back to the exhaled and calm Jin, told him not to worry since he had no intention of betraying family members when he had worked so hard to get them. After Lee's words, Jin said that he now feels better. The divine girl continued to scream from the pain caused by Cadmos. Cadmos watched as the girl turned around and tried to fly away from him. Cadmos, with playful eyes and protruding tongue, chased the girl, after which the system reported that Cadmos was approaching its prey, saying that such a tasty treat should not go to waste. The girl, turning around, opened her eyes wide in surprise, after which she declared that Cadmos should not dare approach her, noting that her body was not recovering. Lee watched with surprise on his face as Cadmos chased the deity before wondering if he had always been this strong, noting that even for a being with great latent potential, he was still just a child. Lee further stated in his thoughts that perhaps it is a matter of compatibility, because the element of Cadmos is pitch darkness and light is always absorbed by darkness. Lee, looking at Cadmos who was emitting darkness, said in his thoughts that the level was continuing to rise anyway. The system notified that the current level progress is 42.6%. Cadmos, flying towards the girl, spewed darkness. The girl, having been hit in the side by darkness, declared that Cadmos should go away from her. The system reported that pitch darkness was attacking the divine power of the daughter who hated the storm. The girl, bleeding and screaming in pain, said that she needed to return to Myril. The system notified that pitch darkness was infecting the divine daughter who hated the storm. Closing his eyes, Lee said that Jin should not do this, to which Jin, in turn, stated that it was just a shell and he did not think that the day would come so soon when they could fight the deity. Lai, taking a bow, created many huge swords behind his back, after which he announced that the royal treasures must be opened. The system notified that the royal treasures had been opened. The system also noted that all types of weapons located inside the vault are unlocked. Lai, taking the rapier with one hand, said that he was ashamed to use the treasure in this way. The system notified that the main character had chosen a snow rapier. Lee, standing sideways and holding a bow in one hand and a sword in the other, said that he needed a high-level weapon to use in conjunction with the pitch darkness. Lee, having bled himself, said in his thoughts that he had applied the enchantment of the art of blood manipulation, which he had learned from the old man. The system also noted that by using blood poison and pitch darkness on the Snow King's treasure, making it very close to divine level. Lee drew his bow and shrouded the arrow in darkness. The system notified that the snow rapier was applying a new form, noting that the demon destroyer arrow was ready. Lee, firing an arrow with lightning speed, endowed it with the property of darkness. Lee, shrouded in darkness, fired an arrow from his bow at incredible speed. The girl, having received a blow from an arrow of darkness, screamed in unbearable pain. The system notified that the 100% hit power had been activated, noting that the target had been hit. Lee, holding the bow in front of him, watched as the deity was severely wounded. The deity, opening her mouth wide, declared that he did not dare do this to her. The deity's cries were interrupted by Roots. Glancing back, the girl felt someone's presence. The man, holding back the girl's exclamations with a malicious smile on his face, told her to be quieter. A man with an electrified sword attacked the deity in a jump. Having struck, the man caused a cut along the entire body. The girl was shocked by the man's lightning strike. Lai, illuminated by the light, jumped forward, breaking the ledge of the mountain. Lee, stretching his arm forward, flew towards the deity. The system reported that pitch darkness was applied to the snaggletooth dragon's sword. Lee, flying forward, struck the deity and saw an incredibly bright light. The system announced that Lee had achieved the incredible achievement of obtaining starlight, noting that the reward for this achievement was an increase in the abilities of stigma. Lee, suspended in the air on wings of darkness, saw a bright blue glow below him, and then heard the system report that the fiery heart was almost complete. The system also noted that the boss is a daughter who hates the storm. The system further notified that the largest contribution was made by Lee Chan-sung. Lai, illuminated by a blue light, looked at everyone below. The system stated that the protagonist has accomplished a feat that no one has ever done before, for which he receives a reward of 50 million karma in the form of experience. Lee, with his arms outstretched in front of him, was surrounded by blue projections of wings. The system notified that Lee was also receiving a doomsday storm as a reward. Next, the system notified that the deity, a huge beetle of madness, was shocked and did not believe what was happening. The system also reported that the interest of the gods and constellations in Lai has increased significantly. Afterwards, the system noted that at the moment 32 stars and deities wished to see him as an apostle. Lee extended one hand and created a flame. The system notified that Lee could combine the end of the world storm with the end of the world fire, noting that the main character possesses 2 of the 3 swords. The system also notified that the power of the doomsday fire was increasing. The system further noted that the power of Jigwee's treat was increasing. The system reports that the title Jigwee's Companion will evolve into Jigwee's demonic vessel. The system gave a summary that the demonic vessel Jigwee is the form into which Jigwee, being a clot of fire and spirit, evolves after absorbing the fire of the end of the world and after being left alone in a world that has come to an end. The system also notified that wherever he appeared, there would be flames of destruction burning. Where he begins to flap his wings, the wind of destruction rises. The system further announced that Jigwee is a demonic beast that is stronger than any catastrophe, noting that he is also bringing the end of the world closer. Lee, raising a whirlwind of flame upward, treated Cadmos. Lai, who was around the flames with a small smile, said in his thoughts that his status had risen. Lee also noted in his thoughts that he should now aim for emancipation and excellence, which are necessary steps to becoming a great player. The system notified that Lee had deciphered the full 5 scriptures of H-Sang, gaining their secrets. The system also announced that the protagonist had discovered Starlight, noting that a new divine ability had been discovered. The system reported that the Stigma ability has been improved. The system further noted that Lee had received a glimpse of a lost ancient secret. Lee said with a malicious grin that he had finally waited for this. The system notified that Lee had received a new level. Lee, clenching his fist in front of him with a smirk on his face, said in his thoughts that he had been waiting for these words for a very long time. The system reported that Lee had reached level 50th and now has the opportunity to take on the quest to replace the second class. Lee's subordinate, standing next to Jin, was surprised by the changes. The system notified that members of the Lai family would receive a level increase and evolve, changing their form. The system notified that the initiation of the quest to change the second class was activated. The system provided a summary that the story quest folklore composition had been created. The system reported the conditions under which this became possible. The first of them was obtaining 4 outstanding achievements, the second unification of the 4 achievements in the form of beginning, continuation, transition and conclusion, the third completion of a folk tale. The system also noted that when changing classes, in case of failure, there will be a limit on level growth. Lee, lowering his head a little and smiling, said in his thoughts that this time he would systematically complete the quest, no matter what. Lee, recalling how he was lying on the grass in the forest, said in his thoughts that after the system was opened, depending on actions and results, players could combine different achievements. Lee also noted in his thoughts that these achievements are divided into 5 categories depending on the level. Lee, with a serious expression on his face, said in his thoughts that only gods or stars could become mythical and legendary. Lee also noted in his thoughts that folklore is the realm of demigods who set their sights on emancipation and superiority. Lee, surrounded by darkness with a serious expression on his face, said in his thoughts that there are many superhumans who want to overcome human limits. Continuing his thought, Lee noted that the achievements that ordinary players gain are only possible through outstanding results. Lee also stated in his thoughts that a folktale is a form of history that is firmly imprinted in people's minds and passed down from generation to generation. Lee continued his thought by saying that, in other words, folktales are the starting point for the creation of basic beliefs and the formation of the world and the universe. The system notified that Lai had achieved his first outstanding achievement, the possession of the light of the stars. The system also reported that the beginning of the folktale is complete and now things are taking a serious turn. The system further noted that the world was beginning to take shape and the creation of core beliefs had also begun. Lee, lowering his head a little forward and smiling, said in his thoughts that people who create fairy tales are called heroes. Lee further noted in his thoughts that rankers are an improved version of the word hero in old folklore. Lee looked through the gap with a grin on his face, and then in his thoughts he said that, fortunately, he had achieved one of the 4 achievements that make up the folklore tale. Lee further noted in his thoughts that now he has a doomsday storm, and he can get the 4th scripture many times faster. The system notified that the dungeon was beginning to close. The plot shifts to a train moving at full speed. Jayavul, getting down on all 4s, said that all his strength was gone. Lee, sitting on the floor with a dazed expression on his face, revealed that he used all his magic to get on the train, noting that he doesn't know if Chansung is okay. The girl said with shock that she did not feel the presence of the goddess. 3 unfamiliar men burst into the carriage. One of the men with bright yellow hair took Jayavul by the cloak and wondered what he had done to Myril. Jayavul, with a serious expression on his face, said that he did not know what Henry was talking about, noting that what he said did not seem to have a positive connotation. The system reported that the shadow was seething with anger. Henry, furious, declared that Jayavul should answer immediately. Seo, standing in front of the surprised Jumju, said that Henry was just crazy. Seo further wondered how anything could be good when people like him are around. Turning around, the guys noticed someone approaching them from behind. Seo, looking at Nicholas standing over her, wondered who this intimidating man was. The system reported that the deity of the hunting season glares with displeasure. Seo wondered who this man was and if he wanted to die right here with an annoyed expression on her face. Nicola, with a serious expression on his face and his thoughts, said that for some reason, Jegel Henrin was nowhere to be seen, and the 2 elders who came with him did not care. Nicholas also wondered if this meant it was time for the newcomers, who were destroyed by Lee during the hotel party. Nicholas further noted in his thoughts that it would be bad if the conflict grew, and if Henry calmed down that guy, then everything should calm down. Wolf, approaching Nicholas as he turned around, told him to leave everything as it was, after which Nicholas, in turn, said that Wolf's advice was worthless. The guys turned around and heard someone wondering what they were doing here. Lee, entering the carriage with his cloak flowing, said that after everything he had done to save her. Seo and Jumju looked at Lee with joy on their faces. Nicholas turned around and looked at Lee in surprise, then in his thoughts said that he had to finish before he returned. Nicholas further noted in his thoughts that they couldn't allow Lee to be involved after he became a ranker. Nicholas, with a malicious expression on his face, laughed and said that it seemed like there was some kind of misunderstanding. Henry, with an angry expression on his face, wondered what he had done to Myril, telling them to lay out everything that happened. Henry, holding out his hand, released an unknown creature from the darkness. The system notified that the dead dragon's vault had been opened. The system also reported that a bone dragon had appeared. Nicholas, looking at Henry in surprise, said that he was being unreasonable. Henry, enveloped in flames, looked at Lee standing opposite him. The main character watched as Henry was enveloped in flames. Henry, freed from the flames, turned into a skeletal armored warrior. Leaping into attack, Henry revealed that Lee had forced him to retreat using that trick, noting that he would now pay for his humiliation. The system notified that the spirit of the dead dragon was merging with magic, enhancing the power of the bone blade and bone armor. Horrified, Nicholas told Henry to stop. Henry, attacking Lee, noticed that in an instant a fist was near his face. Henry was stunned that Lee broke his bone helmet with one blow. Henry, flying back from Lee's blow, stated in his thoughts that bone armor was stronger than diamonds. Lee, sending Henry flying, grinned and stated that he had spoken inappropriately to his friend again. With lightning speed, the main character continued to deliver crushing blows. Blood gushed from the guy's mouth. Due to the incredible force of the blow, he flew to the side. Wary, Nicholas thought that Lee had become much stronger. The protagonist's face was shrouded in contempt. Nicholas was shocked by what he saw. Pushing off the ground, Lee rushed into battle. At that moment, the system notified him about the use of the Jigui demonic vessel. Taking a fighting stance, in his thoughts, Nicholas noted that the main character could not have become so strong in 3 days on the team, suggesting that he had been hiding his real abilities all this time, adding that otherwise the skill-keen sense of a monster would not have been so violently reacted. After which, Nicholas's body was enveloped in streams of scarlet energy. The system notified him that the Crimson Heart of a monster skill had been activated. Rushing into battle, continuing to think, Nicholas stated that if it comes to that, he will simply destroy Lee, noting that even a super capable rookie is just a rookie, adding that to all this, he is just the leader of the team. After delivering a powerful blow, Nicholas thought that he needed to clarify whether he was superior to the White Tiger. Smiling in thought, he noted that this was the only way he could avoid such troubles in the future. Baring his teeth and continuing to think, Nicholas thought that he needed to humiliate the main character, whom he called impudent. With lightning speed, piercing Nicholas's chest, Lee found himself behind him. Feeling incredibly strong pain, Nicholas froze in one position. Having lowered his gaze, the main character was mired in his own thoughts. An explosion appeared in front of the guy's faces, which was shrouded in strong energy. Its particles slowly descended onto Nicholas's body. Placing his hands on his knees, he wondered how Lee had done it. Smirking, the main character asked if all the top Avengers were so pathetic. In his thoughts, Lee talked about the Snake Eye and 100% hit rate, saying that with these two skills it was easy to identify weak points. Baring his teeth, the man wondered how the main character dared to say such a thing. With a look full of disgust, the main character stared towards the unknown. Frightened, the guys froze in one position. Behind Lee, the silhouette of an angry tiger could be seen. The system reported that a tiger aura was dominating the battlefield. Suddenly, at the sight of a fierce fight, an explosion occurred. Enveloping his body in streams of energy, Lee declared that if anyone else dared to challenge him, he was waiting. Clutching the club in his hand, the frightened guy stared into space. With a serious expression on his face, turning to Lee, the man asked him to calm down. Having covered his face with magical seals, the protagonist wondered if Ludovico, the head of the Orlando clan, was in front of him, adding that he saw with his own eyes how they threatened his allies, asking if he was asking him to calm down after that. Rolling up his sleeves, the main character declared that only his death would calm him down, asking if he agreed to this. Horrified, Ludovico cried out that Lee was going too far. With a look full of disgust, the main character noted that if Ludovico is not satisfied with something, then he can approach him. Baring his teeth in thought, Ludovico noted that if Lee managed to cope with Henry and Knuckle, then they definitely could not cope with him, adding that in his opinion it was humiliating, saying that the French players were destroyed by a newcomer from Korea. Looking at Griezmann, who had closed his eyes, the man said that he was a demonic man, noting that he had extensive combat experience. He further stated that if Griezmann joins them, they might have a chance, adding that judging by the fact that he doesn't even look in their direction, he decided to stay on the side. The man thought that now he would have to give in and, upon returning, place all the blame on the Avenger. Leaning over, the man asked for forgiveness, stating that as a representative of France he sincerely apologized, asking Lee to leave it at that. With a worried expression on his face, he noted in his thoughts that even the main character would stop fighting after a sincere apology, noting that he would think about the consequences later. Continuing to think, the man said that he would definitely have the opportunity to take revenge for this humiliation. Stretching his hands, Lee wondered what the man was talking about, stating that he hadn't even started yet, ordering him to clench his teeth. Screaming in horror, turning to Lee, the man asked him to wait. At the moment when the main character struck the man in the face, he said in his thoughts that he remembered that he had another nickname, telling about the bloody thug. Someone's screams were heard in the depths of the train. Steam was emanating from the depths of the earth. Putting her hand to her head, the girl laughed hard. Smirking, she stated that she knew the hunt would be difficult, noting her surprise that things would turn out this way. Her gaze was directed towards the fragments of the mask lying on the ground. The system reported that the deity Huge Sick Bug frowned with displeasure. The girl stated that each maxi takes at least a year to make, noting that she has already lost several, adding that this is the first time she has been humiliated since the battle with the Immortal King. Remembering the image of Lee standing nearby, the girl noticed that he intervened with the target of the attack, saying that she could not accept humiliation from the target and leave the task. An image of a magical artifact appeared in her head, towards which she was reaching out with her hand. The girl said that she spent 10 years creating this appearance in order to see the Immortal King. Lowering her hands, she stated that in order to protect the base of the hand, she must kill the main character. With lightning speed, the girl rose into the sky. Someone's screams could also be heard on the speeding train. A mask was visible on the tip of the protagonist's sword. Frozen in one position, watching Lee, the guy wondered if he could stop. Looking around the expanses of the train, where corpses lay everywhere, the guy noticed the idea that Lee had already let off enough steam and made them pay for their long tongues, asking if it was time for more chaos. Wary, the main character announced that the task of the carriages was on him, asking the guy to go ahead. With a serious expression on his face, the guy thanked Lee for his understanding. Taken aback, one of the squad members wondered what had happened. Averting his gaze, the guy tried to find out why they were standing, asking them to take care of the wounded and quickly moved to the front of the train, asking if they wanted the train to derail. Hearing a strong roar, the guy noted that everything turned out to be faster than he expected. Many monsters were circling above the train moving forward. The system reported that a group of fire pterodactyls had appeared. Continuing to soar in the sky, the fiery pterodactyls let out a piercing roar. Baring their teeth, the group of monsters rushed forward. The system notified that a herd of charred wild animals was targeting a train in the desert. The fiery pterodactyl's gaze was directed at the train. The system reported that the starving monsters had caught the scent of food, stating that a wave of monsters was approaching, noting that Lee needed to protect the train in the desert from the threat. Many magical seals appeared above the roof of the train. Someone shouted that a wave of monsters was approaching, ordering everyone to go to their places, adding that the magicians were creating reinforcements and melee fighters were climbing onto the roof. Frowning in thought, the main character said that due to the harsh conditions in the desert, the monsters are constantly hungry, noting that the train becomes a source of food for them. The guy, who screamed in horror, tried to find out what they were doing. The system stated that the monsters had gone berserk, indicating that the overall abilities of nearby monsters had increased by 10%. Staring ahead in thought, Lee wondered what difference it made whether they died of starvation or hunting, reporting that this was why they inevitably went mad. Having enveloped his body in streams of bright energy, the main character thought that he needed to quickly deal with them before they suffered even more. A powerful explosion occurred near the train. The place was covered with thick clouds of smoke. Suddenly, some sounds appeared next to the train. Wind currents blew the main character's cloak in different directions. The system declared that the monster attack had been stopped. Leaning on the roof of the train, the girl screamed that she almost died, noting that she didn't even have a boyfriend yet. The system notified Lee that he had successfully escaped all the monsters, adding that he had successfully completed the first obstacle. Closing her eyes, Hyben froze in one position. The system notified the protagonist that he would receive a reward based on his participation. Staring into space, the main character is mired in his own thoughts. The system stated that Lee made the greatest contribution. Turning around, addressing the guys, Yoonjin wondered if they were tired from a short run, asking what was wrong with them. With a serious expression on his face, he stated that in his time they could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without a break. Indignant, the girl noted that this was said by someone who just sat and watched. Throwing some object towards Yoonjin, the main character asked him to take it. Examining the object, Yoonjin tried to find out what it was. The text that was written in the text appeared before his eyes. The main character said that it was a copy of a secret scripture. Looking at Lee standing next to him, Yoonjin wondered how he could trust him. The main character noted that Yoonjin could send this to Korea and find out. Wary, Hong declared that Lee was right, noting that if he lied, they would tear him to pieces. Smirking, turning to the main character, Jin wondered if he had decided to get rid of the ridiculous pursuers. Hanging his head in thought, Lee revealed that by that time, he would have successfully cleared out the Hell Wind, adding that he had completed deciphering it and absorbed all the power from it. Continuing to think, Lee noticed that this was a fake, which he rewrote with the help of Jin and other household members. An image of flames that enveloped the entire space appeared in his head. The main character said that it would take the White Tiger at least a couple of years to decipher the scripture, adding that there would be nothing to take there anyway. Further, Lee stated that they were almost approaching the halfway point, which is why he should not leave unnecessary luggage with him. Smiling maliciously, Jin asked where exactly the levantine was, which Lee would receive for this. Averting his gaze, the main character said that she was at the boiling hell station underground, adding that this is where the main artery of Surtur begins. Standing next to Hong, Yoonjin wondered why Lee was giving this to him. Bowing his head, Yoonjin asked the main character not to say that he wanted him to leave since they got what they wanted. Smirking, Lee stated that this was exactly what he meant. Someone's indignant exclamation was heard on the roof of the train. The system reported that the train in the Ang Desert would soon arrive at its first stop, the boiling hell station. Frozen in one position, the main character asked Yoonjin to take it and leaves, noting that he should stop being an eyesore. The system asked passengers to be ready to enter the platform. With a look full of hatred, Hong said that this was unpleasant to hear. Lee stared ahead, lost in his own thoughts. Smirking, Yoonjin wondered if the main character understood what he just said. After which, many magical bandages were released from his body, which headed towards Lee. Suddenly, while on the roof of the train, the guys heard a terrifyingly powerful roar. Horrified, Myril heard someone say that it didn't work. Indignant, Hong wondered what Lee had just said, asking if he told them to get lost. Hearing this, the protagonist tried to see if Hong had heard it, noting that he already had difficulty speaking, adding that he also had difficulty hearing. Clenching his fist, Hong called Lai a pathetic worm. The system reported that the deity tiger caught in an extra trap was watching the battle of his household with interest. Standing behind the angry Hong, Ryan stated the idea that he could rest, asking what was going on here. After which, turning to Hong, he asked him not to make too much noise. Turning around, Hong said that it was none of his business. Ryan, in turn, noted that he did not understand what he was talking about. Looking at the surprised Lee, Ryan stated that he understood Hong's interest in him, noting that this was enough to take him on as a student, adding that it was up to them after all. Indignant in his thoughts, the main character noted that such a statement could agitate the clan. Smiling, Ryan said that Lee also interested him, noting that that was a different story. Smirking, Ryan said that he was only trying to protect them, like their older comrade, from rash actions and Lee hurting their pride. Smiling mischievously, he wondered if Hong had misheard him, saying that the main character was no match for them, noting that if they wanted this, he wouldn't stop them, adding that he warned. The guys were shocked by what they heard. Looking at the indignant Lee, in his thoughts, they stated that they had been living in the world of players for decades, talking about how they were the first generation, wondering if they could lose to a newcomer who had only been here for a couple of years. Frowning, Ryan tried to find out if Hong knew the laws of the elders, telling him that the reputation of the White Tiger should not be tarnished, and the honor of the elders should not be allowed to be neglected. Further, he said that as the deputy head of the council, he will not turn a blind eye to violations of the rules. Enveloping his eyes in streams of energy, Ryan stated that the Council of Elders exists because of the unbreakable root, noting that once it is destroyed, it is thrown away, asking Hong to take his words seriously. Jumping off the train, the main character ordered T-Mill to follow him. The system notified him that he had arrived at the first stop, the Boiling Hell Station, asking him to be careful when entering the platform, indicating that the parking would last for 24 hours. Closing his eyes, Lee stated his hope that when they returned, the two of them would no longer be there. Rushing towards the main character, calling him a worm, Hun screamed that he would kill him. Horrified, Yoonjin asked him to stop. With unimaginable speed, Hong flew to the side. The moment he flew to the side, his body hit the ground many times. Hitting the wall, the stunned Hun froze in one position. Turning around, Lee stated that this was the last warning, adding that he would kill them if he saw them tomorrow. Horrified, the guy tried to call out to Hun. Finding himself behind him, the main character noted, almost forgot, that he was also here. Watching as Lee moved his hand towards his face, he tried to stop him, begging him to give him the floor. After which, due to a colossally powerful blow, the guy collapsed to the ground. His body, which lay on the ground, was enveloped in streams of bright energy. Flames started coming out of his mouth. Standing with his back to him, the main character was mired in his own thoughts. The system declared that Lee had arrived at a boiling hell station. We were shown a palace, under the foundation of which hot lava was seething. Henry wakes up with a very unhappy face and holds his head while Nicholas stands in front of him and says that he is finally awake. When suddenly he turned his gaze in great surprise from what he saw. A pile of corpses lay near him, and he asked the director what happened here. Myral, holding some kind of ring in her fingers, looked at it and said that she was no longer here, and with anxiety in her eyes she could not understand where she could be. Nicholas approached Henry and, looking at him with a very menacing look, said that this was all the work of a tyrant. This tyrant was very strong, so he was not at all his equal. Looking ahead with an even more menacing look, he turned to Henry, saying that there was something they both needed to do. We were again shown a land made entirely of magma. Lee stood on the jam of that foundation and looked forward with a confident look. His gaze seemed arrogant and downward, and his thoughts were that he believed that the stone desert was not really a desert at all. He looked at all this magma that flowed past him, and thought that the dungeon itself is the corpse of Surtur, and the stone desert is only the skin of the dead Surtur. So the heat that the cracks in the ground emit is the heat of that monster, coming from the cracks in his body. We are transported to some hall of the king from the memories of the main character, then the hero asks how the monsters live here. The king, who sat on the throne with an arrogant smile, said that someone was the king of the Titans and the ruler of Muspelheim. Although he cannot compare with him, but he definitely deserves his position, so it is not surprising that new lives have appeared here. Lee stood directly in front of him as he spoke. One could say that going underground meant tearing through Surtur's muscles and floating through his vessels. Lee asked what Reborn was. The king with half-closed eyes replied that this place is an important arsenal, the treasure of Surtur and Muspelheim, not to mention the fact that his ability is manifested there. So it cannot be in an unremarkable place. Reborn is located right in the heart, so if he follows the blood vessels, he will definitely find him. Lee continued to look at this magma, thinking that it was incredible because he could not believe that this huge dungeon was just a corpse, and such dimensions were mind-boggling even for a Titan. A bright star began to shine directly from his chest, and a notification appeared that he had awakened a stat called Apocalyptic Wind in the brand skill. Lee looked to the side with a smile on his face, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. After receiving this characteristic, a green silhouette began to appear above his head and many lines around it. It was as if the glassy, green girl was screaming at him, asking who he was, because she had been watching him since he was stuck here, and in the end, how he managed to decipher the 7 mysterious scriptures of H. Sam, and even how he is connected with the pale star is completely unclear to her. The girl continued to shout at him that he had something more incomprehensible. Why did he smell like Lataka? Immediately after these words, Lee was very surprised and stood in a stupor. Turning his surprised gaze, he did not understand why Lataka's name came up again. The moment of the old man's victory over the dragon immediately flashed to his memory. Lee watched as many swords and spears were stuck into the old man's body. Turning his bloody face towards Lee, he slowly said his name and said that he was now Cadmos. After he was able to utter these words, he began to fall to the side from powerlessness. Lee cried as much as he could, shouting that he didn't need this strange name because he had already told him about it. The old man writhed in pain, bleeding at the same time, and asked why he couldn't just thank him for once. Lee ran up to him and started screaming for him to stop talking, because he was covered in blood, while the old man continued to ask him that he would agree anyway, so why was he running into all this? Turning his head away, the old man began to laugh, saying that he had finally begun to listen to him, but only when he was near death. His eyes began to slowly close, and he slowly said for Lee to remember that he was now Cadmo's, so he was now responsible for her. As soon as his eyes finally closed, Lee began to scream at him to stop saying those words, and if he was so worried about her, then he should stay with her himself. Through tears and pain, Lee screamed that if only he knew the magic of healing and if only he learned the runes that the old man taught him. Saying these words, it was as if he blamed himself for the death of the old man. He hugged his body as the old man said his last words, in which he asked him to protect Lataka, because she may seem proud, but in reality she is very fragile. We were shown how a fierce battle takes place between other monsters and people, and Lee thought that this is not true, because it is the patron who should protect the worker. It is the patron who grants the power of the worker and asks for the spread of faith in return, but instead he wants the worker protected the patron. He imagined a girl with a staff among a field of flowers, thinking that Lataka was the first and last patroness on the Star of Arcadia, on which he served after the death of the old man. She turned her gaze and looked intently to the side. There was arrogance on her face, and she said that she hated him completely because the death of Cadmos was entirely his fault. They stood with their backs to each other, and he understood that although they hated and despised each other, Lataka became his patroness, and having inherited the name Cadmos, he became the apostle of Lataka. The two of them held hands, and he understood that he could not help but fulfill the old man's last wish, because he and Lataka were united by one goal, to not allow the old man's killers to survive at any cost. It is narrated that she was a bright star, and her starlight was the ultimate treasure, transforming gods and stars into the brightest creatures in the universe, known as the Emperor. We were shown a cruel swordsman with a dagger, and Lee thought that the old man protected Lataka's starlight even on the verge of falling, but the gods and stars who thirsted for him were constantly looking for opportunities, and in the end Arcadia was engulfed in a war that broke out, and during the war he and Lataka became close, so we can say that they went from hatred to love. We were shown Lee leaning right over Lataka's body while she said she loved him. It is said that the world seemed to decide that he was not worthy of such happiness and immediately took it away from him. Lee looked ahead with a dumbfounded look, and several notifications appeared in front of him, which said that the deities did not understand his reaction at all. Then we were returned back to that green girl, and Lee, turning his gaze, thought that it was good that the daughter's voice hating the storm did not reach the gods, because if the monarch of the void had heard the name Lataka, then everything would have become more complicated, so perhaps this is all for the better. This girl then leaned towards Lu as he asked how she knew his name. She moved even closer to Lu, saying that it would be strange not to know his name since it was her mother. Baring her teeth, she said that she hated her because she gave her life but also led her to death. Lee looked ahead with a frightened look and guessed that Lidek's name contained the word storm. He didn't turn to face him while she said that it was her mother's fault that she was stuck here and suffering even in death. She began to scream furiously that her mother did not appear even when the divine court found her guilty because she is the daughter of a bright star, and in the end her sentence was carried out, so she woke up imprisoned in the 7 mysterious scriptures of H-San. Leaning her head forward, she said that even after that, she fought off those who, like moths, were attracted by the starlight emanating from her, and the more she tried to escape from the windy hell, the more she resented her mother. Lai bared his teeth and looked at her sideways, asking what the 7 mysterious scriptures were. She looked ahead with wide open eyes, saying that she herself did not know, because when she opened her eyes, she was here. And then she added that he smells like Lataka. Lee frowned a little and looked forward, thinking about how Lataka divided her power, which she couldn't handle, into avatars, and she said that they were like her children, so she called them daughters. Lee began to imagine how around burning chains began to appear to him, and he understood what all these 7 mysterious sacred scriptures meant. These were divine sorrows created to imprison the 7 daughters of Lataka. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.